Immanuel Kant. Critique of Pure Reason. Penguin, 0, Classics. Critique of Pure Reason. Immanuel Kant was born on April 22, 1724 in Königsberg, East Prussia. The son of the settler Johann Georg Kant, he became the most prominent thinker of the German Enlightenment movement. From the age of 8 he was a pupil at the Pious Collegium Fredericinum. He proceeded to study philosophy, mathematics, and theology at the local university. He worked as a private tutor until 1755, when he took his master's degree and was awarded a Venia Legendi. He remained a university lecturer for 15 years, working also as sub-librarian at the Royal Palace Library, until in 1770 he was awarded the professorship for logic and metaphysics at Königsberg. The Critique of Pure Reason, 1781, separates his mature from his early philosophical writings. It was completed and amended in the Critique of Practical Reason, 1788, and the Critique of Judgment, 1790. These works made Kant the dominant figure in German philosophy of his time, as well as a celebrity. From 1792 to 1797 he was in conflict with the Prussian king concerning the question of authority in matters of religion, as a consequence of which he published the text The Conflict of the Faculties in 1798. He gave lecture courses until 1796. Kant died on February 12, 804. Friedrich Max Müller was born in Dessau, Germany, in 1823, the son of the poet Wilhelm Müller. He became an Orientalist, a scholar of ancient languages and a follower of Kant's philosophy. His work was widely influential in ancient philology, comparative religion and the studies of mythology. Müller translated a number of Sanskrit texts into a modern European language. For the first time, among them the Rigveda, which was published by Oxford University Press in 1848. He was awarded a professorship at Oxford University and a fellowship at All Souls College, and he became a British citizen in 1855. He was the editor of the Sacred Books of the East in 51 volumes. In later life he also wrote on Indian philosophy and tried to popularize his academic studies. With his late translation of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason he sought to create a forum for Kant's philosophy in the English-speaking world on the basis of a reliable text. Max Müller died in Oxford in 1900. Marcus Weigelt studied philosophy at Corpus Christi College, Cambridge. He did his doctorate with Michael Thunissen at Freie Universität, Berlin. He lives in Granada, Spain, where among other things he teaches philosophy in loose association with the Fine Arts Department of the local university. Immanuel Kant. Critique of Pure Reason. Translated, edited, and with an introduction by Marcus Weigelt. Based on the translation by Max Müller. Penguin Books. Penguin Classics. Published by the Penguin Group. Penguin Books Ltd., 80 Strand, London WC2ROM, England. Penguin Group, USA, Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York, 10014 USA. Penguin Group, Canada, 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 700, Toronto, Ontario, Canada M4P2Y3. A division of Pearson Penguin Canada Incorporated. Penguin Ireland, 25 St. Stephen's Green, Dublin 2, Ireland. A division of Penguin Books Ltd. Penguin Group, Australia, 250 Camberwell Road, Camberwell, Victoria 3124, Australia. A division of Pearson Australia Group Pri Lrt. Penguin Books India Pvt Led, 11 Community Centre Panchsheel Park, New Delhi, 110-017, India. Penguin Group, NZ, 67 Apollo Drive Rosedale, North Shore 0632, New Zealand. A division of Pearson New Zealand Ltd. Penguin Books, South Africa, Pri, Ltd, 24 Srardi Avenue Rosebank, Johannesburg 2196, South Africa. Penguin Books Ltd, Registered Offices, 80 Strand, London WC2RK or, England. www.penguin.com. First published in Germany 1781, 1787. This translation published in Penguin Classics 2007. Translation, Introduction, and Notes Copyright Marcus Weigelt, 2007. All rights reserved. The moral right of the translator has been asserted. Set in 10/12.5 PT Postscript Linotype 7. Typeset by Roland Phototype Setting Ltd., Bury St. Edmunds, Suffolk. Printed in England by Clays Ltd., St. Ives plc. Except in the United States of America, this book is sold subject to the condition that it shall not, by way of trade or otherwise, be lent, resold, hired out, or otherwise circulated without the publisher's prior consent in any form of binding or cover other than that in which it is published and without a similar condition including this condition being imposed on the subsequent purchaser. ISBN 978-0-140-44747-7. Contents. Introduction, 2. 02.202 Further reading, --2, plus 02205 Critique of Pure Reason. Motto. 2.2, 2.6. CEETEEE. Dedication. EEEES. Preface to the first edition, 044. Preface to the second edition, 000-4. Contents 2. 2. EEEES. Introduction, 2-00002 EEEE. I of the difference between pure and empirical knowledge. 2. EEEES. 2. We are in possession of certain kinds of a priori knowledge, and even the common understanding is never without them. 2.2-20005. Ill philosophy requires a science that determines the possibility, the principles, and the range of all a priori knowledge. 2. 2. EEEE. 4. Of the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. 2.0. EEEEs. V. In all theoretical sciences of reason synthetic a priori judgments are contained as principles. 6. The general problem of pure reason. 7. Idea and division of a special science under the name of a critique of pure reason. Contents. I. Transcendental doctrine of elements. 57. First part. Transcendental aesthetic. 59. GLCEEEE 59. Section I, of space. 2. EE 61. 2. Metaphysical exposition of this concept. 61. 3. Transcendental exposition of the concept of space. 63. Conclusions from the above concepts. 64. Section 2, of time. 2. 2. 2 EEEE 67. 4. Metaphysical exposition of the concept of time. 67. 5. Transcendental exposition of the concept of time. 68. 6. Conclusions from these concepts. 69. 7. Elucidation. 2. 2.2. 0 EES 71. 8 General Observations on the Transcendental Aesthetic. 2 EES 75. Conclusion of the Transcendental Aesthetic. 83. Second part. Transcendental Logic. 85. Introduction. The idea of the Transcendental Logic. 85. I of Logic in General, 2.00000-85. IL of Transcendental Logic. 88. 3 of the division of General Logic into Analytic and Dialectic. 1 TETEES 90. 4 of the division of Transcendental Logic into Transcendental Analytic and Dialectic. 93. First division. Transcendental Analytic. 94. Book I Analytic of Concepts. 200. 95. Chapter I. Of the Transcendental Guide for the Discovery of all Pure Concepts of the Understanding. 95. Section I. Of the Logical Use of the Understanding. Immanuel. 2. 0. EES 96. Section 2. 9. Of the Logical Function of the Understanding. In Judgments. 2. 20. EEE 98. Content 7. Section 2. 10. Of the Pure Concepts of the Understanding. Or Categories. 2. 2.0. EEE 103. Git. 2 EES 108. Giz. EEE 110. Chapter 2. Of the Deduction of the Pure Concepts of the Understanding. 222 E800805 112. Section. 2. EETTE 112. 13. Of the Principles of the Transcendental Deduction in General. 112. 14. Transition to the Transcendental Deduction. Of the Categories, dash plus 117. Section 2. Transcendental Deduction of the Pure Concepts of the Understanding. I-21. 15. Of the Possibility of a Combination in General. 1, 2. EES 121. 16. Of the Original Synthetic Unity of Apperception, 000 EEE 124. 17. The Principle of the Synthetic Unity of Apperception is the supreme principle of all use of the understanding. 129. 18. What is the objective unity of self? Consciousness. 2. EEE 134. 19. The logical form of all judgments consists in the objective unity of apperception of the concepts contained in them. 135. 20. All sensible intuitions are subject to the categories as conditions under which alone their manifold can come together in one consciousness. 6. EES 138. 21. Note, EEE 139. 22. The category admits of no other use for the knowledge of things than its application to objects of experience. 005. 142. $23. EEE 145. Vil contents. 24. Of the application of the categories to objects of the senses in general. 147. G25. EEE 156. 26. Transcendental deduction of the universally possible use of the pure concepts of the understanding in experience. 159. 27. Results of this deduction of the concepts of the understanding. 02000 Brief outline of this deduction. 170. Section 2. 1 asterisk edition. Of the a priori grounds for the possibility of experience. 0.04. 121. Preliminary remark 2. 1 EES 125. 1 of the synthesis of apprehension in intuition. 127. 2 of the synthesis of reproduction in imagination. 6 OEEE ends 129. 3 of the synthesis of recognition in the concept. 133. 4 preliminary explanation of the possibility of the categories as a priori knowledge. 143. Section 3. Of the relation of the understanding to objects in general and the possibility of knowing them a priori. 2 EEE 150. Summary representation of the correctness and of the sole possibility of this deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. 169. Book 2. Analytic of Principles. 172. Introduction. Of the Transcendental Power of Judgment. Immanuel. 2. EEE 173. Chapter I. Of the Schematism of the Pure Concepts of the Understanding. Plus, dash 22,000. 176. Chapter 2. System of all Principles of the Pure Understanding. 1, 2. EEE 183. Section I. Of the Supreme Principle of all Analytic Judgments. 2.2. EES 184. Section 2. Of the Supreme Principle of all Synthetic Judgments. 6.2. EEE 186. Contents 9. Section 3. Systematic representation of all the synthetic principles of the pure understanding. 189. 1 axioms of intuition. 192. 2 anticipations of perception. 196. 3 analogies of experience. 203. A first analogy, principle of permanence of substance. 2. EES 207. B second analogy, principle of succession in time according to the law of causality. 212. C third analogy, principle of simultaneity according to the law of interaction or community. -2-22 plus 80 227. For the postulates of empirical thought in general. 232. Refutation of idealism. -0 238. General note on the system of the principles. 246. Chapter 3. Of the ground of the distinction of all objects in general into phenomena and noumena. 251. Appendix. Of the amphibole of the concepts of reflection. 2. 0. 2 CEETEES 264. Note on the amphibole of the concepts of reflection. 269. Second division. Transcendental dialectic. 285. Introduction. 2. 0. EET ends 285. I of transcendental illusion. 285. 2 of pure reason as the seat of transcendental I illusion. 2. EES 288. A of reason in general. 288. B of the logical use of reason. 291. C of the pure use of reason. 293. Book I. Of the concepts of pure reason. 296. Section I. Of ideas in general. 297. Section 2. Of transcendental ideas. 303. Section 3. System of transcendental ideas. 310. Book IL. Of the dialectical inferences of pure reason. 314. Chapter I. Of the paralogisms of pure reason. 316. Contents. Of the paralogisms of pure reason, continued. According to the second edition. Refutation of Mendelssohn's proof of the permanence of the soul. Conclusion of the solution of the psychological paralogism. 2. General note on the transition from rational psychology to cosmology. Of the paralogisms of pure reason, continued. According to the first edition. The first paralogism of substantiality. The second paralogism of simplicity. The third paralogism of personality. The fourth paralogism of ideality, with regard to outer relations. 0. CSAE. Consideration on the sum total of pure psychology, in consequence of these paralogisms. Chapter 2. The antinomy of pure reason. Section I. System of cosmological ideas. Section 2. Antithetic of pure reason. First conflict of the transcendental ideas. Second conflict of the transcendental ideas. Third conflict of the transcendental ideas. Fourth conflict of the transcendental ideas. Section 3. Of the interest of reason in these conflicts. 6 Section 4. Of the transcendental problems of pure reason, insofar as they must absolutely allow of being solved. 2.2 Section B. Sceptical representation of the cosmological questions in the four transcendental ideas. Section 6. Transcendental idealism as a key to the solution of the cosmological dialectic. Section 7. Critical decision of the cosmological conflict of reason with itself. 353. 378. 380. 387. 391. 397. 405. 412. 419. 436. Contents 11. Section 8. The regulative principle of pure reason with regard to the cosmological ideas. 447. Section 9. Of the empirical use of the regulative principle of reason with regard to all cosmological ideas. 452. A solution of the cosmological idea of the totality of the composition of appearances of a cosmic whole. 2 453. 2. Solution of the cosmological idea of the totality of the division of a whole given in intuition 2. 0 457. Concluding remarks on the solution of the mathematical transcendental ideas, and preliminary remark on the solution of the dynamical transcendental ideas. 460. 3. Solution of the cosmological ideas of totality in the derivation of cosmic events from their causes. 222. 463. Possibility of a causality through freedom in harmony with the universal law of natural necessity. 466. Explanation of the cosmological idea of freedom in connection with the universal necessity of nature. 0. 469. 4. Solution of the cosmological idea of the totality of the dependence of appearances as regards their existence in general. 479. Concluding remark on the whole antinomy of pure reason. 4. 483. Chapter 3. The ideal of pure reason. 485. Section I. Of the ideal in general. 485. Section 2. Of the transcendental ideal, prototype on transcendental. 1.2, 0000 EAAE 487. Section 3. Of the grounds of proof of speculative reason for inferring the existence of the highest 12 contents. There are only 3 possible ways of proving the existence of God from speculative reason. 499. Section 4. Of the impossibility of an ontological proof of the existence of God. 500. Section V. Of the impossibility of a cosmological proof of the existence of God. 507. Discovery and explanation of the dialectical illusion in all transcendental proofs of the existence of a necessary being. 514. Section 6. Of the impossibility of the physico-theological proof. 20004 518. Section 7. Critique of all theology based on speculative principles of reason. 525. Appendix to the transcendental dialectic. 532. Of the regulative use of the ideas of pure reason. 532. Of the final aim of the natural dialectic of human reason. 1, 2. 549. 2. Transcendental doctrine of method. 571. Chapter I. The discipline of pure reason. 574. Section I. The discipline of pure reason in its dogmatic use. 1. 576. Section 2. The discipline of pure reason with regard to its polemical use. 2.00000 593. The impossibility of a sceptical satisfaction of a pure reason disunited with itself. 605. Section 3. The discipline of pure reason with regard to hypotheses. 2.2-2-200000. 613. Section 4. The discipline of pure reason with regard to its proofs. 1. 621. Chapter 2. The canon of pure reason. 629. Section I. Of the ultimate end of the pure use of our reason. 2. 2. 630. Contents 11. Section 2. Of the ideal of the highest good, as a determining ground of the ultimate end of pure reason. 2. 635. Section 3. Of opining, knowing, and believing. 645. Chapter 3. The architectonic of pure reason. 652. Chapter 4. The history of pure reason. 665. Notes and variants. -0-2-.202 plus 085 669. Introduction. I am now in a position to publish a critique of pure reason. Within about 3 months' time. Kant in a letter to Marcus Hertz, February 1772. The book. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, though probably philosophy's single most acclaimed work, has remained notorious for being obscure and excessively difficult more or less since the day it was published. It has driven some of the finest philosophical minds to despair, or even, owing to the bleakness of its doctrines as much as that of its prose, to the verge of suicide. Many of Kant's readers have therefore chosen, not as a temporary remedy, necessarily, but as a more salutary activity altogether, a walk in fresh air. Most first-time readers will share the experience described by the Austrian writer Robert Musil of his adolescent hero, Toril, and when he stopped reading in exhaustion after half an hour he had only reached page 2. Reached, not finished. An unguided beginner, Turley could easily have got lost as early as the book's motto and dedication. Despite being bemused by the slow speed of its progress and the sweat that had appeared on his forehead, he had taken these first obstacles without faltering. Having none the less come to a discomforting realization about the task ahead. 16 Introduction. Of him he took a first substantial rest, then seized what courage he had, and ventured to read on. He believed that the task could be accomplished through concentration and an iron will, but instead found himself all too soon overcome with deep resistance and straightforward nausea. We can understand, with a minimum of experience, how the book could have come to affect him this way so quickly. The charming joviality and profound wit, which some contemporaries attributed to Kant the lecturer and gentleman, are so conspicuously absent from this book that one is tempted to question the credibility of those contemporaries. Instead, Kant uses little more than a few introductory remarks to reach conceptual cruising altitude and to maintain, as well as refine, a level of highest intellectual complexity throughout. Only rarely can the reader pause to recover his wits over a casual remark or a sentence that does not intricately elaborate on the previous and anticipate the subsequent. Kant's language, crammed into endlessly subclause and graceless sentences, each of which aspires to fill an entire printed page, is dry in spirit and pedantic in tone. And it comes as no surprise that Musil's juvenile hero got the distinct impression that while he was reading an uncaring force tried, quite unpleasantly, mechanically, and not necessarily successfully, to screw concepts into his brain. Nor are the immense problems that Kant's writing imposes merely stylistic in nature. The false preconceptions of our philosophical consciousness that Kant detected were so pervasive that he felt he could not present his ideas in merely traditional philosophical language. Max Miller, the patron saint of this edition, considers the Kantian idiom a proper language, but not along the lines that a first-time reader like Turland might expect, a fancy, hermetic language of questionable usefulness even to specialists, but as a lingua franca that every beginner in philosophy should master, a language that is hard to learn, harder to become fluent in, and all too easy to forget. The linguistic difficulties, furthermore, far from indicating mere peculiarities of the author, are part and parcel of the subject matter. The critique investigates nothing less than the nature. Introduction 17. Of human reason and knowledge, epistemology, and the basic constitution of the natural universe, metaphysics. As opposed to his predecessors, the interrelation of reason and natural reality is, for Kant, a matter of such evident complexity that it can only be dealt with in a specialized scientific treatise. Moreover, his scientific conceit does not allow Kant to make any didactic science for the benefit of his readers. His presentation, Max Miller reminds us, is always to the judge, never to the jury. The result is a book that is dry, obscure, in conflict with all customary concepts, and also wayward, as Kant himself expressed it. To an unguided beginner, once the first enthusiasm of exploring a text of surpassing profundity wears off, and once the slow stop and go progress turns out to coincide with no advance in understanding at all, Kant's book is no more exciting and just as perplexing as a first encounter with any treatise in, say, theoretical physics. It is hardly profitable, therefore, to meander through the maze of its doctrines without the support of tutoring and secondary reading. But even then it is likely that many will, like Turley, give up in premature resignation, and there is no guarantee that colorful hopes for being enlightened by Kant will survive the monochrome study of his text. Toril and finally capitulates not only before a dull and incomprehensible book but also before the evident injustice that matters which so closely affect us should be so inaccessible. In light of the following of Kierkegaard's thoughts, the task ahead may seem a little less unfair, though a walk in fresh air is always an option. For those who are not impressed, the outside material world is subject to the law of imperfection, such that those who do not work still get their bread, those who sleep increase their wealth, and those who work are impoverished. In the world of spirit, by benign contrast, there reigns a more perfect and divine order. And here those who don't work won't eat. 18 Introduction to the man. It was hardly to be expected that what is arguably the central text of modern philosophy, indeed all philosophy, would emerge from the remote eastern provinces of Prussia, and furthermore be written by a German pedant whose domestic habits are mostly told in zany anecdotes and whose name, when properly pronounced, amounts to an obscenity in English. Far away in a world apart from the bustle of Europe's cultural centers of the day, things were usually all quiet on the eastern intellectual front. Although a gifted academic, Kant neither seemed likely nor was expected to change this. His contemporary biographer, Jack Mann, relates the highlights of an ordinary after-lunch gathering. Thus, when Kant arrived at Green's Garden House, the latter would already be asleep in an armchair. Kant would not hesitate to join him. Then Ruffman, the bank manager, would arrive and do the same. An afternoon well spent, one may think, but that is not the whole story. Underneath a peaceful surface that suggests an easygoing academic life well adapted to the intellectual customs of a sleepy provincial capital, an untiring philosophical genius refused to succumb to the slumber of his reason, or most other kinds of slumber, for that matter. Kant rose at 5 every morning, not in response to an inner restlessness but to an outer servant, a former army orderly by the name of Lamp, who had been instructed to ignore any resistance to this routine, however occasional or fierce, on the part of the philosopher. The early rising may well have been related to Kant's wondrous belief that people are allotted, by fate, a certain quantity of sleep which, if prematurely used up by immoderation, will prevent them from reaching old age. Lamp then had to help his master out of bed because he had the habit of sleeping not under, but tightly rolled into, his blankets, and would thus adopt a cocoon-like state by means of an elaborate technique that is hard to describe, and which Kant could easily get Introduction 19. Himself into but not out of. Only in this prolonged, awkward, and motionless position would he be prepared to receive nightly visits from the goddess of his philosophical battle, and to deliberate the stratagems for the following day. If there are unpacifist overtones in the above, at odds with the Idea of Kant napping in an armchair or retiring to his bedroom. Let it be noted that given the recourse he has to a paramilitary combat vocabulary, philosophical disputes for Kant are not to be taken lightheartedly, even when not threatening outright war. Fair, his metaphorical handling of opponents is anything but conciliatory and at least endorses legal action before a tribunal of reason. Outside an intellectual context, Kant was indeed a peaceful and homely person whose adventures went no further than the lecture theater. Once Lamb had prized his master out of his blankets for an early morning advance on an enemy only to be found in books, he followed a mundane and mechanical series of predetermined household regimes that cannot be enumerated in detail without a touch of boredom. His was an inner battle, carried out peacefully under a tight schedule of lecturing and desk work with an extended break for lunch and a post-pran dial Sarose, both of which he would usually take in the company of equally peace-loving friends, despite the fact that when referring to the lonely quest of a truth-seeking philosopher, Kant has at hand a nautical vocabulary of seafaring adventurers. Social functions over, he would only rise from his desk for an afternoon walk that cleared his mind for a last tactical maneuver in the direction of explaining reason. He put down his intellectual weaponry in the early evening and went to bed at 10. Sleep was only a means to recover strength for his philosophical quest, for Kant would not truly put his mind to rest until he left the world of philosophy stirred, if not shaken. He retired to an inspirational bedroom that was never to be aired as a matter of scientific principle, the idea being that opening the shutters and letting sunlight into the room would encourage multiplication of cockroaches. It is said that Lamb managed to find a way around this extraordinary principle. XX Introduction. The short answer to the question of who Immanuel Kant was would be, take the universe in all its enigmatic immensity, consider it as a clockwork mechanism, and reduce it to a human being. If nothing else, Kant rose to international fame because of an afternoon walk that he would take at exactly the same time, over a period of decades, and whose regularity exhibited more precision than that of the local clock tower. One learns of hardly any daytime activity that had not been scheduled before its execution, that was not carried out in precise accordance with this schedule, and that was not doomed to eternal return in cycles of 24 hours. Even his breathing appears to have been executed in accordance with the plan. It is therefore not surprising that it took little time for Kant to become an object of ridicule, as much as about he was cultivating habits of order and punctuality that, depending on how one wants to look at them, are either comical or pathological, but which may well have protected the mental space necessary for the sustained single-mindedness of his inner battle. The uncompromising discipline that he had inflicted upon himself and his environment affected the most minute aspects of life, including the position of objects in his rooms, both absolute and relative to one another. There are no accounts of how Lamb managed to put up with this. A pair of scissors, thoughtlessly placed on the wrong spot or pointing in the wrong direction, would cause the philosopher disquiet, loss of concentration, and melancholy. At one time Kant, who was then living next to the local penitentiary, found himself severely disturbed by the introduction of mandatory religious chanting in the daily routine of what was no longer a simple collection but a choir of prisoners, with criminally loud voices to boot. In a letter to the mayor of K6 Nixburg, Kant remarked that surely the imprisoned hypocrites would not have cause to complain, as though such a thing could be prejudicial to the salvation of their souls, if their singing were moderated in such a way that, windows closed for the duration of the performance, they themselves should have to be their only audience. Kant's request for peace went unanswered. Introduction XXI. But instead of creating a fuss, he moved house, while not forgetting about this incident. This is from the much later critique of judgment. Those who have recommended the singing of spiritual songs as part of the family prayers did not consider how great a discomfort they impose on their audience with this noisy, and hence usually pharisaical worship, because they force their neighbors either to sing along or to interrupt their intellectual labors. Yet it would be misleading to emphasize the odd over the ordinary in Kant's largely unremarkable life. Most people, when closely observed, are odd in their own ways, and so was Kant. When it came to matters he knew nothing about, he often held, like most people, unbelievably ludicrous convictions and acted in accordance with bizarre principles. He is often criticized for never having traveled anywhere, but he simply belonged to that vast majority of people who never venture outside the vicinity of their hometowns, and whose knowledge of the world is acquired principally through reading and conversation. And although the list of his biographical trivia is long, we must not lose sight of the fact that, beyond all his behavioral quirkiness and pedantry, Kant was one of the finest, profoundest, and intellectually most challenging philosophers who ever lived. His hometown was Regensburg, a provincial capital in the far east of Prussia, known, Kant aside, for little more than the production of marzipan and a dish of meatballs. Born in 1724, he came from the modest background of a craftsman tradition, his father having been a saddle maker. Kant's superior gifts and intelligence were recognized early on, and despite the customary limitations of his social class, he studied at the renowned Collegium Fredericinum, where most of the teaching, when it was not itself Latin, was conducted in Latin. Later he proceeded to study mathematics, theology, and philosophy at the local university. He took his master's degree at the age of 33 and thereby seems to have set an example that was largely binding for German students. Until very recently, independently of his passion for billiards and card games, he was mostly penniless and therefore started XXII Introduction lecturing early on. After his studies, he earned a living as a private tutor in the surroundings of Königsberg, received his first regular income when he became sub-librarian at the Royal Library, assumed more and more lecturing responsibilities, declined an offer for the professorship of poetry, a matter of good fortune, both for philosophy and poetry, and finally, in 1770 and aged 45, received the much desired post of professor of logic and mathematics at Königsberg. Kant, the revolutionary in the realm of reason, thereby became the first of the major philosophers who are not independent men of letters but university professors. The rest of his career followed the safe tracks of academia, the responsibilities of which he did not give up until late in life, even though by then he had become a star. His death in 1804 was not just the conclusion of a private life but was a state affair. Kant was born, lived and died in K6 Nixburg, Prussia. A traveling adventurer at heart and in spirit, his grave is now in Kaliningrad, Russia. Kant is routinely dubbed the Socrates of modern times. It is, after all, one of the joys of philosophical anthropology to assign to ancient philosophers corresponding modern ones in whom their personalities and stock of ideas resonate. Yet this classing of the Königsbergian with the Athenian is as unprofitable as it is unoriginal. Even though they are possibly the two most famous philosophers who ever lived, there is no common ground even in the basic biographical data. Kant was a provincial man who lived at some distance from the cultural centers of the day, while Socrates, though like Kant from a modest background, his mother a midwife, lived in the most advanced metropolis of his time. As for that age-old antagonism between society and the local boy with a vision, Kant is its very counterexample and received Kneisberg's most pompous state funeral ever, while Socrates, considered a subversive seducer of the minds of the young, is its paradigm and received no more than a quiet state execution. There cannot be a greater temperamental difference between a dedicated writer who, like Kant, expresses himself in a timeless introduction XXIII medium and who does not like to converse about philosophy outside the lecture theater, and someone who, like Socrates, prefers the transience of talk and leaves no writings to posterity. Even of his lunchtime company, Kant requested that conversation never under any circumstances touch upon matters philosophic. He did like to spend time in fresh air, but he liked to spend it walking in silence, rather than, as was the way with Socrates, haunting the public squares and chatting up strangers with philosophical arguments. Nothing could have been further from Kant's mind, indeed more horrifying to him, even as a mere thought. Most ways in which strangers tried to approach him were as aggravating to him as any unscheduled disturbances of his self-imposed regularities, and seemed an intolerable intrusion upon his person. There are reports of Hammond, the most mindful of his contemporary critics and admirers, waiting behind an old elm tree to stage a chance encounter with the philosopher, but the result was only that Kant got very upset indeed. What is worse, given the increase in heart and breath rate when walking, Kant found it positively hazardous to lead a conversation, not to mention the added danger of inadvertently choking on an insect, which could have nothing less than fatal consequences. Kant was sufficiently preoccupied with this problem to write a chapter on the redemption and prevention of maladious coincidences, through resolution in drawing breath, a problem that Socrates would not have spent much time talking about. By and large, Kant, unlike Socrates, avoided the company of philosophers and philosophically minded fellow citizens. He did this not because of any conviction that philosophers as a breed are inevitably frivolous or consumed by the need to prattle on about their most recent publications. Some are, to be sure, and these one would seek to avoid in any case. He was certainly aware that in his field of study there existed colleagues with whom he could talk about bank accounts, ball games, or battle plans. But philosophers tend to talk about philosophy, and even if such talk is motivated by infinite charity and fraternal goodwill, it provokes some response, comment, or counter-argument to the XXIV introduction. Ideas and theories presented in print, the same arguments have quite a different impact. They can be simply registered without requiring an immediate response, or can be interpreted to suit one's frame of mind, and as a last resort a page can be turned, and a book can be closed. But in conversation, courtesy demands that the addressee react and relate himself. And this is, in Kant's view, a dangerous exercise, and one that certainly lacks the productive element that Socrates may have found in it. Philosophers, or so Kant thought, work best in isolation, in an unsocratic environment where people and the world outside in general are kept at a distance and under editorial control, and are never permitted to intrude upon the indivisibility of that fragile unit formed by an idea and its objective formulation in writing. The chapter on resolution in drawing breath is found in a little book entitled On the Power of the Mind to Master Its Maladious Sentiments Through Mere Resolution. Although this title is somewhat funny, it indicates one of the strongest and most impressive traits in Kant, and maybe the most general feature by which to start focusing on the critique, namely the desire for autonomy. Kant, contrary to what this book may suggest by being termed a critique, was a firm believer in the powers and virtues of reason. Reason in this book even turns out to be not a merely passive recipient, but an active creator of what it knows. Beyond this, Kant believed that there is no greater self-realization for human beings than to live according to self-imposed values, thereby rising above the constraints of nature and reaching our destination in the realm of culture. Reason for Kant is the sagest of counselors, both for resolving the small and the big issues of our individual lives, and for indicating the further path of humanity, be it in matters of science, politics, or morality. The autonomy that is at the heart of Kant's humanism affects all aspects of conscious life, and it requires intellectual integrity and discipline, a willingness to let go of everything that is contingent and vain, that merely distracts and is useless. Those who do not find this very impressive tend to be more generally repulsed, not by Kant's surpassing trust in reason, but by the whiff of abstemious rot. Introduction XXV. Estantism that emerges here and everywhere else in Kant's sphere, actual cosmos, and which is diametrically opposed to just taking it easy and going with the flow. Since Kant believed that reason, when sufficiently trained, could even take control over realms to which we normally believe it has no access, his attempts at self-determination could at times, like in the title of that book, take on comical dimensions. Or after he had sent Lamp into retirement because his servant had finally, and to nobody's great surprise, succumbed to alcoholism, Kant, noticing that from a sense of either loss or guilt he could not get his servant off his mind, wrote down a resolution to remind himself that he must forget Lamp. Kant was 22 years old when his first treatise, Thoughts on the True Estimation of the Living Forces, was published. It was the first in a long series which ended in 1798, some 6 years before his death. Many of his writings are not strictly philosophical, which does not just reflect the wide range of Kant's interests but the soft boundary that existed between philosophy and science at the time. Whether one chooses to regard the critique as the result of a sudden realization, the romantic version, or as a sequence of many years of reflective studies and teaching, the scholarly version, it is, despite an already impressive track record of publications, including a near miss at a competition held by the Prussian Academy of the Sciences in 1763, essentially different from anything Kant had achieved or aspired to before. Kant's critique of reason is executed in the service of human knowledge, and hence in the service of the very reason it criticizes, or critiques. It is motivated, like so many of the great works of its kind, by a profound dissatisfaction with the philosophical situation of the day, wherein a traditional rationalist school was under attack from a fashionable empiricist philosophy. Kant found that, paradoxically, the advocates of reason were just as harmful to the cause of reason as its adversaries, who furthermore began to take all the credits in the intellectual circles of Europe's cultural capitals. He resented the demeaning of reason and spent the whole of his philosophical life in a quest to specify and XXVI introduction, establish its true and its false workings, its knowledge and its illusions, and the conditions which make them possible. This, in a nutshell, was the agenda of the critique. The common view that it was torrentially produced in the 5 or so months preceding its publication stands in stark contrast to the fact that Kant had seriously planned publication some 10 years before. For already a decade before its publication, Kant was disappointed with these two opposing schools of empiricism and rationalism. It is not surprising, however, given both their exclusiveness and the lack of a third, that he should have run from pillar to post for some time before being able to write up an alternative. When he started working on it at a mature age, sometime around the year 1770, he was indeed ready to leap into print within a matter of months, but did not realize that, despite self-imposed deadlines that were all the harder upon him, owing to his affinity to precision and punctuality, his magnum opus would still require a number of notebooks to take shape. The chief constraint on his work at the time was that although he had an urgent need to communicate an alternative theory to the world, of which he knew more than a rough outline, he did not know how to ground, organize, and substantiate it. Moreover, he experienced more than once that terrifying evaporation of inspiration which appears to plague the minds of the vast majority of creative people. Seeing the critique grow in scope and size, and realizing that what he was doing was profoundly revolutionary in more ways than one, Kant harbored the belief that his transcendental philosophy would sooner rather than later be welcomed with understanding and appreciation. He had found a way out of the illusions under which philosophy had always labored, and had managed, for all he knew, to provide philosophy and his favorite discipline, metaphysics, with a definitive method and area of investigation, such as would never require any further revision. And he had done so in a system that was as honest, determined, and resistant to concession as other theories were half-hearted, undeveloped and amenable to conciliation. In short, he believed Introduction XXVII himself to have guided philosophy to what he calls the high road of a science. It came as a mild surprise that his book did not receive that special favor that is afforded by instant recognition. Nothing could have more keenly disappointed Kant's expectations than the silence that followed the book's publication, and the cold and reserved responses that emerged at length. Within a few years he was left without doubt that misunderstanding and rejection prevailed, which, from a historical perspective, is not least to be explained by the fact that the gentlemen who stood up to judge the book were for the most part philosophers whose own careers have since attracted something less than universal renown. Kant found himself obliged to rework sections of the book substantially for a second edition, which followed the first, after 6 years. But this second edition received as unforgiving a reception from Kant's admirers as the first had from his opponents. There have since been controversy and pummelings, occasionally violent, over which edition to regard as definitive. Opinions range anywhere from regarding the second edition as definitive and superior to rejecting it as crippled, disfigured, and positive or corrupt. When the second edition did not manage to set matters straight, Kant was prepared to spend the rest of his life substantiating a critical philosophy that he had planned to be a preliminary stage of subsequent material investigations, such as a philosophy of nature. And so he felt that, aside from some lesser writings occupied with different areas of philosophy, he had to produce two further, differently tagged critiques, one of practical reason and one of judgment, which elaborate on issues that are already voiced in this first 3. The project. Kant proposes new answers to some quite simple questions. For instance, what are objects? How do we know them? Or, what are, and how do we know, the laws of nature, that is, the laws, silly introduction, that govern the relations and occurrences in the world of objects? If in philosophy we ask what something is, we enter the field of metaphysics. If we ask about how we know something, the field of epistemology. Kant lays out his approach to both these disciplines in the prefaces and introduction, and he does so by taking a first look at pressing philosophical problems of the day whose urgency is no longer so obvious to us as it was for his contemporaries, any more than is the urgency that he attaches to passing over from 3 millennia of philosophical misapprehension to a scientific system of philosophy. This is even slightly baffling for many of us who are no longer quite as impressed, philosophically, by the knowledge generated in the sciences and are largely unwilling still to take them as a model of philosophy. Exactly the opposite was true in Kant's days. The new sciences had recently established themselves and received full support from a new theory that fought philosophical battles against rationalism, under the banner of empiricism. Rationalism, to distinguish it primitively from empiricism, grounds all our knowledge in reason, while empiricism traces all our knowledge back to experience. Empiricism arose in the 18th century in opposition to traditional rationalism, which it regarded as barren and dogmatic. It claimed experience as our principal source of knowledge and of evidence in the verification of knowledge claims, a source from which we also form all our rational concepts and principles. The experience it has in mind is not of the complex kind that we refer to in ordinary language. For instance, when we call somebody an experienced doctor, but is a simple sensory transmission that provides us with data of the external world by our senses, and is in its most rudimentary form the fact, for instance, of seeing blue. Basic experiences of this kind provide us with all means that are necessary to recognize objects and occurrences outside us, and so ultimately to explain any natural phenomena whatsoever. There is, consequently, no need to assume any overarching principles of reason which would contain our highest knowledge. Rationalism had itself begun with Descartes as a philosophy. Introduction XXIX. In the process of emancipation from dogma, namely that of medieval theology, Descartes was no longer willing to accept as truth something that was claimed in the exegesis of sacred texts, and which seemed inconclusive, and he set up reason, everyone's own rational faculty, as the sole authority and criterion of truth. Nothing in the explanation of the unchanging principles of the natural universe is to count as truth that can be doubted and is not clearly and distinctly perceived by reason. The concepts and principles required for this explanation are part of the fabric of our minds, such as the idea of God, of extended matter, or of geometrical figures, etc. In other words, our mental constitution itself yields knowledge, especially in the supreme disciplines of theology, metaphysics, ethics, and mathematics. This knowledge could never come to us through experience but derive solely from principles that we possess prior to it. By intuiting self-evident propositions and subsequently deducing additional information, reason, and not experience, provides us with our highest knowledge and exhibits to us, for instance, a perfect triangle, the nature of God, or the laws governing the natural universe. The model for all science is here the deductive method of mathematics and logic, a method which is adequate for capturing the principles of reality because these principles are already contained in and conform to reason. Hence Galileo's claim that the laws of nature are written in the language of mathematics, a claim that marks the beginning of that influential scientific activity which takes nature as a mathematically demonstrable commodity, the practicality results of which shape virtually all aspects of our lives today. A rationalist does not believe that we cannot gain any knowledge from experience. It would indeed take an exceptionally committed specimen to claim that a satisfactory result to an attempt to find out the room temperature can only be deduced from concepts of reason. But wherever we begin to be scientific, wherever rules and laws are to be formulated that apply universally or Sally, that is, to all instances of a certain type of event, a rationalist would say that experience simply does not have the same validity as deductive reasoning. We may confirm those rules and laws in XXX Introduction. Experience, but we acquire them by a mathematical or, what amounts to the same, logical deduction from higher laws already contained in reason. Rationalism is expressed in the grand metaphysical systems of the 17th century, those of Descartes, Spinoza and, relevant, above all for Kant, Leibniz. By the time Kant had managed to establish himself academically, the rationalist attempt at explaining scientific facts had become a laughingstock for the great writers and scientists of the age. Metaphysics, the supreme discus line of rationalism, had become obsolete and had been replaced with theories advocating empirical science. At present, it is the fashion to despise metaphysics, Kant more laments than observes in the preface to the first edition. His aim was to rehabilitate a fundamental discipline which desires knowledge of a reality that is more real than that of our ordinary experience, and which he regarded as the queen of the sciences all his life. Hume's philosophy, which Kant knew only in the version of the Inquiries, and which he claimed woke him from his dogmatic slumbers and made him grow suspicious of the rationalist enterprise as a whole, showed him that indeed the laws of nature cannot be based on pure reason, on mere deductive logical thinking, and that it is, for example, by no necessity of reason that water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. But he was reluctant simply to change camps. The empiricist doctrine formulated an intolerable skepticism, that is, it claimed that a large number of our beliefs about the natural world are either simply false or are, at least, unjustified. This includes our belief in the existence of permanent things, which for Hume were mere collections of perceptions. We would even have to surrender the principle of causality, for all the human eye ever observes when things change is a succession of their different states. Causality, the necessity in this succession, is merely assumed. Thus, despite approving of many aspects of Hume's philosophy, Kant set out to demonstrate the falsity of his skeptical doctrines. While ready to depart from his rationalist tradition, Kant held firm to a number of premises and convictions upon Introduction XXXI, which the faith of his philosophical fathers was founded and which empiricism was willing to let go of, such as the ideas of God, of unchanging morality determined by reason, of human freedom and of an immortal soul, none of which could be proved, but all of which could be seriously challenged, if sensory experience were taken as the sole basis of our knowledge. But he realized that these premises, along with the discipline that grounds them, metaphysics, could only be strengthened against empiricism by making them compatible with the new natural science and with the validity of its principles. Metaphysics, the aging warhorse of philosophy, could only be rejuvenated if subjected to a scientific regime that brought about nothing less than a Copernican revolution. In calling his philosophy revolutionary in the Copernican fashion, Kant evokes an appropriate image and is not simply blowing his own trumpet. For just as Copernicus had solved basic astronomical problems by showing that the Earth revolved around the Sun and not the other way round, Kant tried to solve epistemological problems by showing that our knowledge of objects, and hence of natural reality in general, does not depend on the objects themselves, but that, somewhat paradoxically, empirical objects depend on our knowledge of them, i.e. that objects conform to the way the subject knows them. And thus, while accommodating new truths of empiricism and protecting old ones of rationalism, Kant, in his system of transcendental idealism, goes far beyond the alternative of the two doctrines, and remains equidistant from both. He concedes that there exist principles of reason and that they exist independently of experience, but they do not contain absolute truths about the natural universe. Instead, they are mere forms of our knowledge and contain nothing over and above formal rules which govern our experience and understanding of the world. They remain useless unless they are confronted and saturated with an empirical content. And so, as soon as reason ventures beyond experience and takes its own laws to be the laws of things themselves, it gets entangled in unresolvable illusions. XXXII Introduction. And contradictions. Pure reason, in other words, leads to deceptive beliefs and the mere appearance of knowledge, and it consists in an exploitation of forms without content. While reason therefore contains much less than the rationalists supposed, experience contains much more than the empiricists supposed. Experience is not something that occurs in a simple receptive faculty, i.e. the senses, but is based on the fact that reason forms and mediates whatever the senses receive. The terminate and fluctuating modifications in our senses do not amount to an experience of the object that may be causing them. In fact, pure sensory experience is no experience at all, and is nothing over and above preconscious occurrences in our senses. These isolated occurrences remain outside our consciousness and cannot represent objects or qualities of objects to us unless reason collaborates, unless reason performs its creative and formative labor and only thereby receives the content of the senses into consciousness. Reason and sensory experience are thus united as sources of knowledge whereby reason must give form to what sensory experience provides as content. Separated, they are nothing, and neither of them by itself provides us with any experience or knowledge, or in Kant's famous words, in which we may replace intuitions with sensations for an initial clarification. Thoughts without content are empty, intuitions without concepts are blind. The slightly startling implication of this is that reason here creates, or, as Kant says, constitutes, the objects of its experience, and along with them the whole of the empirical world, the world, as it appears to us in our experience. Since reason refers not to things outside but to the transitory states of our senses, objects are first of all created when reason grasps and retains these sensory states, and combines them, according to formal rules, that it possesses independently of experience, into an experience of objects and their properties. The basic identifiable characteristics of an empirical world that contains individual things in space and time which act upon one another and have changing properties are not received, but unconsciously provided by the introduction XXXII, mind and then regained in experience. In other words, the world around us, insofar as we experience and know it, is a subjective construct. But Kant's revolutionary claim is not that we know nothing beyond what the mind has projected into reality. He remains an empirical realist insofar as he says that in order for us to have knowledge of the outside world we have to consult the content of our sensory experience. And so he is a transcendental Idealist not because he would claim that objective reality is contained in the ideas of reason, but because he claims that the mind constitutes empirical reality, autonomously as it were, and that the subject creates its object by providing the rules and conditions under which it is known. Kant speaks of the conditions of the possibility of our knowledge. Consequently, there is no pure knowledge of the outside world, based on our senses, and no objectivity of knowledge is possible, without being founded on subjectivity. The way we perceive the world seems to consist simply in receiving outside information. And yet, according to Kant, it is a rather complicated relation of first giving and then taking, and consequently any epistemic relation we have to another implies a relation also to ourselves. Kant is not thereby advocating a subjectivism, he invites us to reconsider the nature of objectivity as dependent on our subjectivity. Thinghood or causality, for instance, which Hume septi Cali claimed to be merely subjective constructs, subjective in the bad sense of representing something that in reality does not exist, are acknowledged by Kant as indeed subjective concepts, but subjective to a degree that all objectivity of our knowledge depends on them. They are so fundamental, so deeply rooted in our subjectivity, that without them no empirical world remains for us to know. In consequence, we need to reevaluate the system of our beliefs about the nature of the objectivity of our knowledge, an objectivity that is not relativized but guaranteed by and founded on subjectivity. Kant condenses such considerations in the claim that the conditions of the possibility of our knowledge are the same as the conditions of the possibility of the object of our knowledge. Third introduction. He does not deny that the objects of our knowledge may have an independent existence as what he calls things in themselves, but as such they exist only hypothetically in a realm to which, as knowing subjects, we have no access, and they remain there as the unknown causes of our representations of them, as a residuum of reality that, by necessity, stays outside our knowledge and apprehension. And so our own subjectivity is, for the investigating philosopher despite his empiricist convictions, the primary reality. For pure reflection on the objects yields nothing aside from acknowledging their indeterminate existence in themselves, whereas pure reflection on the subject, that is, pure self-reflection, or what Kant calls the transcendental investigation of our reason, enables us to formulate the conditions under which not only our knowledge of objects but also the objects of our knowledge are possible. Kant does not use the word transcendental to denote a transcendent realm beyond the empirical world, he uses it to denote a mental realm that precedes the empirical and which makes experience possible, that is, to denote the nature of reason as the constitutive principle for the world as we know it. It denotes a transcendence of our reason only insofar as it contains the conditions responsible for the basic features that we know of the world. A transcendental investigation, therefore, deals not with the objects of our knowledge but with the conditions of our knowledge, and it investigates the principles of reason insofar as they provide the rules which govern our experience and knowledge of objects. And although no knowledge results from it about the constitution of the universe outside these principles, about things in themselves, it yields a surprising amount of knowledge about basic features exhibited in empirical reality, the only reality known by our minds. In fact, Kant's idea is that on the basis of such an investigation we can establish a pure natural science, or metaphysics of nature, which formulates absolutely valid laws of empirical nature contained in the principles of reason, such as the principle of causation, according to which introduction XXXV all alterations take place according to the law of the connection of cause and effect. The absolute validity of these principles, however, is a function of the way that our reason happens to work. Transcendental investigation thereby aims to answer the most notorious question of the critique: how are synthetic judgments a priori possible? For Kant, judgments are the form in which we express our knowledge, and they may most easily be compared to declarative sentences, but they have the additional property of establishing, as Kant says, objectively valid relations with objects. The term a priori indicates that a judgment expresses knowledge that is acquired prior to or independently of sensory experience, and it is contrasted with the term a posteriori, indicating that a judgment expresses knowledge that is acquired on the basis and as the result of sensory experience. The term synthetic indicates that a judgment about an object provides information that is not contained in the concept of that object. In a synthetic judgment, therefore, the predicate tells us something that is not part of the definition of its subject term, and therefore tells us something new about it. Synthetic judgments are contrasted with analytic judgments, the content of which is restricted to what is already contained in the definition of a concept, to what we already know when we use that concept. It comes as no surprise that an analytic judgment should be a priori. In order to know that a bachelor is unmarried, I do not have to consult my experience of actual bachelors. Or, to use Kant's example, to know that all bodies are extended I need not go beyond the concept which I connect with the body, in order to find that extension is connected with it. But analytic judgments are thereby also tautological, that is, simply repeat the content of a definition that is presupposed. The temperature at which water freezes, on the other hand, is not something that I can derive from the concept of water but only from empirical observation, whereby I add to that concept a predicate which was not thought in it before, or if I say, all bodies are heavy. 30 Introduction. The predicate is something quite different from what I think in the mere concept of a body in general. The addition of such a predicate therefore yields a synthetic judgment. Just as analytic judgments are a priori, synthetic judgments are a posteriori. Yet Kant claims that there can be judgments which are both synthetic and a priori, that is, judgments that neither repeat the meanings of concepts tautologically nor express their new information about a subject term on the basis of experience. The above judgment stating the principle of causation for all alterations is one such synthetic a priori judgment. In general, the features that the mind possesses a priori to confront all sensory experience and to shape all empirical knowledge can be expressed in such judgments, and they tell us something about the nature of the empirical world as the result of reason investigating itself. We can even say that these judgments belong, as prejudices as it were, to the nature of our mind itself, and that transcendental investigation extracts them. Synthetic a priori judgments express the conditions under which the objects conform to our knowledge, thereby they spell out both the conditions under which knowledge is possible prior to our mind's interaction with experience and, which is actually the same, the most general features which any object known by a mind like ours will and must exhibit. Kant thinks of these creative or constitutive elements of our mind as properties that as rational beings we all share at all times, in all places. They are the minimal conditions without which there can be no consciousness of things at all. It is imaginable that our minds could operate quite differently, or that there are rational beings that experience and know reality in a different but not less differentiated way. But we cannot imagine what that would be like, for all our mental activity, including imagination, is bound to the forms that we have. The aim of that special philosophical self-reflection of ourselves as knowing subjects that Kant calls transcendental investigation is both to spell out synthetic a priori judgments contained in our minds and to explain introduction XXXVII how they should be possible, and hence how it should be that the conditions of the possibility of our knowledge and those of the object of our knowledge are actually the same. Kant qualifies his idealism as transcendental to indicate that it is restricted to the doctrine of constitutive principles of reason, and that it does not embrace the claim that absolute truth is contained in those principles. He is thereby an idealist who claims that the most profound features of reality as we know it are to be discovered in the depths of our subjectivity, but he concedes that there is another reality of which, however, we know nothing. 4. The argument. A common experience while reading the Critique is to find oneself in places like Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, second part, Transcendental Logic, second division, Transcendental Dialectic, Book 2, of the Dialectical Inferences of Pure Reason. Chapter 2, The Antinomy of Pure Reason, Section 9, of the Empirical Use of the Regulative Principle of Reason with Regard to All Cosmological Ideas, Number 4, Solution of the Cosmological Idea of the Totality of the Dependence of Appearances as regards their existence in general, and to lose track of, or to stop attaching any significance to, one's relative position in the intricate hierarchy of its subdivided subdivisions. It may be helpful to check the following sketch of the book regularly against the table of contents and thus to get a feeling for its complicated structure. But before following the steps of its itinerary, it should at least be mentioned that Kant's philosophy is presented as a system. That is, its doctrines refer back to and cohere with a single principle, which determines that not a single thought is to be isolated, and that every idea receives from all others a justification which it confers upon them in turn. The creation of waterproof systems of argument is one of the most durable devices of theoretical fertility introduction thought and one of the most venerable practices of philosophical man. But Kant goes so far as to claim that the systematic structure of his book is not a mere matter of presentation but reflects and reproduces in rational inquiry the very systematic form of its object, reason. If reason is systematic by nature, then rational inquiry is obliged to be systematic as well, and so it must have a conception of the whole in order to deal with individual issues. Reason, in other words, presents itself to philosophical reflection as the unity of a system, which can only be represented accurately with the help of an architectural design. The idea that reason, and hence philosophy, is systematic and that its parts are organic parts of a whole was binding for the subsequent idealist philosophies and culminated in Hegel's system of absolute spirit, and it was still acknowledged in the 20th century in Adorno's anti-system of negative dialectics. But there has, since Nietzsche, been a tendency to admire Kant's craftsmanship somewhat less than extravagantly. Those who do not find interesting the case of whether or not reason has a systematic nature can easily find, and his commentator Jonathan Bennett does find, Kant's system of philosophy simply grotesque. After prefaces and introduction, which present the background and aims of the book along the lines described above, the critique is divided into two main blocks. The first, the transcendental doctrine of elements, is much the longer and has, particularly in the English-speaking world, attracted rather more attention than the second, the transcendental doctrine of method, which voices the methodological implications of Kant's theory and which can be read as a corollary to the first. With elements he refers to the individual aspects that together make up the whole of his material theory of knowledge, critical as well as affirmative, and the doctrine of these elements divides into two parts of very different size. First, the short transcendental aesthetic, which investigates our sensibility. Second, the much longer transcendental logic, which investigates our reason and understanding. The aesthetic has no further important subdivisions, subsections of the logic will be introduced below. Introduction. 6. Kant has been accused of causing a veritable inflation in the realm of mental faculties, of which there is rather a long list aside from these three fundamental ones: reason, understanding, and sensibility. Reason, although sometimes understood as the faculty that encompasses all thought, for instance when we talk about human beings as rational animals, whereby we characterize, as Kant says, our whole higher, that is non-empirical faculty of knowledge, is, in Kant's technical sense, a more restricted faculty and indeed the highest of three stems of knowledge that he distinguishes. Its task, rather than to generate knowledge of objects, is to reflect, order and unify, in short, to systematize the knowledge gained through our understanding. Our understanding is, like reason, a non-sensible faculty of knowledge, but a lower one. It is our power of representing and knowing an object in judgments, and so of classifying it and integrating it into our conceptual framework according to rules, thereby exhibiting, like reason, the freedom and spontaneity of a willful activity. Sensibility for Kant is our receptive faculty, our ability to have sensations or intuitions of things outside and to have them ready to be taken up into consciousness. It is the lowest of our faculties of knowledge. Note that Kant does nothing against the traditional derogatory implications in the metaphors of high and low. Knowledge through our senses is low and bears animal characteristics, and it lacks the higher and cultivated dignity of a rational inquiry detached from physical nature. The distinction of receptivity and spontaneity matches that of passivity and active. Ity. To claim that our senses are passive and receptive would not be surprising to anyone. Slightly more surprising and less intuitive is the theory that our understanding actively and spontaneously constitutes empirical reality. But for Kant, even our senses do not simply receive and depict an outside reality, and so their workings need to be investigated in an aesthetic that is transcendental insofar as it investigates what our sensibility actively contributes to perception. Aesthetic considerations for Kant have nothing to do with artistic cases, but refer to our sensibility and the experience we have. XL Introduction. On the basis of our senses, investigating the conditions of our sensibility, the relatively short transcendental aesthetic develops the theory that even the elementary spatio-temporal properties that we attribute to the objects of our experience have their origin in our minds. Space and time are the two forms and elementary conditions of our sensibility without the aid of which nothing can be given to us, i.e. be intuited, through our senses. They have no independent existence in empirical reality, nor do they belong to the objects that are in space and in time. Things appear to us in space and time because of the way our sensibility works. Although space and time are empirically real because we encounter them in all our sensory experience and because there is no empirical reality that would not be spatio-temporal, they are primarily transcendentally ideal because they are part of the fabric of our sensibility insofar as it forms the empirical reality. contained in intuitions. Kant calls them pure forms of intuition, or of sensibility. Kant's term for sensory impressions or sensations is Anschauungen, unhappily rendered in English as intuitions. It is hard to find any other proper equivalent to it because Anschauung by itself suggests a visually produced impression, although both Kant and common use make abstraction from this visual aspect. And Kant's own translation of the term into Latin is intuitio, which, given that the ordinary English use of the noun intuition and its cognate verb stresses a non-sensible way of knowing or coming to be aware of something, may well have led translators into a laudinate fallacy. In any case, intuitions in this book are what the senses offer to our minds, and everything contained in intuitions is perceived in space and time. As human beings we experience objects in space and time, without being able to determine whether things in themselves, and independent of our experience, are spatio-temporally constituted. It would be a mistake to think that post-Kantian science and philosophy have accepted his view of explaining space and time. Einstein, for one, when formulating his theory of the relativity of time, was unaware of Kant's doctrines and its implications. Introduction. The transcendental logic follows the transcendental aesthetic as the second part of the transcendental doctrine of elements. As the largest part of the book, the logic encompasses the doctrine of the categories, their deduction, and the system of principles on the one hand, and the actual critique of pure reason on the other. In other words, it encompasses the positive and negative aspects of our understanding and reason respectively, such that the division of the logic into transcendental analytic and transcendental dialectic separates the investigation of the knowledge produced by our understanding and the illusions produced by our reason. Analytic is the positive discipline of transcendental logic, and in contrast with formal logic, which deals with the inner rules of thought, it investigates the rules of thought insofar as they refer to reality prior to experience, that is, insofar as they are transcendental and so give rise to synthetic a priori judgments. Dialectic is the negative discipline of transcendental logic, and it is dedicated to the critique of reason trying to create knowledge of the natural world without being grounded in experience. Here Kant shows that the pure use of reason produces illusory arguments and the mere appearance of knowledge, but ends the chapter by showing that pure reason retains at positive use in the practical matters of morality. The analytic is again divided into the analytic of concepts and the analytic of principles. The latter tries to establish the validity of fundamental principles according to which the concepts of our understanding are applied to intuitions. The former attempts initially to establish the validity of these pure concepts of the understanding themselves. It contains also the heart and soul of the book, the transcendental deduction of the categories, which is designed to show that certain pure concepts of the understanding are necessary for us to have any experience of external objects at all. And if by any chance the critique has up to that point still failed to separate the men from the boys among its readers, this immensely complex deduction will, in Chapter 1 of the Analytic of Concepts, the guide for the discovery of all pure concepts of the understanding, Kant, Sly introduction, considers what he takes to be the basic functions of our understanding in judgments, and finds that the understanding has 12 different categories with the aid of which it performs these functions, and they can be grouped in 4 sets of 3. The categories, or pure concepts of the understanding, represent rules, according to which the understanding grasps the data found in sensibility and turns them into an experience and knowledge of objects. For instance, we require categories such as substance and causality in order to have knowledge of a world which contains individual things in space and time that exhibit change in a process of interaction. Once they are discovered and identified, the categories need to be substantiated in Chapter 2, Section 2 of the Analytic, under the heading Transcendental Deduction of the Pure Concepts of the Understanding, which I shall present here in some detail. Unlike mathematical or logical deductions, a transcendental deduction does not draw conclusions from premises by deductive reasoning, but by giving conclusive evidence for why we have to accept a certain claim, here the claim that the categories exist in the constitution of our minds, and is thereby comparable rather to what Kant calls a legal deduction, which demonstrates a legal claim. The deduction of the categories is at the same time the deduction of the possibility of synthetic a priori judgments, because these judgments are implied in the categories. And so that notorious question, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible, receives its most profound treatment. In this section, the aim of the deduction is to show that, contrary to the empiricist's doctrines, categories must render experience possible, without arising from it, and so must exist in the profound nature of the mind prior to experience. Our immediate sensory contact with reality consists merely in the fact that we are affected in diffuse, unrelated, and successive ways in sensibility, and it amounts to no experience except for an indeterminate and chaotic one. All that our intuitions contain is what Kant calls a manifold, that is, an indeterminate multiplicity and sequence of introduction sensory contents. To create a coherent experience out of this chaotic manifold contained in our intuitions, we require, aside from the forms of intuition, space and time, categories with the aid of which we grasp this manifold and receive it into consciousness, a consciousness that we call experience. The categories specify the rules, or logical functions, according to which our understanding combines, unifies, and receives into consciousness those manifold contents in an act which Kant calls synthesis. Synthesis is responsible for the fact that our experience is one of objects and their properties, and there are indeed no objects of our experience that are not synthetic unities of a manifold. All unity in our experience is made possible by the synthesizing function of the categories. In unifying a manifold, nothing is actually added to it except for the formal aspect of unity. In that sense, the rules to which all manifold contents in intuitions are subject are merely formal rules, and the unity that is the basic characteristic of any object is a formal unity. The categories, then, provide necessary rules for all features exhibited by empirical objects, and they explain exactly how it is possible that empirical objects and their properties, far from being the cause of our experience, are much rather its effect. These objects are complexes created from simple elements that are given in intuitions, in an act of unifying synthesis. The unifying function of the categories is itself grounded in the unity of our consciousness. Unity in a manifold is created because our consciousness receives the manifold into its own characteristic unity. In other words, Kant founds the unity and hence the existence of objects on the unity of our consciousness, or of our subject, and therefore on the unity of the person, of each individual. The formal unity that is imparted by the different categories in different ways is nothing but the characteristic form of our consciousness itself. As subjects, as a consciousness, each of us is one and a single unit, of which the most basic and all embracing expression is I think. In fact, there can only be a Coherence of knowledge insofar as there is a coherence and unity of an individual person. Slip introduction. How can we explain the origin of the categories? We cannot. The categories exist as part of the nature of our consciousness and cannot be derived from anything. Kant grounds the categories in the primary reality of our consciousness, a consciousness that is at the enigmatic center of its philosophy and whose existence and spontaneous activity cannot be further explained. We can only look at its nature more closely and find that this consciousness is a consciousness not of another but of oneself. This self-consciousness, which Kant somewhat mysteriously calls transcendental apperception, is essentially a consciousness of the categories that belong to its constitution prior to any interaction with sensory experience, but by their nature making reference to a possible experience. And since the categories are rules, we can say that our original transcendental self-consciousness, or apperception, is a consciousness of rules for synthesizing sensory data into a conscious experience of things and events. The unity of this original self-consciousness is not only the highest principle that the deduction proceeds from, but also represents, according to Kant, the most difficult thought of philosophy. It is original in that it is the origin of all our principles of knowledge, and its spontaneous activity must be accepted as a fact that cannot be derived from anything. The features it exhibits can be subjected to transcendental investigation, but its ground cannot be further explained. The transcendental unity of apperception is the ultimate grounding principle of Kant's philosophy, because it is the unexplainable radical faculty, the Latin radix, means root, of our minds and knowledge, the ground of the possibility of the categories, and so the principle from which the necessity of the logical functions contained in them can be derived. It is a self-consciousness that originally contains no knowledge of the elementary rules of synthesis and hence a knowledge of a number of features that all objects that we can come to know must possess. We can discover this knowledge in the transcendental investigation of reason and, by means of transcendental deduction, demonstrate conclusively both the possibility and necessity of synthetic a priori judgments in the setup of our introduction X\4 minds, or that there exist judgments and knowledge in us before experience, knowledge that we are ordinarily not aware of and that Schelling quite appropriately calls ignorant knowledge. Or, to give another contrast with Socrates, Kant would say of himself, as an ordinary consciousness, I don't know that I know. The fact that it combines fundamental importance and prohibitive obscurity has secured the transcendental deduction of or monad place on the hit parade of academic text interpretation. In a complex argument, Kant develops his most profound thoughts on the foundation of knowledge and comes at length to the conclusion that therefore the manifold in a given intuition is necessarily subject to the categories, and that the categories are valid a priori also for all objects of experience. If the deduction fails, then these conclusions are mere assertions without proof, and there would be no sufficient reason for giving up a Humean epistemology that needs no recourse to a complicated fabric of a priori knowledge in the doctrine of our knowledge of objects. For this reason it is all the more strange that in relation to the autocratic bulk of the text, to which Kant affords a meticulous scheme of internal support and substantiation, this all-important section scarcely pulls its own weight and is only made productive when reconstructive commentaries of a highly sophisticated nature are brought to bear. In consequence, many readers feel that, rather than being able to establish the validity of the categories, it has the frustrating feature of proving in the end to have been about nothing in particular, as it seems to get the clues for its inferences from off the printed page. Hence the equally great number of people attempting, on the basis of what little explicit presentation there is, to reconstruct the arguments so as to make them at all recognizable and capable of supporting Kant's views, and others dismissing them offhand as, at best, Kant taking on more than he could handle or, at worst, neurotically inept. Given that clear-cut arguments proceeding step by step are conspicuously absent from the deduction and are replaced by a dense fabric of different arguments proceeding at the same time. Given the oddness that in a book of this size its central nerve, so the introduction receives none but the most rudimentary treatment, we may suspect that Kant was facing supreme difficulties in working out a satisfactory exposition of his theory, and the deduction is indeed one of the two sections he rewrote completely both for the second edition and on various other occasions. Aside from the great variety of different readings that the text allows, there remains controversy over which of the two versions of the deduction deserves priority, inclined Schopenhauerians denouncing the second as a perverted, deformed and corrupt version of the first, their opponents claiming the first merely to have an archival value and upholding the second as indeed truly expressing Kant's intentions, and yet others arguing that indeed no distinction between them can be maintained that would go beyond questions of presentation. A word should be said about the term knowledge in this context. Knowledge and know are the traditional translations of erkenntnis and its cognate verb erkennen, and are used accordingly by Miller, with occasional exceptions, Kemp Smith and, in the revised Micheljohn, the translations of Heywood, original, Micheljohn, Pluhar, and Geyer/Wood employ cognition and cognize instead. Kant himself seems to suggest the latter because his own Latin translation of erkenntnis is cognitia. Yet cognitia, erkenntnis and knowledge are common words that are known to and used by all native speakers of their respective languages, whereas cognition in English owes its meaning strictly to a academic definition. Only academics, but not all academics, know what a cognition is, or can give an example of one. When Kant uses terminology derived from standard German, translation should, if possible, represent it with terminology of similar characteristics. But even when philosophical discourse is the only criterion, the use of cognition is questionable because it would be anachronistic. In Kant's day, cognition had no use in Anglo-Saxon epistemological discourse. Hume, for instance, who is a major point of departure for Kant's doctrines after all, does not use the word even once. He uses knowledge when expressing in English what erkenntnis expresses in German. Introduction Slaya. There are various advantages that the translation as cognition appears to have. On a formal level, there can be two erkenntnisse and two cognitions, but not two knowledges. The plural of knowledge, such as the items of knowledge used in this translation, is always awkward. More importantly, it is argued that knowledge should be reserved for the German listen, and since erkenntnis lacks an exclusive equivalent in English, unless one wanted to make use of the archaic ken, cognition remains as the only candidate. But rather than being solved, the problem simply comes back after we apply a simple test of translation. If the translation of erkenntnis is cognition, then the reversed translation of cognition back into German should be kenntnis. This, however, is not the case. The translation of cognition is cognition, and that of knowledge is either wissen or erkenntnis. Cognition has the same use and meaning in German Academic discourse as cognition in English. In Kant's day it had no such use. We are back with the initial problem, except that there are now 3 words in German which need to be captured by only 2 words in English. It is a common phenomenon, however, that a word in one language does the job of 2 words in another. The English words universal and general, for instance, both coincide in the German allgemein, not always, but mostly. The OED states that no covers the ground of ger wissen, kennen, kennen. In this translation, therefore, both wissen/wissen and erkenntnis/erkennen are translated as knowledge/know. Kant, particularly in technical sections of the transcendental logic, uses erkenntnis not to refer to knowledge proper but to knowing an object in the sense of the mental activity of cognizing it to a relation that, according to some, should be expressed as cognition. Yet knowledge, too, just like erkenntnis, can be used in this way. According to the OED, this dual use of know and knowledge is a simple linguistic fact. To know may mean either to perceive or apprehend, or it may mean to understand or comprehend. The 2 aspects of knowledge, as possessive and dynamic, as comprehension and apprehension, are shared. Slay 8th introduction. By erkenntnis, and are a source of confusion not owing to translation but to Kant's original text. Erkenntnis can be a mere cognitive act, but it can also be knowledge in the fullest sense in which it is not even directly attributed to an individual consciousness. Wissenschaft erkenntnis is simply scientific knowledge. Kant did not distinguish the 2 meanings, and he is not explicit when he stresses one at the cost of the other in any given context. It is the task of the reader to decide if it is one or the other, or both. There are added difficulties, which can be no more than mentioned here, because Kant speaks of both die erkenntnis and das Erkenntnis, of knowledge as she and it would hardly be helpful to follow Miller's tentative approach, and to render erkenntnis as both knowledge and cognition, according to whether one or the other is appropriate in any given context. I have opted, for the sake of both simplicity and adequacy, for consistently translating erkenntnis as knowledge, thereby preserving in English an ambiguity that already exists in German. Back to Kant's argument, the analytic of concepts, which demonstrates that certain pure concepts exist as part of the constitution of our understanding, is followed by the analytic of principles as Book 2 of the Transcendental Analytic, which shows how exactly we are to imagine the operation of the categories in relation to objects of experience. For the categories to be put to empirical use, we require a certain class of principles of the pure understanding, such as the principles of the conservation of substance and the universality of causation, which govern the application of the categories to the content in intuitions, and which hence guide our empirical judgment. The book subdivides into 3 chapters of the schematism of the pure concepts of the understanding, the system of all principles of the pure understanding, and of the ground of the distinction of all objects in general into phenomena and noumena. In the schematism, Kant shows that the rules of synthesis contained in the categories can only be made applicable to the manifold in an intuition by means of a schema that spells out the condition of introduction x/lix. Such application. The schema belongs to our imagination as the faculty that mediates between our understanding and sensibility. Incidentally, a schema spells out a synthetic a priori judgment, and sounds, for instance, like this: the schema of the cause and of the causality of a thing in general is the real which, once it is posited, is always followed by something else. It consists therefore in the succession of the manifold, insofar as that succession is subject to a rule. The system of all principles, which has a number of important subdivisions, presents the understanding as a source of further synthetic a priori judgments that are rules for the application of the categories in experience, or for relating the understanding to sensibility. And it contains Kant's famous claim that the conditions of the possibility of experience in general, as contained in the constitution of our sensibility and understanding, are at the same time the conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, because objects are created in the process of unifying the manifold in intuitions according to rules of synthesis, which we possess as synthetic a priori knowledge, and that these conditions therefore possess objective validity in a synthetic a priori judgment. Kant presents them in 4 sets of 3 principles, matching the above sets of categories. The system contains the important subsection the analogies of experience, which spells out the principles for applying the categories of relation, and argues that experience is possible only through the representation of a necessary connection of perceptions. There are 3 possible ways in which objects can be encountered in time, either according to the principle of permanence, referring to the category of substance, of succession, referring to causality, or of simultaneity, referring to community. In the first analogy, Kant argues that in all change the underlying substance remains the same, and is neither increased nor ever diminished, that things can be transformed but cannot simply perish. In the second analogy, he argues that all succession in time follows the principle of causality, and that therefore the succession of cause and effect is objectively necessary. In the third introduction analogy, he argues that all substances in space are simultaneous and are in thoroughgoing interaction, and that therefore every thing in the universe has a relation to everything else. In the subsection refutation of idealism, Kant wants to show that our empirical self-consciousness is possible only if we presuppose an external world of objects existing independently of our representations of them. This thread is taken up in the 3rd chapter of the Analytic of Principles, which deals with the distinction of objects into phenomena and noumena, or into things as appearances and things as they are in themselves. Given the subjective constitution of our experience, we know things only as phenomena, that is, in the way they appear within our subjective framework. But we may think of the same objects as existing independently, and regard them as noumena or as things in themselves. We must, however, at the same time acknowledge that they remain unknowable to us. Obviously, we could not know them, and the laws governing them, through experience. But, more importantly, we cannot know them through pure reason either. We can and must acknowledge that they exist, but we cannot say or know anything more determinate about them. The short section on the amphiboly of the concepts of reflection links the transcendental analytic with the transcendental dialectic. An amphiboly is a kind of ambiguity or confusion, an equivocation of the concept taken as the object itself. It results from confusing the empirical and the transcendental use of the understanding, whereby concepts are taken to indicate features of the object itself, such as identity, possibility, or essence, and no longer receive their content from sensible intuition or experience. The critique of pure reason promised by the title of the work is first attempted now that the main bulk of Kant's epistemology has been presented. The second part of the transcendental logic is entitled Transcendental Dialectic. Dialectic, in contrast to what This term has come to refer to in later idealism, namely both the unity of opposites and the opposition within unity, is for Kant a branch of logic, and more specifically a logic of illusion, with the introduction li, aid of which he wants to dismantle the false claims of pure reason. This logic contains Kant's critique of rationalism, the gist of which is that we must not use the formal principles of our thought to yield a substantial metaphysical knowledge of the way things are in themselves. The furthest we can get is transcendental investigation, and although that yields knowledge about basic features of possible objects and of the world of experience, it makes no claim about the nature of things in themselves. On the contrary, it claims that things in themselves are unknowable. Reason cannot make true judgments when it ventures beyond the limits of possible experience, and to that extent Kant invokes empiricism against rationalism. Rationalist metaphysics, being based on pure reason, is a network of illusions rather than a genuine science. For Kant it is a mere pretense to knowledge and, in the worst case, degenerates to idle banter. Rationalist metaphysics, in its desire for knowledge of some thing that cannot be encountered in experience, makes assertions about what Kant himself takes to be the highest philosophical objects, that is, about God, freedom and the immortality of our soul. For their treatment metaphysics had developed three distinct disciplines that have been assigned to oblivion, both by Kant's critique and by the scientific spirit of an epoch that has no use for lengthy dogmatic speculation: rational cosmology, rational psychology and rational theology. The three major divisions of the second book of the Transcendental Dialectic are dedicated to the illusions generated in each of these disciplines. Kant's critique proceeds by showing that as soon as I make assertions from pure reason about these objects I get entangled in contradictions, and so he refrains from criticizing the material assertions made by reason, such as the claim that God exists, and focuses on its procedure, its method of inquiry and of generating putative knowledge, with the aim to impose restrictions on reason. Reason must not make assertions about objects the concepts of which necessarily lack any fulfillment in experience. Otherwise it ventures beyond the limits that are set for it and gets lost in illusion. Kant's critique presents no positive doctrines, Lee introduction, about these highest metaphysical objects. It takes an agnostic stance insofar as it denies the possibility of knowledge about them. Kant begins by clarifying the origin of the concepts of metaphysics. The first book of the dialectic, of the concepts of pure reason, determines reason as the seat of certain pure concepts, such as God, freedom, and immortality, as opposed to the pure concepts of the understanding which Kant introduced under the name of categories. The pure concepts of reason are called ideas. They are generated in reason as it attempts to explain the principles behind the world of experience. The idea of freedom denotes, with regard to human beings, our capacity to act according to the determinations of reason. The idea of immortality denotes the permanence and indestructibility of our personal souls. The idea of God refers to an absolute being as the origin of all natural things and laws. These ideas cannot be confirmed in experience and yet have a content independently of experience, the truth or falsity of which cannot be determined. But instead of providing us with pure knowledge, they express a natural metaphysical tendency of uniting our otherwise scattered elements of knowledge, and so have a regulative use that serves not to give any further knowledge of the world, but to structure and systematize, and so to perfect, the knowledge yielded by the understanding. Ideas organize the progress of our knowledge and make us desire its systematic completeness. Illusions arise when the content of the ideas is taken beyond their regulative use and made to yield knowledge, and they are as natural and inevitable as the illusions of our senses because they are as impossible to avoid as it is to prevent the moon from appearing, even to an astronomer, larger at its rising. Asterisk. The proposition, for example, that the world must have a first beginning in time is one that contains a natural illusion because we can plausibly make such a claim but have ultimately no means of establishing its truth or falsehood. Given that such illusions are natural and inevitable, reason must not only be criticized but also be forgiven for trespassing its own limits. Transcendental Introduction. Line. Dialectic does not aim at the gradual and total elimination of illusions, it wants to create an awareness of them and so render them, though inevitable, harmless. They must certainly not be raised to the level of so-called sciences in which they are taken to provide our highest knowledge. On the contrary, the critique of reason, as a result of self-reflection, concludes that we must refrain as far as possible from asking certain metaphysical questions, the answers to which cannot be given. The heavily subdivided second book of the dialectic, of the dialectical inferences of pure reason, is now dedicated to the critique of these sciences. The first is rational psychology, dealt within of the paralogisms of pure reason, a section of text completely rewritten for the second edition owing to a variety of misunderstandings it had generated. Its task is to investigate the nature and attributes of our soul insofar as it is a thinking soul. In seeking the unconditioned subject, as expressed in the judgment I think, to which all our thoughts relate as predicates, we make an inference to the existence of the soul as a simple, unified, non-empirical substance. But these are inferences that Kant calls paralogisms, or formally fallacious kinds of inference, and no real being that is supposedly denoted by the I think is actually, according to Kant, thought in self-consciousness. Chapter 2 of the Dialectical Inferences, entitled The Antinomy of Pure Reason, expresses the critique of rational cosmology, which deals with problems of space and time, free will and determinism. It seeks the unconditioned in respect of certain hypothetical series arising in the world, e.g. that of cause and effect, leading to such ideas as a first event in time, an outer limit to space, a simple substance, or a first cause. For Kant it generates illusions that are manifest in nothing less than full contradictions, or antinomies, each side of which being as plausible as the other. Kant has the contradictory claims run parallel on facing pages, for instance the claims that the world has a first beginning in time as well as a limit in space and that it has no first beginning in time and no limit in space. First antinomy, that a simple substance must exist and that a simple substance cannot live. Introduction. Exist. Second, that there is causality through freedom and that there is no freedom but only a causality according to laws of nature. Third, that there must be a being whose necessary existence is the ground of all contingent beings and that there cannot be such a being. Fourth, the antinomies can only be resolved if we accept the restrictions imposed on our reason owing to the fact that we have access to the world only as it appears to us, and are cured from the desire to make further claims through pure reason. For instance, the natural world is never given independently of the synthesis of individual aspects contained in it, and we can neither experience it as a whole nor as a possible beginning. The cosmological idea of the world as a unity is responsible for our motivation to look for a causal nexus between all individual phenomena in the world, leading us to seek a unified world, corresponding to our unified consciousness. But although our categorical apparatus is operative to this end, we must not conclude that there really is a world composed in such a unified way. We simply cannot know. The third chapter of the Dialectical Inferences, the ideal of pure reason, deals with rational theology and has a number of further subdivisions. Rational theology contains proofs of the existence of a most real being, or God, as the ground of all properties pertaining to things and creatures in the world. While an idea is a concept of reason, an ideal is an individual object, representing that idea in reality. In this sense, the idea of God is an ideal of pure reason. Kant goes through the list of proofs of the existence of God, which all converge in the ontological proof, and its simple claim that given the supreme perfection contained in his concept, God must exist, otherwise he could not be a perfect being, because he would lack the perfection of existence. Kant, however, argues that the claim that something exists can never add a predicate to the concept of an object, and instead is nothing over and above the claim that an object corresponding to a certain concept can be encountered in experience. If I try to derive the existence of an object, including God, from mere thought, I act like a merchant who tries to increase his fortune by introduction LV, simply adding a few noughts behind the figures in his account book. Kant's tacit characterization of the Christian sophists of all times as fraudulent merchants is rare humor, and maintaining a humorous spirit once he is in it, he follows this analogy by the dry comment that the sole difference between 100 actual dollars and 100 possible ones consists in whether I have them or not. Existence, or actuality, is predicated not by analyzing concepts, but by consulting experience. But when actual, the object does not contain more properties than when it is possible, otherwise, my concept of that object could never be adequate to it, even if I were to think in a thing all reality, except one, that one missing reality would not be supplied by my saying that so defective a thing exists, but it would exist with the same defect with which I thought it, for otherwise what exists would be different from what I thought. If, then, I try to think of being as the highest reality, without any defect, the question still remains as to whether it exists or not. Trademark. The final chapter, or appendix, of the dialectic concerns the regulative use of the ideas of pure reason, emphasizing the fact that the natural and deceptive dialectic of pure reason may none the less be put to good use. Although disputes about the nature of the soul, the constitution of the universe, and the existence of God do not yield any real knowledge, they serve to direct and stimulate our investigations. Reason leaves us restless to find, for instance, the cause of a cause, and its cause, until we reach an imaginary beginning, a first cause. It sends us to find higher principles with which to explain, structure, and systematize our experience. Kant implies that a unified experience is impossible unless thought goes to a certain extent beyond the mere task of ordering what is given. He claims that the ideas contain the motivations and rules to investigate in a certain direction, without which thought in general and moral action are impossible. He is thereby trying to reconcile the superiority of reason with the substantiality of the understanding. While the use of ideas has to be restricted from being constituted to being regulative in theoretical knowledge, they have an LBI introduction, unrestricted use in the practical matter of morality. Since the ideas of reason are capable of generating valid laws of morality, as Kant will demonstrate in detail in the Critique of Practical Reason, they can provide moral guidance in the evaluation and determination of our conduct. Kant concludes the doctrine of elements with these considerations and now tackles the second main division of the critique, the doctrine of method, which can be read as a corollary to the elements and which creates no serious difficulties for interpretation. Here he discusses methodological implications of this theory, such as the relations between mathematical and philosophical proofs, practical and theoretical reasoning, different kinds of philosophy, such as scepticism and empiricism, and the systematic nature of reason. The first of its 4 chapters, entitled The Discipline of Pure Reason, distinguishes the mathematical and philosophical methods of investigation. While they are both concerned with synthetic a priori knowledge, mathematics deals with relations between objects which can be constructed in pure intuition, numbers and geometrical figures, while philosophy is concerned not with particular objects but only with the conditions of the possibility of objects and of the experience of objects. Kant calls discipline the restraint which limits our constant inclination to deviate from certain rules, and in the end, destroys a trademark with the aim to strengthen us against the necessary illusions that the pure use of reason generates. In the second chapter of the doctrine of method, the canon of pure reason, he compares theoretical and practical knowledge, and establishes morality as the proper realm for a pure use of reason. A canon contains the a priori principles of the correct use of a faculty of knowledge. In the case of pure reason, its canon refers to its practical use, showing that metaphysics as a positive discipline can only exist as one of morality. In practical reason, we have the freedom not only to determine what is morally right, but also to determine our concrete actions. Through reason, we are autonomous, self-determined beings that can live according to self-imposed values. Kant teaches in Ethics that he takes introduction /7 to be the grounding and unchanging moral conscience of all peoples at all times. It follows directly from the principles of reason, and its results are as conclusive and unchanging as the laws of mathematics. Kant, in the highest stratum of his thought, is a defender of the ideas of reason and proclaims an entirely idealist morality, that is, the rules of our conduct can be derived from the ideas of our reason without reference to the empirical facts and circumstances within which actions take place. God, freedom and immortality are not merely regulative ideas that guide our thought in all its quests for knowledge, but are concepts that are necessary if truly moral action is to be conceivable at all. Chapter 3 determines reason, in its quest to construct an edifice of knowledge, as an architectonic principle. The architectonic of pure reason divides the kinds of knowledge available to reason and distinguishes its different uses and fields of inquiry. Once again we find Kant busy drafting systems, an activity that he claims is part of the nature of reason, but may well reflect little more than his obsession with neat classification and orderly designs. Architectonic is the art of constructing systems. For Kant, all knowledge, insofar as it is scientific, has to be subjected to architectonic considerations. It is the nature of reason to create a whole out of parts, to determine its scope and the position of the parts relative to one another, to order according to affinity, and the possibility of a highest inner principle or purpose. Reason has the unity of a system and can only be represented accurately in philosophical reflection with the help of an architectural design, and in a sense Kant's conceit was to build nothing less than the cathedral of philosophy. The 4th chapter is the final subdivision of the critique and bears the name The History of Pure Reason. Contrasting his critical philosophy with other kinds of philosophy, Kant indicates the possibility of writing a history of all previous attempts at determining the nature of pure reason, converging one and all to his critical method in the philosophy of reason. Laien Introduction. 5. The Critique critiqued. Kant bids us farewell without great ceremony, though not without some confidence. If the reader has been kind and patient enough to follow me to the end along this path, he may judge for himself whether, if he wishes to contribute as much as he can towards making this critical footpath a high road, it may not be possible to achieve, even before the close of the present century, what so many centuries have not been able to accomplish, namely, to give complete satisfaction to human reason with regard to those questions which have in all ages, though hitherto in vain, engaged its desire for knowledge. In the light of such aspirations, and so along with the majority of key works in philosophy, his critique is to be considered a failure. It may be routinely regarded as the single most important work in philosophy. It may be universally referred to as a point of departure in grounding new philosophical theories even today, and its effects may have been salutary upon our culture as a whole. But even his immediate successors, despite their admiration for the great K6 Nixbergian, refused just to execute Kant's architectural master plans for philosophical monuments to be built by subsequent generations. His critique has failed to become an unchangeable foundation for all further philosophical inquiry. Instead, it has been corrected, amended, and superimposed upon, in a way to which Kant would have reacted with something stronger than opposition. Philosophy, along with the less metaphorically martial endeavors of humanity, has not just continued its battles, but has invented some heavy weaponry to fight them with that was unknown and unimaginable to Kant. It may be helpful to confront Kant's doctrines with the criticism of his immediate successors in order to point out some fundamental problems, if not flaws, in his theory, or simply to gain a better understanding of his position through an opposition. Kant became, albeit involuntarily, the mentor of a set of philosophical introduction /9 cowboys, notorious for the disarming obscurity of their systems, no less than for their drinking habits, who have come to be known as the German idealists. Though himself an idealist when all is said and done, Kant is universally recognized and admired in the same academic circles that reject and or ignore the later idealists more or less from first page to last. Hegel's system epitomizes the enterprise of idealism, and it is not surprising, given his tremendous dialectical conceit, that he has attracted some passionate opposition and was already in his lifetime mocked as the Herr Absolute Professor. Kant's idealism certainly does appear thoroughly earthbound in contrast with that of his successors, for Kant was ultimately, despite his idealist convictions, an advocate of common sense. Although his transcendental idealism is rather a complicated piece of philosophy, it aims to show how it is possible that both our natural convictions, generated in common sense, and our scientific knowledge, elaborating on common sense, can be true. This, or so Hegel thought. He did by ignoring decisive implications of his doctrines implications that, when made explicit, undermine our trust in common sense. Hegel was determined to articulate these silent implications of Kant's doctrines, and so to demonstrate the falsity of our natural convictions. And it is against this background that the philosophy that Hegel recommends cannot just be dismissed as bogus and as theorizing caution to the winds. For even if it should itself be fundamentally flawed, it is firmly based in a productive critical reflection on Kant's critique. Since, however, the critical approach to common sense has never been in high fashion in a number of North Atlantic schools of philosophy, neither, unfortunately, has Hegel. Kant's lasting contribution to modern philosophy, even to confessed and passionate anti-Kantians such as Nietzsche, is the thought that our minds autonomously create the world of our experience, a thought which in a nutshell contains the idea that the world in which we live is a product of our labor, an idea which was soon to become so popular with Marx. Such a world can only be created, or so Kant thought, if we assume a basic introduction division of, on the one side, a pure non-empirical reality, i.e. an unknowable world of things in themselves, as the material, and, on the other side, a pure consciousness, or a transcendental I, which forms this material in the act of receiving it through the senses. The two are mediated in such a way that our mind contains the unchanging rules and conditions for this primary material to be knowable to us, to become the empirical world of possible experience. Hegel, and with him many others, claim that this basic dualism is not only not plausible but is positively incomprehensible. Firstly, Kant's transcendental I can only be imagined as bound to actually existing individuals, and hence as being, or attaching, to an empirical existence individuated in space and time. If this is the case, then it is already part of the very world that it is claimed first of all to constitute. The transcendental consciousness that supposedly constitutes the empirical world turns out actually to be dependent on it, and the latter has to be supposed at least in a rudimentary form for the presence of the former. Consciousness, if it is to perform the constitutive activity that Kant attributes to it, must not itself be part of the empirical world or imply the existence of such a world in its presuppositions. This, however, is not possible unless we disconnect it from the existence of individual people. Hegel felt obliged to go beyond an idea of individual consciousness and, while sticking to the idea of constitutive subjectivity, to postulate a universal spirit. Spirit, as representing the constitutive activity of transcendental subjectivity, is not just a big word but marks the attempt to find an answer to the aporias in Kant's consciousness as such, beyond representing a collection of finite empirical subjects. Secondly, the other side of Kant's basic dualism, his claim that there is a necessary existence independent of us, i.e. his idea of things in themselves which remain unknowable, is presented with such fundamental flaws that it has mostly been dismissed by later Kantians and modern commentators as unfortunate and irrelevant. For how can we affirm of a world wholly inaccessible to our knowledge not only that it exists at all but that it contains introduction /11 individual things as opposed to no things at all, and even more, that these things are the causes of our representations of them, i.e. that there exists causality among these things and between them and us. For both thinghood and causality are, according to Kant, found in the empirical world only owing to the application of the categories. On this premise, they cannot seriously be ascribed to a pure reality. At most the mere idea of a pure reality would remain, the idea of a diffuse existence of some kind of unspecifiable reality independent of us. It seems, then, that in his account of things in themselves Kant quite irrationally paid homage to common sense and its natural conviction that the world is a collection of individual things in causal interaction. Rather than agreeing with any wholesale dismissal of the idea of things in themselves, Hegel retains this idea and makes it part of the dialectic of spirit itself. Just as individual human consciousness is made an aspect of a higher principle called spirit, so the world of things in themselves is raised to this level on which the dualist opposition of constitutive subjectivity and pure reality both vanishes and is generated. Hegel felt obliged to assume the idea of a universal spirit in which there is only a relative distinction between things in themselves and transcendental consciousness, form, and content, and thus eliminated the residuum of a reality unknowable to us. The things in themselves are knowable and known in a historically progressing self. Knowledge of spirit, a secularized divinity that is both mind and matter, form, and content. None of these ideas can be more than mentioned here, but it may at least have become plausible that although uniting the extremes of pure consciousness and pure reality in spirit is certainly a risky business, it need not be dismissed offhand as insignificant and pointless. Instead of corrupting Kant's ideas, it tries, at least, to redeem them in a critical reflection on an intensification of the idealist position. XEI Introduction. 6. The translation. Max Miller's version of the first edition of Kant's Kritik der Reinen Vernunft has, despite its merits, in the last 80 years, been consigned to oblivion and disuse. The Encyclopedia Britannica does not even mention it as one of Miller's achievements. Even among academics there is confusion as to the identity or non-identity of Max Miller the translator and commentator of Kant, and Max Miller the Orientalist. Published by Macmillan in 1881 to commemorate the centenary of Kant's book, Macmillan themselves replaced Miller's translation with that of Norman Kemp Smith in 1929. Miller's version has since been found only occasionally in the catalogues of minor publishers. Max Miller, born in Dessau, Germany, in 1823 and died in Oxford in 1900, was the son of Wilhelm Miller, a second-rate poet who had the good posthumous fortune that Schubert put his verse to music in one of Austro-Germany's great musical works of all times, Winter Reese, or Winter's Journey. Not given quite as much to the romantic notions that were his father's, the young Max sought scholarly rigor and academic sobriety in the studies of Sanskrit and Indo-European comparative philology. He dedicated his academic life to the investigation of the history of languages, religions, and mythologies. Miller's close connection with England, he died a British citizen, began with the financial support that he received from the East India Company for his research, and was consolidated when he was appointed lecturer and fellow at All Souls College, Oxford. Aside from his research, Miller was the first to translate the Vedas from Sanskrit into a modern European language, namely English. Although his name is largely forgotten outside specialist academic circles, in which it is indeed honored, the value and influence of his work can hardly be overestimated. It should therefore be no surprise that in India the Goethe Institute, Germany's cultural representation abroad, is also known as the Max Miller Bavene. Introduction 13. Similar homage was paid only to Alexander von Humboldt in Colombia. An initially traumatic encounter with Kant's book succeeded in having a salutary effect on Miller in the long run. Kant's critique has been my constant companion through life, he affirms. Instead of teaching Kant to students of philosophy, Miller's aim was to address his material studies in a Kantian spirit. Having once learned from Kant what man can and what he cannot know, my plan of life was very simple, namely, to learn, so far as literature, tradition, and language allow us to do so, how man came to believe that he could know so much more than he ever can know in religion, mythology, and in philosophy. He believed that Kant provided the philosophical foundations and guidelines not only for his own research but for the scientific endeavors of our age, and that all disputes about these matters are meaningless unless they involve a reflection of Kant's views. We need not be blind worshippers of Kant, but if for the solution of philosophical problems we are to take any well-defined stand, we must, in this century of ours, take our stand on Kant. It was at Oxford that Miller, well advanced in years, decided to embark on the arduous undertaking of translating Kant's first critique. Kemp Smith's attack on Miller's translation as being noticeably not the work of a Kant scholar is unjust insofar as it is misleading. Although Miller was not a scholar who taught Kant or did philological research on his work, he addressed his material studies as a disciple whose personality, academic and private, was shaped by an assimilation of Kant's philosophy. His translation was to be a humble service to a book that he believed was not yet sufficiently honored in the English-speaking world. I do not think my time or my labor will have been wasted, if only people in England, and in America too, will now read the book. That is 100 years old, and yet as young and fresh as ever. Miller's translation of the critique was the third to be published in English. While taking substantial clues from them, his aim was to redeem crucial shortcomings of his predecessors. Francis Haywood, 1838, and J.M.D. Meiklejohn, 1855, and Ix of Introduction. To restore essential qualities of Kant's masterwork in a faithful English rendering, a quest that remained the aim of the three translations to follow it. It was first published in 2 volumes by Macmillan in 1881. Volume 1 was taken up entirely by an historical introduction written by a friend and colleague of Miller's, Ludwig Noir. Its second, revised edition of 1896 came in a single volume, and all that was left of Noir, his introduction, aspiring to none less than a comprehensive history of Western philosophy, was an aging Miller's Ave Pia Anima to his deceased friend. Later editions even dropped Miller's own introduction. Although its merits are greater than is suggested by the fact that it has been out of print for many years, Miller's translation has a number of features that one would choose to be modest about. The present translation is therefore something more than a reworking of Miller. Since my superior loyalty was to Kant, and since my understanding of the text is different from Miller's, as often as it is not, I have felt obliged not only to make corrections but also to retranslate extensively throughout the text. Translation operates in a world of imperfection and compromise, and it is easy enough to point out errors and suggest improvements. I have tried to avoid any arbitrary changes and to preserve as much of Miller's original as possible, and so to concentrate on clearing away mistakes caused by inadvertence or lack of word processing facilities, syntactical and grammatical inconsistencies, and quirks of Miller's, misinterpretations, omissions, additions, Germanicisms. Miller's text is littered with philosophical terms that have no good use in English and only unhappily resemble their German counterparts, archaism and obsolete terminology. And on making the use of words and terminology more consistent, Miller often renders the same word in different ways, sometimes with up to 4 or 5 alternative words in English, without any suggestion that a different meaning is intended by Kant's German word. I have followed Miller in his decision to break up Kant's sentences into shorter ones because German lends itself to a type of phrasing that cannot, or can only clumsily, be recreated in English. Since considerations of style are decidedly secondary in Introduction /15, Kant's own prose, and since ideas and their presentation are often inseparably interwoven, I have chosen not to eliminate every distinct Germanic touch, above all where it helps to clarify, rather than to obscure the sense of the original without causing intolerable linguistic unease. All translations of Kant have undamped German overtones, yet it was necessary to revise many of Miller's constructions because in his effort to reproduce the structure of Kant's Baroquish sentences with their numerous subordinated clauses, not only does he at times lose the thread, but he forces his syntax into overly un-English constructions. Miller's translation provided a far from fully satisfactory rendering of Kant's text, and so in a matter of a few years, Macmillan replaced Miller's version with that of Kemp-Smith for much the same reason that Micheljohn's was replaced by Miller's failure to express the literal meaning of the text, lack of a proper understanding of Kant's original and terminological inconsistencies. Kemp-Smith professed little esteem for Miller's work, yet the deeper motivation for him to deride Miller may have been to obscure the degree to which Miller's work is present in his own. He took over large parts of Miller's terminological and syntactical skeleton and rebuilt the text around it with the trained ear of a native English speaker, very often rearranging Miller's phrases without changing anything substantial in them. One could suspect that he worked more from Miller than from Kant, because occasionally he commits the same unlikely errors as Miller. For instance, he mistakenly adds an etc. at the end of the bracket that reads, imagination, wit, on page Bayin. The only other edition, German, English or otherwise, to make this mistake is Miller's. Miller inadvertently placed the etc. into brackets that each list two words and are separated by only two lines. Only the bracket, idealism, scepticism, etc., is correct. However, while the bracket, imagination, wit, etc., above it, should have no etc., it is not objectionable, of course, to improve the work of a predecessor with some more modesty and generose. However, Kemp-Smith might well have called his translation a substantially revised and terminologically improved Miller. See introduction. Since Kemp-Smith, there have been two more translations, one by Werner Pluhar, 1996, another by Paul Geyer and Alan Wood, 1998. This is not the place to praise their merits or to condemn their shortcomings. Let it be noted that the Geyer/Wood translation is not the definitive translation and edition of Kant's critique, that it was marketed as, if only because it is littered with a sinister number of errors, among many others the confusion of appearance with intuition on at least 30 occasions. 7. This edition. The need to revise Miller's translation has also provided the opportunity to make editorial changes in the text that have come to be accepted in the last 125 years of critical scholarship. The first edition of Kant's book appeared in 1781 as the result of a considerable time of intense work, after which it seems that Kant had little interest to spend his afternoons correcting the proofs. The printer set the book up in type with a large number of errors and variants over the manuscript, only a fraction of which were spotted by Kant. The second edition of 1787 did not fare much better, reconstructing Kant's text and restoring its intended wording has since been an academically laudable task, though hardly an enviable one. A large number of text-critical notes in this edition are derived from this scholarship. It has been customary for editors to regard the two editions as a single entity and to prepare an integral edition of Kant's separate editions. Modern editions therefore tend to be a little confusing. Standard German editions use the second edition as the principal text, if only for the reason, however unsatisfactory, that it presents Kant's final word on the matter. The principal text presented in this translation is therefore the second edition of 1787, also referred to as the B text, or simply B, the A text, or A, is the first edition of 1781. The fact that Miller used the first edition, introduction \17, as his principal text may sound like a negligible difference but is, in fact, substantial. The second differs from the original edition in minor and major ways throughout the book, some minor differences being major ones in disguise, but especially all through its first division, the doctrine of elements. It is generally agreed that there are inconsistencies between the doctrines expressed in the two editions, and that their relationship is emphatically not that of first and second draft. Aside from many minor additions and stylistic corrections, the second edition has an important new preface, a revised introduction and various substantially reworked sections of text. Our chief concern here was to print all significant variants of the first edition while preserving the image of a clean and continuous text. All variants of the first edition are therefore given in endnotes, with three notable exceptions which, owing to their length and significance, were integrated in the main text. The book opens with the preface to the first edition, AAIXXII, for the two chapters of the deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding, A95 to 130, corresponding to B129-169, and of the paralogisms of pure reason, A348-405, corresponding to B406-432. We have, partly for easier cross-referencing with the revised version and partly so as not to interrupt the flow of the main text, followed Raymond Schmidt's by now discontinued method of parallel presentation. They are not printed before or after the main text of the second edition, but the page is split in halves, with the text of the two editions running parallel top and bottom. The text on the lower half of the page in italics is the original version of the same passages in the second edition on the upper half of the page. Since there is an obvious difference of typeface, we think that the risk of confusion is minimal. All text of the first edition, except for its preface, is printed in italics. In a section of A printed in the endnotes, non-italicized words indicate that first and second editions coincide and so mark the points at which the two editions begin or cease to differ. Italics are only used to indicate the variants of the first edition. 68th introduction. Italics are never used to highlight text highlighted by Kant. To highlight such text we have always used bold print, as is also found in Kant's original editions. The section entitled The Antinomia of Pure Reason, B454, 489, has thesis and antithesis running parallel on facing pages. In the original, these are printed here as parallel columns on the same page. There are no footnotes throughout the text except those belonging to the critique itself. These are indicated in the text by asterisks. All other notes, indicated by numerals in the text, are endnotes. There could, for the purposes of this present edition, be no question of integrating an elaborate critical apparatus into the notes and variants, but we have included information which, for one reason or another, we believe is indispensable or sufficiently interesting for both the scholarly and the layman reader, such as editorial, text critical and explanatory remarks, translations of foreign expressions, or variants in the first edition. Although our aim was to present a clean and friendly text, a compromise had to be made by including the page numberings of the two original editions, which provide a common denominator for easier cross-referencing with different editions, English, German or otherwise. Two symbols in the text refer to the origin. NAL pagination in both editions and are spelled out at the bottom of the page. The symbol for B pagination is for a pagination. At the foot of the page, the indication e.g. B17 means that page 17 begins in the second edition. Pagination of the variants of A in the endnotes is indicated similarly, but the page numbers of A are printed on the page on which the endnote occurs in the main text. Given that more often than not only an approximate position of an original page break can be indicated in the translation, the indicators are here printed on the outer text margins and form either the first or the last character of a given line, for even or odd pages respectively. Introduction /19. Notes. This episode is taken from Robert Musil, Die Verworrengente. Sieblingsterleb, Reinbeck, 1968, pages 78 ff, or Young T. Derby, translate by Ethne Wilkins and Ernst Kaiser, New York, 1986, pages 92 ff. I Kant, Prolegomena, 4261. ITI. Kant, Critique of Judgment, B222n. The account of this frequently told anecdote is taken from W. Weiskittel, Die Philosophische Inter. Trepp, Munich, 1966, p. 215. 4a 8th. BB75. 6b232. 7br9. 7brr. 9b143, Brer. XB183. 11b197. Su. B35 3-4. 12b62 8. 14b73, 7. 15b88 4. 16. This quote and others below are taken from Max Miller's introduction to his translation, 1881, Volume 2. Further reading. For more extensive listings consult the bibliographies by Heiner, Clement, the Jens Timmerman edition, and by Werner Pluhar. In his translation. Principal German editions of The Critique. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Riga, Johann Friedrich Hartnock. 1781. This first and the second edition below are commonly referred to as A and B, respectively. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft. Zweit in die Verbesserung. Auflage, Riga, Johann Friedrich Hartnock, 1787. Facsimile. Reprint, London, Routledge, 1994. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, 3 RT7th editions, Riga, Johann Friedrich Hartnock, 1790, 1794, Leipzig, Johann Friedrich Hartnock, 1799, 1818, 1828. Immanuel Kant Systembleichwerke, Karl Rosenkranz and Friedrich Wilhelm Schubert, eds, Volume 2, edited by K. Rosenkranz, Leipzig, Voss, 1838. Immanuel Kant's Werke, Volume 2, Gustav Hartenstein, ed., Leipzig. Mozu und die Baumann, 1838, published separately, Leipzig. Voss, 1853. Immanuel Kant's Samgleichwerke, Gustav Hartenstein, ed. Volume 3, Leipzig, Voss, 1867, published separately, Leipzig. Voss, 1869. Further reading XXI. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Julius Hermann von Kirchmann, ed. Berlin, Heimann, 1868. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Karl Kehrbach, ed. Leipzig, Reklam. 1877. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Benno Erdmann, ed. Leipzig, Voss. 1878. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Erich Addix, ed. Berlin, Meyer and Midler, 1889. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Karl Vorlander, ed. Halle A.S. Händel, 1899. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, J.H. von Kirchmann, ed. Revised by Theodor Valentiner, Leipzig, Wiener, 1901. Kant's Gesammelschriften, edited by Königlich Preußische aka. Demeter Wissenschaften, Volume 3, Benno Erdmann, ed. Berlin. Reimer, 1904. The text of the first edition up to and including of the Paralogisms of Pure Reason was published as Volume 4, Benno Erdmann, ed. Berlin, Reimer, 1903. Immanuel Kant's Werke, Ernst Cassirer, ed. In collaboration with H. Cohen, A. Buchenau, O. Buck, A. Gorland. B. Kellerman, Volume 3, Albert Gerland, ed. Berlin, Bruno. Cassirer, 1913. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Raymond Schmidt, ed. Leipzig. Wiener, 1926. Immanuel Kant. Werke ins Expanden, Wilhelm Weiskittel. ed. Volume 2, Wiesbaden, Insel, Darmstadt, Wissenschaftlich. Buchgesellschaft, 1956. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Ingeborg Heidmann, ed. Stuttgart. Reklam, 1966. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Jens Timmerman, ed. Hamburg. Wiener, 1998. English translations. Critic of Pure Reason, translated by Francis Haywood, London. Pickering, 1838. ECI further reading. Critique of Pure Reason, translated by J. M. D. Mickeljohn. London, Bonn, 1855. Critique of Pure Reason, translated by F. Max Miller, with an historical introduction by Elmar, 2 volumes, London, Mac. Millen, 1881. The Critique of Pure Reason, abridged edition translated by James Hutchison, Edinburgh, Oliver and Boyd, 1881. Critique of Pure Reason, translated by Norman Kemp Smith. London, Macmillan, 1929. Critique of Pure Reason, a revised and expanded translation. Based on Michael John, Vasilis Polides, ed., London, Dent, 1993. Critique of Pure Reason, translated by Werner S. Pluhar. Indianapolis, Hackett, 1996. Critique of Pure Reason, translated by Paul Geyer and Alan W. Wood, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1998. Textual criticism referred to. In this edition. Erdmann, Benno, Nachtrage zu Kant's Kritik der Reinen Vernunft. Kiel, Lipsius and Tischer, 1881. Beitrage zur Geschichte und die Revision des Texts von Kant's Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Berlin, Reimer, 1900. Grillo, Friedrich, Druckfeller und Siegen den Schriften der Herren. I Kant, entries 37-53 of Philosophisker and Zierter. Annalen der Philosophie und die Philosophischen Geists. Halle, 1795. Nach RTGE zur Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, in Immanuel Kant. Gesammelschriften, edited by Deutsche Akademie der Wissenschaften zu Berlin, Volume XXIII, Berlin, De Gruyter, 195.5. Leclerc, Anton V. Kritis by RTGE zur Kategorie and Lehr Kants. Prague, Temsky, 1877. Mellon, George Samuel Albert, Marginalia und Register zu Kants. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Zielika, from Man, 1794. Willa, Emil, Verbesserung einiger Stellen in Kants Kritik. Further reading /XXII. Reinen Vernunft, Philosophisch Minute Chef 26, 1890. pp 399 to 493. Commentaries, introductions and other background material in English. Adorno, Theodore W., Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, lecture. Course given in 1959, Rolf Tiedemann ed., translated by Rodney Livingstone, Stanford University Press. Ellison, Henry E., Kant's Transcendental Idealism, an Interpretation and Defense, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1983. Beck, Louis White, Studies in the Philosophy of Kant, Indian. Apolis, Bobs Merrill, 1965. Early German Philosophy, Kant and His Predecessors, Cam. Bridge, Massachusetts, Belknap Press, 1969. Bennett, Jonathan, Kant's Analytic, Cambridge University Press, 1966. Kant's Dialectic, Cambridge University Press, 1974. Brandt, Reinhard, The Table of Judgment, Critique of Pure Reason A67-76, BG2-101, translated by Eric Watkins. Atascadero, Cal, Ridgeview, 1995. Broad, C.D., Kant. An Introduction, Cambridge University Press, 1978. Buchdahl, Gerd, Kant and the Dynamics of Reason. Essays on The Structure of Kant's Philosophy, Oxford, Blackwell, 1992. Caird, Edward, The Critical Philosophy of Immanuel Kant, 2. Volumes Glasgow, MacLehose and Sons, 1889. Cassirer, Ernst, Kant's Life and Thought, translated by James Hayden, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1981. Cagill, Howard, A Kant Dictionary, Oxford, Blackwell, 1995. Deleuze, Jill, Kant's Critical Philosophy, The Doctrine of the Faculties, translated by Hugh Tomlinson and Barbara Haberjam, London, Athlone Press, 1985. Eyes of further reading. Fisher, Kuno, A Commentary on Kant's Critic of Pure Reason. Translated by John Pentland Mahaffey, London, Longmans. Green & Co., 1866. Reprinted New York, Garland, 1976. Geyer, Paul, Kant and the Claims of Knowledge, Cambridge University Press, 1987. Ed., The Cambridge Companion to Kant, Cambridge, Cam. Bridge University Press, 1992. Heidegger, Martin, Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, translated by Richard Taft, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1990. Henrik, Dieter, The Unity of Reason. Essays on Kant's Philos. Offie, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1994. Jaspers, Karl, Kant, translated by Ralph Manheim, New York. Harcourt, Brace and World, 1962. Kemp, John, The Philosophy of Kant, Oxford University Press, 1968. Kemp-Smith, Norman, A Commentary to Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, London, Macmillan, 1918, various reprints. Corner, Stephen, Kant, Harmonsworth, Penguin Books, 1955. Neiman, Susan, The Unity of Reason. Rereading Kant, New York, Oxford University Press, 1994. Peyton, Herbert James, Kant's Metaphysics of Experience, A. Commentary on the First Half of the Critique der Reinen ver. Nunfeet, 2 vols, London, Allen and Unwin, 1936. Reich, Klaus, The Completeness of Kant's Table of Judgments. Translated by Jane Miller and Michael Losonsky, Stanford University Press, 1992. Schultz, Johann, A.M. Exposition of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, translated by James C. Morrison, Ottawa, University of Ottawa Press, 1995. Stockhammer, Morris, Kant Dictionary, New York, Philosophy. Kell Library, 1972. Strawson, Peter F., The Bounds of Sense, An Essay on Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, London, Methuen, 1966. Wenger, Hans, The Philosophy of As If, A System of the Theoretical, Practical, and Religious Fictions of Mankind. Further reading XXV. Translated by C.K. Ogden, London, Paul, Trench, Trubner. 1924. Walker, Ralph C.S., ed., Kant on Pure Reason, Oxford University Press, 1982. Weldon, Thomas Dewar, Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1958. First edition was published as Introduction to Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1945. Wolfe, Robert Paul, Kant's Theory of Mental Activity, A Comment. Theory on the Transcendental Analytic of the Critique of Pure Reason, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1963. Ed. Kant, A Collection of Critical Essays, Garden City. Anchor Books, 1968. German commentaries, introductions, and other background material not available in English. Karl, Wolfgang, Die Transzendental Diskussion der Kategorien. In der ersten Auflage Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Frankfurt. A.M., Klostermann, 1992. Cohen, Hermann, Kant's Theory der Erfahrung, Berlin. Daimler, 1871. 5th edition, Hildesheim, Olms, 1987. Kommentar zu Immanuel Kant's Kritik der Reinen Vernunft. Leipzig 1907. Reprinted in Werke, Volume 4, Hildesheim, Olms. 1978. Cornelius, Hans, Kommentar zu Kant's Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, Erlangen, Verlag der Philosophischen Akademie, 1926. Kramer, Konrad, Nick Rain Synthetis Gertile Priori. Ein. Problem der Transzendental Philosophie Immanuel Kants. Heidelberg, Winter, 1985. Eisler, Rudolf, Kant Lexikon, Berlin, Midler, 1930. Numerous reprints. Erdmann, Benno, Die Idee von Kant's Kritik der Reinen Vernunft. In Historisch Untersuchung, Berlin, Reimer, 1917. See further reading. Fisher, Kuno, Immanuel Kant und die Seine Lehre, 2 volumes, 6th edition, Heidelberg, Winter, 1928. Heidmann, Ingeborg, and Ritzel, Wolfgang, eds, by RTG Zur. Kritik der Reinen Vernunft 1781-1981, Berlin, De Gruyter. 1981. Heimso F. Heinz, Transcendental Dialectic. Ein Kommentar zu Kant's Kritik der Reinen Vernunft, 4 volumes, Berlin, De Gruyter. 1966-71. Henrik, Dieter, Selbstverhältnisse. Gedanken und die Auslegungen. Zu den Grundlagen der klassischen Philosophie. Stuttgart, Reklam, 1982. Horster, Ditlev, Kant zur Einführung, Marburg, Junius Verlag. 1982. Copper, Joachim and Malvier, Rudolf, eds, Materialien zu Kants. Kritik der reinen Vernunft, Frankfurt am, Surkamp, 1975. eds, Immanuel Kant zu Ehren, Frankfurt am, Surkamp. 1975. Recke, Heinrich, Systematisches Handlexikon zu Kants Kritik. Der reinen Vernunft, Leipzig, Miner, 1929. Hamburg. Miner, 1991. Schulz, Uwe, Immanuel Kant in Selbstzugnissen und die Bilderku. Menten, Reinbeck, Roald, 1965. Wenger, Hans, Kommentar zu Kants Kritik der reinen Ver. Nunfeet, 2 volumes, Volume 1, Stuttgart, Spiemann, 1881, Volume 2, Stuttgart, Berlin, Leipzig, Deutsche Verlagsgesellschaft, 1892. Reprinted, Allen, Scientia, 1970. Valentiner, Theodor, Kant und die Seine Lehre. In Einführung. Die Kritische Philosophie, Stuttgart, Reklam, 1949. Vorländer, Karl, Immanuel Kant, Der Mann und das Werk, 2 volumes, Leipzig, Miner, 1924. Critique of Pure Reason. Bacco de Verilimia. Instauratio Magna. Prefacia. De nobis ipsa salmus, de reautum, qui agitur, petimus, ut. Hominesium non opinionum, sed opus esse cogitant, ac pro. Certo habeant, non sectae nos aliquis, aut placidi, sed utilitatis. Et amplitudinus humani fundamentum olari. Deant ut sui com. Modis equi, in commune consultant, et ipsa in partum. Venient. Praeterea ut bene sprint, nec instaurationum. Nostrum ut quidem infinitum et ultra mortali fincant, et animo. Concipiant, quam reversit infinity auroris finus et terminus. Legitimus. Bii. To His Excellency. The Royal Minister of State. Baron von Zedlitz. By Aii. Sir. To further, so far as in us lies, the growth of the sciences is to work in your Excellency's own interest, an interest that is most intimately connected with them, not only through the exalted position of a patron of science, but through the far more intimate relation of a lover and enlightened judge. For that reason I avail myself of the only means within my power of proving my great attitude for the gracious confidence with which your Excellency honors me, as if I too could help towards your noble aim. To the same gracious attention with which your Excellency has honored the first edition of this work, I now dedicate also this second edition, and commend all other concerns of my literary vocation to your special protection, and remain with profound respect, your Excellency's humble, most obedient servant, Immanuel Kant. Königsberg, April 23, 1787 degrees. By 6 IV, v. 6. Preface to the first edition asterisk. Our reason has the peculiar fate that, with reference to one class of its knowledge, it is always troubled by questions which it cannot ignore because they are prescribed by the very nature of reason itself, and which it cannot answer because they transcend the powers of human reason. Nor is human reason to be blamed for getting into this perplex. Ity. It begins with principles the use of which is inevitable in the course of experience and at the same time sufficiently supported by it. With these principles it rises, as required by the ways of its nature, higher and higher to more remote conditions. But when it becomes aware that in this manner its work would remain forever incomplete, because the questions never cease, it finds itself constrained to take refuge in principles which exceed every possible application in experience and nevertheless seem so little. Suspect that even ordinary human reason agrees with them. Thus, reason becomes involved in darkness and contradictions, from which, no doubt, it may conclude that errors must be lurking somewhere, but it is unable to discover them because the principles which it follows transcend the limits of all experience and thus no longer acknowledge any empirical test. The battlefield of these endless controversies is called metaphysics. There was a time when metaphysics was called the queen of all the sciences, and if the will were taken for the deed, the exceeding importance of her subject matter might well have secured for her this title of honor. At present, it is the fashion to despise metaphysics, and the poor matron, forlorn and forsaken. Aai. 8. 6. Critique of Pure Reason. Laments like Hecuba, modo maxima rerum, ta generis natisc. Potens nuctra horexol, in ops, obid, metam. Degree. At first the rule of metaphysics, under the administration of the dogmatists, was despotic. But as the legislation still bore the traces of an ancient barbarism, intestine wars broke out and she gradually degenerated to complete anarchy, and the sceptics, a kind of nomads who despised all settled cultivation of the land, disrupted civil society from time to time. Fortunately their number was small, and they could not prevent the old settlers from returning to cultivate the grounds afresh, though without any fixed plan or agreement. Indeed, not long ago one might have thought that all these quarrels would be settled and the legitimacy of her claims decided once and for all through a certain physiology of the human understanding, the work of the celebrated Locke. But, though the birth of that alleged queen was traced back to the lowest mob of common experience, which ought to have justly rendered her claims very suspect, yet, as that genealogy was in fact falsely ascribed to her, the old queen continued to maintain her claims, and thus everything fell back into the old rotten dogmatism, and thence into the contempt from which the metaphysical science was to have been rescued. At present, after everything has been tried and, so they say, tried in vain, there reign in the sciences weariness and complete indifferentism, which is the mother of chaos and night, but at the same time also the origin, or at least the prelude, of an approaching reform and enlightenment after an ill-applied study, has rendered them dark, confused and useless. For it is vain to assume an artificial indifference concerning inquiries the object of which cannot be indifferent to human nature. Nay, those supposed indifferentists, however they may try to disguise themselves by changing the terminology of the schools into popular language, if they think anything at all, fall back inevitably into those very metaphysical dogmas which they profess so greatly to despise. Nonetheless this indifference, showing itself in the very midst of the most flourishing state of all sciences, and affecting precisely those sciences the knowledge. X. Preface to the first edition 7. Of which, if such could be attained, we would least of all surrender, is a phenomenon well worthy of our attention and consideration. It is clearly the result, not of carelessness but of the mature judgment asterisk of our age, which will no longer rest satisfied with the mere appearance of knowledge. It is, at the same time, a powerful appeal to reason to undertake anew the most difficult of its tasks, namely that of self-knowledge, and to institute a court of appeal which should protect reason in its rightful claims, but dismiss all groundless pretensions, and to do this not by means of despotic decrees but according to the eternal and unalterable laws of reason. This court of appeal is no other than the critique of pure reason itself. I do not mean by this a critique of books and systems, but of the faculty of reason in general, touching that whole class of knowledge after which it may strive independently of all experience. Hence I mean by this the decision about the possibility or impossibility of metaphysics in general, and the determination of its sources, its range, and its limits, and all this according to principles. This, the only way that was left, I have followed, and I flatter myself that I have thus removed all those errors which have hitherto set reason, in its non-empirical use, at variance with itself. I have not evaded its questions by pleading the incapacity of human reason, but, rather, I have specified them according to *. Now and then we hear complaints about the shallowness of thought in our age, and about the decay of sound science. But I do not see that sciences which rest on a solid foundation, such as mathematics, natural science, etc., deserve this reproach in the least. On the contrary, they maintain their old reputation of soundness and, with regard to natural science, even surpass it. The same spirit would manifest itself in other branches of knowledge, if only their principles had first been properly corrected. Until this is done, indifference and doubt, and ultimately severe criticism, are, rather, proofs of sound thought. Our age is the very age of criticism, and everything must submit to it. Religion, on the strength of its sanctity, and legislation, on the strength of its majesty, try to exempt themselves from it, but they thereby arouse a just suspicion, and cannot claim that sincere respect which reason grants only to that which has been able to withstand its free and open examination. Axi 12. 8. Critique of pure reason. Principles and, after having discovered the point at which reason begins to misunderstand itself, resolve them to its complete satisfaction. It is true that the answer to those questions is not such as a curiosity enamored of dogma might have wished for. Such curiosity, namely, could not have been satisfied except by magical tricks, in which I am no adept. But presumably this was not the natural inclination of our reason in any case, and the duty of philosophy was to remove the deception which arose from false interpretation, even though many a prized and cherished dream should vanish at the same time. In my work I have chiefly aimed at comprehensiveness, and I venture to maintain that there ought not to be one single metaphysical problem that has not been solved here, or at least to the solution of which the key has not been supplied. In fact, pure reason is so perfect a unity that, if its principle should prove insufficient to answer any one of the many questions stated by its very nature, one might throw it away altogether, as an inadequate and unreliable response to any of the other questions. In saying this I fancy I observe in the face of my readers an expression of indignation, mixed with contempt at pretensions, apparently so vainglorious and extravagant, and yet they are incomparably more moderate than those made by the writer of the commonest essay professing to prove, say, the simple nature of the soul or the necessity of the first beginning of the world. For, while he pretends to extend human knowledge beyond all limits of possible experience, I confess most humbly that this is entirely beyond my power. I mean only to treat of reason itself and its pure thinking, comprehensive knowledge of which I do not have to look very far to find, considering that it is to be found within myself. Common logic gives an instance of how all the simple acts of reason can be enumerated completely and systematically. My question is what we can hope to achieve with reason when all the material and assistance of experience are taken away. All this is with regard to the completeness in achieving every single purpose, and the comprehensiveness in achieving all of them together, purposes set for us not by a casual idea but Axi 8, 14. Preface to the first edition 9. By the nature of knowledge itself, as the matter of our critical inquiry. Besides this, certainty and clarity with regard to its form are two essential demands that may very properly be made on an author who ventures on so slippery an undertaking. First, with regard to certainty, I have pronounced the verdict by saying that in this kind of inquiry it is in no way permissible to propound mere opinions, and that anything even resembling a hypothesis is contraband, which must not be offered for sale at however low a price, but must be confiscated as soon as it is discovered. For all knowledge which is to hold a priori itself proclaims that it means to be taken as absolutely necessary, and this applies, therefore, still more to a determination of all pure a priori knowledge, which is to be the measure, and therefore also the example, of all apodictic, philosophical, certainty. Whether I have fulfilled what I have undertaken must be left altogether to the judgment of the reader, for it only behoves the author to propound his arguments, and not to determine their effect on his judges. But in order to prevent any unnecessary weakening of those arguments, he may be allowed to point out certain passages which, though they refer to subordinate purposes, might occasion some mistrust, and thus to counteract in time the influence which the least hesitation of the reader as to these minor points might exercise with regard to the principal purpose. I know of no inquiries which are more important for exploring that faculty which we call understanding, and for determining the rules and limits of its use, than those in the second chapter of my Transcendental Analytic, under the title of Deduction of the Pure Concepts of the Understanding. They have given me the greatest trouble, which I hope, however, has not been without reward. This inquiry, which rests on rather a deep foundation, has two sides. The one refers to the objects of the pure understanding, and is intended to show and explain the objective validity of its a priori concepts. It is, therefore, essential to my purposes. The other is intended to inquire into the pure understanding itself, its possibility and the powers of knowledge on. Acts 16. 10. Critique of pure reason, which it rests, and therefore deals with its subjective aspect, and, although this exposition is important for my principal purpose, it forms no essential part of it, because my principal problem is, and remains this: what, and how much, can understanding and reason know independently of all experience, and not, how is the faculty of thought itself possible? The latter would be a search for the cause of a given effect. It would, therefore, resemble a hypothesis, though, as I shall show elsewhere, it is not really so, and I would seem to be allowing myself to hold a mere opinion, and allowing the reader to be free to hold a different opinion. I therefore warn the reader, in case my subjective deduction should fail to produce in him that complete conviction which I expect, that the objective deduction, with which I am here chiefly concerned, will still obtain its full strength. I appeal to what has been said on pages A92, 93 as being sufficient for all this by itself. Secondly, as to clarity, the reader has a right to demand not only what may be called discursive, logical, clarity, through concepts, but also an intuitive, aesthetic, clarity, through intuitions, i.e. through examples or other concrete illustrations. With respect to the former I have provided sufficiently. That arose from the very nature of my project, but it became at the same time the incidental cause of my not being in a position to fully satisfy the latter demand, which, if not as strict, is yet a very reasonable demand. Almost throughout the whole of my work I have been undecided about how to proceed in this matter. Examples and illustrations seemed always to be necessary, and therefore found their way into the first draft of my work. But soon I perceived the magnitude of my task and the number of matters I should have to treat, and when I saw that even in their driest, purely scholastic form they would considerably swell my book, I did not consider it expedient to expand it still further, through examples and illustrations required only for popular purposes. This work can never be made suitable for popular use, and the genuine experts in the science do not require such help, which, though it is always welcome, yet might here have defeated its very purpose. The Abbé Terrasson registered writes indeed that if we, A17, A Tilly, preface to the first edition 11, measured the size of a book, not by the number of its pages, but by the time we require for mastering it, then it could be said of many a book that it would be much shorter if it were not so short. On the other hand, if we ask how a wide-ranging whole of speculative knowledge that yet coheres in one principle can best be rendered intelligible, we might be equally justified in saying that many a book would have been clearer if it had not tried to be so very clear. For though the aids to clarity be missed with regard to details, they often distract with regard to the whole. The reader does not arrive quickly enough at an overview of the whole, and the bright colors of illustrations hide and distort the articulation and organization of the system, which, after all, matter most if we want to judge of its unity and solidity. Surely it should be an attraction to the reader if he is asked to unite his own efforts with those of the author in order to carry out, according to the plan here proposed, a large and important work in a complete and yet lasting manner. Metaphysics, according to the concepts here given, is the only one of all the sciences which, through a small but united effort, may count on such completeness in a short time, so that nothing will remain for posterity but to arrange everything in a didactic manner, according to its own purposes, without being able to add any thing whatsoever to its content. For such a work is in reality nothing but an inventory of all our possessions acquired through pure reason, systematically arranged. Nothing here can escape us, because whatever reason produces entirely out of itself cannot hide, but is brought to light by reason itself as soon as the common principle of reason is discovered. This unconditioned completeness is rendered not only feasible but necessary by the perfect unity of this kind of knowledge, all derived from pure concepts, without any influence from experience, or from particular intuition leading to determinate experience that would expand and increase it. Tecum habita et nors, quam sit tibi curta. Sup Perseus asterisk. Such a system of pure, speculative, reason I hope myself to produce under the title Metaphysics of Nature. It will not be half. Axix, XX, 11. 12 Critique of Pure Reason. As long, yet will be infinitely richer in content than this present critique, because the latter has, first of all, to discover the sources and conditions of the possibility of such a metaphysics and, in fact, to clear and level a soil overgrown with weeds. In this critique I expect from my readers the patience and impartiality of a judge, and in that metaphysics the assistance and support of a fellow worker. For however completely all the principles of the system have been presented in my critique, the comprehensiveness of the system itself requires also that no derivative concepts be omitted, such as cannot be estimated a priori, but must be discovered step by step. Whereas in the critique the entire synthesis of concepts has been exhausted, in the metaphysics it will be requisite to do the same for their analysis, an easy task which is more an amusement than a chore. I have only a few remarks to add of a typographical nature. Due to a delay in the printing, I was able to see only about half of the proof sheets. I now find some misprints, which do not, however, change the meaning except on AP 379, line 4 from the bottom, where specific has to be read instead of septical. The antinomy of pure reason, from AP 425 to P 461, has been arranged, in tabular form, such that whatever belongs to the thesis runs continuously on the left and whatever belongs to the antithesis on the right side. This I have done so that proposition and counter-proposition could be the more easily compared with each other. Axii. Preface to the second edition. Whether the treatment of that class of knowledge with which reason is occupied follows the secure course of a science or not, can easily be determined from its result. If, after several preparations and arrangements, it comes to a standstill as soon as it approaches its real goal, or is obliged, in order to reach it, to retrace its steps again and again, and to set off down new paths, again, if it is impossible to produce unanimity among those who are engaged in the same work, as to the manner in which their common objective should be accomplished, then we may be convinced that such a study is far from having attained the secure course of a science, but is merely a groping in the dark. To find this course would be a great service to reason, though many of the original aims, which were established without sufficient reflection, will have to be abandoned as vain. That logic, from the earliest times, has followed this secure course may be seen in the fact that since Aristotle it has not had to retrace a single step, unless we choose to consider as improvements the removal of some unnecessary subtleties, or the clearer determination of its subject matter, both of which are to do with the elegance rather than the solidity of the science. It is remarkable also that to the present day it has not been able to advance even one step, so that, to all appearances, it may be considered as completed and perfect. If some moderns have thought to expand it by introducing psychological chapters on the different faculties of knowledge, imagination, wit, or physical chapters either on the origin of knowledge or the Bai 8. 14 Critique of Pure Reason. Different degrees of certainty according to the difference of objects, idealism, skepticism, etc., or anthropological chapters on prejudices, their causes and remedies, this could only arise from their ignorance of the peculiar nature of the science. We do not expand but only disfigure the sciences if we allow their respective limits to be confounded, and the limits of logic are definitely fixed by the fact that it is a science which does nothing but fully exhibit and strictly prove the formal rules of all thought, whether this thought be a priori or empirical, whatever be its origin or its object, and whatever the impediments, accidental or natural, might be which it has to encounter in the human mind. That logic should in this respect have been so successful is due entirely to its limitations, whereby it has not only the right but also the duty to abstract from all objects of knowledge and their differences, so that the understanding has to deal with nothing beyond itself and its own form. It was far more difficult, of Course, for reason to enter on the secure course of science, considering that it has to deal not with itself alone, but also with objects. Logic, therefore, as a propedeutic, forms only the vestibule, as it were, of the sciences, and although it is presupposed for the critical assessment of knowledge, the acquisition of knowledge must be achieved in the sciences themselves, properly and objectively so called. If there is to be an element of reason in those sciences, some thing in them must be known a priori, and this knowledge may stand in a twofold relation to its object, either as merely determining it and its concept, which must be supplied from elsewhere, or as also making it actual. The former is theoretical, the latter practical knowledge of reason. In both the pure part, namely that in which reason determines its object entirely a priori, whether it contain much or little, must be treated first, so as not to confound it with what comes from other sources, for it is bad economy to spend blindly whatever comes in, and not to be able to determine, when money is short, which part of the income can bear the expenditure, and where reductions must be made. Mathematics and physics are the two theoretical sciences of Biggs, X. Preface to the second edition 15. Reason which have to determine their objects a priori, the former quite purely, the latter partially so, and partially from other sources of knowledge besides reason. Mathematics, from the earliest times to which the history of human reason extends, has followed, thanks to that admirable people, the Greeks, the secure path of a science. But it must not be supposed that it was as easy for mathematics as it was for logic, in which reason is concerned with itself alone, to find, or rather to pay for itself, that royal path. I believe, on the contrary, that there was a long period of tentative work, chiefly still by the Egyptians, and that the change occurred as a revolution, brought about by the happy thought of a single man, whose experiment pointed unmistakably to the path that had to be followed, and opened and traced out the secure course of a science for all time. The history of this intellectual revolution, which was far more important than the discovery of the passage round the celebrated Cape of Good Hope, and the name of its fortunate author, have not been preserved. But the story served by Diogenes Laertius, degree who names the alleged author of the most minute of ordinary geometrical demonstrations, even of those which, according to general opinion, do not require such a proof, shows, at all events, that the memory of the revolution, brought about by the very first traces of the discovery of a new method, must have seemed extremely important to mathematicians, and thus remained unforgotten. The first man who demonstrated the properties of the isosceles triangle, be he Thales, or another, had his eyes opened, for he found that he did not have to investigate what he saw in the figure, or in the mere concept of that figure, and thereby learn its properties, but that he had to achieve his knowledge by construction, by means of what he himself, according to concepts, had a priori placed into that figure. In order to know anything a priori and with certainty, he must not attribute to the figure anything beyond what necessarily follows from what he has himself placed into it in accord, hence with his concept. It took a much longer time before the natural sciences entered. Z. 12. 16. Critique of pure reason. On the highway of science, no more than a century and a half has elapsed since the ingenious proposals of Bacon of Verulam partly initiated that discovery and partly, as others were already on the right track, gave it a new impetus, a discovery which, like the former, can only be explained by a sudden intellectual revolution. Here I shall consider natural science only insofar as it is founded on empirical principles. When Galileo rolled balls of a particular weight, determined by himself, down an inclined plane, or when Torricelli made the air carry a weight which he had previously determined to be equal to that of a specific volume of water, or when, in later times, Stahl changed metals into calx, and calx back again into metals, by first withdrawing something and then restoring it. All students of nature were given a revelation. They compare, and that reason has insight only into that which it itself produces after a plan of its own, and that it must, according to fixed laws, move forward with the principles of its judgments, and compel nature to answer its questions, and must not be kept here, as it were, in nature's leading strings, for otherwise, accidental observations, made with no previously fixed plan, will never be made to yield a necessary law, a law which reason, however, seeks and requires. Reason, holding in one hand its principles, according to which alone concordant appearances can be admitted to count as laws of nature, and in the other hand the experiments which it has devised according to these principles, must approach nature in order to be taught by it. It must not, however, do so in the manner of a pupil who agrees to everything the teacher says, but of an appointed judge who compels the witnesses to answer the questions which he himself has phrased. Therefore, even the science of physics entirely owes the beneficial revolution in its character to the idea that reason must, in accord, ance with what it itself has originally placed into nature, seek in nature, and must not import into it by means of fiction. I am not closely following here the course of the history of the experimental method, nor are the first beginnings of it very well known. Z. 8. 14. Preface to the second edition 17. Whatever it must learn about nature, of which it could not have knowledge of itself. It is thus that the study of nature has entered on the secure course of a science, after having for many centuries done nothing but random groping. Metaphysics, a completely isolated and speculative branch of rational knowledge which is raised above all teachings of experience and rests on concepts only, not, like mathematics, on their application to intuition, in which reason therefore is meant to be its own pupil, has hitherto not had the good fortune to enter upon the secure path of a science, although it is older than all other sciences, and would survive even if all the rest were swallowed up in the abyss of an all-destroying barbarism. Reason in metaphysics, even if it tries, as it professes, only to gain a priori insight into those laws which are confirmed by our most common experience, is constantly being brought to a standstill, and we are obliged again and again to retrace our steps, as they do not lead us where we want to go. As to unanimity among its participants, there is so little of it in metaphysics that it has rather become an arena that would seem especially suited for those who wish to exercise themselves in mock fights, and where no combatant has as yet succeeded in gaining even an inch of ground that he could call his permanent possession. There cannot be any doubt, therefore, that the method of metaphysics has hitherto consisted in a mere random groping, and, what is worst of all, in groping among mere concepts. What, then, is the reason that this secure scientific course has not yet been found? Is this, perhaps, impossible? Why, in that case, should nature have afflicted our reason with the restless aspiration to look for it, and have made it one of its most important concerns? What is more, how little should we be justified in trusting our reason if, with regard to one of the most important objects of which we desire knowledge, it not only abandons us, but lures us on by delusions, and in the end betrays us. Or, if hitherto we have only failed to meet with the right path, what indications are there to make us hope that, should we renew our search, we shall be more successful than others before us? BXV. 18. Critique of pure reason. The examples of mathematics and natural science, which became what they are now by one sudden revolution, should be sufficiently remarkable to warrant reflection on what may have been the essential elements in the intellectual transformation, which has proved so beneficial to them, and to warrant at least the experiment, so far as the analogy between them as branches of rational knowledge and metaphysics allows it, of imitating them. Hitherto it has been supposed that all our knowledge must conform to its objects, but all attempts to establish something about them a priori by means of concepts, and thus to expand our knowledge, have on this supposition come to nothing. We should therefore attempt to tackle the tasks of metaphysics more successfully by assuming that the objects must conform to our knowledge. This would better agree with the required possibility of an a priori knowledge of objects, one that would settle some thing about them before they are given to us. We are here in a similar situation as Copernicus was in at the beginning, unable to proceed satisfactorily in the explanation of the motions of the heavenly bodies on the supposition that the entire collection of stars turned round the spectator. He tried to see whether he might not have greater success by making the spectator revolve and leaving the stars at rest. A similar experiment may be tried in metaphysics as regards the intuition of objects. If the intuition had to conform to the constitution of objects, I would not understand how we could know anything of them a priori, but if the object, as object of the senses, conformed to the constitution of our faculty of intuition, I could very well conceive such a possibility. As, however, I cannot rest in these intuitions if they are to become knowledge, but have to refer them, as representations, to something as their object, and must determine this object. Through them, I can assume either that the concepts through which I arrive at this determination also conform to the object, and I would again be as perplexed about how I can know anything about it a priori, or else that the objects, or what is the same thing, the experience in which alone they are known, as objects that are given to us, conform to those concepts. In the 17. Preface to the second edition 19. Latter case, I recognize an easier solution because experience itself is a kind of knowledge that requires understanding, and this understanding has its rules which I must presuppose as existing within me even before objects are given to me, and hence a priori. These rules are expressed in a priori concepts to which all objects of experience must necessarily conform, and with which they must agree. With regard to objects, insofar as they are thought merely through reason and thought indeed as necessary, and which can never, at least not in the way in which reason thinks them, be given in experience, the attempts at thinking them, for they must admit of being thought, will subsequently furnish an excellent touchstone of what we are adopting as our new method of thought, namely, that we know of things a priori only that which we ourselves put into them asterisk. This experiment succeeds as hoped and promises to metaphysics, in its first part, which deals with those a priori concepts, to which the corresponding objects may be given in experience. The secure course of a science. For by thus changing our point of view, the possibility of a priori knowledge can well be explained, and, what is still more, the laws which a priori lie at the foundation of nature, as the sum total of the objects of experience, may be supplied with satisfactory proofs, neither of which was possible within the procedure hitherto adopted. But there arises from this deduction of our faculty of knowing. Asterisk this method, borrowed from the student of nature, consists in looking for the elements of pure reason in that which can be confirmed or refuted by experiment. Now it is impossible, in order to test the propositions of pure reason, particularly if they venture beyond all limits of possible experience, to make any experiment involving their objects, as in natural science. We can therefore only try with concepts and principles which we adopt a priori, by so contriving that the same objects may be considered on one side, for experience, as objects of the senses and of the understanding, and on the other side as objects which are merely thought, intended for isolated reason alone, which strives to go beyond all the limits of experience. And if we find that, by looking on things from this twofold point of view, there is an agreement with the principle of pure reason, while by adopting only one point of view there arises an inevitable conflict with reason, then the experiment decides in favor of the correctness of that distinction. Z8, 19, footnote, 6. 20. Copyright. Critique of pure reason. A priori, as given in the first part of metaphysics, a somewhat startling result, apparently most detrimental to that purpose of metaphysics which has to be treated in its second part, namely, the impossibility of using this faculty to transcend the limits of possible experience, which is precisely the most essential concern of the science of metaphysics. But here we have exactly the experiment which, by disproving the opposite, establishes the truth of the first estimate of our a priori rational knowledge, namely, that it is directed only at appearances and must leave the thing in itself as real for itself but unknown to us. For that which necessarily impels us to go beyond the limits of experience and of all appearances is the unconditioned, which reason right fully and necessarily demands, aside from everything conditioned in all things in themselves, so that the series of conditions be completed. If, then, we find that, under the supposition that our empirical knowledge conforms to objects as things in themselves, the unconditioned cannot be thought without contradiction, while under the supposition that our representation of things as they are given to us does not conform to them as things in themselves, but, on the contrary, that these objects as appear hence conform to our mode of representation, then the contradiction vanishes, and if we find, therefore, that the unconditioned cannot be encountered in things insofar as we are acquainted with them, insofar as they are given to us, but only in things insofar as we are not acquainted with them, that is, insofar as they are things in themselves, then it becomes apparent that what we at first assumed only for the sake of experiment is well founded asterisk. However, with speculative reason unable to make this experiment of pure reason bears great similarity to what in chemistry is sometimes called the experiment of reduction, or generally the synthetic process. The analysis of the metaphysician divided pure a priori knowledge into two very heterogeneous elements, namely, the knowledge of things as appearances and the knowledge of things in themselves. Dialectic combines these two again to bring them into harmony with reason's necessary idea of the unconditioned, and finds that this harmony can never be obtained except through the above distinction, which is therefore true. BXX, XXI. Preface to the second edition 21. Progress in the field of the supersensible, it is still open to us to investigate whether in reason's practical knowledge data may not be found which would enable us to determine that transcendent, rational concept of the unconditioned, so as to allow us, in accordance with the wish of metaphysics, to get beyond the limits of all possible experience with our a priori knowledge, which is possible in practical matters only. Within such a procedure, speculative reason has always at least created a space for such an expansion, even if it has had to leave it empty. Nonetheless, we are at liberty, indeed we are summoned, to fill it, if we are able to do so, with practical data of reason asterisk. The purpose of this critique of pure speculative reason consists in the attempt to change the old procedure of metaphysics, and to bring about a complete revolution after the example set by geometers and investigators of nature. This critique is a treatise on the method, not a system of the science itself, but nevertheless, it marks out the whole plan of the science, both with regard to its limits and with regard to its inner organization. For it is peculiar to pure speculative reason that it is able, indeed bound, to measure its own powers according to the different ways in which it chooses its objects for thought, and to enumerate exhaustively the different ways of choosing its problems, thus tracing a complete outline of a system of metaphysics. This is due to the fact that, with regard to the first point, nothing can be attributed to objects in a priori knowledge, except what the asterisk in the same manner the essential laws of the motion of the heavenly bodies, established as certain what Copernicus had assumed at first as a hypothesis only, and proved at the same time the invisible force, the Newtonian attraction, which holds the universe together. This force would have remained forever undiscovered, if Copernicus had not dared, by a paradoxical but yet nonetheless truthful hypothesis, to locate the observed movements not in the heavenly bodies but in the spectator. A change in point of view, analogous to this hypothesis and later expanded in the critique, is put forward in this preface only as a hypothesis, so as to highlight the first attempts at such a change, which are always hypothetical. In the treatise itself, however, they are proved not hypothetically but apodictically, from the constitution of our representations of space and time and from the elementary concepts of the understanding. XXII. 22 Critique of pure reason. Thinking subject takes from within itself, while, with regard to the second point, pure reason, as far as its principles of knowledge are concerned, forms a separate and independent unity, in which, as in an organized body, every member exists for the sake of all the others, and all the others exist for the sake of the one, so that no principle can be safely applied in one relation unless it has been carefully examined in all its relations to the whole use of pure reason. Hence, too, metaphysics has the singular advantage, an advantage which cannot be shared by any other rational science which has to deal with objects, for logic deals only with the form of thought in general, that if by means of this critique it has been set upon the secure course of a science, it can exhaustively grasp the entire field of knowledge pertaining to it, and can thus finish its work and leave it to posterity as a capital that can never be added to, because it has to deal only with principles, and with the limitations of their use, as determined by these principles themselves. And this completeness becomes indeed an obligation if metaphysics is to be a fundamental science, of which we must be able to say, nil actum reputans, esse quid super se agendum. But, it will be asked, what is this treasure that, once purified by criticism and thereby furnished with a permanent condition, we mean to bequeath to posterity in our metaphysics? After a superficial view of this work, it may seem that its advantage is only negative, warning us against venturing beyond the limit of experience with speculative reason. Such, no doubt, is its primary use, but it becomes positive when we perceive that the principles with which speculative reason ventures beyond its limits lead, inevitably, not to an expansion but, if carefully considered, to a narrowing of the use of reason, because by indefinitely expanding the limits of sensibility, to which they properly belong, they threaten to supplant entirely the pure, practical, use of reason. Hence our critique, by limiting speculative reason to its proper sphere, is no doubt negative, but by thus removing an impediment, which threatened to narrow, or even entirely to destroy, its practical use, it is in reality positive, and of very important use. Exib. XXV. Preface to the second edition 23. Provided that we are convinced that there is an absolutely necessary practical use of pure reason, the moral use, in which reason must inevitably transcend the limits of sensibility and, though not requiring for this purpose the assistance of speculative reason, must at all events be assured against its opposition, so as not to fall in conflict with itself. To deny that the service, which is rendered by criticism, is a positive advantage, would be the same as to deny that the police confer upon us any positive advantage, their principal occupation being to prevent violence between citizens, in order that each may pursue his vocation in peace and security. That space and time are only forms of our sensible intuition, and therefore only conditions of the existence of things as appearances, and that we have no concepts of the understanding, and therefore nothing whereby we can arrive at the knowledge of things, except insofar as an intuition corresponding to these concepts can be given, and consequently that we cannot have knowledge of any object as a thing in itself, but only insofar as it is an object of sensible intuition, that is, in appearance. All this is proved in the analytical part of the critique, and from this it does indeed follow that all speculative knowledge of reason is limited to mere objects of experience, but it should be carefully borne in mind that we must at least be able to think the same objects as things in themselves, though we cannot know them asterisk, for otherwise we should arrive at the absurd conclusion that there would be an appearance without something that appears. Let us suppose that the necessary distinction, established in our critique, between things as objects of asterisk, in order to know an object I must be able to prove its possibility, either from its actuality, as attested by experience, or a priori, by means of reason. But I can think whatever I please, provided only I do not contradict myself, that is, provided my concept is a possible thought, though I may be unable to answer for the existence of a corresponding object in the sum total of all possibilities. Before I can attribute to such a concept objective validity, real possibility, as distinguished from the former, which is merely logical, something more is required. This something more, however, need not be sought for in the sources of theoretical knowledge, for it may be found in those of practical knowledge. Also, see, XXVII. 24 Critique of pure reason. Experience and the same things in themselves, had not been made. In this case, the principle of causality, and with it the mechanism of nature as determined by it, would apply to all things in general, as efficient causes. I should, then, not be able to say of one and the same being, for instance the human soul, that its will is free, and, at the same time, subject to the necessity of nature, that is, not free, without involving myself in a palpable contradiction, because I had taken the soul in both propositions in one and the same sense, namely, as a thing in general, as something in itself, as which, without a preceding critique, I could not but take it. If, however, our criticism were true, in teaching us to take an Object in two senses, namely, either as an appearance, or as a thing in itself, and if the deduction of our concepts of the understanding were correct, and the principle of causality applied to things only if taken in the first sense, namely insofar as they are objects of experience, but not to things if taken in the second sense, then when belonging to appearance, invisible action, we can, without any contradiction, think the same will as necessities, sorely conforming to the law of nature, and hence not free, and yet, on the other hand, when belonging to a thing in itself, as not subject to that law of nature and therefore free. Now it is quite true that I may not know my soul, as a thing in itself, by means of speculative reason, still less through empirical observation, and consequently may not know freedom either, as the quality of a being to which attribute effects in the sensible world, because in order to do this I should have to know such a being, as determined in its existence and yet as not determined in time, which, as I cannot support my concept with any intuition, is impossible. This, however, does not prevent me from thinking. Freedom, that is, my representation of it contains at least no contradiction within itself, as long as our critical distinction of the two modes of representation, the sensible and the intellectual, and the consequent limitation of the pure concepts of the understanding, and of the principles based on them, has been properly carried out. If, then, morality necessarily presupposed freedom, in the strictest sense, as a property of our will, and cf. Preface to the second edition 25. Thereby stated a priori, as data of this freedom, practical principles which belong originally to our reason and which would be absolutely impossible without the presupposition of freedom. And if speculative reason had proved that such a freedom cannot even be thought, then the former presupposition, namely the moral one, would necessarily have to give way to the other, the opposite of which involves a palpable contradiction, so that freedom, and with it morality, for its opposite contains no contradiction unless freedom is presupposed, would have to give way to the mechanism of nature. As morality, however, requires nothing but that freedom should only not contradict itself, and that it should at least allow it being thought without having to be further understood, and that thus thought there should be no reason for freedom to place an obstacle in the way of the mechanism of nature in the same action, taken in a different relation. So the doctrine of morality maintains its position, and so does the doctrine of nature. This would have been impossible if our critique had not previously taught us our inevitable ignorance of things in themselves, and had not limited everything that we are able to know theoretically to mere appearances. This precise discussion about the positive advantage of critical principles of pure reason can be demonstrated with regard to the concept of God and the simple nature of our soul, but this is something I shall omit here for the sake of brevity. We have seen, therefore, that I am not allowed even to assume, for the sake of the necessary practical use of my reason, God, freedom, immortality, unless at the same time I deprive speculative reason of its science to transcendent insights. Reason, namely, in order to arrive at these, must employ principles which extend only to objects of possible experience and which, if in spite of this they are applied also to what cannot be an object of experience, actually always change this into an appearance, thus rendering all practical expansion of pure reason impossible. Hence I had to suspend knowledge in order to make room for belief. For the dogmatism of metaphysics, that is, the presumption that it is possible to achieve anything in metaphysics without a preceding critique of 26 critique of pure reason. Pure reason is the source of all that disbelief which opposes morality and which is always very dogmatic. Though it may not be too difficult to bequeath to posterity a systematic metaphysics carried out according to the critique of pure reason, yet such a gift is not to be considered as of little value. We need only consider how reason is improved through achieving the secure course of a science, in place of its groundless groping and uncritical rambling, or the better use that our inquiring youth can make of their time when not brought up in the ordinary dogmatism by which they are early encouraged to indulge in easy speculations about things of which they understand nothing, and of which they, as little as anybody else, will ever understand anything, seeking new thoughts and opinions, but neglecting the acquisition of sound scientific knowledge. The greatest benefit, however, will be that such a work will enable us to put an end forever to all objections to morality and religion, and this according to the Socratic manner, that is to say, by the clearest proof of the ignorance of our opponents. Some kind of metaphysics has always existed and will always exist, but with it, a naturally given dialectic of pure reason. It is therefore the first and most important task of philosophy to deprive metaphysics, once and for all, of its pernicious influence, by blocking off the source of its errors. In spite of these important changes in the realm of the sciences, and the loss of its imagined possessions which speculative reason must suffer, all universal human interests, and all other advantages which the world hitherto derived from the teachings of pure reason, remain just the same as before. The loss, if any, affects only the monopoly of the schools, and by no means the interest of humanity. I ask the most adamant dogmatist whether the proof of the continued existence of our soul after death, derived from the simplicity of substance, or that of the freedom of the will as opposed to the universal mechanism of nature, derived from the subtle but ineffectual distinction between subjective and objective practical necessity, or that of the existence of God, derived from the concept of a most real being, the Thursil. Preface to the second edition 27. Contingency of the alterable and the necessity of a prime mover have ever managed to spread from the schools and enter the consciousness of the public or exercise the slightest influence on its convictions. If this has not happened, and if in fact it can never be expected to happen due to the unfitness of common sense, understanding for such subtle speculation, and if, on the contrary, with regard to the first point, the hope of a future life has chiefly rested on that peculiar tendency of human nature never to be satisfied by what is merely temporal, this being insufficient for the tendencies of its overall purpose, if, with regard to the second, the consciousness of freedom was produced only by the clear demonstration of duties, in opposition to all the claims of inclination, and if, lastly, with regard to the third, the belief in a great and wise author of the world has been supported entirely by the wonderful order, beauty, and providence everywhere displayed in nature, then this possession remains not only undisturbed but acquires even greater authority, because the schools have now been taught not to claim for themselves any higher or fuller insight on a point which concerns universal human interests than that which is equally within the reach of the great mass of people who are most worthy of our respect, and so to confine themselves to the elaboration of these universally comprehensible, and, for moral purposes, quite sufficient grounds of proof. The change, therefore, only affects the arrogant pretensions of the schools, which would fain be considered as the only judges and keepers of such truths, as they are, no doubt, with regard to many other subjects, allowing to the public only their use while keeping the key to them for themselves quod mecum nescit. Solus vult sire videri. Asterisk at the same time the more moderate claims of speculative philosophers are also taken care of. They still remain the exclusive keepers of a science which benefits the masses without their knowing it, that is to say of the critique of reason. This critique can never become popular, nor does it need to, because if on the one hand the public has no understanding for the fine-drawn arguments in favor of useful truths, it is not troubled on the other hand by the equally subtle objections to Cth. Thursiv. 28 Critique of pure reason. Them. It is different with the schools which, like everyone rising to this level of speculation, get involved with both the arguments in support and the objections, and are bound, by means of a careful investigation of the rights of speculative reason, to prevent, once for all, the scandal which sooner or later is sure to be caused even among the masses, and which results from the quarrels in which, if ignorant of our critique, metaphysicians, and, as such, ultimately also the clergy, become involved and in which their doctrine becomes in the end entirely perverted. Thus, and thus alone, can one cut off at the very root materialism, fatalism, atheism, free-thinking disbelief, fanaticism and superstition, which may become universally injurious, and finally also idealism and skepticism, which are more dangerous to the schools and only pass with great difficulty into the public consciousness. If governments think it proper ever to interfere with the affairs of the learned, it would be far more consistent with their wise regard for science, as well as for society, to favor the freedom of such a criticism, by which alone the labors of reason can be established on a firm basis, than to support the ridiculous despotism of the schools, which cry danger whenever their cobwebs are swept away, cobwebs of which the public has never taken the slightest notice, and the loss of which it can therefore never perceive. Our critique is not opposed to the dogmatic procedure of reason in its pure knowledge as science, for science must always be dogmatic, that is, derive its proof from secure a priori principles, but only to dogmatism, that is, to the presumption that it is possible to make any progress with pure philosophical knowledge from concepts according to principles, such as reason has long been in the habit of using, without first inquiring in what way, and by what right, it has come to possess them. Dogmatism is therefore the dogmatic procedure of pure reason, without a preceding critique of its own powers, and our opposition to this is not intended to defend that loquacious shallowness which arrogates to itself the name of popularity, much less that scepticism which makes short work of the whole of BXXXV. 30. Preface to the second edition 29. Metaphysics. On the contrary, our critique is meant to form a necessary preparation in support of metaphysics as a thorough science, which must necessarily be carried out dogmatically and strictly systematically, so as to satisfy all the demands, not so much of the public at large, as of the schools. This is an indispensable demand, for it has undertaken to carry out its work entirely a priori, and thus to carry it out to the complete satisfaction of speculative reason. In the execution of this plan, as traced out by the critique, that is, in a future system of metaphysics, we shall have to follow the strict method of the celebrated Wolff, the greatest of all dogmatic philosophers. He was the first to give an example, and by his example initiated, in Germany, that spirit of thoroughness which is not yet extinct, of how the secure course of a science could be attained only through the lawful establishment of principles, the clear determination of concepts, the attempt at strictness of proof and avoidance of taking bold leaps in our inferences. He was therefore most eminently qualified to give metaphysics the dignity of a science, if it had only occurred to him to prepare his field in advance by criticism of the organ, that is, of pure reason itself, an omission due not so much to himself as to the dogmatic mentality of his age, about which the philosophers of his own, as well as of all previous times, have no right to reproach one another. Those who reject both the method of Wolff and the procedure of the critique of pure reason can have no other aim but to shake off the fetters of science altogether, and thus to change work into play, certainty into opinion, and philosophy into philodoxy. With regard to the second edition, I have tried, as was but fair, to do all I could in order to remove, as far as possible, the difficulties and obscurities which, and I am not perhaps without fault here, have misled even the most acute thinkers in their assessment of my book. In the propositions themselves and their grounds of proof, likewise in the form and completeness of the whole plan, I have found nothing to alter, which is due partly to the extensive examination to which I had subjected them before submitting them to the public, and partly to the nature of the CI. 30 Copyright Critique of Pure Reason. Subject itself. For pure speculative reason is so constituted that everything in it is truly organic, everything being therefore the sake of each member, and each member for the sake of all, so that the smallest imperfection, whether a fault, error, or a deficiency, must inevitably betray itself in use. I venture to hope that this system will maintain itself unchanged for the future. Also, it is not conceit which justifies me in this confidence, but the experimental evidence of achieving the same result, whether we proceed progressively from the smallest elements to the whole of pure reason, or retrogressively from the whole, for this whole too is given by itself through the final practical purposes of reason, to every single part, the fact being that any attempt at altering even the smallest item at once produces contradictions, not only in the system, but in human reason in general. With regard to the presentation, however, much remains to be done, and for this purpose I have endeavored to introduce several improvements into the second edition. These improvements are intended to remove, first, misunderstandings with respect to the aesthetic, especially concerning the concept of time; secondly, obscurities in the deduction of the concepts of the understanding; thirdly, a supposed want of sufficient evidence in the proofs of the principles of pure understanding; and finally, the false interpretation placed on the paralogisms with which we charged rational psychology. To this point, only to the end of the first chapter of the Transcendental Dialectic, do the changes of presentation asterisk extend, and no further. Time was too short to do more, and besides, I did not, with regard to the rest, meet with asterisk the only thing which might be called an addition, though in the method of proof only, is the new refutation of psychological idealism, and the strict, and as I believe the only possible, proof of the objective reality of outer intuition on p. 273. However innocent idealism may be considered with respect to the essential purposes of metaphysics, without being so in reality, it remains a scandal to philosophy, and to human reason in general, that we should have to accept the existence of things outside us, from which after all we derive the whole material for our knowledge, even for that of our inner sense, merely on trust, and have no satisfactory proof with which to counter any opponent who chooses to doubt it. Since there is some obscurity in the expressions used in the proof, from the C8th, 36, XL. Preface to the second edition 31. Any misapprehensions on the part of competent and impartial judges. These, even though I must not name them with the praise that is due to them, will easily perceive, in the proper place, that I have paid careful attention to their remarks. This improvement, however, involves a small loss for the reader. It was an eBay table, if the book was not to be made too voluminous, to leave out or abridge several passages which, though not essential to the completeness of the whole, are useful for other purposes, and may be missed by some readers. Only thus could I gain room for my new and more intelligible presentation of the subject which, though it changes absolutely nothing with regard to propositions, and even to their proofs, yet departs so considerably from the former edition in the whole arrangement of the argument that interpolations would not have been sufficient. This small loss, which every reader may easily redeem by consulting the first, third line to the sixth line, I beg to alter the passage as follows. This permanent, however, cannot be an intuition within me. For all the grounds which determine my existence, insofar as they can be found within me, are representations, and, as such they themselves require something permanent, distinct from them, in reference to which their change, and therefore my existence in time in which they change, can be determined. It will probably be urged against this proof that, ultimately, I am immediately conscious only of that which is within me, that is, of my representation of external things, and that consequently it must still remain uncertain whether there be outside me anything corresponding to it or not. But, through inner experience I am conscious of my existence in time, consequently, also of its determinability in time, and this is more than to be conscious merely of my representation. It is identical with the empirical consciousness of my existence, which can itself be determined only by something connected with my existence, yet outside me. This consciousness of my existence in time is therefore connected as identical with the consciousness of relation to something outside me, so that it is experience and not fiction, sense and not imagination, which inseparably connects the outer with my inner sense. The outer sense is already in itself a relation of intuition to something actual outside me, and its reality, as distinct from a purely imaginary character, rests entirely on its being inseparably connected with inner experience, as being the condition of its possibility. This is what happens here. If, with the intellectual consciousness of my existence, in the representation I am, which accompanies all my judgments and all acts of my understanding, I could at the same time combine a determination of my existence through intellectual intuition, then that determination would not require the Huxley, footnote, BXL. 32 Critique of Pure Reason. Edition, will, I hope, be more than compensated for by the greater clarity of the present one. I have observed with pleasure and thankfulness in various publications, containing either reviews or separate treatises, that the spirit of thoroughness is not yet dead in Germany, but has only been silenced for a short time by the clamor of a fashionable and pretentious license of thought, and that the difficulties besetting the thorny paths of my critique, which are to lead to a truly academic and, as such, permanent, and therefore most necessary science of pure reason, have not discouraged bold and clear heads from mastering my book. 2. These excellent men, who so happily combine thorough knowledge with the talent for lucid exposition, to which J can lay no claim, I leave the task of perfecting those things which are here defective in their presentation. There is no danger, in this case, consciousness of a relation to something outside me. But although that intellectual consciousness does indeed come first, the inner intuition, in which alone my existence can be determined, is sensible and dependent on the condition of time. This determination, however, and therefore inner experience itself, depends upon something permanent which is not within me, consequently only upon something outside me, to which I must consider myself as standing in relation. Hence the reality of the outer sense is necessarily connected, in order to make experience possible at all, to the reality of the inner sense, that is, I am conscious with the same certainty that there are things outside me which have reference to my sense, as I am conscious that I exist as determined in time. In order to ascertain to which given intuitions objects outside me actually correspond, these intuitions, therefore belonging to outer sense, and not to the faculty of imagination, we must in each single case apply the rules according to which experience in general, even inner experience, is distinguished from imagination, always taking for granted the proposition that there actually is an outer experience. It may be well to add here the remark that the representation of something permanent in existence is not the same as a permanent representation, for the latter is changeable and variable, as all our representations are, even those of matter, and may yet refer to something permanent, which must therefore be something external and distinct from all my representations, the existence of which is necessarily included in the determination of my own existence, and constitutes with it but one experience that could never take place internally, unless, in part, it were also at the same time outer. How this should be possible admits here of as little explanation as something that is at rest in time, the simultaneity of which with what is variable produces the concept of alteration. Huxleyan, footnote, Huxley. Preface to the second edition 33. Of it being refuted, but there is of it not being understood. For my own part, I cannot henceforth enter into controversy, though I shall carefully attend to all suggestions, whether from friends or opponents, in order to use them in a future elaboration of the whole system, according to the plan traced out in this propedeutic. As during these labors I have become somewhat advanced in years, this very month I entered my 64th year, I must be careful how I use my time, if I am to carry out my plan of providing a metaphysics of nature and a metaphysics of morals, as confirming the correctness of my critique both of speculative and of practical reason, and I must leave the elucidation of such obscurities as could at first be hardly avoided in such a work, and likewise the defense of the whole, to those excellent men who have made my teaching their own. At individual points every philosophical treatise may be open to objections, for it cannot be armed at all points, like a mathematical one, without the organic structure of the system, considered as a unity, being in the least endangered. Only few people have that versatility of intellect to consider the whole of a system when it is new, still fewer have an inclination for it, owing to a dislike of innovation. If we take single passages out of their context and contrast them with one another, it is easy to pick out apparent contradictions, particularly in a work that progresses as free speech. In the eyes of those who rely on the judgment of others, such contradictions may shed on any work an unfavorable light, but they are easily removed by those who have grasped the idea of the whole. If a theory possesses stability in itself, then force and counterforce, which at first seemed so threatening to it, will in time serve only to rub off its uneven parts, and indeed, if men of insight, impartiality, and true popularity devote themselves to it, to achieve in a short time also the requisite elegance Kant, in the month of April, 1787. Xliv. Contents. Introduction. I. Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Part I. Transcendental Aesthetic. Section I. Of Space. Section 2. Of Time. Part 2. Transcendental Logic. Division I. Transcendental Analytic in 2 books. Their chapters and sections. Division 2. Transcendental Dialectic in 2 books. Their chapters and sections. IL. Transcendental Doctrine of Method. Chapter I. The Discipline of Pure Reason. Chapter 2. The Canon of Pure Reason. Chapter 3. The Architectonic of Pure Reason. Chapter 4. The History of Pure Reason. Axilla, XXIV. Introduction. I. Of the difference between pure and empirical knowledge. There can be no doubt that all our knowledge begins with experience. For how should the faculty of knowledge be called into activity if not by objects which affect our senses, and which partly produce representations by themselves, partly rouse the activity of our understanding to compare, to connect, or to separate these representations, and thus to convert the raw material of our sensible impressions into a knowledge of objects which we call experience. With respect to time, therefore, no knowledge within us is antecedent to experience, and all knowledge begins with experience. But although all our knowledge begins with experience, it does not follow that it arises from experience. For it is quite possible that even our empirical knowledge is a compound of that which we receive through impressions, and of that which our own faculty of knowledge, sensible impressions merely prompting it to do so, supplies from itself, an addition which we do not distinguish from that raw material until long practice has made us attentive to it and rendered us capable of separating one from the other. It is therefore a question which at least deserves closer investigation, and one that cannot be disposed of at first sight, namely, whether there exists a knowledge that is independent of experience and even of all impressions of the senses. Such knowledge is Br. 2. 38 Critique of Pure Reason. Called a priori, and it is distinguished from empirical knowledge, which has its sources a posteriori, that is, in experience. This term a priori, however, is not yet determinate enough to indicate the full meaning of our question. For it is customary to say, even with regard to some knowledge derived from empirical sources, that we have it or might partake of it a priori, because we do not derive it immediately from experience, but from a general rule, a rule which is itself, however, borrowed by us from experience. Thus one would say of a person who undermined the foundations of his house that he might have known a priori that it would tumble down, that is, that he need not have waited for the experience of its actually tumbling down. But still he could not know this entirely a priori, for he had first to learn from experience that bodies are heavy, and will fall when their supports are taken away. In what follows, therefore, we shall understand by a priori knowledge, not knowledge independent of this or that experience, but knowledge absolutely independent of all experience. Opposed to it is empirical knowledge, which is possible only a posteriori, that is, through experience. A priori knowledge is called pure if nothing empirical is mixed in with it. Thus the proposition, for example, every alteration has its cause, is a priori proposition, yet it is not pure, because alteration is a concept which can be derived only from experience. 2. We are in possession of certain kinds of a priori knowledge, and even the common understanding is never without them. Here we require a criterion by which we can safely distinguish between pure and empirical knowledge. Now, experience indeed teaches us that something is so or so, but not that it cannot be otherwise. Firstly, then, if we have a proposition which is thought in conjunction with its own necessity, we have it a priori judgment, and if, besides this, it is not derived from any proposition. B3. Introduction 39. Except one which has also the validity of a necessary proposition, we have an absolutely a priori judgment. Secondly, experience never imparts to its judgments true or strict, but only assumed or comparative universality, through induction, so that we ought always to say that, so far as we have observed hitherto, there is no exception to this or that rule. If, therefore, a judgment is thought with strict universality, such that no exception is admitted as possible, it is not derived from experience but is valid absolutely a priori. Empirical universality, therefore, is only an arbitrary extension of a validity which applies to most cases to one that applies to all, as, for instance, in the proposition, all bodies are heavy. If, on the other hand, strict universality is essential to a judgment, this always points to a special source of knowledge, namely a faculty of a priori knowledge, necessity. Therefore, and strict universality are sure criteria of a priori knowledge, and are inseparable from one another. As, however, in the use of these criteria it is sometimes easier to show the contingency than the empirical limitation of judgments, and as it is sometimes more convincing to show the unlimited universality which we attribute to judgment than its necessity, it is advisable to use the two criteria separately, each by itself being infallible. Now it is easy to show that there really exist in our knowledge such necessary and in the strictest sense universal, and therefore pure, a priori judgments. If we want an example from the sciences, we need only look at any of the propositions of mathematics. If we want one from the sphere of the ordinary use of the understanding, a proposition such as that each alteration must have a cause will serve our purpose, in the latter case. Indeed, the very concept of a cause so clearly contains the concept of a necessity of a connection with an effect, and of the strict universality of the rule, that the concept would be altogether lost if we attempted to derive it, as Hume did, from the frequent association of that which happens with that which precedes, and from a habit arising from this frequent association, therefore, from a merely subjective necessity of connecting representations, even without having recourse to such examples in B.A. 5. 40 Critique of Pure Reason. Proving the reality of pure a priori principles in our knowledge. It is possible to prove their indispensability for the possibility of experience itself, and so to prove it a priori. For whence should experience take its certainty if all the rules by which it proceeds were always, again and again, empirical, therefore contingent, and hardly fit to serve as first principles? For the present, however, we may be satisfied to have shown the pure use of our faculty of knowledge to be a fact, and to have shown what its criteria are. Not only in judgments, however, but even in certain concepts can we show their a priori origin. Remove from your empirical concept of a body everything that stems from experience, one by one, the color, the hardness or softness, the weight and even the impenetrability, and there still remains the space which the body, now entirely vanished, occupied, and this you cannot remove. And in the same manner, if you remove From your empirical concept of any object, corporeal or incorporeal, all properties which experience has taught you, yet you cannot take away from it that property by which you think the object as a substance or attached to a substance, although this concept of substance is more determinate than that of an object in general. Persuaded, therefore, by the necessity with which that concept of substance forces itself upon you, you will have to admit that it has its seat in your faculty of knowledge. A priori. 3. Philosophy requires a science that determines the possibility, the principles and the range of all a priori knowledge. What is still more extraordinary than all the preceding is that certain kinds of knowledge leave the field of all possible experiences, and seem to expand the range of our judgments beyond all limits of experience, and this through concepts to which no corresponding object can ever be given in experience. And it is in these very items of knowledge which go beyond. B6EA3, Endnote, AZ, 2. Introduction 41. The world of the senses, where experience can neither guide nor correct us, that reason carries out its investigations, which owing to their importance we consider to be far more excellent, and in their final aim far more sublime, than anything our understanding can learn in the field of appearances. Nay, we would rather dare anything, even at the risk of error, than surrender such investigations, either on the ground of their precariousness or from any feeling of disdain or indifference. These unavoidable problems of pure reason itself are God, freedom, and immortality. The science whose final aim, with all its apparatus, is directed solely at the solution of these problems is called metaphysics. Its procedure is at first dogmatic, i.e., without a preceding examination of the capacity or incapacity of reason it engages confidently in so arduous an undertaking. Now, it seems natural that, as soon as we have left the solid ground of experience, we should not at once proceed to erect an edifice with knowledge which we possess without knowing whence it came, and trusting to principles the origin of which is unknown, not having assured ourselves of the safety of the foundation through careful examination. It would seem natural, I say, that we should first of all have asked the question how the understanding could arrive at all this a priori knowledge, and what range, what validity, and what value it may have. If we take the term natural to mean what justly and reasonably ought to happen, then, indeed, nothing could be more natural. But if we understand by it that which ordinarily happens, then on the contrary nothing is more natural and more intelligible than the fact that this examination should have been neglected for so long. For one part of this knowledge, namely, the mathematical, has always been of established trustworthiness, and thus gives rise to a favorable presumption also with regard to other parts, although these may be of a quite different nature. Besides, once we are beyond the precincts of experience, we are certain of not being refuted by experience. The charm of expanding our knowledge is so great that nothing will stop our progress until we encounter a clear contradiction. Such contradictions can be B7, 8A4, 42 Critique of pure reason avoided provided that we are cautious in our fabrications, which nevertheless will remain only fabrications. Mathematics provides us with a splendid example of how far we can advance, independently of experience, with a priori knowledge. It is true that it deals with objects and with knowledge only in so far as they can be exhibited in intuition. But this circumstance is easily overlooked, because the intuition in question may itself be given a priori, and is therefore difficult to distinguish from a mere pure concept. Thus captivated asterisk by a splendid proof of the power of reason, the desire to expand our knowledge sees no limits. The light dove, parting the air in her easy flight and feeling its resist ants, might come to imagine that flight would be easier still in empty space. It was thus that Plato left the world of sense, as setting too narrow limits to our understanding, and ventured out beyond it on the wings of the ideas and into the empty space of pure understanding. He did not notice that he was making no progress by means of these endeavors, because he met with no resistance that might serve as a support on which he could rest, or against which he could apply his powers, in order to cause the understanding to advance. It is, indeed, a common fate of human reason first of all to finish its speculative edifice as soon as possible, and only afterwards to inquire whether the foundations be well laid. Then all sorts of excuses are made in order to assure us of its solidity, or, preferably, to reject altogether so late and so dangerous an inquiry. But what keeps us free from anxiety and suspicion while we are building, and flatters us with an apparent thoroughness, is the following. A great, perhaps the greatest, portion of the business of our reason consists in analysis of concepts which we already have of objects. This analysis supplies us with a great deal of knowledge, which, though it consists in no more than clarifications and explanations of what is already thought in our concepts, though still in a confused manner, is yet considered as equal to new insights at least in form, even though in matter or content it does not expand the concepts we have but only separates and arranges them. As by this process we gain real a priori knowledge which progresses. BG, 10 as, 6. Introduction 43. Safely and usefully, it happens that our reason uses this pretense, though without being aware of it, surreptitiously to introduce propositions of a quite different kind, in which it adds to given concepts new and foreign ones, and moreover, adds them a priori. Yet it is not known how reason arrived at these concepts. Indeed, such a question trademark is not even so much as considered. Shall therefore at the very outset deal with the distinction between these two kinds of knowledge. 4 asterisk of the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. In all judgments in which a relation between subject and predicate is thought, I speak of affirmative judgments only, the subsequent application to negative ones being easily made. This relation is possible in two ways. Either the predicate B belongs to the subject A as something which is, covertly, contained in the concept A, or B lies outside the concept A, though connected with it. In the former case I call the judgment analytic, in the latter synthetic. Analytic judgments, affirmative ones, are therefore those in which the connection of the predicate with the subject is thought through identity, while those in which this connection is thought without identity should be called synthetic. The former might be called elucidatory, the latter expands of judgments, because in the former nothing is added through the predicate to the concept of the subject, and the concept is only analyzed and broken up into its constituent concepts which had all along been thought in it, though confusedly, while the latter add to the concept of the subject the predicate that had not been thought in it at all, and that could not be extracted from it by any analysis. If I say, for instance, all bodies are extended, then this is an analytic judgment. I need not go beyond the concept which I connect with the body trademark in order to find that extension is connected with it. To find that predicate, I only need to analyze the concept, that is, become conscious of the manifold. BRXA 7. 44 Critique of pure reason. That I always think in it. The judgment is therefore analytic. But, if I say, all bodies are heavy, the predicate is something quite different from what I think in the mere concept of a body in general. The addition of such a predicate therefore yields a synthetic judgment. Empirical judgments, as such, are all synthetic. For it would be absurd to found an analytic judgment on experience, because, in order to form such a judgment, I must not step outside my concept, and I need not appeal to the testimony of experience. The proposition that a body is extended holds a priori and is not empirical. For before I call in experience, I already have in the concept of body all the conditions required for my judgment. I have only to extract from this concept, in accordance with the principle of contradiction, the required predicate, and thus I become conscious, at the same time, of the necessity of the judgment, and that is what experience could never teach me. On the other hand, although I do not include the predicate of heaviness in the concept of a body in general, that concept, nevertheless, indicates an object of experience through one of its parts, so that I can add to that part other parts of the same experience, besides those which belong to the concept of a body in general. I may, first, acquire knowledge of the concept of a body, analytically through the characteristics of extension, impenetrability, shape, etc., all of which are thought in this concept. Afterwards I expand my knowledge, and, looking back on the experience from which I abstracted my concept of body, I find heaviness to be always connected with the aforementioned characteristics, and therefore I add it, as a predicate, synthetically, to that concept. It is, therefore, experience on which the possibility of the synthesis of the predicate of heaviness with the concept of body is founded. For although neither of the two concepts is contained in the other, yet they belong to each other, though only contingently, as parts of a whole, namely, of an experience, which is itself a synthetic combination of intuitions. In synthetic a priori judgments, however, this help is entirely lacking. If I am to go beyond registered the concept A, and to know BR2, 13 AG, endnote, A8. Introduction 45. That another concept B is connected with it, then what is that on which I rely and which makes the synthesis possible, considering that I cannot have the advantage of looking about in the field of experience. Take the proposition, everything that happens has its cause. In the concept of something that happens I do indeed think an existence preceded by a time, etc., and from that analytic judgments can be obtained. But the concept of a cause is entirely outside that concept and registered indicates something different from that which happens, hence, it is in no way contained in that representation. How then can I predicate of that which happens something totally different from it, and know the concept of cause, though not contained in the concept of that which happens, as belonging to it, and belonging to it necessarily, what is here the unknown equals x, on which the understanding relies, when it believes it discovers, outside the concept A, a predicate B asterisk foreign to the concept A, which it nevertheless believes to be connected with that concept, it cannot be experience, because the above principle, that all which happens has its cause, has added the second representation to the first, not only with greater generality, but asterisk also with the character of necessity, and therefore entirely a priori and from mere concepts. Upon such synthetic, i.e. expansive, principles rests the whole final aim of our speculative a priori knowledge, for the analytic principles are no doubt very important and necessary, but only in order to arrive at that distinctness of concepts which is requisite for a safe and wide synthesis as will lead to a genuinely new acquisition of knowledge. The degree in all theoretical sciences of reason. Synthetic a priori judgments are contained as principles. 1. All mathematical judgments are synthetic. This proposition, though incontestably certain and very important in its consequences, seems to have hitherto escaped the observation of those BR4 arrow 46 Critique of pure reason who are engaged in the analysis of human reason. Indeed, it seems to be directly opposed to all their conjectures. For as it was found that all mathematical inferences proceed according to the principle of contradiction, which is required by the nature of all apodictic certainty, it was supposed that the fundamental principles of mathematics are also known on the basis of the principle of contradiction. This, however, was a mistake, for although a synthetic proposition may be understood according to the principle of contradiction, this can only be if another synthetic proposition is presupposed from which it is deduced, but never by considering that proposition by itself. First of all, we ought to observe that mathematical propositions, properly so called, are always a priori judgments and not empirical ones, because they possess necessity, which cannot be derived from experience. If people should object to this, I am quite willing to confine my statement to pure mathematics, the very concept of which implies that it does not contain empirical, but only pure a priori knowledge. At first sight one might suppose, indeed, that the proposition 7 plus 5 equals 12 is a merely analytic one, following by the principle of contradiction from the concept of a sum of 7 and 5. But if we look more closely we find that the concept of the sum of 7 and 5 contains nothing beyond the union of the two numbers into one, whereby nothing is being thought as to what the single number may be which combines both. We by no means arrive at a concept of 12 by thinking that union of 7 and 5, and we may analyze our concept of such a possible sum as long as we please. Still we shall never discover in it the concept of 12. We must go beyond these concepts, and call in the assistance of the intuition corresponding to one of the two, for instance, our 5 fingers, or, as Sainer does in his arithmetic, 5 points, and so gradually add to the concept of 7 the units of the 5 given in intuition. For starting with the number 7, and calling in the 8 of the fingers of my hand as intuition in order to form with it the concept of 5, I gradually add to the number 7 the units, which I previously took together to make up the number 5, by BRS 5, 16. Introduction 47. Means of the image of my hand, and I thus see the number 12 arise. That 5 should be added to 7, this I had no doubt already thought in the concept of a sum equals 7 plus 5, but not that this sum be equal to the number 12. An arithmetical proposition is therefore always synthetic, which is seen more easily still when we take larger numbers, where it is evident that, turn and twist our concepts as we may, we could never, by means of the mere analysis of our concepts and without the help of intuition, arrive at the sum. Nor is any principle of pure geometry analytic. That the straight line between 2 points is the shortest is a synthetic proposition. For my concept of straight contains nothing about quantity, but only equality. The concept of the shortest is, therefore, entirely added, and cannot be extracted from the concept of a straight line by any analysis whatsoever. The 8 of Intuition, therefore, must be called in, by means of which alone the synthesis is possible. It is true that a few propositions presupposed by geometric eons are actually analytic and based on the principle of contradiction. But, like identical propositions, they serve only to form the chain of method and serve not as principles. Such are the propo. Itions A equals A, the whole is equal to itself, or A plus B, A, that is, the whole is greater than its parts. And even these, though they are valid according to mere concepts, are admitted in mathematics only because they can be exhibited in intuition. What often leads us to believe here that the predicate of apodictic judgments is contained in our very concept, and that the judgment is therefore analytic, is merely the ambiguous character of the expression. We are told that we ought to add in thought a certain predicate to a given concept, and this necessity adheres to the very concepts. But the question is not what we ought to add to the given concept, but what we actually think in it, even if only confusedly, and then it becomes clear that the predicate does indeed necessarily adhere to those concepts, not, however, as something thought in the concept itself, but by means of an intuition that must be added to the concept. BR 7. 48 Critique of Pure Reason. 2 Natural science, physics, contains synthetic a priori judge mens as principles. I shall cite as examples only a few propositions, such as the proposition that in all alterations of the material world the quantity of matter remains unaltered, or that in all communication of motion, action, and reaction must always be equal to each other. It is clear that both propositions are not only necessary, and therefore of a priori origin, but also that they are synthetic. For in the concept of matter I do not think permanence, but only its presence in the space which it occupies. I therefore go beyond the concept of matter, in order to add to it a priori in thought something that I did not think in it before. The proposition is, therefore, thought not analytically but synthetically and yet a priori, and the same applies to the other propositions of the pure part of natural science. 3 Metaphysics, even if we look upon it as hitherto only a tentative science, which because of the very nature of human reason, however, is indispensable to us, is meant to contain synthetic a priori knowledge. Its main concern is not at all merely to analyze concepts which we form a priori of things, and thus to elucidate them analytically, but to expand our knowledge a priori. This we can only do by means of principles which add to a given concept something that was not contained in it. Indeed, by means of such synthetic a priori judgments we must probably go so far beyond a given concept that experience itself cannot follow us, as, for instance, in the proposition, the world must have a first beginning, and others like it. Thus, at least according to its purpose, metaphysics consists merely of synthetic a priori propositions. 6. The general problem of pure reason. Much is gained if we are able to bring a number of investigations under the formula of one single problem. For we thus not only facilitate our own work by determining it accurately, but also enable anyone else who cares to examine it to form a B18, 19. Introduction 49. Judgment as to whether we have really done justice to our project or not. Now the real problem of pure reason is contained in the question, how are synthetic judgments a priori possible? That metaphysics has hitherto remained in so vacillating a state of uncertainty and contradiction is entirely due to the fact that people have never previously thought of this problem, or perhaps even of a distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. The solution of this problem, or the sufficient proof that a possibility which it demands to have explained does in reality not exist at all, is a question of life or death to metaphysics. David Hume, who among all philosophers came closest to this problem, though he was far from conceiving it with sufficient definiteness and universality, confining his attention only to the synthetic proposition about the connection of an effect with its causes, principium causalitatis, believed he had discovered that such an a priori proposition is entirely impossible. According to his conclusions, everything which we call metaphysics would turn out to be a mere delusion of rational insight into what in reality is only borrowed from experience and has, by mere habit, assumed the appearance of necessity. If he had grasped our problem in all its universality, he would never have thought of an assertion which destroys all pure philosophy, because he would have perceived that, according to his argument, no pure mathematical science was possible either, on account of its certainly containing synthetic a priori propositions, and from such an assertion his good sense would probably have saved him. In the solution of our problem we solve at the same time another one, concerning the possibility of the pure use of reason in establishing and carrying out all sciences which contain the ethical a priori knowledge of objects, i.e., we also answer the questions. How is pure mathematics possible? How is pure natural science possible? Since these sciences really exist, it is quite proper to ask how they are possible, for that they must be possible is proved by B2 50 Critique of Pure Reason. Their actuality asterisk is for metaphysics, however, the poor progress which it has hitherto made, and the fact that no metaphysical system has yet been put forth of which we can say, so far as its essential purpose is concerned, that it really exists, are sufficient grounds for everyone to doubt its possibility. Yet, in a certain sense, this kind of knowledge must also be looked upon as given, and metaphysics is actual, if not as a science, then as a natural disposition, metaphysica naturalis. For human reason, urged by its own need rather than moved merely by the conceit of accumulating knowledge, advances irresistibly to questions such as cannot be answered by any empirical use of reason or any principles derived from such a use, so that we may really say that all human beings, as soon as their reason became ripe for speculation, have at all times had in them, and always will have in them, some kind of metaphysics. And now concerning it, too, there is the question, how is metaphysics as a natural disposition possible, that is, how does the nature of universal human reason give rise to questions which pure reason poses to itself, and which it is impelled, by its own need, to answer as well as it can? As, however, all attempts which have hitherto been made at answering these natural questions, for instance, whether the world has a beginning, or exists from all eternity, etc., have always met with unavoidable contradictions, we cannot remain satisfied with the mere natural disposition to metaphysics, that is, with the pure faculty of reason itself, from which, indeed, some kind of metaphysics, whichever it may be, always arises. But it must be possible, by means of this disposition, to attain some certainty as to our knowledge or lack of knowledge of the asterisk. One might doubt this with regard to pure natural science, yet one has only to consider the different propositions which are to be found at the beginning of proper, empirical, physics, those, for example, relating to the permanence of the quantity of matter, to inertia, to the equality of action and reaction, etc., in order to become convinced that they constitute a physica pura, or rationalis, which well deserves, as an independent science, to be put forth separately and in its whole range, be that narrow or wide. B21, 22, footnote, B21. Introduction 51. Objects of metaphysics, that is, either certainty as to a decision about the objects that these questions deal with, or certainty as to the capacity or incapacity of reason to make judgments about these objects, therefore either to expand our pure reason in a reliable way, or to impose on it fixed and safe limits. This last question, which arises out of the general problem above, may, properly stated, take this form: how is metaphysics as a science possible? Ultimately, the critique of reason necessarily leads, therefore, to science, while its dogmatic use without critique lands us in groundless assertions, to which other assertions, equally plausible, can always be opposed, and hence in skepticism. This science, moreover, cannot be of any very formidable prolixity, for it has to deal not with the objects of reason, the variety of which is infinite, but only with reason itself, and with problems which arise entirely from within itself, imposed not by the nature of things distinct from it, but by its own nature. And thus, once reason has completely understood its own capacity in respect of objects which it may encounter in experience, it should easily be able to determine, completely and safely, the range and limits of its attempted use beyond the limits of all experience. All attempts which have hitherto been made at establishing a metaphysics dogmatically may and must therefore be regarded as though they had never occurred. For whatever is analytic in one or other of those metaphysical systems, that is, whatever is mere analysis of the concepts that dwell in our reason a priori, is by no means the purpose, but only a preparation for true metaphysics. Its purpose, that is, being to expand our a priori knowledge synthetically. Indeed, that analysis is utterly useless for this purpose, since it only shows what is contained in those concepts, but not how we arrive at them a priori, in order for us to determine the valid use of such concepts in regard to the objects of all knowledge in general. Nor does it require much self-denial to give up all these claims, considering that the undeniable, and in the dogmatic procedure unavoidable, contradictions of reason with itself have long deprived every system of B23, 24, 52 critique of pure reason, metaphysics of its authority. Greater firmness will be required if we are not to be deterred by difficulties from within and resist, hence from without, from trying to advance a science that is indispensable to human reason, a science whose every branch we may lop off, but whose root cannot be destroyed. We shall try this by applying a treatment entirely opposed to all former treatments, one which promises, at last, to bring about the prosperous and fruitful growth of the science, vil idea and division of a special science under the name of a critique of pure reason. It will now be seen how there can be the idea of a special science. The critique of pure reason, as it may be called, for registered reason, is the faculty which supplies the principles of a priori knowledge. Pure reason therefore is that which contains the principles of knowing something entirely a priori. An organon of pure reason would be the sum total of the principles by which all pure a priori knowledge can be acquired and actually established. Exhaustive application of such an organon would give us a system of pure reason. But as this would be a difficult task, and as at present it is still doubtful whether indeed in trademark expansion of our knowledge is possible here at all, we may regard a science that merely judges pure reason, its sources and limits, as the propedeutic to the system of pure reason. In general, it would have to be called only a critique, not a doctrine of pure reason. Its utility, in regard to speculation, would only be negative, for it would serve only to purge rather than to expand our reason, and, which after all is a considerable gain, would guard reason against errors. I call all knowledge transcendental which deals not so much with objects as with our manner of knowing objects. Insofar as this matter is to be possible, a priori asterisk a system of such concepts would be called transcendental philosophy. But this is still degree asterisk as a beginning, too great an undertaking. For since such a science must contain completely both analytic knowledge, B25 RE, 12, Introduction 53, and synthetic a priori knowledge, it is, as far as our present purpose is concerned, much too comprehensive. We will be satisfied to carry the analysis only so far as is indispensably necessary, in order to understand in their whole range the principles of a priori synthesis, with which alone we are concerned. This investigation, which properly speaking should be called only a transcendental critique but not a doctrine, is all we are dealing with at present. It is not meant to expand our knowledge but only to correct it, and to become the touchstone of the value, or lack of value, of all a priori knowledge. Such a critique is there for the preparation, as far as possible, for a new organon, or, if this should turn out not to be possible, for a canon at least, according to which, thereafter, the complete system of a philosophia of pure reason, whether it serve as an expansion or merely as a limitation of its knowledge, may be carried out both analytic, ally and synthetically. That such a system is possible, indeed that it need not be so comprehensive as to cut us off from the hope of completing it, may already be gathered from the fact that it would have to deal not with the nature of things, which is inexhaustible, but with the understanding which makes judgments about the nature of things, and with this understanding, again only as far as its a priori knowledge is concerned, the supply of this a priori knowledge cannot be hidden from us, as we need not look for it outside the understanding, and we may suppose this supply to prove sufficiently small for us to record completely, judge as to its value or lack of value, and appraise correctly. Still less ought we to expect here a critique of books and systems of pure reason, but only the critique of the faculty of pure reason itself. Only once we are in possession of this critique do we have a reliable touchstone for estimating the philosophical value of old and new works on this subject. Otherwise, an unqualified historian and judge does nothing but pass judgments upon the groundless assertions of others by means of his own, which are equally groundless. Transcendental philosophy is only the idea of a science asterisk for which the critique of pure reason should trace an outline. B26, 27 AR3, 54 critique of pure reason. Architectonically, i.e. from principles, thereby guaranteeing the completeness and reliability of all the parts of which this edifice consists. It is a system of all principles of pure reason registered. The reason why we do not already call such a critique itself a transcendental philosophy is simply this, that in order to be a complete system, it would have to contain likewise a comprehensive analysis of the whole of a priori human knowledge. It is true that our critique must produce a complete list of all the fundamental concepts which constitute that pure knowledge, but it need not give a detailed analysis of these concepts, nor a complete review of the concepts derived from them. Such an analysis would not serve our purpose, because it is not beset with the doubts and difficulties which are inherent in synthesis, and which alone necessitate a critique of pure reason. Nor would it answer our purpose or be consistent with the unity of our plan to assume the responsibility for the completeness of such an analysis and derivation. This completeness, however, of the analysis of a priori concepts and of the derivation of other concepts from them, as we shall have to deal with later, may easily be supplied, provided that they have first been laid down as comprehensive principles of synthesis, and if nothing is lacking registered in this essential purpose, all that constitutes transcendental philosophy belongs to the critique of pure reason. Indeed, it is the complete idea of transcendental philosophy. But the critique is not yet that science itself, because it carries the analysis only as far as is requisite for the complete examination of synthetic a priori knowledge. The most important consideration in dividing such a science is that no concepts be admitted which contain anything empirical, and that the a priori knowledge be perfectly pure. Therefore, although the supreme principles and fundamental concepts of morality are a priori knowledge, they do not belong to transcendental philosophy, because, although they do not take the concepts of pleasure and displeasure, of desires and inclinations, etc., which are all of empirical origin, as the basis of their precepts, in the formulation of a system of pure morality these empirical concepts must necessarily be brought into the concept of duty. B 28, 29 AR 4, 15. Introduction 5. As representing either an obstacle, which we have to overcome, or a stimulus, which must not be turned into a mode of transcendental philosophy is therefore the philosophy of merely speculative pure reason. Everything practical, insofar as it contains motives, has reference to feelings, and these belong to empirical sources of knowledge. If we are to carry out a proper division of our science from the general viewpoint of a system, it must contain first a doctrine of the elements, and secondly, a doctrine of the method of pure reason. Each of these principal divisions will have its subdivisions, the grounds of which, however, cannot yet be explained. Only this much seems necessary by way of introduction and advance information, that there are two stems of human knowledge, namely sensibility and understanding, which perhaps spring from a common root unknown to us. Objects are given to us through sensibility, and through understanding they are thought. If our sensibility should contain a priori representations, constituting the condition registered under which objects are given to us, it would belong to transcendental philosophy. And since the conditions under which alone the objects of human knowledge are given to us precede those under which these objects are thought, the transcendental doctrine of sensibility would belong to the first part of the science of elements. B 38 16. Critique of pure reason. I. Transcendental doctrine of elements. B 31 A 17. Transcendental doctrine of elements. First part. Transcendental aesthetic. X. Whatever the process and the means may be by which knowledge refers to its objects, intuition is that through which it refers to them immediately, and at which all thought aims as a means. But intuition takes place only insofar as the object is given to us. This again is only possible, for us human beings at least, when the mind is affected by the object in a certain way. The capacity, receptivity, to obtain representations through the way in which we are affected by objects is called sensibility. Objects are therefore given to us by means of our sensibility. Sensibility alone supplies us with intuitions. These intuitions are thought through the understanding, and from the understanding there arise concepts. But all thought must, directly or indirectly, by way of certain characteristics, refer ultimately to intuitions, and therefore, with us, to sensibility, because in no other way can any object be given to us. The effect produced by an object upon the capacity for representation, insofar as we are affected by the object, is sensation. An intuition that refers to an object through sensation is called empirical. The undetermined object of an empirical intuition is called appearance. That an appearance which corresponds to sensation I call its matter, but that which brings about the fact that the manifold of the appearance can be ordered in certain relations, I call the form of appearance asterisk now, that in which alone sensations can be 33, 34 arg. 20. 60 Transcendental doctrine of elements. Be ordered and placed in a certain form cannot be sensation. Again. Consequently, despite the fact that the matter of all appearance is given to us only a posteriori, its form must lie ready for the sensations a priori in the mind, and must therefore allow of being considered apart from all sensation. I call all representation pure, in a transcendental sense, in which there is nothing that belongs to sensation. The pure form, therefore, of sensible intuitions in general, in which everything manifold in the appearances is intuited in certain relations, must be found a priori in the mind. And this pure form of sensibility may itself be called pure intuition. Thus, if we separate from the representation of a body what the understanding thinks in regard to it, such as substance, force, divisibility, etc., and likewise what belongs to sensation, such as impenetrability, hardness, color, etc., there still remains something of this empirical intuition, namely extension and shape. These belong to pure intuition, which, even without an actual object of the senses or of sensation, exists a priori in the mind, as a mere form of sensibility. The science of all the principles of a priori sensibility I call transcendental aesthetic asterisk. There must be such a science, forming the first part of the transcendental doctrine of elements, in contrast to that science which treats the principles of pure thought, and which is called transcendental logic. Asterisk. The Germans are the only people who at present use the word aesthetic in order to signify what others call critique of taste. The word implies a false hope, first conceived by the excellent analyst, Baumgarten, of bringing our critical judgment of the beautiful under rational principles, and to raise its rules to the rank of a science. But such endeavors are vain. For such rules or criteria are, according to their principal sources, merely empirical, and hence can never serve as determinate registered a priori laws to which our judgment of taste would have to conform. On the contrary, our judgment is the real touchstone of the correctness of those rules. It would be advisable, therefore, either to give up using the term in this sense, and to reserve it for the doctrine which is a true science, thus coming closer to the language and meaning of the ancients, among whom the division of knowledge into ai registered in tes avant registered was very famous, or to share this term with speculative philosophy, and thus to use the term aesthetic partly in a transcendental, and partly in a psychological sense. B 35, 36 as, footnote, B 36. Transcendental aesthetic 61. In the transcendental aesthetic, therefore, we shall first isolate sensibility, by separating from it everything that the understanding thinks through its concepts, so that nothing will remain but empirical intuition. Secondly, we shall separate from sensibility everything that belongs to sensation, so that nothing will remain but pure intuition and the mere form of appearances, which is all that sensibility can supply a priori. In the course of this investigation it will be found that there are two pure forms of sensible intuition, which are principles of a priori knowledge, namely space and time. We now proceed to consider these in more detail. The Transcendental Aesthetic. Section I. Of space. $2. Metaphysical exposition of this concept. By means of outer sense, a property of our mind, we represent to ourselves objects as outside us, and represent all of these in space. In space their shape, size, and relation to one another are determined or determinable. Inner sense, by means of which the mind intuits itself or its inner state, yields indeed no intuition of the soul itself as an object, but there is nevertheless a determined a form under which alone an intuition of its inner state is possible, so that whatever belongs to inner determinations is represented in relations of time. Time cannot be intuited externally, any more than space can be intuited as something within us. What, then, are space and time? Are they things which actually exist? Are they only determinations or relations of things, but such as would belong to things even if they were not intuited? Or are they determinations and relations which adhere only to the form of intuition and therefore to the subjective nature of our mind, without which these predicates of space and time can be 37, 38 as 23. 62 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Never be ascribed to anything at all. In order to understand this more clearly, let us first of all give an exposition of the concept of space. Degree by exposition, expositio, then, I mean the distinct, though not comprehensive representation of what belongs to a concept. Such an exposition is metaphysical if it contains that which exhibits the concept as given a priori. Space is not an empirical concept which has been derived from outer experiences. For in order that certain sensations be referred to something outside me, that is, to something in a different part of space from that in which I am, again, in order that I may be able to represent them as outside and alongside one another, that is, not only as different but as in different places, the representation of space must already be at the basis. Therefore, the representation of space cannot be borrowed from the relations of outer appearance through experience, but, on the contrary, this outer experience is possible only through that representation of space. 2. Space is a necessary a priori representation which underlies all outer intuitions. It is impossible to have a representation of there being no space, though one can very well think of space without objects to fill it. Space is therefore to be regarded as the condition of the possibility of appearances, not as a determination dependent upon them. It is a priori representation which necessarily underlies all outer appearances. 3. Space is not a discursive or, as we say, general concept of the relations of things in general, but a pure intuition. 4. First of all, we can represent one space only, and when we speak of many spaces, we mean only parts of one and the same unique space. Nor, secondly, can these parts precede the one and all embracing space, as its constituents, out of which it can be assembled. Rather, they are thought only as in it. Space is entirely one, the manifold in it, and therefore the general concept of spaces in general arises entirely from limitations. Hence it follows that, with respect to space, and a priori intuition of it, one that is not empirical, must underlie all concepts of it. In the same manner, all geometrical principles, e.g. that in a triangle 2, B39 AZ4, 25. Transcendental Aesthetic 63. Sides together are greater than the third, are never derived from the general concepts of line and triangle, but from intuition, and derived moreover a priori with apodictic certainty. 4. Space is represented as an infinite given magnitude. Now, it is quite true that every concept must be thought as a representation which is contained in an infinite number of different possible representations, as their common characteristic, and therefore the concept contains these under itself, but no concept, as such, can be thought as containing an infinite number of representations within itself. Nevertheless, space is so thought, for all parts of space, up to infinity, are simultaneous. Consequently, the original representation of space is a priori intuition, not a concept. 3. Transcendental exposition of the concept of space. By transcendental exposition I understand the explanation of a concept as a principle from which the possibility of other synthetic a priori knowledge can be understood. For this purpose it is required, 1. That knowledge of this kind actually flows from the given concept, 2. That this knowledge is possible only under the presupposition of a given mode of explaining this concept. Geometry is a science which determines the properties of space synthetically, and yet a priori. What, then, must the representation of space be if such a knowledge of it is to be possible? Space must originally be intuition, for from a mere concept it is impossible to obtain propositions which go beyond the concept, such as we do, however, obtain in geometry. Introduction. This intuition must, however, be encountered in us a priori. That is, prior to any perception of an object, and must therefore be pure, not empirical, intuition. For all geometrical propositions are apodictic, that is, connected with the consciousness of their necessity, as for instance the proposition that space has only B40, 41. 64 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. 3 dimensions. Such propositions cannot be empirical judgments or judgments of experience, nor can they be inferred from such judgments. Introduction. 2. How, then, can an outer intuition, which precedes the objects themselves and in which the concept of these objects can be determined a priori, dwell in the mind? Evidently, not otherwise. Then insofar as the intuition has its seat merely in the subject, as the subject's formal constitution of being affected by objects, and of thereby receiving an immediate representation, that is, intuition, of them, and therefore only as form of the outer sense. In general, our explanation is therefore the only one that makes the possibility of geometry as a form of synthetic a priori knowledge intelligible. Any explanation which fails to account for this possibility, although it may seem to be somewhat similar, can best be distinguished from our own by these criteria. Registered. Conclusions from the above concepts. A. Space does not represent any property of any things in themselves, nor does it represent them in their relation to one another. I.e., space does not represent any determination which would adhere to objects themselves, and that would remain even if we abstracted from all subjective conditions of intuition. For no determinations, whether absolute or relative, can be intuited prior to the existence of the things to which they belong, and hence none can be intuited a priori. B. Space is nothing but the form of all appearances of outer sense, i.e., it is the subjective condition of sensibility, under which alone outer intuition is possible for us. Since, then, the receptivity of the subject to be affected by objects must necessarily precede all intuition of these objects. We can understand how the form of all appearances can be given in the mind prior to all actual perception, and so be given a priori, and how, as a pure intuition, in which all objects must be determined, it can contain, prior to B42A26. Transcendental Aesthetic 65. All experience, principles which determine the relations among these objects. It is, therefore, only from the human standpoint that we can speak of space, extended objects, etc. If we depart from the subjective condition under which alone we can gain outer intuition, namely, as far as we ourselves may be affected by objects, the representation of space means nothing whatsoever. This predicate is ascribed to things only insofar as they appear to us, that is, only to objects of sensibility. The constant form of this receptivity which we call sensibility is a necessary condition of all relations in which objects can be intuited as outside us. And when we abstract from these objects, then the form of that receptivity is a pure intuition which we call space. As the special conditions of our sensibility cannot be made the conditions of the possibility of things, but only of their appearances, we may indeed say that space comprehends all things which appear to us externally, but not all things in themselves, intuited or not, or intuited by any subject whatsoever. For we cannot judge in regard to the intuitions of other thinking beings whether they are subject to the same conditions which limit our intuition and which for us are universally valid. If we add the limitation of a judgment to the concept of a subject, the judgment gains unconditional validity. The proposition, all things are side by side in space, is valid under the limitation that these things are taken as objects of our sensible intuition. If here I add the condition to the concept, and say, all things, as outer appearances, are side by side in space, then the rule obtains universal and unlimited validity. Our discussions therefore establish the reality, i.e., the objective validity, of space with regard to everything that can come to us externally as an object, and at the same time establish the ideality of space with regard to things when considered in themselves by reason, that is, without taking into account the constitution of our sensibility. Hence we assert the empirical reality of space, as far as all possible outer experience is concerned, but at the same time we assert its transcendental ideality, that is to say, we assert that space is nothing once we leave out of consideration the B43, 44A 27, 28, 66 transcendental doctrine of elements, condition of the possibility of all experience, and accept space as something underlying things in themselves. With the exception of space, there is no other subjective representation referring to something external that would be called a priori objective, for from none of them can we derive synthetic a priori propositions, as we can from the intuition in space. 3. Strictly speaking, therefore, they can claim no ideality at all, even though they agree with the representation of space in this respect, that they belong only to the subjective constitution of the kind of sense involved, for instance, of sight, of hearing, or of feeling, through the sensations of colors, sounds and heat. All these, however, being merely sensations and not intuitions, do not allow us to know any object, least of all a priori. What I have said just now is intended only to prevent people from imagining that they can illustrate the asserted ideality of space by means of examples which are altogether insufficient, such as colors, taste, etc. These cannot be rightly considered qualities of things, but only as alterations in our subject, alterations which may, indeed, be different in different people. For in this case, something which originally is itself only appearance, for instance, a rose, is taken by the empirical understanding for a thing in itself, which, nevertheless, with regard to color, can appear differently to every eye. The transcendental concept of appearances in space, on the contrary, is a critical reminder that nothing intuited in space is a thing in itself, and that space is not a form of things which might belong to them in themselves, but that objects in themselves are not known to us at all, and that what we call external objects are nothing but mere representations of our sensibility, the form of which is space. The true correlate of sensibility, that is, the thing in itself, is not known, nor can it be known at all through these representations, nor do we ever ask any questions about it in experience. B45-30, endnote, A29. Transcendental Aesthetic 67. Transcendental Aesthetic. Section 2. Of time. Metaphysical exposition of the concept of time. 1. Time is not an empirical concept that in some way has been derived from an experience, for neither simultaneity nor succession would enter our perception if the representation of time did not underlie them a priori. Only when its representation is presupposed can we represent to ourselves a number of things as existing at one and the same time, simultaneously, or at different times, successively. 2. Time is a necessary representation that underlies all intuitions. We cannot remove time itself from appearances in general, though we can quite well take away appearances from time. Time, therefore, is given a priori. In time alone is the actuality of appearances possible. All appearances may vanish, but time itself, as the universal condition of their possibility, cannot be removed. 3. This a priori necessity also grounds the possibility of apodictic principles of the relations of time, or of axioms about time in general. Time has one dimension only, different times are not simultaneous but successive, just as different spaces are not successive but simultaneous. These principles cannot be derived from experience, because experience could not impart to them either strict universality or apodictic certainty. We should only be able to say that common perception teaches us that it is so, but not that it must be so. These principles are valid as rules, under which alone experiences are possible. They instruct us prior to experience, not by means of experience. 4. Time is not a discursive, or what is called a general concept, but a pure form of sensible intuition. Different times are only parts of one and the same time, and that representation which B46, 47-31, 32, 68 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements can be given only through a single object is an intuition. Moreover, the proposition that different times cannot be simultaneous cannot be derived from a general concept. The proposition is synthetic, and cannot have its origin in concepts only. Hence it is contained immediately in the intuition and representation of time. 5. To say that time is infinite means no more than that every determinate magnitude of time is possible only through limitations on one single underlying time, the original representation. Time must, therefore, be given as unlimited. But when the parts themselves and every magnitude of an object can be represented determinately only through limitation, the whole representation cannot be given through concepts, for those contain only partial Representations, on the contrary, they must be based on immediate intuition. $5. Transcendental exposition of the concept of time. I may here refer to No 3,7 where, for the sake of brevity, I have placed what is properly transcendental under the head of metaphysical exposition. Here I may add that the concept of alteration, and with it the concept of motion, as alteration of place, is possible only through and in the representation of time, and that if this representation were not an inner, a priori intuition, then no concept, whatever it may be, could make comprehensible the possibility of alteration, that is, of a combination of contradictorily opposed predicates in one and the same object. For instance, the existence and non-existence of one and the same thing in one and the same place. It is only in time that both contradictorily opposed determinations can be met within the same thing, that is, one after the other. Our concept of time, therefore, explains the possibility of as much synthetic a priori knowledge as is exhibited in the by no means infertile general doctrine of motion. B 48, 49. Transcendental Aesthetic 69. 6. Conclusions from these concepts. A. Time is not something which exists by itself, or which adheres to things as an objective determination, not something, therefore, that might remain when abstraction is made from all subjective conditions of our intuition of them. For in the former case it would be something actual, and yet not be an actual object. In the latter case time could not, as a determination or order, adhering to things themselves, precede the objects as their condition, and could not be known and intuited a priori through synthetic propositions. But this last is quite possible if time is nothing but the subjective condition under which alone all intuitions can take place within us. For in that case this form of inner intuition can be represented prior to the objects, that is, represented a priori. B. Time is nothing but the form of inner sense, that is, of our intuition of ourselves, and of our inner state. Time cannot be a determination of outer appearances, as opposed to belonging to shape or location, etc. Time determines the relation of representations in our inner state. And exactly because this inner intuition supplies no shape, we try to make up for this deficiency by means of analogies, and represent the succession of time by a line progressing to infinity, in which the manifold constitutes a series of only one dimension, and from the properties of this line, we infer all the properties of time, with this one exception, that, while the parts of the line are simultaneous, those of time are always successive. From this it is clear that the representation of time is itself an intuition, for all temporal relations allow of being expressed in an outer intuition. C. Time is the formal a priori condition of all appearances in general. Space, as the pure form of all outer intuition, is restricted, as an a priori condition, to just outer appearances. But as all representations, whether they have as their objects outer things, or not, themselves belong, as determinations of the mind, to our B 50 33, 34. 70 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Inner state, whereas this inner state is subject to the formal condition of inner intuition, and therefore to time, so time is an a priori condition of all appearance in general. It is the immediate condition of inner appearances, of our souls, and thereby the immediate condition also of outer appearances. If I am able to say a priori that all outer appearances are in space, and are determined a priori according to the relations of space, I can, in accordance with the principle of inner sense, make the universal assertion that all appearances in general, that is, all objects of the senses, are in time and stand necessarily in relations of time. If we abstract from the manner in which we intuit ourselves internally, and in which by means of this intuition we also take up all outer intuitions into our power of representation, and if, hence, we take objects as they may be in themselves, then time is nothing. Time has objective validity only with respect to appearances, because these are already things which we accept as objects of our senses, but time is no longer objective if we abstract from the sensibility of our intuition, that is to say, from that mode of representation which is peculiar to us, and speak of things in general. Time is therefore merely a subjective condition of our human intuition, which is always sensible, that is, so far as we are affected by objects, but in itself, apart from the subject, it is nothing. Nevertheless, with respect to all appearances, that is, to all things which can enter into our experience, time is necessarily objective. We cannot say that all things are in time, for in the concept of things in general we abstract from all modes of their intuition and therefore from the very condition under which time belongs to our representation of objects. If, therefore, the condition is added to the concept, and if we say that all things, as appearances, as objects of sensible intuition, are in time, then the principle has its full objective correctness and a priori universality. What we insist on, therefore, is the empirical reality of time. That is, its objective validity with regard to all objects which might ever be given to our senses. And as our intuition is always sensible, no object can ever be given to us in experience which is B 51, 52 35. Transcendental Aesthetic 71. Not subject to the conditions of time. What we deny, on the other hand, is that time has any claim to absolute reality, that is to say, we deny, without taking into account the form of our sensible intuition, that time should by itself be a condition or property, adhering to things absolutely, for such properties which belong to things in themselves can never be given to us through the senses. This, then, is what constitutes the transcendental ideality of time, according to which, if we abstract from the subjective conditions of our sensible intuition, time is nothing, and cannot be regarded as subsisting or as inhering in the objects in themselves, aside from their relation to our intuition. This ideality of time, however, as well as that of space, should not be confounded with the subreptions of sensations, because in that case, we presuppose that the appearance itself in which such predicates inhere has objective reality. In the case of time, such objective reality is entirely missing except insofar as it is merely empirical. That is, insofar as the object itself is regarded merely as appearance. On this subject, see the above note, in the first section, on space. 7. Elucidation. Against this theory, which admits the empirical reality of time, but denies it absolute and transcendental reality, even intelligent men have protested so unanimously that I suppose that every reader who is unaccustomed to these considerations may naturally be of the same opinion. What they object to is this: alterations, they say, are real. This is proved by the change of our own representations, even if all outer appearances and their alterations be denied. Alterations, however, are possible only in time, and therefore time must be something real. The answer to this is easy enough. I grant the whole argument. Time is certainly something real, namely, the real form of inner intuition. Time, therefore, has subjective reality with regard to inner experience. BS 3 of 36, 37. 72 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. That is, I really have the representation of time and my asterisk determinations in it. Time, therefore, is to be considered as real, though not as an object but as the matter of representing which I myself, as an object, possess. If either I myself or any other being could intuit me without this condition of sensibility, then these very determinations which we now represent to ourselves as alterations would provide a kind of knowledge in which the representation of time, and therefore also of alteration, would not enter at all. There only remains, therefore, the empirical reality of time, as condition of all our experiences, while absolute reality cannot, according to what has just been shown, be granted to it. Time is nothing but the form of our inner intuition asterisk take away from time the special condition of our sensibility, and the concept of time vanishes as well. Time does not adhere to the objects, but only to the subject that intuits them. The reason why this objection is raised so unanimously, and even by those who have nothing very tangible to say against the doctrine of the ideal idea of space, is this. They could not hope to prove apodictically the absolute reality of space, for they are confronted by idealism, according to which the reality of external objects does not admit of strict proof. The reality of the object of our inner sense, the reality of myself and of my state, on the other hand, is immediately evident through our consciousness. The former might be a mere illusion, but the latter, according to their opinion, is undeniably something real. They did not see, however, that both of them, without denying their reality as representations, belong nevertheless only to appearance, which always has two sides, the one where the object is considered in itself, without regard to the manner in which it is intuited, its constitution therefore remaining always problematic, the other where the form of the intuition of this object is taken into consideration, which form is not to be sought in the object in. Asterisk I can indeed say that my representations follow one another, but this means no more than that we are conscious of them as in succession of time, that is, according to the form of inner sense. Time is not, therefore, something in itself, nor is it a determination adhering objectively to things. 1b 54, 55 to 38. Transcendental Aesthetic 73. Itself, but in the subject to which the object appears, and which yet belongs really and necessarily to the appearance of this object. Time and space are, therefore, two sources of knowledge from which a variety of synthetic knowledge can be drawn a priori. Pure mathematics gives a splendid example of this with respect to our knowledge of space and its relations. As time and space, taken together, are pure forms of all sensible intuition, they render synthetic a priori propositions possible. But precisely thereby, that they are merely conditions of our sensibility, these a priori sources of knowledge determine their own limits, namely, that they apply to objects only insofar as these are considered as appearances, but do not present things in themselves. This is the only field in which these a priori sources of knowledge are valid. Beyond it, no objective use can be made of them. This reality of space and time, however, leaves the reliability of empirical knowledge quite untouched, for we are equally sure of it, whether these forms are necessarily adherent to things in themselves or only to our intuition of these things. Those, on the other hand, who maintain the absolute reality of space and time, whether as subsisting or only as inhering, must come into conflict with the principles of experience itself. For if they assume space and time to be subsisting, which is generally the view of mathematical students of nature, then they have to assume two eternal and infinite and self-subsisting non-entities, space and time, which exist, yet without there being anything real, only in order to encompass all that is real. If they take the second view, held by some metaphysical students of nature, and regard space and time as relations of appearances, concurrent or successive, which are abstracted from experience, but represented confusedly in their separation, then they are obliged to deny that mathematical four priori doctrines have any validity with regard to real things, for instance, things in space, or at least to deny their apodictic certainty. For a posteriori no such certainty is to be found, and, according to this opinion, the a priori concepts of space and time are merely creatures of our imagination. Their sources, they hold. BS 6, 57 to 39, 40. 74 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Must really be sought in experience, imagination framing out of the relations abstracted from experience something that, while it contains what is general in these relations, yet cannot exist without the restrictions which nature has connected with them. The mathematical students of nature gain so much that they keep the sphere of appearances free for mathematical propositions. On the other hand, they become bewildered by these very conditions. As soon as the understanding endeavors to go beyond this sphere, the metaphysical students have this advantage, that they do not get bewildered by the representations of space and time, when they wish to judge of objects not as appearances but only in their relation to the understanding. But they can neither account for the possibility of a priori mathematical knowledge, for they lack a true and objectively valid a priori intuition, nor bring the propositions of experience into necessary agreement with those a priori mathematical propositions. On our theory of the true character of these two original forms of sensibility, both difficulties vanish. Lastly, transcendental aesthetic cannot contain more than these two elements, namely, space and time. This is evident from the fact that all other concepts belonging to sensibility, even that of motion, which unites both elements, presuppose something empirical. Motion presupposes the perception of something movable. In space, however, considered in itself, there is nothing movable, consequently the movable must be something that is found in space only through experience, and must therefore be an empirical datum. Similarly, transcendental aesthetic cannot count the concept of alteration among its a priori data, because time itself does not alter, but only something which is in time. The concept of alteration requires the perception of something that exists and of the succession of its determinations. In other words, it requires experience. B58 AGR. Transcendental Aesthetic 75. 8. General observations on the transcendental aesthetic. 1.5 In order to avoid all misapprehension, it will first be necessary to explain, as distinctly as possible, what our view is regarding the fundamental constitution of sensible knowledge in general. What we meant to say was this, that all our intuition is nothing but the representation of appearance, that the things which we intuit are not in themselves what we intuit them as being, nor are their relations so constituted in themselves as they appear to us, and that, if we remove our subject or even only the subjective constitution of the senses in general, then the entire constitution and all relations of objects in space and time, nay space and time, themselves, would vanish. They cannot, as appearances, exist in themselves, but only in us. It remains completely unknown to us what objects may be in themselves, and apart from all this receptivity of our sensibility, we know nothing but our manner of perceiving them, a manner which is peculiar to us, and not necessarily shared by every being, even though it must be shared by every human being. This manner of perceiving alone is what concerns us here. Space and time are its pure forms, while sensation in general is its matter. The forms of space and time alone we can know a priori, that is, prior to all actual perception, and such knowledge is therefore called pure intuition. Sensation, on the other hand, is that in our knowledge which leads to its being called a posteriori knowledge, that is, empirical intuition. Those forms adhere to our sensibility with absolute necessity. No matter of what kind our sensations may be, the latter can differ very much. Even if we could impart the highest degree of distinctness to our intuition, we should not thereby come one step nearer to the constitution of objects in themselves. We should indeed know completely our manner of intuition, i.e., our sensibility, but always under the conditions adhering to the subject originally, i.e., the conditions of space and time. What? B59, 68, 42, 43. 76 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. The objects may be in themselves would never become known to us even through the most enlightened knowledge of that which alone is given to us, namely, their appearance. It would falsify the concept of sensibility and of appearance, and render our whole doctrine of it useless and empty, if we were to accept the view that our entire sensibility is but a confused representation of things, containing only what belongs to them in themselves, though containing it smothered under an accumulation of characteristics and partial representations which we do not consciously disentangle. The difference between an indistinct and a distinct representation is merely logical, and does not touch the content. Thus the concept of right, as used by common sense, contains all that the subtlest speculation can draw out of it, except that in its ordinary and practical use we are not conscious of the manifold representations contained in these thoughts. But no one could therefore say that the ordinary concept were sensible and contained a mere appearance, for right can never be an appearance. Its concept, rather, belongs to the understanding and represents a constitution, the moral constitution, of actions which belongs to them in themselves. The representation of a body in intuition, on the contrary, contains nothing that could belong to an object in itself, but merely the appearance of something, and the manner in which we are affected by that something. This receptivity of our capacity of knowledge is called sensibility. Even if we could see through, and to the very bottom of, that appearance, this receptivity would remain forever altogether different from the knowledge of the object in itself. This shows that the philosophy of Leibniz and Wolff, by treating this difference between the sensible and the intellectual as merely logical, has given a totally wrong direction to all investigations into the nature and origin of our knowledge. This difference is evidently transcendental, and it concerns not merely the form of this knowledge, as being distinct or indistinct, but its origin and content. Through our sensibility, therefore, we do not know the constitution of things in themselves only indistinctly. B61, 62a 44. Transcendental Aesthetic 77. We do not know it at all. If we withdraw our subjective constitution, the represented object, with the properties bestowed on it by sensible intuition, is nowhere to be found, and cannot possibly be found, for its form as appearance is determined by this subjective constitution. We commonly distinguish in appearances that which entirely adheres to their intuition and holds for the sense of every human being, from that which belongs to their intuition only, contingently, being valid not for the relation of sensibility in general, but only for a particular position and organization of this or that sense. In this case the former kind of knowledge is said to represent the object in itself, the latter only its appearance. But this distinction is merely empirical. If, as generally happens, people are satisfied with this distinction, without again, as ought to happen, treating that empirical intuition itself as mere appearance, in which nothing belonging to anything in itself can be found, then our transcendental distinction is lost. We then believe that we know things in themselves, though in the world of sense, however far we may carry our investigation of its objects, we never deal with anything but appearances. It is true, for example, that we will call the rainbow during a sunny shower a mere appearance, and the rain the thing in itself. This would be quite right, if we take the concept of a thing in itself in a physical sense, as something which, in universal experience and in all its different positions in relation to our senses, can be determined only thus, and not otherwise in our intuition. But if we take this empirical something in general, and ask, without considering whether it is the same for every human sense, whether it also represents an object in itself, not the drops of rain, for these are already, as appearances, empirical objects, then the question as to the relation of the representation to the object becomes transcendental, and at that point not only are the drops mere appearances, but even their round shape, nay even the space in which they fall, are nothing in themselves, but only modifications or foundations of our sensible intuition, and the transcendental object remains unknown to us. B63a 45, 46. 78 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. The second important point in our transcendental aesthetic is that it should not only gain favor as a plausible hypothesis, but should be as certain and undoubted as can be demanded of any theory that is to serve as an organ on. In order to make this certainty fully evident, we shall select a case which will make its validity obvious, and which can serve to clarify further what has been said in 3 degree. Let us suppose that space and time are in themselves objective, and are conditions of the possibility of things in themselves. In the first place, it is evident that with regard to both space and time there is a large number of a priori apodictic and synthetic propositions, particularly with regard to space, which for this reason we shall investigate here as our chief example. As the propositions of geometry are known synthetically a priori and with apodictic certainty, I ask, whence do you obtain such propositions, and what does the understanding rely on in order to arrive at such absolutely necessary and universally valid truths? There is no other way but through concepts or through intuitions, and these are both given either a priori or a posteriori. The latter ones, namely empirical concepts as well as the empirical intuition on which they are founded, cannot yield any synthetic propositions except such as are also themselves merely empirical, that is, propositions of experience. And so these propositions can never possess that necessity and absolute universality which are characteristic of all propositions of geometry. As to the first and only means of arriving at such knowledge, however, namely, Through mere concepts or through a priori intuitions, it is evident that from mere concepts we can obtain only analytic but never any synthetic knowledge. Take the proposition that two straight lines cannot enclose a space and therefore cannot form a figure, and try to derive it from the concept of straight lines and a number 2, or take the proposition that with three straight lines, it is possible to form a figure, and try similarly to derive this only from those concepts. All your labor will be lost, and in the end, you will be obliged to have recourse to intuition, as is always done in geometry. You therefore give yourselves an object in B64, 65a 47, 48. Transcendental Aesthetic 79. Intuition. But of what kind is this intuition? Is it a pure a priori intuition or an empirical one? Were it the latter, it could never turn into a universally valid, still less into an apodictic proposition, because experience can never yield such. You must therefore give yourselves an object a priori and intuition, and found your synthetic proposition on this object. If you did not possess in yourselves a faculty for intuiting a priori, if this subjective condition were not at the same time, as regards its form, the universal a priori condition under which alone the object of this outer intuition is itself possible, if the object, the triangle, were something in itself, apart from any relation to your subject, then how could you say that what necessarily exists in your subjective conditions for constructing a triangle must of necessity also belong to the triangle itself? For you could not add something entirely new, the figure, to your concepts, of three lines, some thing which would necessarily have to be met within the object, since this object is given, not through but prior to your knowledge. If, therefore, space, and also time, were not a mere form of your intuition, an intuition which contains a priori conditions under which alone things can be external objects to you, while without these subjective conditions these objects are not in themselves, you could not a priori and synthetically establish anything about external objects. It is therefore certain beyond the reach of doubt, and not merely possible or probable, that space and time, as the necessary conditions of all outer and inner experience, are merely subjective conditions of all our intuition, and that in relation to these conditions all objects are therefore mere appearances, and do not exist for themselves as things given to us in this way. Hence, so far as their form is concerned, much can be said a priori about these objects, but nothing can ever be said about the thing in itself which may underlie these appearances. 2. As a confirmation of this theory of the ideal idea of both outer and inner sense, and therefore of all objects of the senses, as mere appearances, we may particularly remark that everything in our knowledge which belongs to intuition, excluding their B66a4g 80 transcendental doctrine of elements. 4. The feeling of pleasure and displeasure, and the will, which are no knowledge at all, contains nothing but mere relations, namely, of the places in an intuition, extension, of alteration, of places, motion, and of laws according to which this alteration is determined, moving forces. Nothing is given to us thereby as to what is present in that place, or what is active in the things themselves besides the alteration of place. A thing in itself, however, cannot be known through mere relations, and we may therefore conclude that since the outer sense gives us nothing but mere representations of relations, this sense can contain in its representation only the relation of an object to the subject, and not the inside pertaining to the object in itself. The same applies to inner intuition. Not only do the representations of the outer senses constitute the proper material in it with which we fill our mind, but the time in which we place these representations, and which itself precedes our consciousness of them in experience, and underlies, as formal condition, the manner in which we place them in the mind, already contains relations of succession, simultaneity, and that which must be simultaneous with succession, the permanent. Now that which, as representation, can precede every act of thinking anything is intuition, and if it contains nothing but relations then it is the form of intuition. As this form represents nothing except insofar as something is being posited in the mind, it can be nothing but the manner in which the mind is affected by its own activity, namely by this positing of its representation, and so is affected by itself. In other words, it is an inner sense with respect to its form. Whatever is represented through a sense is to that extent always appearance, and hence, either we must not admit that there is an inner sense at all, or we must grant that the subject which is the object of the sense can be represented by it only as appearance, and not as that subject might judge of itself if its intuition were mere self-activity, that is, if it were intellectual. What underlies this whole difficulty here is how a subject can internally intuit itself, and this difficulty is common to every theory. The consciousness of itself, apperception, is the simple representation of the I, and if by it alone all. B67, 68. Transcendental Aesthetic 81. The manifold in the subject were given self-actively, the inner intuition would be intellectual. In human beings this consciousness requires inner perception of the manifold which is given in the subject antecedently, and the manner in which this manifold is given in the mind without spontaneity must, on account of this distinction, be called sensibility. If the faculty of becoming conscious of oneself is to seek for, apprehend, what lies in the mind, then it must affect the mind, and only in this way can it produce an intuition of itself. But the form of this intuition, which antecedently lies at the basis in the mind, determines, in the representation of time, the manner in which the manifold exists together in the mind, for this capacity then does not intuit itself as it would represent itself immediately and self-actively, but according to the manner in which it is affected from within, and consequently intuits itself as it appears to itself, not as it is. Ill. When I say that the intuition of external objects and the self-intuition of the mind represent, in space and in time, both those objects and the mind as they affect our senses, that is, as they appear, I do not mean that these objects are a mere illusion. For in an appearance the objects, nay even the properties which we ascribe to them, are always regarded as something actually given, except that insofar as such properties depend only on the subject's manner of intuition of this given object in relation to him, we distinguish the object as appearance from itself as object in itself. Thus when I assert that the quality of space and of time, in accordance with which, as a condition of their existence, I posit both bodies and my own soul, lies in my manner of intuition, and not in those objects in themselves, I am not saying that bodies merely seem to be outside me, or that my soul only seems to be given in my self-consciousness. It would be my own fault if I made a mere illusion out of that which I ought to count as appearance. This does not happen, however, according to our the predicates of the appearance can be ascribed to the object itself, in relation to our sense, as, for instance, to the rose the red color or the scent. But what B69, 70, footnote, B70. 82 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Principle of the ideality of all our sensible intuitions. On the contrary, it is only when we attribute objective reality to those forms of representation that we cannot prevent everything from being thereby transformed into mere illusion. For if we regard space and time as properties that must, as regards their possibility, be found in things in themselves, and if we reflect on the absurdities in which we then become involved, in that too infinite things, which are not substances, nor anything actually inhering in substances, yet must be something existing, nay, must be the necessary condition of the existence of all things, and must, moreover, continue to exist even if all existing things were annulled, then we really cannot blame the good Bishop Berkeley for degrading bodies to mere illusion. Nay, even our own existence, which would thus be made dependent on the self-subsistent reality of a non-entity such as time, would, along with this time, be changed into mere illusion and absurdity of which hitherto no one has been guilty. For in natural theology, when we think an object which not only can never be an object of intuition to us, but which cannot be an object of sensible intuition even to itself, we take great care to remove the conditions of space and time from its intuition, for all its knowledge must be intuition, and not thought, which always involves limitations. But how are we justified in doing this if we have first made space and time forms of things in themselves, such as would remain as a priori conditions of the is merely illusion can never be ascribed to an object as predicate, for the simple reason that the illusion ascribes to the object, taken by itself, something that belongs to it only in relation to the senses, or in general to the subject, as, for instance, the two handles which were formerly ascribed to Saturn. That which is never to be met within the object in itself, but always in its relation to the subject, and is inseparable from the representation of the object, is a pure ance. Accordingly, the predicates of space and time are rightly ascribed to objects of the senses as such. In this there is no illusion. If, on the contrary, I ascribe redness to the rose in itself, handles to Saturn, and extension to all external objects in themselves, without taking account of and restricting my judgment to the determinate relation of these objects to the subject, then illusion first arises. B71. Transcendental Aesthetic 83. Existence of things, even if the things themselves were removed. For as conditions of all existence in general they would also be conditions of the existence of God. If we do not wish to change space and time into objective forms of all things, the only alternative is to make them subjective forms of our inner as well as outer matter of intuition, which is called sensible for the very reason that it is not original, that is, it is not such that through this intuition itself the existence of its object is given. Such an intuition, so far as we can understand, can belong only to the primordial being. Our manner of intuition is dependent on the existence of the object, and therefore is possible only if the subject's capacity for representation is affected by the object. It is not necessary, moreover, that we should limit this manner of intuition in space and time to the sensibility of human beings. It may be that all finite thinking beings must necessarily agree with us in this regard, though we cannot decide this. But, however universal this manner of intuition may be, it does not therefore cease to be sensibility. It remains sensibility because it is derivative, intuitus derivativus, not original, intuitus originarius, asterisk, and therefore is not intellectual intuition. For the reason just set forth, such intellectual intuition seems to belong solely to the primordial being, and never to a being that is dependent, both in its existence and in its intuition, an intuition that determines its existence by reference to given objects. This latter remark, however, must be taken only as an illustration of our aesthetic theory, and not as a basis of its proof. Conclusion of the transcendental aesthetic. Here, then, in pure a priori intuitions, space and time, we have one of the requisites for the solution of the general problem of transcendental philosophy. How are synthetic a priori propositions possible? If in an a priori judgment we want to go beyond a given concept, we find that which can both be discovered a priori and be synthetically connected with it, not in B72, 73, 84 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. The concept, but in the intuition corresponding to that concept. For this reason, however, such judgments can never reach beyond objects of the senses, and are valid only for objects of possible experience. Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Second part. Transcendental Logic. Introduction. The idea of a transcendental logic. Of logic in general. Our knowledge springs from two fundamental sources of our mind. The first is to receive representations, receptivity of impraise. Zines. The second is the faculty of knowing an object through these representations, spontaneity of concepts. Through the first, an object is given to us, through the second the object is thought, in relation to that representation, which is a mere determination of the mind. Intuition and concepts constitute, therefore, the elements of all our knowledge, so that neither concepts without an intuition in some way corresponding to them, nor intuition without concepts can yield knowledge. Both are either pure or empirical. They are empirical when they contain sensation. Sensation presupposes the actual presence of the object. They are pure when no sensation is mixed in with the representation. Sensation may be called the matter of sensible knowledge. Pure intuition, therefore, contains only the form under which some thing is intuited, and the pure concept contains only the form of thinking an object in general. Pure intuitions and pure concepts alone are possible a priori, empirical intuitions and empirical concepts only a posteriori. B74,75 ASO, 51. 86 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. We call sensibility the receptivity of our mind to receive representations insofar as it is in some wise affected, while the understanding, on the other hand, is our faculty of producing representations by ourselves, or the spontaneity of knowledge. We are so constituted that our intuition can never be other than sensible, that is, it contains only the mode in which we are affected by objects. The faculty, on the contrary, which enables us to think the object of sensible intuition is the understanding. Neither of these properties is to be preferred to the other. Without sensibility no object would be given to us, without understanding no object would be thought. Thoughts without content are empty, intuitions without concepts are blind. It is, therefore, just as necessary to make our concepts sensible, i.e., to add the object to them in intuition, as to make our intuitions understandable, i.e., to bring them under concepts. These two faculties or capacities cannot exchange their functions. The understanding cannot intuit anything, the senses cannot think anything. Only from their union can knowledge arise. But this is no reason for confounding their respective contributions. Rather, it gives us a strong reason for carefully separating and distinguishing the one from the other. We therefore distinguish the science of the rules of sensibility in general, i.e., aesthetic, from the science of the rules of the understanding in general, i.e., logic. Logic, again, can be undertaken from two viewpoints, either as logic of the general or as logic of the particular use of the understanding. The former contains the absolutely necessary rules of thought without which the understanding cannot be used at all. It therefore treats of the understanding without any regard to the difference between the objects to which it may be directed. The logic of the particular use of the understanding contains the rules for how to think correctly about a certain kind of objects. The former may be called elementary logic, the latter the organon of this or that science. The latter is generally taught in the schools as a propedeutic to the sciences, though, according to the actual progress of human reason, it comes last, and is obtained when the science itself has long been completed, and requires only a B76A5S2. Transcendental logic, the idea of a transcendental logic 87. Few finishing touches by way of correction and perfection. 4. The objects of that science must already be known to a fairly high degree before it is possible to state the rules according to which a science of them may be established. General logic is either pure or applied. In the former we abstract from all empirical conditions under which we exercise our understanding, e.g. from the influence of the senses, the play of imagination, the laws of memory, the force of habit, inclination, etc., and therefore also from the sources of prejudice, and indeed from all causes that may give rise, or may seem to give rise, to this or that knowledge. For all these empirical conditions concern the understanding only under certain circumstances of its application, and experience is required in order to know these circumstances. A logic that is general but also pure has to deal only with the priori principles, and is a canon of the understanding and of reason, though only with regard to what is formal in our use of them, irrespective of the content, whether empirical or transcendental. General logic is called applied, if it is directed to the rules of the use of our understanding under the subjective empirical conditions laid down in psychology. Such a logic therefore has empirical principles, although it is general, insofar as it refers to the use of the understanding, whatever its objects may be. For this reason, it is neither a canon of the understanding in general nor an organon of particular sciences, but simply a cathartic of the common understanding. In general logic, therefore, that part which is to constitute the pure doctrine of reason must be entirely separated from that which constitutes applied, though still general, logic. The former alone is, properly speaking, a science, though short and dry, as the proper exposition of a doctrine of the elements of the understanding ought to be. In this logic, therefore, logicians must never lose sight of two rules. X, as general logic, it abstracts from all content in the knowledge of the understanding and from all differences between its objects, and deals with nothing but the mere form of thought. 2. As pure logic, it has nothing to do with empirical principles. B77, 78A 53, 54. 88 Transcendental doctrine of elements. And borrows nothing from psychology, as some have imagined. And so psychology has no influence whatever on the canon of the understanding. Pure logic is a demonstrated doctrine, and everything in it must be certain completely a priori. What I call applied logic, contrary to the ordinary meaning of this expression, according to which it should contain certain exercises for which pure logic gives the rule, is a representation of the understanding and of the rules of its necessary use in Con Series 2, i.e., under the contingent conditions of the subject, which may hinder or help this use, and which are all given only empirically. It treats of attention, its impediments and consequences, of the source of error, of the state of doubt, hesitation, and conviction, etc. Pure general logic stands to it in the same relation as pure ethics, which contains only the necessary moral laws of the free will in general, stands to the proper doctrine of virtue. The doctrine of virtue considers these laws as under the influence of feelings, inclinations, and passions to which all human beings are more or less subject. Such a doctrine can never constitute a true and demonstrated science, because, like applied logic, it depends on empirical and psychological principles. 2. Of transcendental logic. General logic, as we have shown, abstracts from all content of knowledge, i.e., from all relation of knowledge to its object, and considers only the logical form in the relation of knowledge to other knowledge, that is, it treats of the form of thought in general. But since, as the transcendental aesthetic shows, there are pure as well as empirical intuitions, it is possible that a similar distinction be encountered between pure and empirical thought of objects. In that case we should have a logic in which we do not abstract from all content of knowledge, while that logic, which contains merely the rules of pure thought of an object, would exclude all knowledge with a merely empirical content. It. B79, 80 is 5. Transcendental logic, the idea of a transcendental logic 89, would also treat of the origin of our knowledge of objects, as far as that origin cannot be attributed to the objects, while general logic is not at all concerned with the origin of our knowledge, but only considers representations, whether existing originally a priori in ourselves or given only empirically, according to the laws used by the understanding when, in thinking, it treats them in their relation to one another. It deals therefore only with that form of the understanding which can be imparted to the representations, whatever their origin may be. And here I make a remark which should never be lost sight of, as it extends its influence over all that follows. Not every kind of a priori knowledge should be called transcendental, only that kind by which we know that and how certain representations, intuitions or concepts, can be used or are possible completely. A priori should be called transcendental, that is, the a priori possibility or the a priori use of knowledge. Neither space, therefore, nor any a priori geometrical determination of it is a transcendental representation, but we may rightly call transcendental only the knowledge that these representations are not at all of empirical origin, and the possibility that they can yet refer a priori to objects of experience. The application of space to objects in general would likewise be transcendental, but, if restricted only to objects of the senses, it is empirical. The distinction between the transcendental and the empirical belongs, therefore, only to the critique of knowledge, and does not concern the relation of that knowledge to its object. In the expectation, therefore, that there may perhaps be concepts referring a priori to objects, not as pure or sensible intuitions, but merely as acts of pure thought being concepts. In fact, but neither of empirical nor of aesthetic origin, we form in advance the idea of a science of pure understanding and of pure rational knowledge, whereby we think objects entirely a priori. Such a science, which would determine the origin, the range and the objective validity of such knowledge, would have to be called transcendental logic, for it deals with the laws of the understanding and of reason only insofar as they are referred. B8xs 56, 57. 90 equals transcendental doctrine of elements. 2 priori to objects, and not, like general logic, insofar as they are referred indiscriminately to empirical as well as pure rational knowledge. IL. Of the division of general logic into analytic and dialectic. What is truth? Is an old and famous question by which people thought they could drive logicians into a corner, and either make them take refuge in a pitiful circular reasoning, or make them confess their ignorance and consequently the vanity of their whole art. These people took for granted, and presupposed, the nominal definition of truth, that it is the agreement of knowledge with its object. But they wanted to know the general and safe criterion of the truth of any and every knowledge. To know what questions may reasonably be asked is already a great and necessary proof of sagacity and insight. For if a question is absurd in itself and calls for unnecessary answers, it not only brings disgrace to the person raising it, but may prompt an incautious listener to give absurd answers, thus presenting, as the ancients said, the laughable spectacle of one person milking a he-goat, and another holding the sieve underneath. If truth consists in the agreement of knowledge with its object, then that object must thereby be distinguished from other objects, for knowledge is false if it does not agree with the object to which it is referred, even if it contains something which may be valid of other objects. Now, a general criterion of truth would be one that is valid for all knowledge, whatever its objects may be. But it is clear that such a criterion abstracts from all contents of knowledge, reference to its object, while truth concerns these very contents. It is impossible and absurd, therefore, to ask for a sign of the truth of such contents, and therefore a sufficient and at the same time general indicator of truth cannot possibly be given. As we have already entitled the content of B82, 83a 58, 59. Transcendental logic, the idea of a transcendental logic 91. Knowledge its matter, we will have to say that of the truth of knowledge, as far as its matter is concerned, no general indicator can be demanded, because such an indicator would be intrinsically self-contradictory. But, as regards knowledge with respect to its mere form, leaving aside all content, it is equally clear that logic, as it puts forth the general and necessary rules of understanding, must in these very rules furnish criteria of truth. For whatever contradicts those tules is false, because the understanding would thereby contradict its general rules of thought, that is, contradict itself. These criteria, however, concern only the form of truth, that is, of thought, in general, and to this extent they are quite correct, but they are not sufficient. For although our knowledge may be entirely in accordance with logical form, that is, not contradict itself, it may still contradict its object. Therefore the merely logical criterion of truth, namely, the agreement of knowledge with the general and formal laws of the understanding and reason, is no doubt a conditio sine qua non, and hence the negative condition of all truth. But logic can go no further than this, and it has no touch stone for discovering error with regard not to form but to content. General logic breaks up the whole formal activity of the understanding and reason into its elements, and exhibits them as principles of all logical evaluation of our knowledge. This part of logic may therefore be called an analytic, and is at least a negative touchstone of truth, because all knowledge must first be examined and estimated, as far as its form is concerned, according to these rules, before it is tested as to its content in order to determine whether it contains positive truth with regard to the object. But since the mere form of knowledge, however much it may be in agreement with logical laws, is far from being sufficient to establish the material, objective, truth of that knowledge, no one can venture with logic alone to judge of objects, or to make any assertion about them. We must first, independently of logic, obtain trustworthy information about objects, in order afterwards to attempt the application and connection of this information in a coherent whole according to logical laws, or, still, B84, 85a60. 92 Transcendental doctrine of elements. Better, in order merely to test this information by them. However, there is something so tempting in the possession of this specious art of giving to all our knowledge the form of understanding, however utterly poor and ignorant we may be in regard to its content, that general logic, which is merely a canon of judging, has been used as if it were an organon for the actual production of at least the semblance of objective assertions, and has thus been misused. Now general logic, when thus treated as an organon, is called dialectic. However different the meaning of this term may have been when the ancients used it for a science or art, we can safely gather from its actual use that for them dialectic was nothing but the logic of illusion. It was a sophistical art of giving to one's ignorance, nay, to one's intentional casuistry, the outward appearance of truth, by imitating the method of thoroughness which logic always prescribes, and by using its topic as a cloak for any empty assertion. Now it may be noted as a sure and very useful warning that general logic, when regarded as an organon, is always a logic of illusion, that is, dialectical. For general logic teaches us nothing whatsoever with regard to the content of knowledge, but lays down only the formal conditions of an agreement with the understanding, and these conditions are totally indifferent as far as the objects are concerned. Therefore, any attempt at using general logic as a tool, organon, in order to extend and expand our knowledge, at least supposedly, can end in nothing but idle talk, where one can assert or, if one prefers, deny anything one likes, with a certain semblance of plausibility. Such instruction is quite inadequate to the dignity of philosophy. Therefore the title of dialectic has rather been added, as a critique of dialectical illusion, to logic, and it is in the sense that we use it here as well. B86 62. Transcendental logic, the idea of a transcendental logic 93. 4. Of the division of transcendental logic into transcendental analytic and dialectic. In the transcendental logic we isolate the understanding, as above. In the transcendental aesthetic we isolated sensibility, and we take from our knowledge only that part of thought which has its origin solely in the understanding. The use of this pure knowledge has as its condition that objects to which it can be applied are given in intuition. For without intuition, all our knowledge is without objects, and therefore remains entirely empty. That part of transcendental logic, therefore, which teaches the elements of the pure knowledge of the understanding, and the principles without which no object can be thought at all, is the transcendental analytic, and at the same time it is a logic of truth. For no knowledge can contradict it without losing at the same time all content, that is, all relation to any object, and therefore all truth. But as it is very tempting to use this pure knowledge of the understanding and these principles by themselves, and even beyond the limits of experience, which alone can supply the matter, objects, to which those pure concepts of the understanding can be applied, the understanding runs the risk of making, through mere sophisms, a material use of the merely formal principles of the pure understanding, and thus making judgments indiscriminately about objects which are not given to us, nay, which perhaps can never in any way be given. As this transcendental analytic is properly meant to be only a canon for evaluating the empirical use of the understanding, it is misused. If we accept it as an organon of its general and unlimited use, and if we venture, with the pure understanding alone, to synthetically judge, affirm and decide anything about objects in general, in this case the use of the pure understanding would become dialectical. The second part of transcendental logic must therefore form a critique of this dialectical illusion, and is called transcendental dialectic, not as an art of producing such illusion dogmatically. B87, 88a 63. 94 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. An all too popular art with many metaphysical jugglers, but as a critique of the understanding and of reason with regard to their hyperphysical use, in order to lay bare the false illusion of their groundless pretensions, and to reduce reason's claims of discovering and expanding knowledge, which it assumes to achieve merely through transcendental principles, to merely evaluating the pure understanding, and to protecting it against sophistical semblance. Transcendental logic. First division. Transcendental analytic. Transcendental analytic consists in the analysis of all our a priori knowledge into the elements of the pure knowledge of the understanding. 4 points are here essential. 1. That the concepts be pure and not empirical. 2. That they belong, not to intuition and sensibility, but to thought and understanding. 3. That the concepts be elementary, and be carefully distinguished from derivative concepts or concepts composed of elementary ones. 4. That our table of concepts be complete, covering the whole field of the pure understanding. This completeness of a science cannot be confidently assumed on the strength of a mere estimate of an aggregate of concepts brought about merely by experiments. What is required for such completeness is an idea of the whole of the a priori knowledge of the understanding, and a division, based upon that idea, of the concepts composing that knowledge. What is required, in fact, is their connection in a system. Pure understanding distinguishes itself not merely from all that is empirical, but even from all sensibility. It constitutes, therefore, a unity that is self-subsistent, self-sufficient, and not to be increased by any additions from without. The sum total of its knowledge will constitute a system, to be comprehended and determined under one idea. The completeness and articulation. B89, 90a 64, 65. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 95. Of this system can at the same time form a touchstone of the correctness and genuineness of all its component pieces of knowledge. This part of transcendental logic consists of 2 books. The one containing the concepts, the other the principles of the pure understanding. Transcendental analytic. Book I. Analytic of concepts. By analytic of concepts I do not mean their analysis, or the usual procedure in philosophical investigations of analyzing the content of given concepts, and thus of rendering them more distinct, but a hitherto seldom attempted analysis of the faculty of understanding itself, in order to investigate the possibility of a priori concepts by looking for them nowhere but in the understanding itself, as their birthplace, and by analyzing the pure use of the understanding in general. This is the proper task of a transcendental philosophy. All the rest is the logical treatment of concepts. In philosophy in general, we shall therefore follow up the pure concepts to the point where they first sprout and show their dispositions in the human understanding, in which they lie ready, till at last, occasioned by experience, they become developed, and are exhibited by the same understanding in their purity, freed from all adhering empirical conditions. Analytic of concepts. Chapter I. Of the guide for the discovery of all pure concepts of the understanding. When we call a faculty of knowledge into play, then different concepts, depending on the different occasioning circumstances. Box A66. 96 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Manifest themselves and allow us to recognize this faculty. These concepts, once observed for some time or with a certain accuracy, may be gathered up into a more or less complete collection. By following this almost mechanical procedure, it is impossible to determine reliably when the collection will be complete. Concepts, thus discovered only fortuitously, moreover, exhibit neither order nor systematic unity, but are in the end only paired according to similarities, and arranged in series according to their amount of content, from the simple to the more composite series, which are put together anything but systematically, albeit to a certain extent methodically. Transcendental philosophy has the advantage, but also the duty, of seeking its concepts according to a principle. Since they spring, pure and unmixed, from the understanding as an absolute unity, they must be connected with one another according to one concept or idea. Such connection supplies us at the same time with a rule, by which the proper place of each pure concept of the understanding and the completeness of all of them taken together can be determined a priori instead of all of its being dependent on arbitrary choice or chance. Of the Transcendental Guide for the Discovery of all Pure Concepts of the Understanding. Section I. Of the logical use of the understanding in general. We have explained the understanding merely negatively above, as a nonsensible faculty of knowledge. As without sensibility we cannot have any intuition, it follows that the understanding is not a faculty of intuition. Apart from intuition, however, there is no other kind of knowledge except through concepts. The knowledge of any understanding, or at least of the human understanding, must therefore be by means of concepts, and so is. Boz, 93a 67, 68. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 97. Not intuitive but discursive. All intuitions, as sensible, rest on affections. Concepts, then, rest on functions. By function I mean the unity of the act of arranging various representations under one common representation. Concepts are based, therefore, on the spontaneity of thought, sensible intuitions on the receptivity of impressions. The only use which the understanding can make of these concepts is to judge by means of them. As no representation, except when it is an intuition, relates immediately to its object, no concept is ever referred to an object immediately, but to some other representation of it, whether that representation be an intuition, or itself already a concept. Judgment is there for the immediate knowledge of an object, that is, the representation of a representation of it. In every judgment we find a concept holding for many representations, and, among the many, comprising also one given representation which is referred immediately to the object. Thus in the judgment, all bodies are divisible. The concept of the divisible applies to various other concepts, but is here applied in particular to the concept of body, and this concept of body to certain appearances that present themselves to us. These objects, therefore, are represented mediately through the concept of divisibility. Accordingly, all judgments are functions of unity among our representations. For the knowledge of an object is brought about, not by means of an immediate representation, but by means of a higher one, comprising this direct representation and several others, so that much possible knowledge is collected into one. As all acts of the understanding can be referred back to judgments, the understanding in general may be represented as a faculty of judgment. For, as we saw above, the understanding is a faculty of thought, and thought is knowledge through concepts. But concepts, as predicates of possible judgments, refer to some representation of an object as yet undetermined. Thus the concept of body means something, for instance, metal, which can be known through that concept. It is therefore a concept only because it comprehends other representations by means of which it can refer to objects. It is therefore the predicate of a possible judgment, such as Bog A69. 98 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Every metal is a body. The functions of the understanding, therefore, can all be discovered if the functions of unity in judgments can be exhibited completely. That this is possible will be seen in the following section of the Guide for the Discovery of All Pure Concepts of the Understanding. Section 2. $9. Of the logical function of the understanding in judgments. If we abstract from all content of a judgment in general and fix our attention only on the mere form of the understanding, we find that the function of thought in judgment can be brought under 4 heads, each of them containing 3 moments. They may be conveniently represented in the following table. I. Quantity of judgments. Universal. Particular. Singular. 2-3. Quality relation. Affirmative categorical. Negative hypothetical. Infinite disjunctive. 4. Modality. Problematic. Assertoric. Apodictic. Bossezo. Transcendental logic. Transcendental analytic 99. As this classification may seem to differ in some, albeit not very essential points from the usual technique of logicians, the following safeguards against any possible misunderstanding will not be out of place. X. Logicians are right in saying that, when judgments are used in syllogisms, singular judgments can be treated like university or cell ones. For as they have no scope at all, the predicate cannot merely be referred to a part of them which is contained under the concept of the subject, and be excluded from the rest. The predicate is valid therefore of that concept without any exception, just as if it were a generally valid concept with a scope to the whole, of which the predicate applies. But if we compare a singular with a generally valid judgment, merely as knowledge, in terms of quantity, the singular relates to the generally valid judgment as unity to infinity, and is therefore in itself essentially different from it. If, therefore, we estimate a singular judgment, indicum singulare, not only according to its own inner validity, but also as knowledge in general, in terms of the quantity it has compared with other knowledge, then it is indeed different from generally valid judgments, indicia communia, and deserves a separate place in a complete table of moments of thought in general, though not, indeed, in a logic limited to the use of judgments in reference to one another. 2. In like manner infinite judgments must, in transcendental logic, be distinguished from affirmative ones, although in general logic they are rightly classed with them, and do not constitute a separate member in the classification of judgments. General logic abstracts from all content of the predicate, even if it is negative, it only asks whether the predicate be ascribed to the subject or opposed to it. But transcendental logic considers a judgment also according to the value or content there is in a logical affirmation made by means of a merely negative predicate, and what is gained by that affirmation with respect to the whole of knowledge. If I had said of the soul, it is not mortal, I should, by means of this negative judgment, have at least warded off an error. Now by the proposition, the soul is non-mortal, as far as B96, 97a 71, 72, 106 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, the logical form is concerned, I have really affirmed something, because I thus place the soul in the unlimited sphere of non-mortal beings. As the mortal forms one part of the whole range of possible beings, and the non-mortal the other, I have said no more by my proposition than that the soul is one of the infinite number of things which remain if I take away all that is mortal. But the infinite sphere of all that is possible is thereby limited only to the extent that what is mortal is excluded from it, and that the soul is placed in the remaining range of that sphere's space registered. This space, however, even after such exclusion, still remains infinite, and several more parts of it may be taken away, without the concept of the soul being thereby in the least increased, or determined affirmatively. These judgments, therefore, though infinite with respect to their logical range, are, with respect to their contents of knowledge in general, limited only, and cannot therefore be passed over in the transcendental table of all moments of thought in judgments, it being quite possible that the function of the understanding exercised in them may be of great importance in the field of its pure a priori knowledge. 3. The following are all the relations of thought in judgments. A. Relation of the predicate to the subject. B. Relation of the ground to its consequence. C. Relation of the subdivided knowledge and the collected members of the subdivision to one another. In the first kind of judgment we consider only 2 concepts, in the second 2 judgments, in the third several judgments, in their relation to each other. The hypothetical proposition, if there is perfect justice, then the obstinately wicked is punished, really contains the relation of 2 propositions. Namely, there is a perfect justice, and the obstinately wicked is punished. Whether both these propositions are in themselves true remains unsettled here. It is only the consequence which is thought by this judgment. Finally, a disjunctive judgment contains the relation of 2 or more propositions to each other, a relation not of consequence, but of a logical opposition, insofar as the sphere of the one proposition excludes the sphere of the other, and yet at the same time of community, insofar as the 2. B98, 99a 73. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 101. Propositions together fill the whole sphere of knowledge proper. The disjunctive judgment contains, therefore, a relation of the parts of the sphere of such knowledge, since the sphere of each part forms the complement of the sphere of the other, yielding the sum total of the subdivided knowledge. We may say, for instance, the world exists either through blind chance, or through inner necessity, or through an outer cause. Each of these propositions occupies a part of the sphere of all possible knowledge concerning the existence of a world in general, while all of them together occupy the whole sphere. To take away the knowledge from one of these spheres means placing it in one of the other spheres, and to place it in one sphere means taking it away from the others. There exists, therefore, in a disjunctive judgment a certain community of the divisions of knowledge, such that they mutually exclude one another, and yet thereby determine the true knowledge as a whole. For, if taken together, they constitute the whole content of a single given knowledge. This is all I find necessary to observe here for the sake of what is to follow. For, the modality of judgments is a very special function of theirs. Its distinguishing characteristic is that it contributes nothing to the content of the judgment, for besides quantity, quality and relation there is nothing else that could constitute the content of a judgment, but concerns only the value of the copula in relation to thought in general. Problematic judgments are those in which affirmation or negation is taken as merely possible, optional, while in assertoric judgments affirmation or negation is taken as actual, true, and in apodictic ones as necessary. Thus the two judgments, the relation of which constitutes the hypothetical judgment, antecedens et consequens, and similarly the judgments the reciprocal relation of which forms the disjunctive judgment, members of the just as if thought were a function of the understanding in the case of problematic judgments, of the power of judgment in the case of assertoric ones, and of reason in the case of apodictic ones, a remark which will receive its elucidation in the sequel. Brouet 74, 75. 102 Transcendental doctrine of elements. Subdivision, are one and all merely problematic. In the example given above, the proposition, there is a perfect justice, is not stated assertorically, but is thought only as an optional judgment, which it is possible to assume only the consequences assertoric. It is clear, therefore, that such judgment may be manifestly false, and may yet, if taken problematically, be the conditions of the knowledge of truth. Thus in our disjunctive judgment, one of its component judgments, namely, the world exists by blind chance, has only problematic meaning, namely, that someone might for a moment assume such a proposition, and yet it serves, like the indication of a false road among all the roads that can be taken, to discover the true one. The problematic proposition is therefore that which expresses only logical, not objective, possibility, that is, it expresses a free choice of admitting such a proposition, and a purely optional admission of it into the understanding. The assertoric proposition deals with logical actuality or truth. Thus, for instance, in a hypothetical syllogism the antecedent is problematic in the major premise, but assertoric in the minor, and the assertoric proposition indicates that it already conforms to the understanding according to its laws. The apodictic proposition thinks the assertoric as determined through these laws of the understanding themselves, and therefore as asserting a priori, and in this manner it expresses logical necessity. Since everything is thus incorporated in the understanding step by step inasmuch as we begin by judging something problematically, then perhaps accept it assertorically as true, and finally maintain it as inseparably united with the understanding, that is, as necessary and apodictic, we may be allowed to call these three functions of modality so many moments of thought in general. Bro 1 RA 76. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 103. Of the Guide for the Discovery of All Pure Concepts of the Understanding. Section 3. 10. Of the pure concepts of the understanding or categories. General logic, as we have often said, abstracts from all content of our knowledge, but expects that representations will come to it from elsewhere, wherever that may be, so that it can first of all turn them into concepts by an analytic process. Transcendental logic, on the contrary, has before it the manifold of a priori sensibility, supplied by transcendental aesthetic as the material for the pure concepts of the understanding. Without this material, transcendental logic would be without any content, therefore entirely empty. It is true that space and time contain a manifold of pure a priori intuition, but they belong also to the conditions of the receptivity of our mind, conditions under which alone it can receive representations of objects, and which therefore must also always affect the concept of these objects. The spontaneity of our thought requires that this manifold, in order to be turned into knowledge, should first be gone through, taken up, and combined in a certain manner. This act I call synthesis. By synthesis, in its most general sense, I mean the act of putting different representations together, and of comprehending their manifoldness in one item of knowledge. Such a synthesis is pure, if the manifold is given not empirically but a priori, as is the manifold in time and space. Before we can proceed to an analysis of our representations, these representations must first be given, and hence in terms of content no concepts can arise. Analytically, knowledge is first produced by the synthesis of a manifold, whether this manifold is given empirically or a priori. This knowledge may at first be crude and confused and hence in need of analysis, yet synthesis is what really gathers the elements. Bras, 103a 77. 104 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Foreknowledge and unifies them into a certain content. It is to synthesis, therefore, that we have to direct our attention first if we want to form a judgment about the first origin of our knowledge. We shall see hereafter that synthesis in general is the mere result of the faculty of imagination, a blind but indispensable function of the soul without which we should have no knowledge whatsoever, but of which we are scarcely ever conscious. To bring this synthesis to concepts is a function that belongs to the understanding, and it is through this function that the understanding first supplies us with knowledge properly so called. Pure synthesis, considered in general, gives us the pure concept of the understanding. By this pure synthesis I mean that synthesis which rests on the basis of synthetic a priori unity. Thus, when we count, as we best perceive when dealing with larger numbers, this is a synthesis according to concepts, because it is performed according to a common ground of unity, as, for instance, the decimal system. Thus the unity of the synthesis of the manifold becomes necessary under this concept. By means of analysis different representations are brought under one concept, a task treated of in general logic, but how to bring, not the representations, but the pure synthesis of representations to concepts, that is what transcendental logic teaches. The first thing that we must be given a priori for the knowledge of any object is a manifold of pure intuition. The second is the synthesis of this manifold by means of imagination. But this does not yet produce knowledge. The concepts which give unity to this pure synthesis and which consist solely in the representation of this necessary synthetic unity add the third contribution towards the knowledge of an object, and they rest on the understanding. The same function which gives unity to the various representations in a judgment likewise gives unity to the mere synthesis of various representations in an intuition, and this unity may in a general way be called the pure concept of the understanding. The same understanding and through the same operations by which it produced, in concepts, the logical form of a judgment. Bro 4, 105a 78, 79. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 105. By means of analytic unity also introduces a transcendental content into its representations, by means of the synthetic unity of the manifold in intuition in general. These representations are therefore called pure concepts of the understanding applying a priori to objects a content which cannot be introduced by general logic. In this manner there arise exactly as many pure concepts of the understanding which apply a priori to objects of intuition in general as in our table there were logical functions in all possible judgments. For these functions of the understanding are completely exhaustive and they comprehend its entire ability. We shall, with Aristotle, call these concepts categories, for our intention is originally the same as his, though it widely diverges from his in its execution. Table of categories. I. Of quantity. Unity. Plurality. Totality. 2-3. Of quality of relation. Reality of inherence and subsistence. Negation, substantia et accidents. Limitation of causality and dependence. Cause and effect. Of community, reciprocity. Between agent and the patient. 4. Of modality. Possibility impossibility. Existence non-existence. Necessity contingency. Bro 6 EA 80. 106 Transcendental doctrine of elements. This then is a list of all original pure concepts of synthesis that the understanding contains a priori. Indeed, only because of these concepts is it pure understanding, for it is by them alone that it can understand something in the manifold of intuition, that is, think an object of intuition. This classification has been generated systematically from a common principle, namely, the faculty of judging, which is the same as our faculty of thinking. It has not arisen rhapsodically, as the result of a search after pure concepts, undertaken at haphazard, the complete enumeration of which, as based only on induction, could never be guaranteed. Nor could we otherwise understand why precisely these concepts, and no others, reside in the pure understanding. It was an enterprise worthy of an acute thinker like Aristotle to try to discover these fundamental concepts, but as he had no guiding principle he merely picked them up as they occurred to him, and at first gathered up 10 of them, which he called categories, predicaments. Afterwards he thought he had discovered 5 more of them, which he added under the name of post-predicaments. But his table remained imperfect for all that, not to mention the fact that we find in it some modes of pure sensibility, quando, ubi, situs and also prius, simul, as well as an empirical mode, motus, none of which can belong to this genealogical register of the understanding. Also, some derivative concepts, actio, passio, are counted among the original concepts, while some of the latter are entirely wanting. With regard to these original concepts, it should be remarked that the categories, as the true fundamental concepts of the pure understanding, also have their pure derivative concepts. These could not be passed over in a complete system of transcendental philosophy, but in a merely critical essay the simple mention of the fact may suffice. I should like to be allowed to call these pure but derivative concepts of the understanding the predicaments of pure understanding, in contrast to the predicaments asterisk registered once we are in POS session of the fundamental and primitive concepts, it is easy to add the derivative and subsidiary ones, and thus to give a B107, 108 A 81, 82. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 107. Complete picture of the genealogical tree of the pure understanding. As at present I am concerned with the completeness not of the system but only of the principles for a system, I leave this supplementary work for a future occasion. In order to carry it out, however, one need only consult any of the ontological manuals, and place, for instance, under the category of causality, the predicaments of force, of action, and of passion, under the category of community the predicaments of presence and resistance, under the predicaments of modality the predicaments of coming to be, ceasing to be, alteration, etc. If we combine the categories among themselves or with the modes of pure sensibility, they yield a large number of derivative a priori concepts, which it would be useful and interesting to note and, if possible, give a complete list of, though this is not essential for our present purpose. In this treatise, I intentionally omit the definitions of these categories, even though I may be in possession of them. In the sequel I shall analyze these concepts as far as is sufficient for the doctrine of method which I am preparing. In a system of pure reason, definitions of the categories might be justly demanded, but at present they would only make us lose sight of the main object of our investigation, by arousing doubts and objections which, without injury to our essential object, may well be reserved for another activity. The little I have said ought to be sufficient to show clearly that a complete dictionary of these concepts with all the requisite explanations is not only possible, but also easily established. The compartments now exist, they only remain to be filled, and with a systematic topic, like the present one, the proper place where each concept belongs cannot easily be missed, nor compartments be easily passed over which are still empty. Brogue 83. 108 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. X1. This table of categories suggests some interesting considerations, which may perhaps have important consequences with regard to the scientific form of all rational knowledge. For it is clear that such a table is extremely useful, nay indispensable, in the theoretical part of philosophy, in order to sketch the complete plan for the whole of a science, as far as that science rests on a priori concepts, and to divide it systematically according to determinate principles, because this table contains all the elementary concepts of the understanding in their completeness, nay, even the form of a system of them in the human understanding, and indicates, therefore, all the moments of a projected speculative science, and even their order. Of this I have given a sample elsewhere asterisk here. Now follow some of these considerations. The first is that this table, which contains 4 classes of concepts of the understanding, may, in the first instance, be divided into 2 sections. The concepts of the first section are directed to objects of intuition, pure as well as empirical, whereas those of the second section are directed to the existence of these objects, in their relation either to one another or to the understanding. The first section I would call that of the mathematical, the second that of the dynamical categories. The first section has no correlates, these are to be met with only in the second section. Must not this distinction have some ground in the nature of the understanding? Our second consideration is that in each class the number of categories is always the same, namely, 3. This again makes us ponder, because usually all a priori division by means of concepts must be dichotomous. It should also be remarked that the third category of a class always arises from the combination of the second with the first. Thus allness, totality, is nothing but plurality considered as asterisk metaphysical foundations of natural science. Burrow, 111. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 109. Unity, limitation nothing but reality combined with negation. Community is the causality of a substance as reciprocally determining another substance. Lastly, necessity is nothing but the existence which is given through possibility itself. It must not be supposed, however, that the third category is therefore a mere derivative and not a fundamental concept of the pure understanding. For combining the first and second categories, in order to produce the third concept, requires a special act of the understanding, which is not identical with the act that produces the first and second concepts. Thus the concept of a number, which belongs to the category of allness, is not always possible when we have the concepts of multitude and unity, for instance, in the representation of the infinite, nor can we, by simply combining the concept of a cause and that of a substance, at once have an understanding of influence, that is, how a substance can become the cause of something in another substance. This shows that a special act of the understanding is here required, and the same applies to all the other classes of categories. Third consideration. With regard to one category, namely, that of community, which is found in the third class, its agreement with the form of a disjunctive judgment, the form which corresponds to it in the table of logical functions, is not so evident as in the case of the others. In order to gain assurance that they do actually agree, we must note that in all disjunctive judgments the sphere, that is, the plurality of everything that is contained under any one judgment, is represented as a whole divided into parts, the subordinate concepts, and that, as one of them cannot be contained under the other, they are thought as coordinated with, not subordinated to, one another, and so as determining one another, not in one direction only, as in a series, but reciprocally, as in an aggregate. If one member of the division is posited, all the rest are excluded, and conversely, a similar connection is thought in the whole of things, in which one thing is not subordinated, as effect, to another, as cause of its existence, but is coordinated with others, simultaneously and BRR2. 110 Copyright Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Reciprocally, as cause of their determination, as, for instance, in a body the parts of which reciprocally attract and repel one another. This is a kind of connection totally different from that which is found in the mere relation of cause to effect, of ground to consequence, for here the consequence does not in turn reciprocally determine the ground, and therefore, as in the case of the world and its creator, does not constitute with it a whole. The procedure which the understanding follows in representing to itself the sphere of a divided concept is the same as that which it follows when it thinks a thing is divisible, and in the same manner in which, in the former case, the members of a division exclude one another, and are yet combined in one sphere, the understanding represents to itself the parts of the latter as being such that their existence, as substances, belongs to each alone, independently of the others, and yet as combined together in a whole. 12. In the transcendental philosophy of the ancients there is another chapter containing pure concepts of the understanding which, though they are not counted among the categories, are yet considered by them as a priori concepts of objects. If so, they would increase the number of the categories, which cannot be. They are set forth in the famous proposition of the scholastics, quodlibet ans est unum, verum, bonum. Now, although the inferences to be drawn from this principle were very meager, yielding nothing but tautological propositions, so that modern metaphysicians mention it almost by courtesy only, yet a thought which has maintained itself so long, however empty it may seem, deserves to be investigated as to its origin, and entitles us to suspect that it has its foundation in some rule of the understanding which, as often happens, has only been wrongly interpreted. What are supposedly transcendental predicates of things are, in fact, nothing but logical requirements and criteria of all knowledge of BRX 3, 114. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 111. Things in general, and they establish at the basis of such knowledge the categories of quantity, namely, unity, plurality and totality. But instead of taking them materially, as belonging to the possibility of things themselves, these categories were used, in fact, only in their formal meaning, as belonging to the logical requisites of all knowledge, and so these criteria of thought were incautiously turned into properties of things in themselves. For, in all knowledge of an object there is unity of the concept, which may be called qualitative unity, insofar as we think by it only the unity in the comprehension of the manifold of our knowledge, as, for instance, the unity of the theme in a play, or a speech, or a story. Secondly, there is truth in respect of the consequences. The more true consequences follow from a given concept, the more indicators are there of its objective reality. This might be called the qualitative plurality of characteristics which belong to a concept as their common ground, but are not thought, in the concept, as a magnitude. Thirdly, there is perfection, which consists in the fact that the plurality taken together conversely leads back to the unity of the concept, and agrees fully with this, and with no other concept, which may be called the qualitative completeness, totality. This shows that these logical criteria for the possibility of knowledge in general do nothing but transform the three categories of magnitude, in which the unity in the production of the quantum must be assumed as homogeneous throughout. Here, however, these categories are only transformed so as also to yield connection of heterogeneous elements of knowledge in one consciousness, by means of the quality of the knowledge as the principle for this connection. Thus the criterion of the possibility of a concept, but not of its object, is the definition of it, in which the unity of the concept, the truth of all that may be initially derived from it, and lastly, the completeness of what has been thus derived from it, constitute all that is required for the construction of the whole concept. In the same manner, the criterion of a hypothesis consists, first, in the intelligibility of the assumed ground of explanation, that is, in its unity, without any auxiliary hypothesis; secondly, in the truth of the consequences. BRRS 112 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, that can be deduced from it, their agreement with one another, and with experience; and lastly, in the completeness of the ground of explanation of these consequences, which point back to neither more nor less than was already assumed in the hypothesis, and merely analytically a posteriori give us back and agree with what was thought synthetically a priori. The concepts of unity, truth, and perfection, therefore, do not supplement the transcendental table of the categories, as if it were imperfect. All we do, after the relation of these concepts to objects has been entirely set aside, is bring the use of these categories under general logical rules for the agreement of knowledge with itself. Transcendental Analytic. Chapter 2. Of the deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. Section I. 13. Of the principles of the transcendental deduction in general. Jurists, when speaking of rights and claims, distinguish in a legal action the question of right, quid juris, from the question of fact, quid facti, and they demand proof of both. They call the first proof, which is to show the right or the legal claim, the deduction. We make use of a number of empirical concepts without opposition from anybody, and consider ourselves justified, without any deduction, to assign to them a sense or imagined meaning, because we can always appeal to experience to prove their objective reality. But there exist also concepts that we have usurped, such as fortune, fate, which, though allowed to circulate through an almost universal indulgence, are yet from time to time challenged by the question, quid juris. In this case we are left in great perplexity as to the deduction of these concepts. BR 16, 117 A84. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 113. No clear legal title being available either from experience or from reason on which the right to use them could be clearly established. Among the many concepts which form the complicated fabric of human knowledge, however, there are some which are marked out also for pure a priori use, completely independent of all experience, and their right to be so used requires at all times a deduction. For proofs based on experience would not be sufficient to establish the legitimacy of such a use, yet it is necessary to know how these concepts can refer to objects which they do not find in any experience. The explanation of the manner in which such concepts can a priori refer to objects I call their transcendental deduction, and distinguish from it the empirical deduction, which shows the manner in which a concept is acquired through experience and through reflection upon experience, and which therefore concerns not the legitimacy of the concept but only the fact through which we came to possess it. We already have two totally distinct kinds of concepts, which nevertheless agree in this, that they both refer completely a priori to objects, namely, the concepts of space and time as forms of sensibility, and the categories as concepts of the understanding. It would be labor lost to attempt an empirical deduction of either of these kinds of concepts, for their distinguishing characteristic is precisely the fact that they refer to their objects, without having borrowed anything from experience in order to represent them. If, therefore, a deduction of these concepts is necessary, it can only be transcendental. We can, however, for these concepts, as well as for all knowledge, try to discover in experience, if not the principle of their possibility, then at least the occasioning causes of their production. The impressions of the senses give us the initial impulse to open up the whole power of knowledge with respect to them, and thus to produce experience. Experience contains two very heterogeneous elements, namely, a matter for knowledge, derived from the senses, and a certain form according to which this BR 18A85, 86, 114 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Matter is arranged, derived from the inner source of pure intuition and pure thought, which, on the occasion of the impressions of the senses, are first brought into action and produce concepts. Such an investigation of the first efforts of our faculty of knowledge, beginning with single perceptions and rising to general concepts, is no doubt very useful, and we have to thank the famous Locke for having been the first to open the way to it. A deduction of the pure a priori concepts, however, is quite impossible in this way. It lies in a different direction, because, with reference to their future use, which is to be entirely independent of experience, they are required to show a very different certificate of birth than that of descent from experiences. Since this attempted physiological derivation concerns a question of facti, it cannot properly be called deduction, and hence we may call it the explanation of the possession of pure knowledge. It is clear, therefore, that the possible deduction of this pure knowledge can only be a transcendental and not an empirical one, and that any attempt at an empirical deduction of the pure a priori concepts is simply a waste of time, attempts which no one would think of except those who have never understood the very peculiar nature of this kind of knowledge. But although it may be admitted that the only possible kind of deduction of pure a priori knowledge must be along the transcendental line, it is not thereby clear that such a deduction is absolutely necessary. We have earlier, by means of a transcendental deduction, traced the concepts of space and time to their very sources, and explained and determined their a priori objective validity. Geometry, however, strides confidently through all kinds of a priori knowledge, without having to ask philosophy for a certificate of the pure and legitimate descent of its fundamental concept of space. But it should be remarked that in geometry this concept is used only with reference to the external world of sense, and space is a pure form of the intuition of that world, a world, therefore, in which all geometrical knowledge, being based on a priori intuition, possesses immediate evidence, and, through knowledge itself, the objects are given a priori in intuition, as BR 19, 120 A87, 88. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 115. Far as their form is concerned, with the pure concepts of the understanding, however, there originates the inevitable demand to look for a transcendental deduction, not only of these concepts themselves, but also of space. For since they speak of objects, not through predicates of intuition and sensibility but through those of pure a priori thought, they refer to objects generally. That is, apart from all conditions of sensibility, and, as they are not based on experience, they cannot exhibit in a priori intuition any object on which they would, prior to all experience, have based their synthesis. These pure concepts of the understanding, therefore, not only excite suspicion with regard to the objective validity and the limits of their use, but they also render ambiguous the concept of space, because of their inclination to use it beyond the conditions of sensible intuition, and this, indeed, was the very reason why we found a transcendental deduction of it, such as we gave before, necessary. Before the reader has taken a single step in the field of pure reason, he must be convinced of the inevitable necessity of such a transcendental deduction. Otherwise he would walk on blindly and, after having strayed in every direction, would have to return to the same ignorance from which he started. He must at the same time perceive in advance the inevitable difficulty of such a deduction, so that he may not complain about obscurity when the matter itself is deeply veiled, or become weary too soon of our removal of obstacles. For we must either altogether surrender all claims to insights of pure reason as our favorite field, because it extends beyond the limits of all possible experience, or else must bring this critical inquiry to completion. Above, we had but little difficulty in showing how the concepts of space and time, although they belong to a priori knowledge, must yet refer necessarily to objects, and how they make synthetic knowledge of them possible independently of all experience. For as no object can appear to us, that is, be an object of empirical intuition, except by means of such pure Forms of sensibility, space, and time are pure intuitions which contain a priori the conditions of the possibility of objects. BR 21, 122a 89. 116 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. As appearances, and the synthesis in these intuitions possesses objectability. The categories of the understanding, on the contrary, do not represent to us the conditions under which objects are given in intuition, and it is quite possible, therefore, that objects should appear to us without having to refer necessarily to the functions of the understanding, and without the understanding having to contain a priori the conditions of these objects. There arises, therefore, a difficulty here, such as we did not meet with in the field of sensibility, namely, how subjective conditions of thought can have objective validity, that is, become conditions of the possibility of all knowledge of objects. Appearances can, indeed, be given in intuition independently of the functions of the understanding. Let us take, for instance, the concept of cause, which implies a special kind of synthesis, whereby upon something, A, something totally different, B, is posited according to a rule. We cannot say that it is a priori clear why appearances should contain something of this kind, for we cannot appeal to experiences as proof, because we have to be able to establish the objective validity of this a priori concept. It would remain, therefore, a priori doubtful whether such a concept be not perhaps altogether empty, and be without any corresponding object at all among appearances. This is different with objects of sensible intuition. It is evident that they must conform to the formal conditions of sensibility existing a priori in the mind, because otherwise they would not be objects for us, but that they must also conform to the conditions which the understanding requires. For the synthetic unity of thought does not seem to follow quite so obviously. For appearances might well be so constituted that the understanding should not find them to be conforming to the conditions of its unity, and all might then be in such confusion that, for instance, nothing would present itself in the success Zion of appearances which would supply a rule of synthesis and thus correspond to the concept of cause and effect, so that this concept would then be quite empty, null, and meaningless. Appearances would nonetheless offer objects to our intuition. BR 23 Go, 91. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 117. Because intuition does not in any way require the functions of thought, we might consider escaping from these troublesome inquiries by saying that experience continually offers examples of such a regularity among appearances, and so gives us sufficient opportunity to abstract from them the concept of cause and hence to verify at the same time the objective validity of such a concept. But in that case we would be overlooking the fact that the concept of cause cannot possibly arise in that way, and that it must either be founded completely a priori in the understanding, or must be given up altogether as a mere hallucination. For this concept strictly requires that something, A, should be of such a nature that something else, B, follows from it necessarily and according to an absolutely universal rule. Appearances no doubt supply us with cases from which we can obtain a rule according to which something usually happens, but never a rule according to which the result is necessary. This is why there is a dignity attached to the synthesis of cause and effect which cannot be expressed empirically, namely, that the effect is not only an addition to the cause, but is posited through it and springs from it. Nor is the strict universality of the rule ever a property of empirical rules. By means of induction they can acquire none but comparative universality, that is, extensive applicability. If we were to treat the pure concepts of the understanding as merely empirical products, we would completely change our use of them. 140. Transition to the transcendental deduction of the categories. Only two cases are possible in which synthetic representation and its objects can agree, can refer to each other with necessity, and can, as it were, meet each other, either if the object alone makes the representation possible, or if the representation alone, BRZ 4AG2Z, 118 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, makes the object possible. In the former case, their relation is only empirical, and the representation is never possible a priori. This applies to appearances with regard to whatever in them belongs to sensation. In the latter case, though representation by itself, for we do not speak here at all of its causality by means of the will, does not produce its object so far as its existence is concerned, nevertheless the representation is a priori determinant of the object if through it alone it is possible to know anything as an object. There are two conditions, then, under which alone knowledge of an object is possible. Firstly, intuition, through which the object is given, though only as appearance. Secondly, concept, through which an object is thought that corresponds to this intuition. From what we have said before, it is clear that the first condition, namely, that under which alone objects can be intuited, does in fact underlie, as far as their form is concerned, the objects a priori in the mind. All appearances, therefore, necessarily conform to this formal condition of sensibility, because only through it can they appear, that is, be empirically intuited and given. Now the question arises whether concepts are not also a priori antecedent conditions under which alone something can be, if not intuited, then nonetheless thought as object in general. For in that case all empirical knowledge of objects would necessarily conform to such concepts, because without presupposing them nothing is possible as object of experience. All experience also contains, besides the intuition of the senses through which something is given, a concept of an object which is given in intuition, or which appears in it. Concepts of objects in general thus underlie all empirical knowledge as its four priori conditions, and the objective validity of the categories, as a priori concepts, rest on this very fact that through them alone experience is possible, as far as the form of thought is concerned. If only by means of them any object of experience can be thought at all, it follows that they refer to objects of experience necessarily and a priori. The transcendental deduction of all a priori concepts has thus a principle to which our whole investigation must be directed. BR 25, 126a 93, 94. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 119. Namely, the principle that these concepts must be recognized as a priori conditions of the possibility of experiences, whether the possibility of the intuition which is found in experience, or the possibility of thought. Concepts which form the objective ground of the possibility of experience are for this very reason necessary to unfold the experience wherein they are found. However, would not amount to a deduction, but to a mere illustration, because they would otherwise be only contingent without their original reference to possible experience, in which all objects of knowledge occur. Their reference to any one object would be quite incomprehensible. Locke, for want of this reflection, and because he met with pure concepts of the understanding in experience, also derived them from experience, and yet proceeded so inconsistently that he attempted to use them for knowledge which goes far beyond all limits of experience. David Hume realized that, in order to be able to do this, these concepts must have their origin a priori. But as he could not explain how it is possible that the understanding must think concepts which in themselves are not combined in the understanding is nevertheless necessarily combined in the object, and as it never occurred to him that possibly the understanding itself might, through these concepts, be the author of that experience in which its objects are found, he was constrained to derive them from experience, namely, from a subjective necessity that arises through frequent association in experience and which in the end is mistakenly supposed to be objective, that is, from habit. But he proceeded very consistently, declaring it to be impossible, with these concepts or with the principles arising from them, to go beyond the limits of experience. The empirical derivation, however, which was adopted by both philosophers, cannot be reconciled with the scientific a priori knowledge that we actually have, namely, the knowledge in pure mathematics and general natural science, and is therefore refuted by this fact. The former of these two celebrated men opened the door wide to fantastic extravagance, because reason, once it has gained BR 27, 128, 120 copyright transcendental doctrine of elements. Such rights can no longer be checked by vague recommendations to moderation. The other, thinking that he had discovered so universal an illusion of our faculty of knowledge, which had formerly been accepted as reason, handed himself over entirely to skepticism. We now intend to find out whether it may not be possible to find for human reason a safe passage between these two rocks, to assign to it definite limits, and yet to keep open for it the entire field of its purposive activities. But first I shall give an explanation of the categories. They are concepts of an object in general, by means of which the intuition of an object is regarded as determined with respect to one of the logical functions in judgment. Thus the function of the categorical judgment was that of the relation of the subject to the predicate. For instance, all bodies are divisible. Here, however, with reference to the merely logical use of the understanding, it remained undetermined to which of the two concepts the function of the subject, or of the predicate, was to be assigned. For we could also say, something divisible is a body. But if I bring the concept of body under the category of substance, it is thereby determined that its empirical intuition in experience must always be considered as subject and never as mere predicate. The same applies to all other categories. BR 29, endnote, A95. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 121. Of the deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. Section I degree. Transcendental deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. 15. Of the possibility of a combination in general. The manifold of representations can be given in an intuition, which is merely sensible, that is, nothing but receptivity, and the form of this intuition may lie a priori in our faculty of representation, without being anything but the manner in which the subject is affected. But the combination, conjunctio, of a manifold in general can never come to us through the senses, and cannot, therefore, be already contained in the pure form of sensible intuition. For it is an act of spontaneity by the power of representation, and since, in order to distinguish it from of the deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. Section 2 degree. Of the a priori grounds for the possibility of experience. It is altogether contradictory and impossible that a concept, although itself neither contained in the concept of possible experience nor consisting of elements of such an experience, should be produced entirely a priori and yet refer to an object. For it would then have no content, because no intuition corresponds to it, and intuitions in general, through which objects can be given to us, constitute the field or the whole object of possible experience. In a priori concept, therefore, that did not refer to experience would only be the logical form of a B1 R30. 122 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Sensibility, we must call this power understanding. We see that all combination, whether we are conscious of it or not, and whether it is a combination of the manifold of intuition or of several concepts, and again, whether it is a combination of sensible or non-sensible intuition, is an act of the understanding. This act we shall call by the general name of synthesis, in order to show that we cannot represent to ourselves anything as combined in the object without having previously combined it ourselves, and that of all representations combination is the only one which cannot be given through objects, but, as it is an act of the subject's self-activity, can only be carried out by the subject itself. It can easily be perceived that this act of synthesis must originally be a single act and must be equally valid for all combination, and that its dissolution, that is, analysis, which seems to be its opposite, always presupposes it. For where the understanding has not previously combined, there is nothing for it to dissolve, because only as having been combined through the understanding could it have been given to the faculty of representation. Concept, but not the concept itself through which something is thought. If, therefore, there exist any pure a priori concepts, they cannot indeed contain anything empirical, they must, nevertheless, all be a priori conditions of a possible experience, for on this ground alone can their objective reality rest. If, therefore, we wish to know how pure concepts of the understanding are possible, we must try to find out what are the a priori conditions on which the possibility of experience depends, and on which experience is founded even when we abstract from everything empirical in appearances. A concept, expressing this formal and objective condition of experience uni, verily and sufficiently might properly be called a pure concept of the understanding. Once we have these pure concepts of the understanding, we can also think up objects which may be either impossible, or which, though perhaps possible in themselves. A96. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 123. But the concept of combination includes, besides the concept of the manifold and of its synthesis, also the concept of the unity of the manifold. Combination is the representation of the synthetic unity of the manifold *. The representation of this unity cannot, therefore, arise from the combination. On the contrary, by being added to the representation of the manifold, it makes the concept of combination possible in the first place. And this unity, which precedes a priori all concepts of combination, must not be mistaken for the category of unity of which we spoke earlier. 10. For all categories are based on logical functions in judgments, and in these functions combination, and there, for unity of given concepts, is already thought. The category, therefore, already presupposes combination, and we must consequently look still higher for this unity, as qualitative. 12. Whether the representations themselves are identical, and whether, therefore, One can be thought analytically through the other, is a matter of no consequence. Here, the consciousness of the one has always to be distinguished from the consciousness of the other, as far as the manifold is concerned, and what we are concerned with here is only the synthesis of this possible consciousness. Can never be given in any experience. For in connecting those concepts something may be omitted which yet necessarily belongs to the conditions of a possible experience, as in the concept of a spirit, or perhaps pure concepts of the understanding are extended beyond what experience can reach, as with the concept of God. But the elements of all a priori knowledge, even of gratuitous and preposterous fancies, though they cannot be borrowed from experience, for in that case they would not be a priori knowledge, must nevertheless always contain the pure a priori conditions of a possible experience and of an object of this experience. Otherwise not only would nothing be thought through them, but they themselves, being without data, could never arise in our thought. Such concepts, then, which contain a priori the pure thought involved in every experience, we discover in the categories, and it is a sufficient deduction of them and a justification of their BR 31. 124 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. In that, namely, which itself contains the ground for the unity of different concepts in judgments, that is, the ground for the possibility of the understanding, even in its logical use. 16. Of the original synthetic unity of apperception. It must be possible for the I think to accompany all my representations, for otherwise something would be represented within me that could not be thought at all. In other words, the representation would either be impossible, or at least would be nothing to me. That representation which can be given prior to all thought is called intuition, and all the manifold of intuition has, therefore, a necessary relation to the I think in the same subject in which this manifold of intuition is found. This representation, the I think, however, is an act of spontaneity, that is, it cannot be considered as belonging to sensibility. I call it pure apperception. In order to distinguish it from empirical apperception, or also objective validity, if we succeed in proving that by means of them alone an object can be thought. But as in such a thought, more is at work than only the faculty of thought, namely, the understanding, and as the understanding, as a faculty of knowledge that is meant to refer to objects, requires an explanation as to the possibility of such a reference, we must first consider, not as to their empirical but as to their transcendental constitution, the subjective sources which form the a priori foundation for the possibility of experience. If every single representation were completely foreign to and, as it were, isolated and separated from every other representation, no such thing as knowledge could ever arise, for knowledge forms a whole of compared and connected representations. If, therefore, I ascribe to sense a synopsis because sense contains a manifold in its intuition, then there always corresponds a synthesis to the synopsis, and receptivity can make knowledge. B132A97. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 125. Original apperception, because it is that self-consciousness which, by producing the representation, I think, which must be capable of accompanying all other representations, and which is one and the same in all consciousness, cannot itself be accompanied by any further representations. I also call the unity of apperception the transcendental unity of self-consciousness, in order to indicate that a priori knowledge can be obtained from it. For the manifold representations given in an intuition would not one and at all be my representations, if they did not all belong to one self-consciousness. What I mean is that, as my representations, even though I am not conscious of them as that, they must conform to the condition under which alone they can stand together in one universal self-consciousness, because otherwise they would not one and all belong to me. From this original combination much can be inferred. The thoroughgoing identity of the apperception of a manifold that is given in intuition contains a synthesis of representations, and is possible only through the consciousness of the synthesis. For the empirical consciousness which accompanies different, possible only when combined with spontaneity. This spontaneity, now, T.S. the ground of a threefold synthesis, which must necessarily take place in all knowledge, namely, firstly, the synthesis of the apprehension of representations, as modifications of the mind in intuition, secondly, the synthesis of the reproduction of them in imagination, and, thirdly, that of their recognition in the concept. These three lead us to three subjective sources of knowledge, which render possible the understanding itself and, through it, all experience as an empirical product of the understanding. Preliminary remark. The deduction of the categories is beset with so many difficulties, and obliges us to enter so deeply into the first grounds of the BR 33A98. 126 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Representations is itself dispersed and without reference to the identity of the subject. Such a reference comes about, not simply through my accompanying every representation with consciousness, but through my adding one representation to another and being conscious of the synthesis of them. Only because I am able to combine a manifold of given representations in one consciousness is it possible for me to represent to myself the identity of the consciousness in these representations, that is, only under the presupposition of some synthetic unity of apperception is the analytic unity of apperception possible. Asterisk the thought that the representations given in intuition belong one and all to me is asterisk the analytic unity of consciousness belongs to all general concepts as such. If, for instance, I think red in general, I represent to myself a property which, as a characteristic, can be found in something, or can be combined with other representations, that is to say, only by virtue of a presupposed possible synthetic unity can I represent to myself the analytic unity. A representation which is to be thought as common to different representations is looked upon as belonging to such as possess, besides it, also something different. It must therefore previously be thought in synthetic unity with other, though perhaps only possibility of our knowledge in general, that I thought it more expedient, in order to avoid the lengthiness of a complete theory, and yet to omit nothing in so essential an investigation, to add the following 4 paragraphs with a view to preparing rather than instructing the reader. I shall proceed to a systematic discussion of these elements of the understanding only in the third section. Asterisk copyright. Until then the reader must not allow himself to be frightened by a certain amount of obscurity. At first such obscurity is inevitable on a path never trodden before, but it will, when we come to that section, give way, I hope, to complete insight. B134, footnote, BR34. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 127. Therefore the same as the thought that I unite them in oneself. Consciousness, or can at least do so, and although that thought itself is not yet the consciousness of the synthesis of representations, it nevertheless presupposes the possibility of the synthesis. In other words, it is only because I am able to comprehend the manifold of representations in one consciousness that I call them one and all my representations. For otherwise I should have as many colored and varied a self as I have representations of, which I am conscious. Synthetic unity of the manifold of intuitions, as given a priori, is thus the ground of the identity of apperception itself, which precedes a priori all my determinate thought. Combination, however, does not lie in the objects, and cannot be borrowed from them by perception, and thus first representations, before I can think in it the analytic unity of consciousness that makes it a conceptus communis. The synthetic unity of apperception is therefore the highest point to which we must connect all use of the understanding, and even the whole of logic, and afterwards the whole of transcendental philosophy. This faculty is the understanding itself. Of the synthesis of apprehension and intuition. Whatever the origin of our representations may be, whether they be due to the influence of external things or to inner causes, whether they have arisen a priori or empirically as appearances, nonetheless as modifications of the mind they belong to inner sense, and all our knowledge must therefore finally be subject to the formal condition of inner sense, namely, to time. In time they are all arranged, connected, and brought into relations. This is a general remark which must serve as a basis in all that follows. Every intuition contains a manifold which could not be represented as such, unless the mind distinguished time in the succession of one impression after another, for each representation, as contained in one moment, can never be anything but absolute. A 99. 128 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Be taken into the understanding. It is, rather, solely an act of the understanding, which itself is nothing but the faculty of combining a priori and of bringing the manifold of given representations under the unity of apperception, and the principle of this unity is, in fact, the supreme principle of all human knowledge. It is true, no doubt, that this principle of the necessary unity of apperception is itself an identical and therefore an analytic proposition, but it shows, nevertheless, the necessity of a synthesis of the manifold given in an intuition, a synthesis without which it would be impossible to think the thoroughgoing identity of self-consciousness. For through the I, as a simple representation, nothing manifold is given, only an intuition, which is distinct from its representation, can a manifold be given, and then, through combination, be thought in one consciousness. An understanding in which through self-consciousness all the manifold would be given at the same time would be one that intuits. Our understanding can do nothing but think, and must seek intuition in the senses. I am conscious, therefore, of the unity. In order to change this manifold into a unity of intuition, as, for instance, in the representation of space, it is necessary first to run through the manifold and then to hold it together. It is this act which I call the synthesis of apprehension, because it is aimed directly at intuition, which no doubt offers a manifold, but a manifold which it can never establish as a manifold, and as contained in one representation, without a synthesis occurring thereby. This synthesis of apprehension must also be carried out a priori, that is, with respect to representations which are not empirical, for without it we should not be able to have a priori the representations either of space or of time, for these cannot be produced except through the synthesis of the manifold which sensibility offers in its original receptivity. It follows, therefore, that we have a pure synthesis of apprehension. B135 Arrow. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 129. Identical self with respect to the manifold of the representations that are given to me in an intuition, because I call them one and all my representations, as constituting one intuition. This means that I am conscious a priori of a necessary synthesis of them, which is called the original synthetic unity of apperception, and under which all representations given to me must stand, but under which they must also be brought by means of a synthesis. As 17. The principle of the synthetic unity of apperception is the supreme principle of all use of the understanding. The supreme principle of the possibility of all intuition in relation to sensibility was, according to the transcendental aesthetic, that all the manifold in intuition is subject to the formal conditions of space and time. The supreme principle of the same possibility in relation to the understanding is that all the manifold in intuition, 2. Of the synthesis of reproduction in imagination. It is no doubt merely an empirical law according to which representations that have often followed or accompanied one another finally become associated and so closely connected that, even without the presence of the object, one of these representations will, according to an invariable rule, produce a transition of the mind to the other. This law of reproduction, however, presupposes that appearances themselves are actually subject to such a rule, and that such accompanying or following takes place, in conformity with certain rules, in the manifold of these representations, for without this our empirical imagination would never find anything to do that would be appropriate to its ability, and would remain, therefore, buried within our mind as B136. 130 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements is subject to the conditions of the original synthetic unity of apperception * all the manifold representations of intuition, as far as they are given to us, are subject to the first principle, as far as they must admit of being combined in one consciousness, to the second. For without this combination nothing can be thought or known through these representations, because the given representations would not have in common the act of apperception. I think, and thus could not be comprehended in oneself. Consciousness. Understanding, to speak generally, is the faculty of knowledge. Space and time, and all parts thereof, are intuitions, and are consequently, with the manifold that they contain, singular representations. See the transcendental aesthetic. They are not, therefore, mere concepts through which the same consciousness is found as contained in many representations. On the contrary, through them many representations are contained in one representation and in the consciousness of it, and they are thus encountered as composite. Consequently, the unity of that consciousness is encountered as synthetic, but yet as original. The singularity of intuition is of great importance when applied. See 25. A dead and to us unknown faculty. If cinnabar were sometimes red and sometimes black, sometimes light and sometimes heavy. If a person could be changed now into this, now into another animal shape, if on the longest day the fields were sometimes covered with fruit, sometimes with ice and snow, then my empirical imagination would never be in a position, when representing the color red, to think of heavy cinnabar. Nor could an empirical synthesis of reproduction take place, if a certain name were given, sometimes to this, sometimes to that object, or if the same object were sometimes called by one, and sometimes by another name, without any rule to which appearances by themselves are subject. There must, therefore, be something to make this reproduction of appearances possible, by being itself the a priori foundation of a necessary synthetic unity of them. We will soon discover this something if we keep in mind that appearances are not things in themselves, but the mere play of our representations, which in B137 are Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 131. Knowledge consists in a determinate relation of given representations to an object, and an object is that in the concept of which the manifold of a given intuition is united. But all such unification of representations requires the unity of consciousness in the synthesis of them. Consequently, the unity of consciousness is that which alone constitutes the relation of representations to an object, that is, their objective validity, and consequently their becoming knowledge, and so the very possibility of the understanding depends on this unity. The first pure knowledge of the understanding, therefore, on which all the rest of its use is founded, and which at the same time is entirely independent of all conditions of sensible intuition, is this very principle of the original synthetic unity of apperception. Space, the mere form of outer sensible intuition, is not yet knowledge, it supplies only the manifold of a priori intuition for a possible knowledge. In order to know anything in space, for instance, a line, I must draw it, and so synthetically produce a determinate combination of the given manifold, so that the unity of this act is at the same time the unity of consciousness. In the end are determinations of inner sense. If, therefore, we could show that even our purest a priori intuitions give us no knowledge, unless they contain a combination of the manifold that would render a thoroughgoing synthesis of reproduction possible, it would follow that the synthesis of imagination is, prior to all experience, founded on a priori principles, and that we must assume a pure transcendental synthesis of imagination which underlies the possibility of all experience, such experience supposing necessarily the reproducibility of appearances. Now, if I draw a line in thought, or if I want to think the time from one noon to another, or only to represent to myself a certain number, it is clear that I must, first of all, necessarily apprehend in thought one of these manifold representations after another. If I were to lose from my thoughts the preceding representations, the first parts of the line, the preceding parts of time, or units, represented one after the other, and, while I proceed to what BR 38A 132 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, the concept of a line, and so that an object, a determinate space, is thereby first known. The synthetic unity of consciousness is, therefore, an objective condition of all knowledge. It is not a condition that I only require for myself in order to know an object, but a condition to which each intuition must be subject, in order to become an object for me. For otherwise, and without such a synthesis, the manifold could not unite in one consciousness. No doubt, this last proposition, as I have said before, is itself analytic, although it makes synthetic unity a condition of all thought, for it really says no more than that all my representations in any given intuition must be subject to the condition, under which alone I can ascribe them, as my representations, to the identical self, and therefore can comprehend them as synthetically combined in one apperception through the general expression, I think. And yet this need not be a principle for every possible understanding, but only for that understanding through whose pure apperception, in the representation I am, nothing manifold is. Follows, did not reproduce them, there would never arise a complete representation, and none of the mentioned thoughts, not even the first and purest fundamental representations of space and time, could ever arise within me. The synthesis of apprehension is thus inseparably connected with the synthesis of reproduction, and as the former constitutes the transcendental ground of the possibility of all knowledge in general, not only of empirical, but also of pure a priori knowledge, it follows that the reproductive synthesis of imagination belongs to the transcendental acts of the mind. We may therefore call this faculty the transcendental faculty of imagination. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 133. Given an understanding through whose self-consciousness the manifold of intuition would be given at the same time, i.e., an understanding through whose representation the objects of that representation should at the same time exist, would not require, for the unity of consciousness, a special act of the synthesis of the manifold. The human understanding, however, which merely thinks but does not intuit, requires such an act. To the human understanding it is, indeed, the first principle, and is so indispensable that our understanding cannot even form the least concept of any other possible understanding, whether it would intuit by itself or be in possession of an underlying sensible intuition, though one that would be different in kind from that in space and time. 3. Of the synthesis of recognition in the concept. Without being conscious that what we are thinking now is the same as what we thought a moment before, all reproduction in the series of representations would be vain. Each representation would, in its present state, be a new one, and in no way belong to the act by which it was to be gradually produced. The manifold of the representations would never, therefore, form a whole, because it would lack that unity which consciousness alone can impart to it. If, in counting, I forget that the units which now present themselves to my mind have been added by me gradually one to the other, I should not know the production of the amount through the successive addition of one to another, nor, consequently, should I know the number. For this number is a BR 39 134 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. $18. What is the objective unity of self-consciousness? The transcendental unity of apperception is that unity through which all the manifold given in an intuition is united in a concept of an object. It is therefore called objective, and must be distinguished from the subjective unity of consciousness, which is a determination of inner sense, through which the manifold of intuition for such combination is empirically given. Whether I can become empirically conscious of the manifold as either simultaneous or successive depends on circumstances, or empirical conditions. The empirical unity of consciousness, therefore, through the association of representations, itself concerns an appearance and is wholly contingent, while the pure form of intuition in time, merely as intuition in general containing a given manifold, is subject to the original unity of consciousness. It is subject to this unity simply through the necessary relation of the concept which consists entirely in the consciousness of this unity of synthesis. The very word concept could of itself suggest this remark, for it is this one consciousness that unites in one representation the manifold that has been gradually intuited, and afterwards reproduced. This consciousness may often be very faint, and we may connect it only with the effect and not with the act itself, i.e., MOT immediately with the production of a representation. But in spite of these differences, a consciousness, though it be lacking in conspicuous clarity, must always be encountered. Without it, concepts, and with them knowledge of objects, are perfectly impossible. And here we need arrive at a clear understanding of what we mean by the expression and object of representations. We said before that appearances themselves are nothing but sensible Representations, which therefore in themselves must not be taken. BR 40A 104. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 135. Manifold of intuition to the one, I think, and hence through the pure synthesis of the understanding which forms the a priori ground of the empirical synthesis. The original unity alone is valid objectively, the empirical unity of apperception, which we do not examine here, and which moreover is only derived from the former under given conditions I'm co and Siri 2, has subjective validity only. One person connects the representation of a certain word with one thing, the other with another, and the unity of consciousness in what is empirical is not, as regards what is given, necessary and universally valid. 19. The logical form of all judgments consists in the objective unity of apperception of the concepts contained in them. E. Habe never felt satisfied with the explanation that logicians give of a judgment in general. They say that a judgment is the as objects, outside our power of representation. What, then, do we mean when we speak of an object corresponding to, and therefore also distinct from, our knowledge? It is easy to see that such an object can be thought only as something in general equals X, because outside our knowledge we have nothing which we could set opposite this knowledge as corresponding to it. Now we find that our thought of the reference of all knowledge to its object contains an element of necessity, the object being looked upon as that which prevents our knowledge from being determined at haphazard or arbitrarily, and which causes it to be determined a priori in a certain way. For as this knowledge is to refer to an object, its elements must necessarily, in reference to this object, agree with each other, that is to say, possess that unity which constitutes the concept of an object. But it is clear that, as we are only dealing with the manifold of our representations, and as the X, the object, corresponding. A 105. 136 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Representation of a relation between two concepts. Without here disputing with them as to what is defective in this explanation. Though many tedious consequences have arisen from this over side of logicians, that is, that it may possibly apply to category, but not to hypothetical and disjunctive judgments, the two latter containing a relation not of concepts but of judgments themselves. I must at least make this observation, that we are not told in the explanation what this relation consists in. But if I examine more closely the relation of given items of knowledge in every judgment, and distinguish it, as belonging to the understanding, from the relation according to the laws of the lengthy doctrine of the four syllogistic figures concerns only categorical syllogisms, and although it is really nothing but a trick for obtaining, by secretly introducing immediate inferences, consequentia immediati, among the premises of a pure syllogism, the appearance of more kinds of inference than that of the first figure, this would hardly have secured its great success had not its authors succeeded in establishing for categorical judgments an exclusive authority, that is, as judgments to which all others must allow of being referred. This, as we showed in 9, is wrong to them, since it is to be something different from all our representations, is really nothing to us. The unity which the object makes necessary cannot be anything but the formal unity of consciousness in the synthesis of the manifold of representations. Only when we have produced synthetic unity in the manifold of intuition do we say that we know the object. This unity is impossible, however, if the intuition cannot be produced according to a rule through such a function of synthesis as makes the reproduction of the manifold a priori necessary, and as makes possible a concept in which this manifold is united. Thus we think of a triangle as an object by being conscious of the combination of three straight lines according to a rule by which such an intuition can always be presented. This unity of rule determines all the manifold, and limits it to conditions which render the unity of apperception possible, and the concept of this unity is the representation of the object equals X, which BR 40. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 137. Reproductive imagination, a relation which only has subjective validity. I find that a judgment is nothing but a way of bringing given items of knowledge to the objective unity of apperception. This is what is intended by the copula is in them, which is meant to distinguish the objective unity of given representations from the subjective. It, the copula is, indicates their relation to original apperception and its necessary unity, even though the judgment itself be empirical, and therefore contingent, as, for instance, bodies are heavy. By this I do not mean to say that these representations belong necessarily to one another in the empirical intuition, but that they belong to one another by virtue of the necessary unity of apperception in the synthesis of intuitions. That is, according to principles of the objective determination of all representations, insofar as these representations can give rise to knowledge, all these principles being derived from the principle of the transcendental unity of apperception. Thus, and thus alone, does this relation become a judgment, that is, a relation that is valid objectively, and can thus be adequately distinguished from a relation of the same representations that would only have, I think, through the above-mentioned predicates of a triangle. All knowledge requires a concept, however obscure or imperfect that concept may be, and a concept is always, with regard to its form, something that is general and that can serve as a rule. Thus the concept of body serves, according to the unity of the manifold which is thought through it, as a rule for our knowledge of outer appearances. But it can be a rule of intuitions only, insofar as it represents in any given appearances the necessary reproduction of their manifold, and hence the synthetic unity in our consciousness of them. Thus the concept of body, whenever we perceive something outside us, necessitates the representation of extension and, with it, the representations of impenetrability, shape, etc. Necessity is always founded on a transcendental condition. There must, therefore, be a transcendental ground of the unity of consciousness in the synthesis of the manifold of all our BR 42A 106. 138 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Subjective validity, for instance, a relation according to the laws of association. In the latter case, I could only say, if I carry a body, I feel the pressure of its weight, but I could not say, the underscore body, is heavy, which is meant to say that these two representations are combined in the object, whatever the state of the subject may be, and are not merely conjoined in perception, however often it may be repeated. 20. All sensible intuitions are subject to the categories, as conditions under which alone their manifold can come together in one consciousness. The manifold given in a sensible intuition is necessarily subject to the original synthetic unity of apperception, because through this unity alone is the unity of intuition possible. 17. That act of the understanding, further, through which the manifold of intuitions, and therefore also a transcendental ground of the concepts of objects in general, and therefore again of all objects of experience, a transcendental ground without which it would be impossible to think any object for our intuitions. For this Object is no more than that something the concept of which expresses such a necessity of synthesis. This original and transcendental condition is no other than transcendental apperception. Consciousness of oneself according to the determinations of our state in inner perception is merely empirical and always transient. There can be no fixed or permanent self in the stream of inner appearances. It is usually called inner sense, or empirical apperception. What is to be represented necessarily as numerically identical cannot be thought as such through empirical data. A condition that is to render such a transcendental presupposition valid must be one which precedes all experience and which makes experience itself possible. BR 43A107. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 139. Given representations, whether intuitions or concepts, is brought under one apperception in general, is the logical function of judgments. 19. Everything manifold, therefore, so far as it is given in one empirical intuition, is determined with regard to one of the logical functions of judgment, and is thereby brought to a consciousness in general. The categories, however, are nothing but these functions of judgment, insofar as the manifold of a given intuition is determined with respect to them. 13. Therefore the manifold in a given intuition is necessarily subject to the categories. 2z. Note. The manifold contained in an intuition which I call mind is represented through the synthesis of the understanding as belonging to the necessary unity of self-consciousness, and this. No knowledge can take place in us, no connection or unity of one item of knowledge with another, without that unity of consciousness which precedes all data of intuitions, and by reference to which all representation of objects is alone possible. This pure, original, and unchangeable consciousness I shall call transcendental apperception. That it deserves such a name is evident from the fact that even the purest objective unity, namely, that of the a priori concepts, space and time, is possible only by referring the intuitions to this apperception. The numerical unity of this apperception, therefore, forms the a priori ground of all concepts, just as the manifoldness of space and time forms the a priori ground of the intuitions of sensibility. This very transcendental unity of apperception turns all possible appearances that can come together in one experience into a connection of all these representations according to laws. 4. This unity of consciousness would be impossible if the mind, in BR 44A108, 140 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, takes place by means of the category asterisk. The category indicates, therefore, that the empirical consciousness of the given manifold of an intuition is subject to a pure a priori self-consciousness, in the same manner as the empirical intuition is subject to a pure sensible intuition that likewise takes place a priori. Hence in the above proposition of beginning is made of a deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. In this deduction, as the categories arise in the understanding alone, independently of sensibility, I must abstract from the manner in which the manifold for an empirical intuition is given, but attend exclusively to the unity which, by means of the category, enters into the intuition through the understanding. In what follows, 26, we shall show, from the manner in which the empirical intuition is given in sensibility, that its unity is none other than that which is prescribed by the category, according to 22. Asterisk. The ground of proof of this rests on the represented unity of intuition, through which an object is given, and which always includes a synthesis of the manifold given for an intuition, and already contains the relation of the latter to the unity of apperception. The knowledge of the manifold could not become conscious of the identity of the function by means of which it synthetically combines the manifold in one item of knowledge. Therefore, the original and necessary consciousness of the identity of oneself is, at the same time, a consciousness of an equally necessary unity of the synthesis of all appearances according to concepts, that is, according to rules which render these appearances not only necessarily reproducible, but which thereby also determine an object for their intuition, that is, a concept of something in which they are necessarily connected. The mind could never think its own identity in the manifoldness of its representations, and indeed, think this identity a priori, if it did not have before its eyes the identity of its act, by which it subjects all synthesis of a ppr even Zion, which is empirical, to a transcendental unity, and thus renders possible their connection according to a priori rules. We shall now be able to determine more accurately our concept of BR 45. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 141. The manifold of a given intuition in general. Thus only, that is, by showing the a priori validity of the category with respect to all objects of our senses, will the purpose of our deduction be fully attained. There is one thing, however, from which I could not abstract in the above proof, namely, that the manifold for the intuition must be given prior to the synthesis of the understanding, and independently of it, but how it is given remains undetermined here. For if I were to imagine an understanding that itself intuited, as, for instance, a divine understanding, which should not represent to itself given objects, but through the representation of which the objects should at the same time be given, or produced, then the categories would have no meaning whatsoever with respect to such knowledge. They are merely rules for an understanding, the whole power of which consists in thought, that is, in the act of bringing the synthesis of the manifold, which is given to it in intuition from elsewhere, to the unity of apperception and understanding, which therefore knows nothing whatsoever by itself, but only combines and arranges the material, an object in general. All representations have, as representations, their object, and can themselves in turn become objects of other representations. The only objects which can be given to us immediately are appearances, and that in them which refers immediately to the object is called intuition. These appearances, however, are not things in themselves, but only representations, which in turn have their object, but an object that can no longer be intuited by us, and may therefore be called the non-empirical. That is, the transcendental object equals x. The pure concept of this transcendental object, which really is always the same, equals x in all our knowledge, is that which alone can provide for all our empirical concepts in general a reference to an object, or objective reality. This concept cannot contain any determinate intuition, and can therefore only apply to that unity which must be found in any manifold of knowledge in so far as this manifold has reference to an object. This reference, arrow 9. 142 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. For knowledge, that is, the intuition, which must be given to it by the object. This peculiarity of our understanding, that it produces unity of apperception a priori only by means of the categories, and only categories of this nature and number, cannot be further explained, just as it cannot be further explained why we have precisely these and no other functions of judgment, or why time and space are the only forms of our possible intuition. 22. The category admits of no other use for the knowledge of things than its application to Objects of experience. To think an object, then, is not the same as to know an object. Knowledge involves two parts: first, the concept, through which an object is thought at all, the category, and secondly, the intuition, through which it is given. If no intuition corresponding to the concept could be given, the concept would still be a thought. However, is nothing but the necessary unity of consciousness, and therefore also of the synthesis of the manifold, through a common function of the mind which combines it in one representation. Since this unity must be considered as necessary a priori, because, without it, our knowledge would be without an object, we may conclude that the reference to a transcendental object, that is, the objective reality of our empirical knowledge, rests on a transcendental law that all appearances, insofar as objects are to be given to us through them, must be subject to a priori rules of a synthetic unity of these appearances, by which a priori rules alone their relation in empirical intuition becomes possible, that is, they must in experience be subject to conditions of the necessary unity of apperception, just as much as in mere intuition. They must be subject to the formal conditions of space and time. Indeed, only through these conditions can any knowledge become possible. BR 46 RO. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 143. As far as its form is concerned, but it would be without any object, and no knowledge of anything would be possible by means of it, because, as far as I would know, there would be nothing, and there could be nothing, to which my thought could be applied. Now, the only intuition possible for us is sensible, see. The aesthetic, the thought of an object in general, therefore, through a pure concept of the understanding, can become knowledge for us only to the extent that this concept is referred to objects of the senses. Sensible intuition is either pure intuition, space and time, or empirical intuition of that which is immediately represented, through sensation, as real in space and time. By means of determining pure intuition we can gain a priori knowledge of objects as appearances, in mathematics, but only with regard to their form, but whether there are things which must be intuited in this form remains unsettled. Mathematical concepts are not, therefore, by themselves knowledge, except under the supposition that there are things which admit of being presented to us only according to the form of that pure sensible intuition. Consequently, as things in space and time are only for preliminary explanation of the possibility of the categories, as a priori knowledge, there is but one experience in which all perceptions are represented as in thoroughgoing and lawful connection, just as there is but one space and one time in which all forms of appearance and all relations of being or not being take place. When we speak of different experiences, then these are only so many perceptions, all of which belong to one and the same general experience. It is the thoroughgoing and synthetic unity of perceptions that constitutes the form of experience, and this unity is nothing but the synthetic unity of appearances according to concepts. Unity of synthesis according to empirical concepts would BR 47 error. 144 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Given insofar as they are perceptions, as representations accompanied by sensation, that is, only through empirical representation, the pure concepts of the understanding, even when applied to four priori intuitions, as in mathematics, give us knowledge only insofar as these pure intuitions, and therefore, by means of them, also the concepts of the understanding can be applied to empirical intuitions. Consequently, the categories do not give us any knowledge of things by means of intuition, except through their possible application to empirical intuition. They serve, in short, only for the possibility of empirical knowledge, and such knowledge is called experience. From this it follows that the categories admit of no other use for the knowledge of things, except insofar as these things are taken as objects of possible experience. Be altogether contingent, and if empirical concepts were not founded on a transcendental ground of unity, it would be possible for a whole crowd of appearances to rush into our soul without ever being transformed into experience. All reference of our knowledge to objects would be lost at the same time, because that knowledge would lack its connection according to universal and necessary laws. It would therefore become thoughtless intuition, but never be knowledge, and hence would for us be the same as nothing. The a priori conditions of a possible experience in general are at the same time conditions of the possibility of objects of experience. Now I maintain that the categories of which we are speaking are nothing but the conditions of thought in a possible experience, as much as space and time contain the conditions of intuition for that same experience. These categories, therefore, are also fundamental concepts by which we think objects in BR 48. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 145. 23. The above proposition is of the greatest importance, for it determines the limits of the use of the pure concepts of the understanding with regard to objects, in the same manner as the transcendental aesthetic determined the limits of the use of the pure form of our sensible intuition. Space and time, as conditions of the possibility of how objects can be given to us, are valid no further than for objects of the senses, and hence only for objects of experience. Beyond these limits they represent nothing, for they are only in the senses, and have no reality beyond them. The pure concepts of the understanding are free from this limitation, and extend to objects of intuition in general, whether that intuition be like our own or not, provided only that it is sensible, and not intellectual. This further extension, however, of the concepts beyond our sensible intuition is of no avail to us, for they are in that case empty concepts of objects, and do not even enable general for appearances, and have therefore a priori objective validity. This is exactly what we wish to know. The possibility, nay even the necessity, of these categories rests on the reference that our whole sensibility, and with it all possible appearances, have to original apperception. In original apperception, everything must be necessarily subject to the conditions of the thoroughgoing unity of self-consciousness, that is, must necessarily submit to the universal functions of synthesis, namely, of that synthesis according to concepts in which alone apperception can prove a priori its thoroughgoing and necessary identity. Thus the concept of cause is nothing but a synthesis of that which follows in the series of time with other appearances, according to concepts, and without such unity, which has its a priori rule, and which subjects appearances to itself, no thoroughgoing and universal, and therefore necessary unity of consciousness would be found in the manifold of perceptions. Such perceptions would A112. 146 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Us to judge whether or not such objects are possible. They are mere forms of thought, without objective reality, for we have then no intuition at hand to which the synthetic unity of apperception, which is all that is contained in the concepts, could be applied so that they might determine an object. Nothing can give them sense and meaning, except our sensible and empirical intuition. If, therefore, we assume an object of a non-sensible intuition, As given, we may, no doubt, represent it through all the predicates, which are already contained in the presupposition that nothing belonging to sensible intuition is a characteristic of the object. That, therefore, it is not extended or in space, that its duration is not a time, that no alteration, succession of determinations in time, is to be met within it, etc. But we do not as yet have any proper knowledge if we merely indicate how the intuition of the object is not, without being able to say what the intuition does contain, for in that case I have not represented the possibility of an object from my pure concept of the understanding at all, because I could give no intuition corresponding to the concept, but could only say that our intuition does not apply to it. But what is most, then belong to no experience at all, and so would be without an object, and would be merely a blind play of representations, less even than a dream. All attempts to derive these pure concepts of the understanding from experience, and to ascribe to them a merely empirical origin, are, therefore, perfectly vain and useless. I need not dwell on the fact that the concept of cause, for instance, contains an element of necessity, which no experience can ever supply. Experience can indeed teach us that one appearance usually follows upon another, but it can never teach us that it must follow the other necessarily, nor can it teach us that from the appearance, viewed as a condition, we can make an a priori and entirely universal inference to what must follow. And thus I ask with regard to the empirical rule of association, which we must always assume, when we say that everything in a succession of events is so entirely subject to rules that nothing ever happens without. B149 AR 13. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 147. Important is this, that to such a thing not even a single category could be applied. We could not, for instance, apply to it the concept of a substance, that is, of something that can exist as a subject but never as a mere predicate. For I do not know whether there can be anything corresponding to such a determination of thought, unless empirical intuition supplies the instance for its application. Of this more hereafter. S24. Of the application of the categories to objects of the senses in general. The pure concepts of the understanding refer, through the mere understanding, to objects of intuition in general, whether it be our own intuition or any other, provided only that it is sensible intuition. But the concepts are, for this very reason, mere forms of thought, through which as yet no determinate object is known. The synthesis or combination of the manifold in them referred, something preceding it upon which it always follows. What does it, as a law of nature, rest upon? And how is this very association possible? The ground for the possibility of the association of the manifold, insofar as it is contained in the object, is called the affinity of the manifold. I ask, therefore, how do you make the thoroughgoing affinity of appearances, whereby they stand, nay, must stand under unchanging laws, comprehensible to yourselves? According to my principles it is easily comprehensible. All possible appearances belong, as representations, to the entire possible self-consciousness. From this, as a transcendental representation, numerical identity is inseparable and is a priori certain, because nothing can come to knowledge except by means of this original apperception. As this identity must necessarily enter into the synthesis of everything manifold in appearances. Insofar as the synthesis is to become empirical knowledge, it BRS 50. 148 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Only to the unity of apperception, and thus became the ground of the possibility of a priori knowledge, insofar as such knowledge rests on the understanding, and the synthesis was, therefore, not just transcendental, but also only purely intellectual. Now, as there lies in us a priori a certain form of sensible intuition, which rests on the receptivity of the capacity of representation, sensibility, the understanding, as spontaneity, is able to determine the inner sense through the manifold of given representations, in accordance with the synthetic unity of apperception, and can thus think synthetic unity of the apperception of the manifold of sensible intuition a priori, this unity being the condition to which all objects of our human intuition must necessarily be subject. Thus the categories, as mere forms of thought, acquire objective reality, that is, application to objects, which can be given to us in intuition, but only as appearances. For it is of appearances alone that we are capable of having a priori intuition. This synthesis of the manifold of sensible intuition, which is possible and necessary a priori, may be called figurative synthesis. Follows that the appearances are subject to a priori conditions to which their synthesis of apprehension must always conform. The representation of a universal condition according to which a certain manifold can be posited, and be posited in one and the same manner, is called a rule, and if it must be so posited, a law. All appearances, therefore, stand in a thoroughgoing connection, according to necessary laws, and thus stand in a transcendental affinity of which the empirical affinity is a mere consequence. It sounds no doubt very strange and absurd that nature should have to conform to our subjective ground of apperception, nay, be dependent on it, with respect to its lawfulness. But if we consider that this nature is nothing but a sum total of appearances, and is not a thing in itself but merely a multitude of representations of the mind, we shall no longer be surprised that we see nature only in the radical faculty of all our knowledge, namely, in transcendental apperception, in that unity on account. BRSX Erig. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 149. Synthesis Speciosa, in order to distinguish it from that which is thought, in the mere category, with regard to the manifold of an intuition in general, and which is called combination of the understanding, synthesis intellectualis. Both are transcendental, not only because they themselves are carried out a priori, but because they also ground the possibility of other a priori knowledge. But this figurative synthesis, if it merely refers to the original synthetic unity of apperception, that is, to that transcendental unity which is thought in the categories, must be called the transcendental synthesis of imagination, in order to distinguish it from the merely intellectual combination. Imagination is the faculty of representing an object in intuition even without its presence. As all our intuition is sensible, imagination, because of the subjective condition under which alone it can give a corresponding intuition to the concepts of the understanding, belongs to sensibility. As, however, its synthesis is an act of spontaneity, which is determinative, and not, like sense, merely determinable, and which is therefore able to determine sense a priori in terms of which alone it can be called object of all possible experience, that is, nature. Nor shall we be surprised that for this very reason we can know this unity a priori, and therefore also as necessary. This would be perfectly impossible if the unity were given in itself and independently of the first sources of our thought. In that case I could not tell whence we should get the synthetic propositions asserting such a universal unity of nature, for they would then have to be taken from the objects of nature themselves, and as this could be done only empirically, we could obtain from it none but a merely contingent unity, which would fall short of the necessary connection that we mean when we speak of nature. BRS 2. 150 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Of its form in accordance with the unity of apperception, imagination is to that extent a faculty of determining sensibility a priori, and its synthesis of intuitions in accordance with the categories must be the transcendental synthesis of imagination. This thesis is an effect of the understanding on our sensibility, and is its first application, and at the same time the ground of all other applications, to objects of the intuition that is possible for us. As figurative, it is distinguished from the intellectual synthesis, which is carried out merely by the understanding, without the aid of imagination. Insofar as the imagination is spontaneity, I occasionally also call it the productive imagination, distinguishing it from the reproductive, the synthesis of which is subject only to empirical laws, namely, to the laws of association. Reproductive synthesis, therefore, contributes nothing to the explanation of the possibility of a priori knowledge, and thus belongs in psychology and not in transcendental philosophy. Of the deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. Section 3. Of the relation of the understanding to objects in general, and the possibility of knowing them a priori. That which in the preceding section we have discussed individually and separately, we shall now try to treat in a unified and connected way. We saw that there are three subjective sources of knowledge on which rests the possibility of an experience in general and of knowledge of its objects, namely, sense, imagination, and apperception. Each of these may be considered as empirical, namely, in its application to given appearances, all. A1Rs. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 151. This is the proper place for explaining the paradox which must have struck everyone in our exposition of the form of inner sense, 6 namely, how this sense presents even ourselves to consciousness, not as we are in ourselves, but only as we appear to ourselves. For we intuit ourselves only as we are internally affected, and this seems to be contradictory, because we should thus have to be in a passive relation to ourselves. And for this reason the founders of the systems of psychology have preferred to present inner sense as identical with the faculty of apperception, while we have carefully distinguished the two. What determines inner sense is the understanding and its origin. NAL power of combining the manifold of intuition, that is, of bringing it under one apperception, this apperception being the very ground of the possibility of the understanding itself. Now, in us human beings the understanding is not itself a faculty of intuitions, and cannot, even if intuitions were given in our sensibility, take them up into itself, in order to combine, as it were, the manifold of its own intuition. Hence the synthesis of the understanding, if considered by itself alone, is nothing but of them, however, are also a priori elements or grounds that themselves render this empirical use possible. Sense represents appearances empirically in perception, imagination in association, and reproduction, apperception in the empirical consciousness of the identity of these reproductive representations with the appearances through which they were given, and therefore in recognition. But all of perception rests a priori on pure intuition. If the perception is regarded as representation, then on time, as the form of inner intuition, association on the pure synthesis of imagination, and empirical consciousness on pure apperception. That is, on the thoroughgoing identity of oneself in all possible representations. If, now, we wish to follow up the inner ground of this connection of representations to the point at which they must all converge in order that they may therein first of all acquire the unity. BR 53A 116. 152 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. The unity of the act of which the understanding is conscious as such even without sensibility, but through which it is yet able to determine sensibility internally, with respect to the manifold, which may, in accordance with the form of sensibility's intuition, be given to the understanding. The understanding, therefore, under the name of the transcendental synthesis of imagination, or forms this act on the passive subject, whose faculty it is, and we are right in saying that the inner sense is affected by that act. The apperception with its synthetic unity is so far from being identical with the inner sense that, as the source of all combination, it rather applies to the manifold of intuitions in general, and, under the name of the categories and prior to all sensible intuition, to objects in general. Inner sense, on the contrary, contains the mere form of intuition, but without combination of the manifold in it, and, therefore, as yet, contains no determinate intuition, which becomes possible only through the consciousness of the determination of the manifold by the transcendental act of imagination. The synthetic influence of the understanding on inner sense, which I have called the figurative synthesis of knowledge which is requisite for a possible experience, then, we must begin with pure apperception. Intuitions are nothing to us, and do not concern us in the least if they cannot be taken up into consciousness, into which they may enter either directly or indirectly, and only through consciousness is knowledge possible. We are conscious a priori of the thoroughgoing identity of ourselves with regard to all representations that can ever belong to our knowledge, and are conscious of it as forming a necessary condition of the possibility of all representations, because these can only represent something in me insofar as they belong with everything else to one consciousness, and therefore must at least be capable of being connected in it. This principle holds a priori, and may be called the transcendental principle of the unity of all that is manifold in our representations, and therefore also in intuition. This unity of the manifold in one subject is synthetic, therefore pure apperception supplies us with a principle. BRS 54 AR 17. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 153. This we can always perceive in ourselves. We cannot think a line without drawing it in thought, we cannot think a circle without describing it, we cannot represent, at all, the three dimensions of space without placing, from the same point, three lines perpendicularly to one another. We cannot even represent time, except by attending, while drawing a straight line, which is meant to be the external figurative representation of time, merely to the act of the synthesis of the manifold whereby we successively determine the inner sense, and thereby to the succession of this determination in inner sense. It is really motion, as the act of the subject, not as the determination of an object asterisk, and therefore the synthesis of the manifold in space, which first produces the concept of succession. If we abstract from this manifold and fix asterisk motion of an object in space does not belong to a pure science, and consequently not to geometry, because the fact that something is movable cannot be known for priori, but only from experience. Motion, however, considered as the describing of a space, is a pure act of the successive synthesis of the manifold in outer intuition in general by means of productive imagination, and belongs not only to geometry but even to transcendental philosophy. Of the synthetic unity of the manifold in all possible intuition asterisk. This synthetic unity, however, presupposes or includes a synthesis, and if this unity is to be a priori necessary, the synthesis must also be a priori. The transcendental unity of apperception. Asterisk. This proposition is of great importance and should be carefully considered. All representations have a necessary reference to a possible empirical consciousness. For if they did not possess that reference, and if it were entirely impossible to become conscious of them, this would be the same as saying that they do not exist at all. All empirical consciousness has a necessary reference to a transcendental consciousness which precedes all particular experience, namely, the consciousness of myself as original apperception. It is absolutely necessary, therefore, that in my knowledge all consciousness should belong to one consciousness, that of myself. Here we have a synthetic unity of the manifold of consciousness, which is known a priori, and which thus supplies a foundation for synthetic a priori propositions concerning pure thought, in the same way as space and time supply the foundation for synthetic a priori propositions concerning the form of mere intuition. The synthetic proposition that all the variety of empirical consciousness, BRS 5 AR 18, 154 transcendental doctrine of elements, our attention only on the act whereby we determine inner sense, according to its form. The understanding does not, therefore, find in inner sense such a combination of the manifold, but produces it by affecting the inner sense. It may seem difficult to understand how the I who think can be distinct from the I that intuits itself. I can conceive of other modes of intuition as at least possible, and yet be identical with the latter by being the same subject, and how, therefore, I can say, I, as intelligence and thinking subject, know myself as an object that is thought insofar as I am also given to myself in intuition, but yet know myself, like other phenomena, not as I am to the understanding, but only as I appear to myself. In reality, however, this is neither more nor less difficult to understand than how I can be an object to myself at all, and, more particularly, an object of intuition and of inner perceptions. But that this must really be so can clearly be shown if we accept space to be merely a pure form of the appearances of the outer senses by the fact that we cannot represent to ourselves time, which is no object of outer intuition at all, in any other way than under the image of a line which we therefore refers to the pure synthesis of imagination, as an a priori condition of the possibility of all composition of the manifold in one knowledge. Now only the productive synthesis of imagination can take place a priori, because the reproductive one rests on conditions of experience. Thus the principle of the necessary unity of pure, productive, synthesis of imagination prior to apperception is the ground of the possibility of all knowledge, especially that of experience. The synthesis of the manifold in imagination is called trans. Must be combined in one single self-consciousness is the absolutely first and synthetic principle of our thought in general. It should be remembered that the mere representation I, in reference to all other representations, the collective unity of which it makes possible, is the transcendental consciousness. It does not matter here whether this representation is clear, empirical consciousness, or obscure, and not even whether it is actual, but the possibility of the logical form of all knowledge rests necessarily on the relation to this apperception as a faculty. BR 56. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 155. Draw, without presenting time in this way, we could not know the singleness of its dimension, or again by this other fact that, for all inner perceptions we must derive the determination of the length of time, or of points of time, from the alterable character istics presented to us by external things, and must therefore arrange the determinations of the inner sense as appearances in time in exactly the same way as we arrange the determinations of the outer senses in space. If, then, with regard to the determinations of the outer senses, we admit that through them we know objects only insofar as we are externally affected, then we must also admit, with regard to inner sense, that we intuit ourselves through it only as we are internally affected by ourselves. In other words, we must admit that with regard to inner intuition we know our own subject only as appearance, and not as it is in itself. Asterisk. I do not see why so much difficulty should be found in admitting that the inner sense is affected by ourselves. Every act of attention can give us an instance of it. In such an act the understanding always determines inner sense, in accordance with the combination which it thinks, to the inner intuition that corresponds to syndental. If, without distinction of intuitions, it affects only the a priori combination of the manifold, and the unity of the sin. Thesis is called transcendental if, with reference to the original unity of apperception, it is represented as a priori necessary. As the possibility of all knowledge is founded on this unity of apperception, it follows that the transcendental unity of the synthesis of imagination is the pure form of all possible knowledge, and through it, therefore, all objects of possible experience must be represented a priori. The unity of apperception with reference to the synthesis of imagination is the understanding, and the same unity with reference to the transcendental synthesis of imagination, the pure understanding. Hence in the understanding there exist pure a priori forms of knowledge which contain the necessary unity of the pure synthesis of imagination in regard to all possible appearances. These are the categories, that is, the pure concepts. Footnote, BR 57 IRD 9. 156 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. $25. In the transcendental synthesis of the manifold of representations. In general, on the contrary, and therefore in the synthetic original unity of apperception, I am not conscious of myself as I appear to myself, nor as I am in myself, but conscious only that I am. This representation is an act of thought, not of intuition. Now, in order to know ourselves, we require, besides the act of thought, that brings the manifold of every possible intuition to the unity of apperception, also a determinate kind of intuition, whereby this manifold is given, and thus, although my own existence is not appearance, much less a mere illusion, the determination of my existence asterisk can only take place in conformity with the form, the manifold in the synthesis of the understanding. How much the mind is commonly affected thereby, everyone will be able to perceive in himself. Asterisk the I think expresses the act of determining my own existence. What is thus given is the existence, but what is not yet given is the manner in which I am to of the understanding. The empirical faculty of knowledge of human beings therefore contains necessarily an understanding, which refers to all objects of the senses, although only by means of intuition and of its synthesis through imagination, and all appearances, as data for a possible experience, are subject to this understanding. As this reference of appearances to possible experience is likewise necessary, because without it we should receive no knowledge through them, and they would not in the least concern us, it follows that the pure understanding, by means of the categories, isoformal and synthetic principle of all experience, and that appearances have thus a necessary reference to the understanding. We shall now try to clarify the necessary connection in which the understanding stands with the appearances by means of the categories, and begin at the beginning, namely, with the empiric. Cal. What is given to us first is appearance. When combined with consciousness, appearance is called perception. Without B157, 158A 120. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 157. Of inner sense and according to that special matter in which the manifold which I combine is given in inner intuition. This shows that I have no knowledge of myself as I am but only as I appear to myself. The consciousness of oneself is therefore very far from being a knowledge of oneself, in spite of all the categories which constitute the thought of an object in general, by means of the combination of the manifold in one apperception. Just as for the knowledge of an object different from myself I require, besides, determinate, that is, in which I am to posit within me the manifold belonging to it. In order for that manifold to be given, self-intuition is required, and such intuition depends on an a priori given form, that is, on time, which is sensible, and belongs to our receptivity of what is determinable. If, then, I do not have another self-intuition which, likewise before the act of determination, gives the that in me which determines, I am conscious only of the spontaneity of it, just as time gives the determinable, I cannot determine my existence as that of a self-active being, instead I only represent to myself the spontaneity of my thought, that is, of the act of determination, and my existence remains only sensibly determinable, that is, as the existence of an appearance. It is, however, on account of this spontaneity that I call myself an intelligence. The relation to an at least possible consciousness, appearance, could never become for us an object of knowledge. It would, therefore, be nothing to us, and since it has no objective reality in itself, but exists only in being known, it would be nothing at all. As every appearance contains a manifold, whereby different perceptions are encountered in the mind individually and dispersed, they need to be combined in a way that they cannot be in sense itself. Hence there exists in us an active faculty of the synthesis of this manifold. This faculty we call imagination, and the action that it immediately performs on perceptions I call a propension asterisk, since imagination is meant to bring the manifold asterisk. It has hardly struck any psychologist that imagination is a necessary ingredient of perception itself. This is due partly to their limiting this faculty to reproduction, partly to the belief that the senses do not only give us impressions, but also combine them and thus produce images of objects. This, however, requires something more than our receptivity of impressions, namely, a function for their synthesis. Footnote, B158. 158 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. The thinking of an object in general, in a category, also an intuition by which I determine that general concept, so for the knowledge of myself I require, besides consciousness of myself, or the fact that I think myself, also an intuition of the manifold in me, by which I determine that thought I exist, therefore, as a kind of intelligence which is conscious solely of its faculty of combination, but with respect to the manifold that has to be combined, this intelligence is subjected to a limiting condition, which it calls the inner sense, according to which this combination can only become intuitable in relations of time which lie entirely outside the concepts of the understanding. Such an intelligence, therefore, can only know itself as it appears to itself, in regard to an intuition, which cannot be intellectual and given by the understanding itself, and not as it would know itself if its intuition were intellectual. Of intuition into an image, it must first admit the impressions into its activity, that is, a probendum. It is clear, however, that even this apprehension of the manifold could not by itself produce a coherence of impressions or an image, were it not that there is a subjective ground for calling one perception from which the mind has passed to another back to those which follow, and thus for presenting whole series of perceptions. This is the reproductive faculty of imagination, which on this account is merely empirical. If representations, as they happen to meet with one another, reproduce one another without distinction, there would arise no determinate coherence of representations, but merely an irregular accumulation of them, and never any knowledge. Their reproduction must, therefore, be subject to a rule whereby one representation connects in the imagination with another representation and not with a third. It is the subjective and empirical. BRS 59 AR 21. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 159. 26. Transcendental deduction of the universally possible use of the pure concepts of the understanding and experience. In the metaphysical deduction of the categories their a priori origin was proved through their complete agreement with the universal logical functions of thought, while in the transcendental deduction we established their possibility as a priori knowledge of objects of an intuition in general. 21. Now we have to explain the possibility of knowing a priori, through categories, whatever objects may come before our senses, not indeed with respect to the form of their intuition, but with respect to the laws of their combination, and thus the possibility of prescribing, as it were, laws to nature, nay, of even making nature possible. Unless they were adequate to that purpose, we could not understand how everything that may come before our senses must be subject to laws which have their origin a priori in the understanding alone. Ground of reproduction according to rules which is called the association of representations. If this unity of association did not also possess an objective ground which makes it impossible that appearances should be apprehended by the imagination in any other way than under the condition of a possible synthetic unity of this apprehension, then the fact that appearances form a coherence of human knowledge would be a matter of complete contingency. Even though we had the power of associating perceptions, it would still be a matter of uncertainty and contingency whether they would themselves be associable, and, in case they should not be associable, there might exist a number of perceptions, nay, presumably, a whole sensibility, in which a great deal of empirical consciousness would be found in my mind, but found in separation, and without belonging to one consciousness of myself. This, however, is impossible only by ascribing all perceptions to one. BR 60A 122. 160 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. First of all, I may remark that by the synthesis of apprehension, I understand that combination of the manifold in an empirical intuition, by which perception, that is, empirical consciousness, of the intuition, as appearance, becomes possible. We have, in our representations of space and time, forms of the outer as well as the inner sensible intuition a priori, and to these the synthesis of the apprehension of the manifold of appearance must always conform, because it can take place only according to that form. Time and space, however, are represented a priori, not merely as forms of sensible intuition, but also as themselves intuitions, containing a manifold, and therefore are represented with the determination of the unity of this manifold. In them, see the transcendental aesthetic. Therefore even unity of the synthesis of the manifold without or within us, and space, represented as object, as required in geometry, contains more than mere form of intuition, namely, also the comprehension of the manifold given according to the form of sensibility into an intuitive representation, so that the form of intuition gives only a manifold, while the formal intuition gives unity of representation. In the aesthetic I had simply ascribed this unity to sensibility. Consciousness, of original apperception, can say of all perceptions that I am conscious of them. There must, therefore, be an objective ground, that is, one that can be understood a priori, antecedently to all empirical laws of the imagination, on which rests the possibility, nay, even the necessity, of a law that pervades all appearances, a law that makes us look upon all appearances, without exception, as data of the senses, associable in themselves, and subject to universal rules of a thoroughgoing connection in reproduction. This objective ground of all association of appearances I call their affinity, and it can be found nowhere except in the principle of the unity of apperception with respect to all knowledge which is to belong to me. According to this principle, all appearances, without exception, must so enter the mind or be apprehended that they agree with the unity of apperception. This would be impossible without synthetic unity in their connection, and so this unity is also objectively necessary. BX 61, footnote, B161. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 161. Consequently also a combination to which everything that is to be represented as determined in space and time must conform, is already given a priori as the condition of the synthesis of all apprehension simultaneously with these intuitions, not in them. This synthetic unity can be no other than that of the combination, in accordance with the categories but applied to our sensible intuition, of the manifold of a given intuition in general in an NAL consciousness. Consequently, all synthesis, even that through which perception becomes possible, is subject to the categories. And as experience is knowledge through connected perceptions, the categories are conditions of the possibility of experience, and are therefore valid a priori also for all objects of experience. Plus asterisk asterisk. In order to show that it precedes any concept, though it presupposes a synthesis not belonging to the senses, and through which all concepts of space and time become first of all possible. For as by the synthesis, the understanding determining sensibility, space and time are first given as intuitions, the unity of this a prior's intuition belongs to space and time, and not to the concept of the understanding, see 24. We have thus seen that the objective unity of all empirical consciousness in one consciousness, that of the original apperception, is the necessary condition even of all possible perception, and the affinity of all appearances, near or remote, is a necessary consequence of a synthesis in imagination which is founded a priori 7 rules. Imagination is therefore also a power of an a priori synthesis, which is the reason why we call it productive imagination, and insofar as it aims at nothing but necessary unity in the synthesis of all that is manifold in appearance, this synthesis may be called the transcendental function of imagination. However strange, therefore, it may appear at first, it must nevertheless have become clear by this time that the affinity of appearances, and with it their association, and through this association, finally, their reproduction according to laws, and so experience itself, becomes possible only by means of that transcendental function of the A123. 162 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. If, for instance, I turn the empirical intuition of a house, through the apprehension of the intuition's manifold, into a perception, the necessary unity of space and of outer sensible intuition in general lies at the basis of this apprehension, and I draw, as it were, the shape of the house according to this synthetic unity of the manifold in space. But this very synthetic unity, if I make abstraction from the form of space, has its seed in the understanding, and is in fact the category of the synthesis of the homogeneous in an intuition in general, that is, the category of quantity. To this category, therefore, the synthesis of apprehension, that is, the perception, must conform. Throughout asterisk. Or if, to take another example, I perceive the freezing of water. Asterisk. In this manner it is proved that the synthesis of apprehension, which is empirical, must necessarily conform to the synthesis of apperception, which is intellectual, and contained in the category entirely a priori. It is one and the same spontaneity, which there, under the name of imagination, and here, under the name of understanding, brings combination into the manifold of intuition. Imagination. For without this transcendental function no concepts of objects could ever come together to form one experience. It is the permanent and unchanging I, of pure apperception, which forms the correlate of all our representations insofar as it is at all possible to become conscious of them, and all consciousness belongs quite as much to an all-embracing pure apperception as all sensible intuition belongs, as representation, to a pure inner intuition, namely, to time. It is this apperception which must be added to pure imagination in order to render its function intellectual. For the synthesis of imagination, though carried out a priori, is yet always in itself sensible, because it combines the manifold only as it appears in intuition, for instance, the shape of a triangle. But when the manifold is brought into relation with the unity of apperception, concepts which belong to the understanding become possible, but only by means of imagination as referred to sensible intuition. BR 62A124. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 163. Apprehend two states, that of fluidity and that of solidity, and these as standing to each other in a relation of time. But in time, which I use as the foundation of the appearance as inner intuition, I necessarily represent to myself synthetic unity of the manifold, without which that relation of time could not be given determinately in an intuition, with respect to the succession of time. This synthetic unity, however, as a priori condition under which I combine the manifold of an intuition in general, turns out to be, if I abstract from the constant form of my inner intuition, namely, from time the category of cause, through which, if I apply it to my sensibility, I determine everything that happens in terms of its relation, and do so in time in general. Thus the apprehension in such an event, and the event itself, as regards possible perception, is subject to the concept of the relation of causes and effects. The same applies to all other cases. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Categories are concepts which prescribe laws a priori to appearances, and therefore to nature as the sum total of all appearances. We have, therefore, a pure imagination as a fundamental faculty of the human soul, which underlies all knowledge a priori. By means of pure imagination we bring the manifold of intuition on one side into connection with the condition of the necessary unity of pure apperception on the other. These two extreme ends namely sensibility and understanding, must necessarily cohere by means of this transcendental function of the imagination, because otherwise sensibility would indeed give us appearances, but would give us no objects of empirical knowledge, and therefore no experience. Actual experience, which is made up of apprehension of appearances, their association, reproduction, and lastly, their recognition, contains in recognition the last and highest concepts of these merely empirical elements of experience, which render possible the formal unity of experience and, with it, all objective validity, truth, of empirical knowledge. These grounds of the recognition of the manifold, insofar as they Br 63a 125, 164 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, Natura Materialis Respectata, dot. Asterisk. The question therefore arises, since the categories are not derived from nature and do not conform to it as their model, in which case they would be merely empirical, how we can understand the fact that nature must conform to them, that is, how they can determine a priori the combination of the manifold of nature without taking that combination from nature. The solution of this riddle is this. It is no more surprising that the laws of appearances in nature must agree with the understanding and its a priori form, that is, with its faculty of combining the manifold in general, than that the appearances themselves must agree with the form of a priori sensible intuition. For laws exist just as little in appearances, but only relative to the subject to which, insofar as it has understanding, the appearances belong, as appearances do not exist in themselves, but only relative to the same being, insofar as it has senses. Things in themselves would necessarily have their lawfulness, even independently of an understanding that knows them. But appearances are only representations of things, concern only the form of an experience in general, are our categories. On them is founded all formal unity in the synthesis of imagination and, by means of synthesis, all empirical use of the imagination, in recognition, reproduction, association and apprehension, down to the very appearances, for it is only by means of those elements that appearances can belong to knowledge and to our consciousness in general, and so to ourselves. Hence the order and regularity in the appearances which we call nature are carried into them by ourselves. Indeed, we could never find them in nature, if we ourselves, or the nature of our mind, had not originally placed them there. For this unity of nature is meant to be a necessary, that is, in a priori certain unity of the connection of appearances. And how should we have arrived a priori at such a synthetic unity if the subjective grounds for such unity were not contained a priori in our mind's original sources of knowledge, and if these subjective conditions were not Br 64, Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 165, that are unknown as to what they may be in themselves. As mere representations they are subject to no law of connection, except that which is prescribed by the connecting faculty. Now, that which connects the manifold of sensible intuition is the imagination, which depends on the understanding with respect to the unity of its intellectual synthesis, and on sensibility with respect to the manifoldness of apprehension. Thus, as all possible perception depends on the synthesis of apprehension, and this synthesis itself, this empirical synthesis, depends on the transcendental synthesis, and therefore on the categories, it follows that all possible perceptions, and hence also everything whatever that can come to the empirical consciousness, that is, all appearances of nature, must, as far as their combination is concerned, be subject to the categories. Nature, considered as nature in general, depends on the categories as the original ground of its necessary lawfulness, as natura formalis respect. Tata, beyond the laws underlying nature in general, as a lawfulness of appearances in space and time, even the pure faculty of the understanding is incapable of prescribing, through, at the same time objectively valid, by being the grounds of the possibility of knowing an object in experience at all. We have already given various explanations of the understanding, by calling it the spontaneity of knowledge, as opposed to the receptivity of sensibility, or the faculty of thought, or the faculty of concepts or of judgments. All of these explanations, when more closely examined, come to the same. We may now characterize the understanding as the faculty of rules. This characterization is more fruitful, and approaches nearer to the essence of the understanding. Sensibility gives us forms of intuition, but the understanding gives us rules. The understanding is always busy examining appearances, in order to discover some rule in them. Rules, insofar as they are objective, and therefore necessarily adhere to our knowledge of the object, are called laws. Although experience teaches us many laws, these are only particular determinations of still higher laws, and the highest of Br 65a 126, 166 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Mere categories, a priori laws to appearances. Special laws, therefore, because they refer to appearances which are determined empirically, cannot be completely derived from the categories, although they are all subject to them. Experience must be added in order for us to know such special laws at all. But the a priori laws alone inform us with regard to experience in general, and about what can be known as an object of experience. 27. Results of this deduction of the concepts of the understanding. We cannot think an object except through categories. We cannot know an object that is thought except through intuitions corresponding to those concepts. Now all our intuitions are sensible, and this knowledge, insofar as its object is given, is empirical. But empirical knowledge is experience, and therefore no a priori. Them, to which all others are subject, spring a priori from the understanding itself. They are not derived from experience, but, on the contrary, they impart to the appearances their lawfulness, and so must make experience possible. The understanding, therefore, is not merely a power for making rules by comparing appearances, it is itself the lawgiver of nature, and without the understanding there would be no nature at all, that is, no synthetic unity of the manifold of appearances according to rules. For appearances, as such, cannot exist outside us, but exist only in our sensibility. This sensibility, as object of knowledge in an experience, with everything it may contain, is possible only in the unity of apperception. But this unity of apperception is the transcendental ground of the necessary lawfulness of all appearances in one experience. This same unity of apperception with reference to a manifold of representations, so as to determine the manifold out of one single representation, forms the rule, and B166a 127. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 167. Knowledge is possible to us, except only of objects of possible experience. Asterisk. This knowledge, however, though limited to objects of experience, is not therefore all derived from experience, for both the Pure intuitions and the pure concepts of the understanding are elements of knowledge which are found in us a priori. Now there are only two ways in which a necessary agreement of experience with the concepts of its objects can be conceived, either experience makes these concepts possible, or these concepts make experience possible. The former does not take place with respect. Lest anybody should be unnecessarily frightened by the dangerous consequences of this proposition, I shall only remark that in our thinking the categories are not limited by the conditions of our sensible intuition, but have really for an unlimited field. It is only the knowledge of that which we think, the determining of an object, that requires intuition, and even in the absence of intuition, the thought of the object may still have its true and useful consequences. As far as the subject's use of reason is concerned, this use of reason, however, as it is not always directed to the determination of the object, that is, to knowledge, but also to the determination of the subject and its volition, cannot be treated of here. The faculty of these rules is the understanding. As possible experience, therefore, all appearances lie a priori in the understanding, and receive their formal possibility from it, just as, insofar as they are mere intuitions, they lie in sensibility, and are, as far as their form is concerned, only possible through it. However exaggerated and absurd it may sound to say that the understanding is itself the source of the laws of nature, and hence of its formal unity, such an assertion is nevertheless correct and in accordance with the object, namely, experience. It is quite true, no doubt, that empirical laws, as such, cannot derive their origin from the pure understanding, as little as the infinite manifoldness of appearances could be comprehended sufficiently from the pure form of sensible intuition. But all empirical laws are only particular determinations of the pure laws of the understanding, under which and according to the norm of which, the former first become possible, and appearances assume a lawful form. Br 67a 128. 168 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. To the categories, nor to pure sensible intuition, for they are a priori concepts, and therefore independent of experience. To ascribe to them an empirical origin would be to admit a kind of gene ratio equivoca. There remains, therefore, only the second alternative, a system, as it were, of the epigenesis of pure reason, namely, that the categories, on the part of the understanding, contain the grounds of the possibility of all experience in general, how they render experience possible, and what principles of the possibility of experience they supply us with when applied appearances, will be shown more fully in the following chapter on the transcendental use of the power of judgment. Someone might propose to adopt a middle way between the two, namely, that the categories are neither self-thought a priori, first principles of our knowledge, nor derived from experience, but subjective dispositions of thought, implanted in us with our existence, and so arranged by our Creator that their use should accurately harmonize with the laws of nature which determine, just as much as all appearances, in spite of the variety of their empirical form, must always conform to the conditions of the pure form of sensibility. Hence pure understanding is, in the categories, the law of the synthetic unity of all appearances, and thus makes experience, as far as its form is concerned, originally and in the first place, possible. This, and no more than this, we were called upon to show in the transcendental deduction of the categories, namely, to make comprehensible this relation of the understanding to sensibility, and by means of sensibility to all objects of experience. That is, to make comprehensible the objective validity of the pure a priori concepts of the understanding, and thus to establish their origin and their truth. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 169. The course of experience, a kind of preformation system of pure reason. But the following is a decisive objection against this middle course, apart from the objection that there would be no end to such a hypothesis, so that no one could know how far the presupposition of predetermined dispositions to future judgments might be carried, that the categories would then lose that necessity which is essential to the concept of them. Thus, the concept of cause, which asserts the necessity of a result under a presupposed condition, would become false if it rested only on some subjective necessity, arbitrarily implanted in us, of connecting certain empirical representations according to the rule of causal relation. I should not then be able to say that the effect is connected with the cause in the object, that is, by necessity, but only that I am so constituted that I cannot think this representation as connected in any other way. This is exactly what the sceptic most desires, for in that case all our insight, resting on the supposed objective validity of our judgments, is nothing but mere illusion, nor would there be a lack of people who would summary representation of the correctness and of the sole possibility of this deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. If the objects with which our knowledge has to deal were things in themselves, we could have no a priori concepts of them. For from where should we take them? If we took them from the object, without asking again the question how this object could become known to us, our concepts would be merely empirical, not a priori. If we took them from within ourselves, then that which is merely in us could not determine the constitution of an object distinct from our representations, that is, could not be a ground as to why there should be a thing to which something like what we have in our thoughts really belongs, and why all this representation should not rather be altogether empty. But if, on the contrary, we have to deal only with appearances, then it be 168a 129. 170 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Say they know nothing of such subjective necessity, which must be felt, and at all events we could not quarrel with anybody about what depends merely on the manner in which his subject is organized. Brief outline of this deduction. This deduction presents the pure concepts of the understanding, and with them of all theoretical a priori knowledge, as principles of the possibility of experience, and presents experience as the determination of appearances in space and time in general. And, lastly, presents this determination from the principle of the original synthetic unity of apperception, as the form of the understanding in reference to space and time, the original forms of sensibility. Is not only possible but necessary that certain a priori concepts should precede our empirical knowledge of objects, as appear. Answers, namely, they form an object that is only within us, because a mere modification of our sensibility can never be found outside us. The very idea that all these appearances, and therefore all objects which we can deal with, are one and all within me, that is, are determinations of my identical self, implies the necessity of a thoroughgoing unity of them in one and the same apperception. This unity of a possible consciousness, however, also makes up the form of all knowledge of objects, whereby the manifold is thought as belonging to one object. The manner, therefore, in which the manifold of sensible representation, intuition, belongs to one consciousness precedes all knowledge of the object, as the intellectual form of that knowledge, and constitutes a priori knowledge of all objects in general, insofar as they are to be thought, categories. Their synthesis by means of pure. BR 69 AR 30. Transcendental logic, Transcendental Analytic 171. I consider the division into paragraphs to be necessary only up to here, because we have been treating of the elementary concepts. Now that we want to present their use, the treatise may proceed continuously and without such division. Imagination, and the unity of all representations with reference to original apperception, precede all empirical knowledge. Pure concepts of the understanding are therefore a priori possible, and, with regard to experience, are indeed necessary, and this for the simple reason that our knowledge has to deal with nothing but appearances, the possibility of which lies in ourselves, and the connection and unity of which, in the representation of an object, can be found only in us, as preceding all experience. Nay, as rendering all experience, as far as its form is concerned, possible in the first place. On this ground, the only possible one, our deduction of the categories has been carried out. 172 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Transcendental Analytic. Book 2. Analytic of Principles. General logic is constructed on a plan that coincides accurately with the division of the higher faculties of knowledge. These are understanding, power of judgment and reason. Logic, therefore, treats in its analytic of concepts, judgments, and inferences, corresponding with the functions and the order of the above named mental powers which are comprehended under the broad name of understanding in general. As this merely formal logic abstracts from the contents of our knowledge, pure or empirical, but treats only of the form of thought, of discursive knowledge, in general, it may well, in its analytical part, also contain the canon of reason. For reason has, with respect to its form, definite rules which, without reference to the particular nature of the knowledge to which they are applied, can be found out a priori by a mere analysis of the acts of reason into their component parts. Transcendental logic, being limited to a certain content, namely, the content of pure a priori knowledge, cannot follow general logic in this division. For it is clear that the transcendental use of reason cannot be objectively valid, and so cannot belong to the logic of truth, that is, to the analytic. It must, rather, as a logic of illusion, be allowed to form a separate part of our scholastic system, under the name of transcendental dialectic. Understanding and power of judgment have, therefore, in transcendental logic their canon of objectively valid, and hence, true use, and so belong to its analytic part. But reason, in its attempts to determine something a priori with regard to objects, and to expand knowledge beyond the limits of possible experience, is altogether dialectical, and its illusory assertions have no place in a canon such as the analytic demands. The analytic of principles, therefore, will be a canon solely for B170, 171A 131, 132. Transcendental logic, Transcendental Analytic 173. The power of judgment, teaching it how to apply to appearances the concepts of the understanding, which contain the condition of a priori rules. For this reason, and in order to indicate my purpose more clearly, I shall use the name of doctrine of the power of judgment, while treating of what really are the principles of the understanding. Introduction of the transcendental power of judgment in general. If understanding in general is explained as the faculty of rules, the power of judgment will be the faculty of subsuming under rules, that is, of distinguishing whether something falls under a given rule, casus stati legis, or not. General logic contains no precepts for the power of judgment, and cannot contain them. For as it abstracts from all contents of our knowledge, it only has to explain analytically the mere form of knowledge as expressed in concepts, judgments, and inferences, and thus to establish formal rules for all use of the understanding. If general logic were to attempt to show in general how anything should be subsumed under these rules, that is, how we should distinguish whether something falls under them or not, then this could only take place by means of another rule. This rule, because it is a rule, requires a new instruction from the power of judgment. And we thus learn that, whereas the understanding is capable of being instructed by and equipped with rules, the power of judgment is a special talent which cannot be taught, but can only be practiced. This is why power of judgment is the specific mark of our so-called native wit, the absence of which cannot be remedied by any schooling. For although the teacher may offer to, and as it were graft into, a narrow understanding plenty of rules borrowed from the inside of others, the faculty of using them rightly must belong to the pupil himself, and without that talent no rule that may be prescribed to him for this purpose is. BR 72A 133. 174 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Save from abuse asterisk hence a physician, a judge, or a politician may carry in his head many beautiful pathological, juridical, or political rules, even to the degree that he may become an accurate teacher of them, and he may yet in the application of these rules commit many a blunder. For either he is deficient in the natural power of judgment, though not in understanding, and may know the universal in abstracto, but yet be unable to distinguish whether a case in co and serie 2 falls under it, or it may be that his judgment has not been sufficiently trained by examples and practical experience. It is the one great advantage of examples, that they sharpen the power of judgment, but they are apt to impair the correctness and precision of the inside of the understanding, because they only rarely fulfill the conditions of the rule quite adequately, as casus intermediis. Furthermore, they often weaken the effort of the understanding to comprehend rules, according to their adequacy, in a universal way and independently of the particular circumstances of experience, and hence accuse Thomas to use those rules in the end more as formulas than as principles. Examples may thus be called the leading strings of the power of judgment, which those who are lacking in that natural talent can never do without. But although general logic can give no precepts to the power of judgment, the case of transcendental logic is a quite different matter. Indeed, it seems to be the proper business of the latter to correct and to secure, by means of determinate rules, the power of judgment in the use of the pure understanding. For as a doctrine, that is, as a means of expanding the understanding in the field of pure a priori knowledge, philosophy does not seem necessary but, rather, inappropriate, because in spite of all deficiency in the power of judgment is really what we call stupidity, and there is no remedy for that. An obtuse and narrow mind, deficient in nothing but a proper degree of understanding and its appropriate concepts, may be improved by study, even so far as to become learned. But in general minds often also have a deficiency of power of judgment. Secunda Petri, we often meet with very learned men who, in applying their learning, betray that original deficiency which can never be improved. B173, 174A 134, 135, footnote, B173A 134. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 175. Attempts that have hitherto been made hardly an inch of ground has been gained by it. As critique, however, in order to guard the power of judgment against mistakes, lapsus judici, registered in its use, of the few pure concepts of the understanding that we possess. Philosophy, though its benefits are then only negative, is called upon with all the acuteness and powers of scrutiny at its command. Transcendental philosophy has the peculiarity that besides indicating the rule, or rather the general condition of rules, which is given in the pure concept of the understanding, it can at the same time indicate a priori the case to which each rule is to be applied. The superiority which it enjoys in this respect over all other didactic sciences, except mathematics, is due to the fact that it treats of concepts which are meant to refer to their objects a priori, hence its objective validity cannot be demonstrated a posteriori, because this would not affect these concepts' own peculiar dignity. It must show, rather, by means of general but sufficient indicators, the conditions under which objects can be given in harmony with those concepts, otherwise the concepts would be without any content, and so would be mere logical forms, and not pure concepts of the understanding. Our transcendental doctrine of the power of judgment will consist of 2 chapters. The first will treat of the sensible condition under which alone pure concepts of the understanding can be used, that is, of the schematism of pure understanding. The second will treat of the synthetic judgments which under these conditions can be derived a priori from pure concepts of the understanding, and on which lie a priori at the foundation of all other knowledge. It will treat, therefore, of the principles of the pure understanding. B175A 136. 176 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Transcendental Doctrine of the Power of Judgment, or Analytic of Principles. Chapter I. Of the schematism of the pure concepts of the understanding. In subsuming an object under a concept, the representation of the former must always be homogeneous with the latter, that is, the concept must contain what is represented in the object to be subsumed under it. For this is the meaning of the expression that an object is contained under a concept. Thus, for instance, the empirical concept of a plate is homogeneous with the pure geometrical concept of a circle, whereby the roundness thought in the first can be intuited in the latter. But pure concepts of the understanding are entirely heterogeneous from empirical intuitions, and, indeed, from sensible intuitions in general, and can never be met within any intuition. How, then, can the intuition be subsumed under the concept, or how can the categories be applied to appearances, for no one is likely to say that a category, for instance causality, could be intuited through the senses, and is contained in the appearance. It is really this very natural and important question which renders a transcendental doctrine of the power of judgment necessary, in order to show how it is possible that pure concepts of the understanding can be applied to appearances at all. In all other sciences in which the concepts through which the object is thought in general are not so heterogeneous or distinct from the concepts which represent the object IMCO and Siri 2, and as it is given, there is no necessity to enter into any discussions as to the application of the former to the latter. In our case there must be some third thing, which must be homogeneous on the one side with the category, and on the other with the appearance, and which thus renders the application of the former to the latter possible. This mediating representation. BR 76, 177A 137, 138. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 177. Must be pure, that is, free from all that is empirical, and yet be intellectual on the one side, and sensible on the other. Such a representation is the transcendental schema. The concept of the understanding contains pure synthetic unity of the manifold in general. Time, as the formal condition of the manifold of inner sense, and consequently of the connection of all representations, contains an a priori manifold in pure intuition. A transcendental determination of time is homogeneous with the category, which constitutes its unity, insofar as it is universal, and founded on an a priori rule, and on the other hand it is homogeneous with appearance insofar as time is contained in every empirical representation of the manifold. Hence the application of the category to appearances becomes possible by means of the transcendental determination of time, which, as the schema of the concepts of the understanding, mediates the subsumption of the appearances under the category. After what has been said in the deduction of the categories, we hope that nobody will hesitate in answering the question whether these pure concepts of the understanding allow only of an empirical or also of a transcendental use, that is, whether, as conditions of a possible experience, they refer a priori only to appearances, or whether, as conditions of the possibility of things in general, they may be extended to objects in themselves, without any restriction to our sensibility. For there we saw that concepts are quite impossible, and cannot have any meaning unless there be an object given for them, or, at least, for the elements of which they consist, and that therefore they cannot apply to things in themselves, without regard as to whether and how things may be given to us. We likewise saw that the only way in which objects can be given to us is by modification of our sensibility. And lastly, that pure a priori concepts, besides the function of the understanding in the category itself, must also a priori contain formal conditions of sensibility, particularly of the inner sense, namely, conditions which contain the general condition under which alone the category can be applied to any object. We shall call this formal and pure condition of sensibility, to which the B178, 179A 139, 140, 178 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements concept of the understanding is restricted in its use, the schema of the concept, and the procedure of the understanding with these schemata we shall the schematism of the pure understanding. The schema in itself is always only a product of the imagination, but as the synthesis of the imagination does not aim at a single intuition, but only at the unity in the determination of sensibility, the schema ought to be distinguished from the image. Thus, if I place 5 points one after the other, this is an image of the number 5. If, on the contrary, I think a number in general, whether it be 5 or 100, this thought is rather the representation of a method of representing a multitude, for instance 1,000, in an image in accordance with a certain concept than the image itself. Indeed, in the case of 1,000 I could hardly take in the image and compare it with the concept. This representation of a general procedure of the imagination by which a concept receives its image, I call the schema of this concept. The fact is that it is schemata, not images of objects, on which our pure sensible concepts are founded. No image of a triangle could ever be adequate to the concept of a triangle in general. It would never attain that generality of the concept which makes it applicable to all triangles, whether right-angled or acute-angled, etc., but would always be restricted to only one part of the sphere of the concept. The schema of the triangle can exist nowhere but in thought, and is in fact a rule for the synthesis of imagination. With respect to pure figures in space, still less does an object of experience or its image ever cover the empirical concept, for this concept always refers directly to the schema of imagination, this schema being a rule for the determination of our intuition, in accordance with a certain general concept. The concept of a dog designates a rule according to which my imagination can generally register the figure of a four-footed animal, without being restricted to any particular figure supplied by experience, or to any possible image which I can present in con series 2. This schematism of our understanding, with respect to appearances, and their mere form, is an art hidden in the depths of the human. BR 180 AR 4R. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 179. Soul, an art the true manipulations of which we will be hardly likely ever to guess from nature, and to have opened before our eyes. We can say no more than, the image is a product of the empirical faculty of productive imagination, the schema of sensible concepts, such as of figures in space, is a product and, as it were, a monogram of the pure a priori imagination, through which and according to which images first become possible. These images, however, must always be connected with the concept only by means of the schema which they designate. In themselves they are never fully congruent with the concept. The schema of a pure concept of the understanding, on the contrary, is something which can never be brought into any image whatsoever, for it is nothing but the pure synthesis determined by rule of unity according to concepts in general, a synthesis as expressed by the category. It is a transcendental product of the imagination, a product which concerns the determination of inner sense in general, according to conditions of its form, time, with respect to all representations, insofar as these representations are to be joined a priori in one concept, in accordance with the unity of apperception. Without dwelling any longer on a dry and tedious analysis of all that is required for the transcendental schema of the pure concepts of the understanding in general, we shall proceed at once to present them according to the order of the categories, and in connection with them. The pure image of all magnitudes, quanta, for outer senses, space, that of all objects of the senses in general is time. The pure schema of magnitude, quantitas, however, as a concept of the understanding, is number, a representation which comprises the successive addition of one to one, homogeneous, other number. Therefore, is nothing but the unity of the synthesis of the manifold of a homogeneous intuition in general, a unity that comes about because I myself produce time in the apprehension of the intuition. Reality is, in the pure concept of the understanding, that which corresponds to a sensation in general. It is that, therefore, the BR 81, 182 A 142, 143, 180 transcendental doctrine of elements, concept of which indicates by itself a being in time, while negation is that the concept of which represents a not being in time. The opposition of the two takes place, therefore, by distinguishing one and the same time as either filled or empty. As time is only the form of intuition, that is, the form of objects. As appearances, that which in these objects corresponds to sensation constitutes the transcendental matter of all objects, as things in themselves trademark their thinghood, reality. Every sensation, however, has a degree or magnitude by which it can, with respect to the same representation of an object, fill the same time, that is, inner sense, more or less, down to where it vanishes into nothingness, equals O equals negation. There exists, therefore, a transition from reality to negation, and not just a relation and connection between them, which makes every reality represented as a quantum, and the schema of a reality, as the quantity of something insofar as it fills time, is this very continuous and uniform production of that reality in time, whereby we either descend from a sensation which has a certain degree until it vanishes, or ascend from the negation of a sensation to some magnitude of it. The schema of substance is the permanence of the real in time, that is, the representation of the real as a substratum of empirical determination of time in general, which therefore remains while everything else changes. It is not time that passes, but the existence of what is changeable passes in time. Hence, to time, which in itself is unchangeable and permanent, there corresponds in appearance what is unchangeable in existence, that is, substance, and it is only in substance that the succession and the simultaneity of appearances can be determined in terms of time. The schema of the cause and of the causality of a thing in general is the real which, once it is posited, is always followed by something else. It consists therefore in the succession of the manifold, insofar as that succession is subject to a rule. The schema of community, reciprocal action, or of the reciprocal causality of substances with respect to their accidents. BR 83 A 144. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 181. Is the simultaneity, according to a general rule, of the determinations of the one with those of the other. The schema of possibility is the agreement of the synthesis of different representations with the conditions of time in general. As, for instance, when opposites cannot exist at the same time in the same thing, but only one after the other. It is therefore the determination of the representation of a thing at some time. The schema of actuality is existence in a determinate time. The schema of necessity is the existence of an object at all times. It is clear, therefore, that the schema of each category contains and leads to the representation of the following, in the case of the schema of magnitude, the production, synthesis, of time itself, in the successive apprehension of an object, in the case of the schema of quality, the synthesis of sensation, perception, with the representation of time, or the filling of time, in the case of the schema of relation, the relation of perceptions to one another at all times, that is, according to a rule of the determination of time. Lastly, in the case of the schema of modality and its categories, time itself, as the correlate of the determination of an object as to whether and how it belongs to time. The schemata, therefore, are nothing but a priori determinations of time according to rules, and these rules, as applied to all possible objects, refer in the order of the categories to the series of time, the content of time, the order of time, and, lastly, the sum total of time. We have thus seen that the schematism of the understanding, by means of a transcendental synthesis of imagination, amounts to nothing else than the unity of all the manifold of intuition in inner sense, and therefore indirectly the unity of apperception, as a function corresponding to inner sense, or receptivity. These schemata of the pure concepts of the understanding, therefore, are the true and only conditions under which these concepts can gain a reference to objects, that is, a significance, and thus the Categories are in the end of no other but a possible empirical use. For as the grounds of an a priori necessary unity, because of the B184, 185, A145, 146, 182 transcendental doctrine of elements, necessary union of all consciousness in one original apperception, they serve only to subject appearances to general rules of synthesis, and thus to render them capable of a thoroughgoing connection in one experience. All our knowledge is contained within this whole of all possible experience, and transcendental truth, which precedes all empirical truth and renders it possible, consists in a universal reference to that possible experience. But although the schemata of sensibility serve thus to realize the categories, yet it is obvious that they also restrict them, that is, limit them to conditions foreign to the understanding and belonging to sensibility. Hence the schema is really only the phenomenon of an object, or the sensible concept of an object in agreement with the category. Numerus est quantitas phenomenon, sensatio realitas phenomenon, constans et perdurabile. Rerum substantia phenomenon eternitas necessitas phenomenon, etc. Asterisk if we omit a restricting condition, it would seem that we amplify a formerly limited concept. The categories in their pure significance, free from all conditions of sensibility, would then be supposed to be valid of things in general, as they are, while their schemata represent these things only as they appear, and so these categories would be supposed to have a far more extended significance, one that is independent of all schemata. In fact, we must allow to these pure concepts of the understanding, apart from all sensible conditions, a certain significance, though only a logical one, with regard to the mere unity of representations. But these pure concepts are given no object, and therefore no significance that could yield a concept of an object. Thus substance, for instance, if we omit the sensible determination of permanence, would signify nothing but a some thing that can be thought as a subject, without being thought as the predicate of something else. Of such a representation we can make nothing, because it does not teach us how that thing is determined, which is thus to be considered as a first subject. The categories without schemata, therefore, are only functions of the understanding necessary for concepts, but do not themselves. B186, 187, A147. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 183. Represent an object. This significance is given to them by sensibility, which realizes the understanding by at the same time restricting it. Transcendental doctrine of the power of judgment, or analytic of principles. Chapter 2. System of all principles of the pure understanding. We have in the preceding chapter considered the transcendental power of judgment with reference merely to the general conditions under which alone it is justified to use the pure concepts of the understanding for synthetic judgments. It now becomes our duty to present systematically the judgments which, under this critical provision, the understanding can really produce a priori. For this purpose our table of categories will be without doubt our natural and best guide, for it is the reference of the categories to possible experience which must constitute all pure for priori knowledge of the understanding, and their relation to sensibility in general will therefore exhibit, completely and systematically, all the transcendental principles of the use of the understanding. A priori principles are so called not only because they contain the grounds for other judgments, but also because they themselves are not founded on higher and more general kinds of knowledge. This characteristic, however, does not make them altogether exempt from proof. For although this proof could not be given objectively, as all knowledge of its object rests on it, this does not prevent us from attempting to produce a proof drawn from the subjective sources of the possibility of knowledge of an object in general. For such proof may indeed be necessary, because without it our proposition might be suspected of being merely a gratuitous assertion. Secondly, we shall treat only of those principles which refer to the categories. We shall have nothing to do with the principles. BR88 AR48 149. 184 Transcendental doctrine of elements. Of the transcendental aesthetic, according to which space and time are the conditions of the possibility of all things as appearances, nor with the restriction of these principles, namely, that they cannot be applied to things in themselves. Similarly, mathematical principles do not belong to this part of our discussion, because they are derived only from intuition, and not from the pure concept of the understanding. As they are, however, synthetic a priori judgments, their possibility will have to be discussed here. And we have to do this, not in order to prove their correctness and apodictic certainty of proof that they do not need, but in order to make the possibility of such evident a priori knowledge conceivable and to deduce it. We shall also have to speak of the principle of analytic judgments, in contrast to that of synthetic judgments, the latter being what we are actually dealing with here. For this very contrast frees the theory of synthetic judgments from all misunderstanding, and places them clearly before us in their own peculiar nature. The system of the principles of the pure understanding. Section I. Of the supreme principle of all analytic judgments. Whatever the content of our knowledge may be, and however it may refer to its object, all our judgments in general must submit to that general, though only negative, condition that they do not contradict themselves, otherwise these judgments in themselves, even without regard to their object, are nothing. But although there may be no contradiction in our judgment, it may nevertheless connect concepts in a manner not warranted by the object, or without there being any ground, whether a priori or a posteriori, to justify such a judgment. A judgment may therefore be false or groundless, though it is free from all inner contradiction. The proposition that no thing can have a predicate which BR89, 190 A150, 151. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 185. Contradicts it is called the principle of contradiction. It is a general, though only negative, criterion of all truth, and hence belongs merely to logic. For it applies to knowledge merely as knowledge in general, regardless of its content, and simply declares that the contradiction entirely destroys and annihilates it. 7. Nevertheless, a positive use may also be made of this principle. That is, it can be used not merely to banish falsehood and error, insofar as they arise from contradiction, but also to know truth. For if a judgment is analytic, whether negative or affirmative, its truth can always be sufficiently known according to the principle of contradiction. For the opposite of that which already lies, and is thought as a concept, in our knowledge of an object, is always rightly denied, but the concept itself must necessarily be affirmed of it, for the simple reason that its opposite would contradict the object. It must therefore be admitted that the principle of contradiction is the universal and altogether sufficient principle of all analytic knowledge, but beyond this analytic knowledge, its authority and utility as a sufficient criterion of truth must not be allowed to extend. For the fact that no knowledge can run counter to that principle without destroying itself makes it no doubt a conditio sine qua non, but never the determining ground of the truth of our knowledge. Now, as in our present inquiry we are chiefly concerned with the synthetic part of our knowledge, we must no doubt take great care never to offend against that inviolable principle, but we ought never to expect from it any help with regard to the truth of this kind of knowledge. There is, however, a formula of this famous principle, a principle which is merely formal and devoid of all content, which contains a synthesis that has been mixed up with it in a careless and unnecessary way. This formula is, it is impossible that something should at one and the same time both be and not be. Here, first of all, the apodictic certainty expressed by the word impossible is a superfluous addition, because it is understood by itself from the nature of the proposition. Secondly, the Bro 1 AR 52. 186 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Proposition is affected by the condition of time, and it says, as it were, a thing equals A, which is something equals B, cannot at the same time be not B, but it may very well be both, B and not B, in succession. For instance, a man who is young cannot be at the same time old, but the same man may very well be young at one time and not young, that is, old, at another. The principle of contradiction, however, as a purely logical principle, must not have is application limited to relations of time, and the before mentioned formula runs therefore counter to the very intention of the principle. The misunderstanding arises from our first step, our aiding a predicate of a thing from the thing's concept, and then connecting with that predicate its opposite. This never gives us a contradiction with the subject, but only with its predicate, which was synthetically connected with the subject, and it does so only if the first and second predicate are both posited at the same time. If I say, a man who is unlearned is not learned, I must add the condition, at one and the same time, for a man who is unlearned at one time may very well be learned at another. But if I say, no unlearned man is learned, then the proposition is analytic, for the characteristic, unlearnedness, now forms part of the concept of the subject, so that the negative proposition becomes directly evident from the principle of contradiction, and without the need to add the condition, at the same time. This is the reason why I have so altered the wording of the principle, that it displays distinctly the nature of an analytic proposition. The system of the principles of the pure understanding. Section 2. Of the supreme principle of all synthetic judgments. The explanation of the possibility of synthetic judgments is a task of which general logic knows nothing, not even the name. But in a transcendental logic it is the most important task of all. Indeed, even the only one, if we are considering the possibility of synthetic a priori judgments, and also the conditions and scope. BR 92, 193 A 153, 154. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 187. Of their validity. For when that task is accomplished, the purpose of transcendental logic, namely, to determine the scope and limits of the pure understanding, will have been completely fulfilled. In an analytic judgment I remain with a given concept, in order to predicate something of it. If what I predicate is to be affirmative, I only ascribe to that concept what is already thought in it. If it is to be negative, I exclude from it only its opposite. In synthetic judgments, on the contrary, I have to go beyond a given concept, in order to consider, as in relation with the concept, something totally different from what was thought in it. Hence we have in this relation never a relation of either identity or of contradiction, and there is nothing in the judgment itself by which we can discover its truth or its falsehood. Granted, therefore, that we must go beyond a given concept in order to compare it synthetically with another, a third element is necessary wherein alone the synthesis of two concepts becomes possible. What, then, is the third element that is the medium of all synthetic judgments? There is only one sum total, in which all our representations are contained, namely, inner sense and its a priori form, time. The synthesis of representations rests on imagination, but their synthetic unity, which is required to form a judgment, rests on the unity of apperception. In these, therefore, the possibility of synthetic judgments will have to be discovered, and, as all three contain the sources of a priori representations, the possibility of pure synthetic judgments will also have to be discovered in them. Indeed, they will on these three grounds be necessary if any knowledge of objects is to be obtained that rests entirely on a synthesis of representations. If knowledge is to have objective reality, that is to say, if it is to refer to an object, and have in that object sense and meaning, the object must be capable of being given in some way or other. Without that the concepts are empty, we have thought by means of them, but we have not in thus thinking known anything, we have only played with representations. To give an objective, this is not meant again as only in a mediate way, but if it means B194, 195 A155, 156, 188 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. To present something immediately in intuition is nothing else but to refer the representation of the object to experience, actual, or possible. Even space and time, however pure these concepts may be of all that is empirical, and however certain it is that they are represented in the mind entirely a priori, would nevertheless lack all objective validity, all sense and meaning, if we could not show the necessity of their use with objects of experience. Indeed, the representation of space and time is a mere schema that always refers to that reproductive imagination which calls up and summons the objects of experience, without which they would be meaningless. The same applies to all concepts without any distinction. It is therefore the possibility of experience which gives objective reality to all our a priori knowledge. Experience, however, rests on the synthetic unity of appearances, that is, on a synthesis, according to concepts of the object of appearances in general. Without such synthesis, experience would not be knowledge, but only a rhapsody of perceptions which would never grow into a context according to rules of an altogether connected, possible, consciousness, nor into a transcendental and necessary unity of apperception. Experience depends, therefore, on a priori principles of its form, that is, on general rules of unity in the synthesis of appearances, and the objective reality of these rules, as necessary conditions can always be shown in experience. Nay, even in the possibility of experience. Without this relation, synthetic a priori propositions are completely impossible. For they have then no third element, that is, no asterisk registered object in which the synthetic unity of their concepts could establish objective reality asterisk. Although we know a great deal a priori in synthetic judgments concerning space in general, or concerning the figures which productive imagination traces in it, without requiring for this knowledge any experience, this our knowledge would be nothing but a playing with the figments of our brain, if space did not have to be regarded as a condition of the appearances which constitute the material for outer experience. Those pure synthetic. BR 96A 157. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 189. Judgments therefore refer, though only mediately, to possible experience, or rather to the possibility of experience, and on this reference alone is founded the objective validity of their synthesis. Since experience, as empirical synthesis, is in its possibility the only kind of knowledge that imparts reality to all other synthesis, this latter synthesis, as a priori knowledge, possesses truth, agreement with its object, only because it contains nothing beyond what is necessary for synthetic unity of experience. In general, the supreme principle of all synthetic judgments is there. For this, every object is subject to the necessary conditions of synthetic unity of the manifold of intuition in a possible experience. Thus a priori synthetic judgments are possible if we refer the formal conditions of a priori intuition, the synthesis of imagination, and the necessary unity of the synthesis in a transcendental apperception to a possible empirical knowledge in general, and if we then say that the conditions of the possibility of experience in general are at the same time conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, and thus possess objective validity in a synthetic a priori judgment. The system of the principles of the pure understanding. Section 3. Systematic representation of all the synthetic principles of the pure understanding. That there should be principles at all is entirely due to the pure understanding. For not only is it the faculty of rules with regard to that which happens, but it is itself the source of principles, according to which everything that can become an object to us is necessarily subject to rules. For without such rules there would never result from appearances any knowledge of an object corresponding to them. Even laws of nature, if they are considered as B 197, 198A 158, 159, 190 transcendental doctrine of elements, principles of the empirical use of the understanding, carry with them an expression of necessity, and thus lead to the supposition that they are determined from grounds which are valid a priori, and prior to all experience. But all laws of nature, without distinction, are subject to higher principles of the understanding, such that they apply these higher principles to particular cases of appearance. Hence these principles alone supply the concept that contains the condition and, as it were, the exponent of a rule in general, while experience supplies the case to which the rule applies. There can hardly be any danger of our mistaking merely empirical principles for principles of the pure understanding, or vice versa. For the necessity according to concepts which distinguishes the principles of the pure understanding, and the absence of which can easily be perceived in every empirical proposition, however generally it may hold, can easily prevent their confusion. There are, however, pure a priori principles which I should not like to ascribe to the pure understanding, because they are derived, not from pure concepts, but from pure intuitions. Although by means of the understanding, but the understanding is the faculty of concepts. We find such principles in mathematics, but their application to experience, and therefore their objective validity, nay, even the possibility of such synthetic a priori knowledge, the deduction of this possibility, rests always on the pure understanding. Hence my principles will not include the principles of mathematics, but they will include the principles on which the possibility and a priori objective validity of those mathematical principles are founded, and which consequently are to be looked upon as the source of those mathematical principles. They proceed from concepts to intuition, and not from intuition to concepts. When pure concepts of the understanding are applied to possible experience, the use of their synthesis is either mathematical or dynamical, for it is directed in part merely to the intuition of an appearance in general, in part to its existence. The a priori conditions of intuition are absolutely necessary with regard to a BR 99A 160. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 191. Possible experience, while the conditions of the existence of the objects of a possible empirical intuition are in themselves only contingent. The principles of the mathematical use will therefore be unconditionally necessary, that is, apodictic, while those of the dynamical use, though likewise possessing the character of an a priori necessity, can possess such a character only under the condition of empirical thought in an experience, and so only mediately and indirectly. Consequently, they cannot contain that immediate evidence which belongs to the former, although the certainty they have universally with regard to experience remains unaffected by this. Of this we shall be better qualified to judge at the conclusion of the system of principles. Our table of categories gives us the quite natural instruction for drawing up a table of principles. For these principles are nothing but rules for the objective use of the categories. All principles of the pure understanding are therefore axioms of intuition. 2-3. Anticipations analogies of perception, of experience. 4. Postulates of empirical thought in general. I have chosen these names not unadvisedly, so that the differences with regard to the evidence and the application of those principles should not be overlooked. We shall soon see that, both with regard to the evidence and the a priori determination of appearances according to the categories of magnitude and quality, if we attend only to the form of them, their principles differ considerably from those of the other two principles. For the former are capable of an intuitive, the latter of merely discursive, though both of a complete certainty. I shall therefore call the B200, 201 AR 61, 162, 192 transcendental doctrine of elements. Former the mathematical, the latter the dynamical principles. It should be observed, however, that I do not speak here either of the principles of mathematics or of those of general, physical dynamics, but only of the principles of the pure understanding. In relation to inner sense, apart from all distinctions of the representations given in it, it is through these principles of the pure understanding that the principle of mathematics and dynamics become possible, and so I have named them more on account of their application than of their content. I shall now proceed to consider them in the same order in which they stand in the above table. Axioms of intuition. Their principle is, all intuitions are extensive magnitudes. Proof. All appearances contain, as far as their form is concerned, an intuition in space and time, which underlies them, one and all. Asterisk all combination, conjunctio, is either composition, composidio, or connection. Nexus. Composition is the synthesis of a manifold the elements of which do not belong to one another necessarily. The two triangles, for instance, into which a square is divided by its diagonal do not by themselves necessarily belong to each other. Such is also the synthesis of the homogeneous in everything that can be considered mathematically. This synthesis can be divided again into that of aggregation and that of coalition, the former referring to extensive, the latter to intensive magnitudes. The latter combination, nexus, is the synthesis of a manifold, the elements of which belong to one another necessarily, as, for example, the accident belongs necessarily to some substance, or the effect to the cause. Therefore the manifold, though heterogeneous, is yet represented as combined. For priori, I call this combination dynamical, because it is not arbitrary and because it concerns the combination of the existence of the manifold. This combination may again be divided into the physical combination of appearances among one another, and their metaphysical combination in the a priori faculty of knowledge. B202, footnote, B202. Transcendental logic, Transcendental Analytic 193. A priori. They cannot, therefore, be apprehended, that is, taken up into empirical consciousness, except through the synthesis of the manifold by which the representations of a determinate space or time are produced, that is, through the composition of what is homogeneous and the consciousness of the synthetic unity of this manifold, this homogeneous. Now, the consciousness of the manifold homogeneous in intuition in general, in so far as by it the representation of an object is first rendered possible, is the concept of a magnitude, quantum. Therefore, even the perception of an object as appearance is possible only through the same synthetic unity of the manifold of the given sensible intuition by which the unity of the composition of the manifold homogeneous is thought in the concept of a magnitude. That is, appearances are, one and all, magnitudes, and indeed, extensive magnitudes, because as intuitions in space and time, they must be represented through the same synthesis by which space and time in general are determined. I call an extensive magnitude that in which the representation of the whole is rendered possible, and is therefore necessarily preceded by the representation of its parts. I cannot represent to myself any line, however small it may be, without drawing it in thought, that is, without producing from a given point all its parts one after the other, and in this way first of all obtaining its intuition. The same applies to every, even the smallest, time. I can only think in it the successive progress from one moment to another, thus in the end producing, by all the parts of time and their addition, a definite magnitude of time. As the mere intuition in all appearances is either space or time, every appearance is, as intuition, an extensive magnitude, because it can be known only through successive synthesis, of part to part, in apprehend. Zion. All appearances, therefore, are already intuited as aggregates, collections of previously given parts. This is not the case with every kind of magnitude, but only with those which are represented and apprehended by us as extensive. This successive synthesis of the productive imagination in producing figures is the basis of the mathematics of extension. B203, 204a163. 194 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Geometry, with its axioms. These axioms express the conditions of sensible a priori intuition under which alone the schema of a pure concept of outer appearance can be produced, for instance, that between 2 points only one straight line is possible, or that 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space, etc. These are the axioms which properly relate only to magnitudes, quanta, as such. But with regard to magnitude, quantitas, that is, with regard to the answer to the question, how large is something, there are no axioms in the proper sense of the word, though several of such propositions are synthetic and immediately certain, in them. On Strabilia. The propositions that if equals be added to equals, the wholes are equal, and if equals be taken from equals the remainders are equal, are analytic propositions, because 1 am immediately conscious of the identity of the production of the one magnitude with the production of the other, axioms, however, must be synthetic a priori propositions. The self-evident propositions of numerical relation, on the contrary, are no doubt synthetic, but they are not general like those of geometry, and therefore cannot be called axioms but only numerical formulas. That 7 plus 5 equals 12 is not an analytic proposition, for neither in the representation of 7, nor in that of 5, nor in that of the combination of both, do I think the number 12. That am meant to think this number in the addition of the 2 is not the point here, for in an analytic proposition the question is only whether I actually think the predicate in the representation of the subject. But although the proposition is synthetic, it is only a singular proposition. If we here consider only the synthesis of the homogeneous, the units, then synthesis can take place only in one way, although afterwards the use of these numbers is general. If, I say, a triangle can be constructed with 3 lines, 2 of which together are greater than the third, then I have before me the mere function of the productive imagination, which can draw the lines greater or smaller, and bring them together at various angles. The number 7, on the contrary, is possible only in one way, and so likewise the number 12, which is produced by the Zos 5 AR 64, 165. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 195. Synthesis of the former with 5. Such propositions, therefore, must not be called axioms, for their number would be endless, but numerical formulas. This transcendental principle of the mathematics of appearances adds considerably to our a priori knowledge, for it alone can make pure mathematics, in its full precision, applicable to objects of experience. Without that principle, such applicability would by no means be so self-evident, and has actually provoked much contradiction to it. Appearances are not things in themselves. Empirical intuition is possible only through pure intuition of space and time. Hence, whatever geometry says of the latter is incontestably valid also of the former. All evasions, as if objects of the senses need not conform to the rules of construction in space, for instance, to the rule of the infinite divisibility of lines or angles, must cease, for one would otherwise deny objective validity to space and with it to all mathematics, and one would no longer know why and how far mathematics can be applied to appearances. The synthesis of spaces and times, as the synthesis of the essential form of all intuition, is that which also renders possible the apprehension of appearance, and consequently every outer experience, and therefore also all knowledge of the objects of such experience. And whatever mathematics in its pure use proves about that synthesis is valid necessarily also for this knowledge. All objections to this are only the chicanery of a misguided reason, which wrongly imagines that it can separate the objects of the senses from the formal condition of our sensibility, and which represents them, though they are mere appearances, as objects in themselves, given to the understanding. In this case, however, there could be no synthetic a priori knowledge of them at all, and nothing could be known of them synthetically through pure concepts of space, and the science which determines these concepts, namely, geometry, would itself not be possible. B206, 207a166. 196 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. 2. Anticipations of perception. Their principle is, in all appearances the real, which is an object of sensation, has intensive magnitude, that is, a degree. Proof. Perception is empirical consciousness, that is, a consciousness in which there is at the same time sensation. Appearances, as objects of perception, are not pure, merely formal, intuitions, like space and time, for space and time can never be perceived in themselves. Appearances contain, therefore, in addition to intuition, the matter for some object in general, through which some thing existing is represented in space and time, that is, they contain the real of sensation, as a merely subjective representation, which gives us only the consciousness that the subject is affected, and which we refer to an object in general. Now, a gradual transition is possible from empirical to pure consciousness, until the real of it vanishes completely and there remains a merely formal, a priori, consciousness of the manifold in space and time. And therefore there is also possible a synthesis in the production of the magnitude of a sensation from its beginning. That is, from pure intuition equals 0, up to any magnitude of that sensation. As sensation in itself is no objective representation, and as the intuition of neither space nor time can be found in it, it follows that although it has no extensive magnitude, yet some magnitude must belong to it, and this through the apprehension of it, in which the empirical consciousness can grow in a certain time from nothing equals O to any amount. Therefore sensation must have an intensive magnitude, and corresponding to the intensive magnitude of sensation, an intensive magnitude, i.e., a degree of influence upon sense, must also be attributed to all objects of perception, insofar as the perception contains sensation asterisk. All knowledge by means of which I can know and determine. B208. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 197. A priori what belongs to empirical knowledge may be called an anticipation, and it is no doubt in the sense that Epicurus used the term MQ6Ners. But as there is in appearances something which can never be known a priori and that hence constitutes the real difference between empirical and a priori knowledge, namely, sensation, as the matter of perception, it follows that it is sensation that can never be anticipated. The pure determinations in space and time as regards both shape and magnitude, on the contrary, may be called anticipations of appearances, because they represent a priori what may always be given a posteriori in experience. If, however, there should be something that could be known a priori in every sensation, as sensation in general, even if no particular sensation be given, this would, in a very special sense, deserve to be called anticipation. For it seems extraordinary that we should anticipate experience in that which concerns its matter and which can be derived only from experience. Yet such is really the case. Apprehension, merely by means of sensation, fills no more than one instant, that is, if we do not take into account the succession of many sensations. Sensation, therefore, being that, in the appearance the apprehension of which does not form a successive synthesis progressing from the parts to the whole, representation, is without any extensive magnitude, and the absence of sensation in that same instant would represent that instant as empty, therefore as equals O. That in empirical intuition, which corresponds to sensation is reality, really is phenomenon. That which corresponds to its absence is negation equals O. Every sensation, however, is capable of diminution, so that it may decrease and gradually vanish. Between reality and appearances and negation there is therefore a continuous coherence of many possible intermediate sensations, the difference between which is always smaller than the difference between the given sensation and 0, or complete negation. In other words, the real contained in appearance has always got a magnitude, though it is not to be met with in apprehension. Apprehension by means of mere sensation takes place in an instant, not through successive. B209, 210a 167, 168. 198 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Synthesis of many sensations, and so it does not advance from the parts to the whole. And although the real has therefore a magnitude, it has no extensive magnitude. That magnitude which can be apprehended only as unity, and in which multiplicity can only be represented through a proxy mashing to negation equals 0, I call an intensive magnitude. Hence, every reality in an appearance has intensive magnitude, that is, a degree. If this reality is considered as cause, whether of the sensation, or of any other reality in the appearance, for instance, of an alteration, then the degree of that reality considered as cause we call a moment, for instance, the moment of gravity. We call it thus because the degree indicates only that magnitude, the apprehension of which is not successive but instantaneous. This I mention here in passing, because we have not yet come to consider causality. Every sensation, therefore, and every reality in appearance, however small it may be, has a degree, that is, an intensive magnitude which can always be diminished. Between reality and negation there is a continuous coherence of possible realities, and of possible smaller perceptions. Every color, red, for instance, has a degree which, however small, is never the smallest, and the same applies to heat, the moment of gravity, etc. This peculiar property of magnitudes that no part of them is the smallest possible part, no part is simple, is called their continuity. Time and space are quanta continua, because there is no part of them that can be given as not enclosed between limits, points, and instants, and so no part that is not itself again a space or a time. Space consists of spaces only, time of times. Points and instants are only limits, mere places of their limitation. But places always presuppose those intuitions which they are meant to limit, or to determine. Mere places or parts, as constituents that might be given prior to space or time, could never be composed into space or time. Such magnitudes can also be called flowing magnitudes, because the synthesis of productive imagination, which creates them is a progress in time, the continuity of which we are wont to express by the term flowing, or flowing away. BZR1, 212a 169, 170. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 199. All appearances are, therefore, continuous magnitudes, both according to their intuition, as extensive, and according to mere perception, sensation, and therefore reality, as intensive magnitudes. If there is an interruption in the synthesis of the manifold of appearance, we get only an aggregate of many appearances, not properly an appearance as a quantum. Such an aggregate is not produced by the mere continuation of productive synthesis of a certain kind, but by the repetition of a synthesis that ends at every moment. If I call $13 a quantum of money, I am right provided that I understand by it the value of 1 mark of fine silver. This is a continuous magnitude in which no part is the smallest, but every part may constitute a coin which contains material for still smaller coins. But if I understand by it 13 round dollars, that is, so many coins, whatever their silver content may be, then I should be wrong in speaking of a quantum of dollars, and should call it an aggregate, that is, a number of coins. Since every number must be founded on unity. Appearance as unity is a quantum, and as such always a continuum. If, then, all appearances, whether considered extensively or intensively, are continuous magnitudes, it might seem easy to prove with mathematical evidence that all alteration, transition, of a thing from one state to another, must also be continuous. Were it not that the causality of an alteration in general lies entirely outside the limits of transcendental philosophy and supposes empirical principles. For the understanding tells us nothing a priori of the possibility of a cause which alters the state of things, that is, determines them to the opposite of a given state, and this not only because the understanding does not have any insight into the possibility of it, for such insight is denied to us in several kinds of a priori knowledge, but because the alterability relates only to certain determinations of appearances, namely those that are taught by experience alone, while only their cause must lie in that which is unalterable. But as the only materials which we may use at present are the pure fundamental concepts of all possible experience, from which everything B213 AR 71 200 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements empirical is excluded, we cannot, without injuring the unity of our system, anticipate general natural science, which is based upon certain fundamental experiences. Nevertheless, there is no lack of evidence of the great influence which our principle exercises in anticipating perceptions, and even in making up for their absence, insofar as this principle stops any false inferences that might be drawn from its absence. If, therefore, all reality in perception has a degree between which and negation there is an infinite succession of ever smaller degrees, and if every sense must have a definite degree of receptivity of sensations, it follows that no perception, and therefore no experience, is possible that could prove, immediately or mediately, by whatever roundabout inferences, a complete absence of all reality in appearance. We see, therefore, that experience can never supply a proof of empty space or an empty time. For the total absence of reality in sensible intuition can itself never be perceived, nor can it be inferred from any single appearance whatsoever and from the difference of degree in its reality, nor ought it ever to be assumed in the explanation of this intuition. For although the total intuition of a certain space or time is real all through, that is, no part of it is empty, yet, as every reality has its degree which, while the extensive magnitude of the appearance remains unaltered, may diminish by infinitely many steps down to nothing, the void, there must be infinite different degrees in which space and time may be filled, and the intensive magnitude in different appearances may be smaller or greater, although the extensive magnitude as given in the intuition remains the same. We shall give an example. Almost all natural philosophers, perceiving, partly by means of the moment of gravity, or weight, partly by means of the moment of resistance against other matter in motion, that there is a great difference in the quantity of various kinds of matter, though the volume is the same, conclude unanimously that this volume, the extensive magnitude of the appearance, must in all of them, though in varying degrees, be empty. Who could have thought that these mathematical and BZ 14, 215 A 172, 173, Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 201, mechanical philosophers should have based such an inference solely on a metaphysical presupposition which they always profess to avoid, for they assume that the real in space, I do not wish here to call it impenetrability or weight, because these are empirical concepts, is everywhere the same, and can differ only in its extensive magnitude, that is, in amount. I meet this presupposition, for which they could find no ground in experience and which is therefore purely metaphysical, with the transcendental proof. This proof is not intended to explain the difference in the filling of spaces, but it will nevertheless entirely remove the imagined necessity of their presupposition which tries to explain that difference only by assuming empty spaces. And thus this proof at least restores to the understanding its liberty to explain to itself this difference in another way, if in the explanation of nature any other hypothesis be rendered necessary in order to account for this difference. For we then see that although equal spaces are completely filled by different kinds of matter, so that there is no point in either of them where matter is not present, yet everything real has, the quality being the same, its degree of resistance or weight, which may, without any diminution of its extensive magnitude, or amount, grow smaller and smaller ad infinitum, before it reaches the void and vanishes. Thus a certain expansion which fills a space, for instance, heat, and likewise every other reality, found in appearance, can, without leaving the smallest part of the space empty, diminish in its degrees ad infinitum, and can nevertheless fill space with its smaller degrees, quite as much as another appearance can with greater degrees. I do not mean to say that this is really how different kinds of matter differ according to their specific of gravity. I only want to show, by a fundamental principle of the pure understanding, that the nature of our perceptions renders such an explanation possible, and that it is wrong to look upon the real in appearance as equal in degree, and differing only in aggregation and extensive magnitude, and to maintain this on the alleged authority of a priori principle of the understanding. Nevertheless, this anticipation of perception is apt to startle. B216, 217 A 174, 175. 202 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. An inquirer accustomed to and rendered cautious by transcendental reflection, and we may naturally wonder that the understanding should be able to anticipate such a synthetic proposition about the degree of all that is real in appearance, and, therefore, about the possibility of an inner difference in sensation itself, if we abstract from its empirical quality, and it seems therefore a question well worthy of a solution, namely, how the understanding can a priori pronounce synthetically about appearances, and how it can thus anticipate them with regard to what is properly speaking merely empirical, and concerns only sensation. The quality of sensation, for instance, colors, taste, etc., is always merely empirical, and cannot be represented a priori. But the real that corresponds to sensations in general, as opposed to negation equals O, only represents something the concept of which contains a being, and means nothing but the synthesis in an empirical consciousness in general. In inner sense this empirical consciousness can be raised from O to any higher degree, so that the same extensive magnitude of intuition, for instance, in illuminated plane, excites as great a sensation as does an aggregate of many other less illuminated planes combined. It is quite possible, therefore, to abstract from the extensive magnitude of appearance, and yet to represent to oneself in the mere sensation In one moment a synthesis of a uniform progress from O to the given empirical consciousness. All sensations, as such, are therefore given only a posteriori, but their quality of possessing a degree can be known a priori. It is remarkable that of magnitudes in general we can know a priori only one quality, namely continuity, while with regard to all quality, the real of appearances, nothing more can be known to us a priori than the intensive quantity of appearances, that is, the fact that they have a degree. Everything else is left to experience. B218A176. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 203. 3. Analogies of experience. Their principle is, experience is possible only through the representation of a necessary connection of perceptions. Proof. Experience is an empirical knowledge, that is, a knowledge that determines an object through perceptions. It is, therefore, a synthesis of perceptions that is not itself contained in perception but contains in one consciousness the synthetic unity of the manifold of perceptions. This unity constitutes what is essential for our knowledge of objects of the senses, i.e., for experience, and not merely intuition or sensation of the senses. In experience, perceptions come together only contingently, so that no necessity of their connection could be discovered in the perceptions themselves. For apprehension is only a composition of the manifold of empirical intuition, but contains no representation of the necessity of the connected existence in space and time of the appearances which it combines. Experience, on the contrary, is a knowledge of objects through perceptions, and so in experience, the relation in the existence of the manifold is to be represented, not as the manifold composed in time, but as it is objectively in time. Now, as time itself cannot be perceived, the determination of the existence of objects in time can take place only through combining them in time in general, that is, through concepts connecting them a priori. As these concepts always carry necessity with them, we are justified in saying that experience is possible only through a representation of the necessary connection of perceptions degree asterisk. The three ODI of time are permanence, succession, and simultaneity. There will therefore be three rules governing all relations of appearances in time, whereby the existence of every appearance is determined with regard to the unity of all time, and these. B219, endnote, A177. 204 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Rules will precede all experience, and render experience first of all possible. The general principle of the three analogies rests on the necessary unity of apperception with regard to all possible empirical consciousness of perception at every time, and as consequently, this unity forms an a priori ground. The principle rests on the synthetic unity of all appearances, according to their relation in time. For original apperception refers to inner sense, the sum total of all representations, and it does so a priori to the form of inner sense, that is, to the relation of the manifold empirical consciousness in time. All this manifold is to be united in the original apperception according to its relations of time. For this is what is meant by its a priori transcendental unity, to which all is subject which is to belong to my, that is, to my one knowledge, and thus to become an object for me. This synthetic unity in the temporal relation of all perceptions, which is determined a priori, is the law that all empirical determinations of time must be subject to rules of the general determination of time, and the analogies of experience of which we are now going to treat must be rules of this kind. These principles have this peculiarity, that they do not refer to appearances and the synthesis of their empirical intuition, but only to the existence of appearances and their relation to one another with regard to their existence. The manner in which something is apprehended in appearance may be so determined a priori that the rule of its synthesis can at the same time give this a priori intuition, that is, can produce this a priori intuition, in the case of any given empirical example. But the existence of appearances can never be known a priori, and although we might be led in this way to infer something that exists, we should not be able to know it determinately, that is, we should not be able to anticipate that which distinguishes its empirical intuition from others. The two principles which we considered above, and which I called mathematical principles because they enable us to apply mathematics to appearances, refer to appearances only insofar. B2Z20, 221A178. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 205. As they are possible, and they showed us how, with regard both to their intuition and to the real in their perception, appearances can be produced according to the rules of a mathematical synthesis. Hence, in the one as well as in the other, we may use numerical magnitudes, and with them a determination of appearance as a magnitude. Thus I might, for example, compose the degree of the sensations of sunlight out of some 200,000 illuminations by the moon, and thus determine it a priori, that is constructed. Those previous principles may therefore be called constitutive. The case is totally different with those principles which are meant to bring the existence of appearances a priori under rules. For as existence cannot be constructed, they can only refer to the relations of existence and become merely regulative principles. Here, therefore, we cannot think of either axioms or anticipations, and if a perception is given in a temporal relation to other, although indeterminate, perceptions, we could not say a priori what that other perception is or how great a perception it is, but we can say how, with respect to its existence, it is necessarily connected with the other in this mode of time. In philosophy, analogies mean something very different from what they represent in mathematics. In the latter they are formulas, which state the equality of two quantitative relations, and they are always constitutive, so that if three members of the proportion are given, the fourth is also given by it, that is, can be constructed out of it. In philosophy, on the contrary, the analogy is not the equality of two quantitative, but of two qualitative relations, so that if three members are given, we can know, and give a priori, only the relation to a fourth, but not this fourth member itself. All I can thus gain is a rule for seeking the fourth member in experience, or a characteristic mark by which I may find it there. An analogy of experience can therefore be no more than a rule whereby unity of experience may arise from perceptions, but not telling us how perception itself, as empirical intuition in general, may arise. This analogy may be valid as a principle for objects, that is, appearances, not in a constitutive. B222A179, 180. 206 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. But only in a regulative way. Exactly the same applies to the postulates of empirical thought in general, which concern the synthesis of mere intuition, the form of appearance, the synthesis of perception, the manner of them, and the synthesis of experience. The relation of these perceptions. They too are only regulative principles, and they differ from the mathematical, which are constitutive, not in their certainty, which is established in both a priori, but in the character of their evidence, that is, in their intuitive character, and therefore also in their demonstration. What has been remarked of all synthetic principles, and must be emphasized here more particularly, is that these analogies have their meaning and validity not as principles of the transcendental, but only as principles of the empirical use of the understanding. They can be established only in this character, and appearances must therefore be subsumed not directly under the categories, but only under their schemata. For if the objects to which these principles are to be referred were things in themselves, it would be perfectly impossible to know anything of them synthetically a priori. But they are nothing but appearances, and a complete knowledge of them, which, after all a priori principles must lead to, is simply our possible experience. Those principles, therefore, can aim at nothing but the conditions of the unity of empirical knowledge in the synthesis of appearances. But this unity is thought only in the schema of the pure concept of the understanding. The category contains the function, restricted by no sensible condition, of the unity of the schema, as of a synthesis in general. These principles will therefore authorize us to combine appearances only by an analogy with the logical and universal unity of concepts, so that, though in using the principle, we use the category, in practice, in the application of the principle to appearances, we shall put the schema of the category, as a practical key, in the place of the category, or rather put it alongside the category as a restricting condition, as being what may be called the formula of the category. B2Z 23, 224 A181. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 207. A. First analogy. Principle of permanence of substance. In all change of appearances, substance is permanent, its quantum in nature is neither increased nor diminished. Proof. All appearances are in time, and in it alone, as substratum, as permanent form of inner intuition, can simultaneity as well as succession be represented. Time, therefore, in which all change of appearances is to be thought, endures and does not change. For time is that in which, and as determinations of which, simultaneity and succession can alone be represented. As time by itself cannot be perceived, it follows that the substratum which represents time in general and in which all change or simultaneity can be perceived in apprehension through the relation of appearances to it, must be found in the objects of perception, that is, in the appearances. Now, the substratum of all that is real, that is, of all that belongs to the existence of things, is substance, and all that belongs to existence can be thought only as a determination of it. Consequently, the permanent, in relation to which alone all temporal relations of appearances can be determined, is the substance in appearance, that is, the real in appearance is that, as the substratum of all change remains always the same, as, therefore, substance cannot change in existence, its quantum in nature can also neither be increased nor diminished. Our apprehension of the manifold of appearance is always successive, and therefore always changing. By it alone, therefore, we can never determine whether this manifold, as an object of experience, is simultaneous or successive, unless there is some thing in it which exists always, that is, something constant and permanent, of which all change and simultaneity are nothing but so many kinds, modes, of time in which the permanent exists. B225, 226 AR82. 208 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. All relations of time are therefore possible only in the permanent, simultaneity and succession being the only relations in time. So that the permanent is the substratum of the empirical representation of time itself, and in it alone all determination of time is possible. Permanence expresses time in general as the constant correlate of all existence of appearances, of all change and concomitance. For change does not affect time itself, but only appearances in time, nor is simultaneity a mode of time itself, because in it no parts can be simultaneous, but all are successive. If we were to ascribe a sequential succession to time itself, we would have to think another time in which such succession should be possible. Only through the permanent does sequential existence in different parts of a series of time assume a magnitude which we call duration. For in mere succession existence is always coming and going, and never has the slightest magnitude. Without this permanent, therefore, there is no relation of time. Time, in itself, however, cannot be perceived, and it is therefore the permanent in appearances that forms the substratum of all determination of time, and is at the same time the condition of the possibility of all synthetic unity of perceptions, that is, the possibility of experience, while with regard to that permanent all existence and all change in time can only be taken as a mode of the existence of what is permanent and constant in all appearances. Therefore, the permanent is the object itself, that is, the substance phenomenon, while all that changes or can change belongs only to the mode in which substance or substances exist, and therefore to their determinations. I find that in all ages not only the philosopher, but also the man of common understanding, have presupposed this permanence as a substratum of all change of appearances. It will be the same in the future, except that a philosopher generally expresses himself somewhat more determinately, by saying that in all alterations in the world substance remains constant, and only the accidents change. But nowhere do I find even the attempt to prove this very synthetic proposition. Indeed, it is very seldom placed where it ought to be, at the head of the laws of nature which are pure. B227 AR83, 184. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 209. And entirely a priori. In fact, the proposition that substance is permanent is tautological, because that permanence is our only ground for applying the category of substance to appearance. And it ought first to have been proved that in all appearances there is something permanent, while the changeable is only a determination of its existence. But such a proof can never be given dogmatically, that is, from concepts, because it concerns a synthetic a priori proposition, and as no one ever thought that such propositions could be valid only in reference to possible experience, and could therefore be proved only by a deduction of the possibility of experience, we need not be surprised that, though this proposition served as the foundation of all experience, because in empirical knowledge one feels the need for it, it has never been established by proof. A philosopher was asked, how much does smoke weigh? He replied, subtract from the weight of the wood burnt the weight of the remaining ashes, and you have the weight of the smoke. He therefore presupposed as undeniable that even in fire matter, substance does not perish, but that its form only suffers an alteration. Similarly, the proposition that nothing comes out of nothing was only another conclusion from the same principle of permanence, or rather from the everlasting existence of the subject proper in the appearances. For if that in the appearance, which people call substance, is to be the substratum proper of all determination of time, then all existence in the past as well as the future must be determinable in it, and only in it. Thus we can give to an appearance the name of substance only because we presuppose the existence of substance at all times. This existence at all times is not even fully expressed by the word permanence, because it refers more to future time. The inner necessity, however, to be permanent is inseparably connected with the necessity to have always been, and the expression trademark may therefore stand. Ignitum nihilo nihil, in nihilum nil posse reverti, were two propositions which the ancients never separated, but which nowadays are sometimes separated due to a misunderstanding, because people imagine that they concern things in themselves. B 228, 229 AR 85, 186, 210 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, and that the former might contradict the dependence of the world on a supreme cause, even with regard to its substance. This apprehension is entirely needless, because we are only speaking here of appearances in the sphere of experience, and the unity of experience would never be possible if we allowed that new things, new in substance, could ever arise. For in that case we should lose that which alone can represent the unity of time, namely, the identity of the substratum, in which alone all change retains thoroughgoing unity. This permanence, however, is nothing but the manner in which we represent the existence of things, in appearance. The determinations of a substance, which are nothing but particular modes in which it exists, are called accidents. They are always real, because they concern the existence of the substance. Negations are nothing but determinations which express the non-existence of something in the substance. If we want to ascribe a particular kind of existence to this real in substance, as, for instance, to motion, as an accident of matter, then we call it inherence, in order to distinguish it from the existence of substance, which we call subsistence. This, however, has given rise to many misunderstandings, and we shall express ourselves better and more correctly if we describe the accident only as the manner in which the existence of a substance is positively determined. It is inevitable, however, owing to the conditions of the logical use of our understanding, to separate, as it were, what can change in the existence of a substance, while the substance itself remains, and to consider it in its relation to that which is truly permanent and radical. Hence a place has been assigned to this category under the title of relations, not so much because it itself contains a relation, as because it contains their condition. On this permanence depends also the correct understanding of the concept of alteration. To arise and to perish are not alterations of that which arises or passes away. Alteration is a mode of existence which follows another mode of existence of the same object. Hence whatever alters remains, and only its state changes. As this change concerns only the determinations which may have B230 A187. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 211. An end or a beginning, we may use an expression that seems somewhat paradoxical and say, only what is permanent, substance, is altered, what can be transformed does not itself suffer any alteration, but only a change, because certain determinations cease and others begin. It is therefore only in substances that alteration can be perceived. Arising or perishing, taken absolutely, and not referring merely to a determination of the permanent, can never be a possible perception. For it is this permanent which renders possible the representation of a transition from one state to another, from not being to being, and consequently these can be known empirically only as changing determinations of what is permanent. If you suppose that something absolutely begins to be, you must have a point in time in which it was not. But to what can you connect this point in time, if not to that which already exists? A preceding empty time cannot be an object of perception. But if you connect this arising with things which existed already and continue to exist up to that which arises, then the latter is only a determination of the former, as of the permanent. The same holds good with regard to perishing, for this presupposes the empirical representation of a time in which an appearance no longer exists. Substances, in appearance, are the substrata of all determinations of time. If some substances could arise and others perish, the only condition of the empirical unity of time would be removed, and appearances would then refer to two different times, in which existence would flow by side, which is absurd. For there is but one time, in which all different times must be placed, not as simultaneous but as successive. Permanence, therefore, is a necessary condition under which alone appearances can be determined as things or objects in a possible experience. What the empirical criterion of this necessary permanence and, with it, of the substantiality of appearances may be, is something we shall have to explain in what follows. B231, 232 A188, 189. 212 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. B. Second analogy. Principle of succession in time according to the law of causality. All alterations take place according to the law of the connection of cause and effect. Proof. It has been shown by the preceding principle that all appearances of the succession in time are one and all only alterations, i.e., a successive being and not being of the determinations of substance, which itself is permanent, and consequently that the being of the substance itself which follows upon its not being, or its not being which follows upon its being, is inadmissible in other words, that there is no arising or perishing of substance itself. The same principle might also have been expressed thus. All change, succession, of appearances is only alteration, for arising and perishing would not be alterations of the substance, because the concept of alteration presupposes the same subject as existing with two opposite determinations, and therefore as being permanent. After this preliminary reminder, we shall proceed to the proof. I perceive that appearances succeed one another, that is, that there is a state of things at one time the opposite of which existed in a previous state. I am therefore really connecting two perceptions in time. Connection is not the work of the mere sense and of intuition, but is here the product of a synthetic power of the faculty of imagination, which determines inner sense with respect to relations of time. Imagination, however, can connect these two states in two ways, so that either the one or the other precedes in time, for time cannot be perceived in itself, nor can what precedes or what follows in the object be determined empirically, as it were, with reference to time. I am, therefore, B233. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 213. Conscious only that my imagination places the one before the other after, and not that in the object the one state comes before the other. In other words, the objective relation of appearances following upon one another remains undetermined through mere perception. In order that this objective relation may be known as determined, the relation between the two states must be thought in such a way that it determines as necessary which of the two should be placed before and which after, and not conversely. Such a concept, involving a necessity of synthetic unity, can only be a pure concept of the understanding, which is not contained in perception. In this case it is the concept of the relation of cause and effect, the former determining the latter in time, as the consequence, not as something that might precede only in imagination, or might not be perceived at all. Experience itself, therefore, that is, an empirical knowledge of appearances, is possible only by our subjecting the succession of appearances, and with it all alteration, to the law of causality, and appearances themselves, as objects of experience, are consequently possible only in accordance with this law. The apprehension of the manifold of appearance is always successive. The representations of the parts follow one upon another. Whether they also follow one upon the other in the object is a second point for reflection, not already contained in the first. We may indeed call everything, even every representation, insofar as we are conscious of it, an object, but it requires a more profound investigation to discover what this word may mean. With regard to appearances, not insofar as they, as representations, are objects, but insofar as they only signify an object. Insofar as appearances, taken only as representations, are at the same time objects of consciousness, they are not distinct from our apprehension, that is, from their being taken up into the synthesis of our imagination, and we must therefore say that the manifold of appearances is always produced in the mind successively. If appearances were things in themselves, the succession of the representations of their manifold would never enable us to judge how that manifold is combined in the object. B234, 235 A190. 214 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. We have always to deal only with our representations, how things may be in themselves, without reference to the representations by which they affect us, is completely beyond the sphere of our knowledge. Although, therefore, appearances are not things in themselves, and are yet the only thing that can be given to us to know, and although their representation in apprehension is always successive, I shall indicate what kind of combination in time belongs to the manifold in appearances themselves. Thus, for instance, the apprehension of the manifold in the appearance of a house that stands before me is successive. The question then arises, whether the manifold of the house itself be successive by itself, which, of course, no one would admit. Whenever raise my concepts of an object to their transcendental meaning, I find that a house is not a thing in itself, but only an appearance. That is, a representation the transcendental object of which is unknown. What, then, can be the meaning of the question, how may the manifold be combined in the appearance itself, which is nothing in itself? Here, that which is contained in the successive apprehension is considered as representation, and the given appearance, though it is nothing but the sum total of these representations, is considered as their object, with which my concept, drawn from the representations of apprehension, is to agree. As the agreement between knowledge and its object is truth, it is easily seen that we can here only be asking about the formal conditions of empirical truth, and that appearance, in contrast to the representations of apprehension, can be represented as an object distinct from them only if it is subject to a rule that distinguishes it from every other apprehension, and makes necessary a certain kind of combination of the manifold. That which in the appearance contains the condition of this necessary rule of apprehension is the object. Let us now proceed to our task. That something takes place. That is, that something, or some state which did not exist before, begins to exist, cannot be perceived empirically, unless it is preceded by an appearance which does not contain that state. For a reality, following upon an empty time, that is, an arising. B236, 237 Argr, 192. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 215. Not preceded by any state of things, can be apprehended as little as empty time itself. Every apprehension of an event is therefore a perception following on another perception. But since this applies to all synthesis of apprehension, as I showed before in the appearance of a house, this apprehension is thereby not yet distinguished from any other. But I observe at the same time that, if in an appearance which contains an event I call the antecedent state of perception A, and the subsequent B, then B can only follow A in my apprehension, while the perception A can never follow B, but can only precede it. I see, for instance, a boat gliding down the river. My perception of its position downstream follows my perception of its position upstream in the course of the river, and it is impossible in the apprehension of this AP appearance that the ship should be perceived first downstream and then upstream. We see, therefore, that the order in the succession of perceptions in our apprehension is here determinate, and the apprehension is tied to that order. In the former example of a house, my perceptions could, in apprehension, begin at the roof and end in the basement, or begin below and end above. They could apprehend the manifold of the empirical intuition from right to left or from left to right. There was therefore no determinate order in the sequence of these perceptions, necessitating the point where I had to begin in apprehension in order to combine the manifold empirically, while in the perception of an event there is always this rule, and it makes the order of the successive perceptions, in the apprehension of this appearance, necessary. In our case, therefore, we shall have to derive the subjective succession of apprehension from the objective succession of the appearances, because otherwise the former would be entirely indeterminate and unable to distinguish one appearance from another. The former by itself proves nothing as to the connection of the manifold in the object, because it is altogether arbitrary. The latter must therefore consist in the order of the manifold of appearance, according to which the apprehension of one, what happens, follows upon the apprehension of the other, what precedes, in conformity with the rule. Thus only can I be justified in B238 A193. 216 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, saying, not merely of my apprehension, but of the appearance itself, that there exists in it a succession which is the same as to say that I cannot arrange the apprehension otherwise than in this very succession. In conformity with such a rule there must exist, in that which precedes an event, the condition of a rule by which this event invariably and necessarily follows, but I cannot go back from the event and determine through apprehension that which precedes. For no appearance goes back from the succeeding to the preceding point in time, though it does refer to some preceding point in time, while the progress from a given time to the determinate following time is necessary. Therefore, as there certainly is some thing that follows, I must necessarily refer it to something else in general which precedes it, and upon which it follows according to a rule, that is, by necessity. Thus the event, as the conditioned, affords a sure indication of some condition, while this condition itself determines the event. Let us suppose that an event is not preceded by anything upon which such an event must follow according to a rule. All succession of perception would then be determined solely in apprehension, that is, merely subjectively, but it would not thereby be determined objectively which of the perceptions should actually precede and which should follow. We would thus have a mere play of representations which would not refer to any object, that is, no appearance would, by our perception, be distinguished in a temporal relation from all other appearances. For the succession in apprehension would always be the same, and there would be nothing in the appearance to determine the succession so as to render a certain sequence objectively necessary. I could not say, therefore, that two states follow upon each other in appearance, but only that one apprehension follows another, and this is merely something subjective and does not determine any object, and hence cannot be considered as knowledge of an object, even of an object in appearance. If, therefore, we experience that something happens, then we always presuppose that something precedes it, on which it follows. B239, 240A 194, 195. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 217. According to a rule. Otherwise I could not say of the object that it follows, because the mere succession in my apprehension, without being determined by rule with regard to something that precedes, would not justify a succession in the object. It is, therefore, always with respect to a rule that I render my subjective synthesis of apprehension objective, a rule, namely, in accord, hence with which appearances in their succession, that is, as they happen, are determined by the preceding state. And it is only under this presupposition that the experience of something that happens is possible. It might seem indeed as if this were in contradiction to all that has always been said about the course taken by human understanding. It was supposed that only by perceiving and comparing many events, following in the same manner on preceding appearances, we are first led to the discovery of a rule according to which certain events always follow on certain appearances, and that only thus we are enabled to form the concept of a cause. If this were so, this concept would be merely empirical, and the rule which it supplies, that everything which happens has a cause, would be as contingent as the experience itself. The universality and necessity of that rule would then only be fictitious, and devoid of any true and universal validity, because they would not be a priori, but founded only on induction. The case with this rule is the same as with other pure a priori representations. For instance, space and time, which we are able to extract as pure concepts from experience only because we have put them into experience, and so have first brought experience about through them. It is true, no doubt, that the logical clarity of this representation of a rule determining the succession of events, as a concept of cause, becomes possible only when we have used it in experience, but a recognition of this representation, as a condition of the synthetic unity of appearances in time, was nevertheless the foundation of the experience itself, and consequently preceded it a priori. It is necessary, therefore, to show in the example that we never, even in experience, ascribe the succession of an event where BZ 41A 196, 218 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Something happens that did not exist before, to the object, and distinguish it from the subjective succession of our apprehension, except when there is at the foundation a rule which compels us to observe this order of perceptions, and no other order. Nay, it is necessary to show that it is this compulsion which first renders the representation of a succession in the object possible. We have representations within us, and can become conscious of them, but however far that consciousness may extend, and however accurate and exact it may be, yet the representations are always only representations, that is, inner determinations of our mind in this or that relation of time. What right have we then to add to these representations an object, or to ascribe to these modifications, beyond their subjective reality, another objective reality of some kind? Their objective meaning cannot consist in their reference to another representation of that which one would wish to call the object, for otherwise the question again arises, how this latter representation goes beyond itself, and receives an objective meaning in addition to the subjective one which belongs to it as a determination of the mental state. If we try to find out what new quality and dignity is imparted to our representations by the reference to an object, we find that this reference does nothing but render necessary the combination of representations in a certain way, and their being subjected to a rule, and we find, on the contrary, that they receive their objective character only because a certain order in the temporal relation of our representations is necessary. In the synthesis of appearances, the manifold of our representations is always successive. No object is thus represented, because through the succession, which is common to all apprehensions, nothing is distinguished from anything else. But as soon as I perceive or anticipate that there is in the succession a reference to the preceding state upon which the representation follows by rule, then something presents itself as an event, or as something that happens, that is to say, I know an object to which I must assign a certain position in time, which, after the preceding B242, 243 AR 97, 198. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 219. State, cannot be given to it differently. When, therefore, I perceive that something happens, this representation contains that some thing precedes, because by reference to what precedes the appear, hence receives its relation of time, that is, to exist after a time in which it did not exist. Its determinate position in time within this relation can only be assigned to it, if in the antecedent state something is presupposed on which it follows always, that is, follows according to a rule. It thus follows, first of all, that I cannot reverse the series, and place that which happens before that upon which it follows. Secondly, that if the preceding state is posited, the other event follows inevitably and necessarily. Thus it happens that there arises an order among our representations, in which the present state, as having come to be, points to a preceding state, as a correlate of the event that is given. A correlate which, although as yet indeterminate, refers in a determining way to this event as its consequence, and connects the event with itself necessarily in the series of time. If, then, it is a necessary law of our sensibility, and therefore a formal condition of all perceptions, that a preceding time necessarily determines the succeeding time, because I cannot arrive at the succeeding time except through the preceding one, then it is also an indispensable law of the empirical representation of the series of time that the appearances of past time determine every existence in succeeding time, and that these existences, as events, cannot take place except insofar as the appearances of past time determine their existence in time, that is, fix it by rule. For it is only in appearances that we can know empirically this continuity in the coherence of times. What is required for all experience and for its possibility is understanding, and the first thing that is contributed by it is not that it renders the representation of objects distinct, but that it renders the representation of an object possible at all. This takes place by the understanding transferring the order of time to the appearances and their existence, and by assigning to each of them, as consequence, a position in time determined a priori. With respect to preceding appearances, without this position. B244, 245 AR 99, 200. 220 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Appearances would not be in agreement with time itself, which determines a priori the position for all its parts. This determination of position cannot be derived from the relation in which appearances stand to absolute time, for absolute time cannot be an object of perception, but, on the contrary, appearances must themselves determine for one another their positions in time, and render them necessary in the order of time. In other words, what happens or follows must follow, according to a general rule, upon that which was contained in the previous state. We thus get a series of appearances which, by means of the understanding, produces and makes necessary in the series of possible perceptions the same order and continuous coherence which exists a priori in the form of inner intuition, that is, time, 3 in which all perceptions must have their position. That something happens is, therefore, a perception which belongs to a possible experience, and this experience becomes actual when I consider the appearance as determined with regard to its position in time, that is to say, as an object which can always be found, according to a rule, in the coherence of perceptions. This rule, by which we determine everything according to the succession of time, is that the condition under which an event follows at all times, that is, necessarily, is to be found in what precedes all possible experience. Therefore, that is, all objective knowledge of appearances with regard to their relation in the sequence of time, is founded on the principle of sufficient reason. The ground of proof of this principle rests entirely on the following considerations. All empirical knowledge requires the synthesis of the manifold through the imagination, which synthesis is always successive, that is, the representations always follow one another. In the imagination, however, this sequence is not at all determined with regard to the order, that is, as to what precedes and what must follow, and the series of successive representations may be taken as going backward just as well as forwards. If the synthesis, however, is a synthesis of apprehend Zion registered of the manifold of a given appearance, then the order is B246 as 01. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 221. Determined in the object, or, to speak more accurately, there is then in the apprehension an order of successive synthesis which determines an object, and according to this order something must necessarily precede, and, when it is posited, then the other event must necessarily follow. If, therefore, my perception is to contain the knowledge of an event, or of something as actually happening, then it must be an empirical judgment in which we think the sequence as determined, that is, it presupposes another appearance in time, upon which it follows necessarily, or according to a rule. If it were different, if I posited the antecedent and the event did not follow upon it necessarily, it would become to me a mere subjective play of my fancies, and if I still represented it to myself as something objective, I should call it a mere dream. Therefore the relation of appearances, as possible perceptions, according to which the existence of what follows happens, is determined in time, necessarily and by rule, by something preceding it. In other words, the relation of cause and effect forms the condition of the objective validity of our empirical judgments with regard to the series of perceptions, and forms therefore the condition of the empirical truth of these judgments, and so of experience. The principle of the causal relation in the succession of appearances is valid, therefore, also, for all objects of experience, under the conditions of succession, because that principle is itself the ground of the possibility of such experience. Here, however, we meet with a difficulty that must first be removed. The principle of the causal connection among appearances is restricted in our formula to their succession, while in practice we find that it applies also to their coexistence, because cause and effect may exist simultaneously. There may be, for instance, heat inside a room which is not found in the open air. If I look for its cause, I find a heated stove. But this stove, as cause, is simultaneous with its effect, the heat of the room, and there is therefore no sequence in time between cause and effect. They are simultaneous, and yet the law applies. The fact is that the greater part of the efficient causes in nature are simultaneous. B247, 248 A202, 203. 222 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. With their effects, and the succession of these effects in time is due only to this, that a cause cannot produce its whole effect in one instant. But at the instant in which an effect first arises, it is always simultaneous with the causality of its cause, for if this cause had ceased one instant before, the effect would never have arisen. Here we must note that what we have to reckon with is the order, not the lapse of time, and that the relation remains, even if no time has elapsed. The time between the causality of the cause and its immediate effect can be vanishingly brief. They may be simultaneous, but the relation of the one to the other always remains determinable in time. If I regard as a cause a ball that rests on a soft cushion and impresses a hollow in it, the cause is simultaneous with its effect. But I nevertheless distinguish the two through the temporal relation of their dynamical connection. For if I place the ball on the cushion, its previous smooth surface is followed by a hollow, but if there is, I know not whence, a hollow in the cushion, a leaden ball does by no means follow upon it. The succession in time is therefore the only empirical criterion of an effect with regard to the causality of the cause which precedes it. The glass is the cause of the rising of the water above its horizontal surface, although both appearances are simultaneous. For as soon as I draw off water from a larger vessel into the glass, something follows, namely, the alteration of the horizontal state which the water had before to a concave state, which it assumes in the glass. This causality leads to the concept of action, and this in turn to the concept of force, and thereby to the concept of substance. As I do not mean to burden my critical task, which only concerns the sources of synthetic a priori knowledge, with analytical processes which aim merely at the explanation and not at the expansion of our concepts, I leave a detailed treatment of these to a future system of pure reason. Indeed, I may refer to many well-known textbooks in which such an analysis may be found. I cannot, however, pass over the empirical criterion of a substance, insofar as it seems to manifest itself not so much through the B249A204 Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 223 permanence of appearance, but more adequately and easily through action. Wherever there is action, and hence activity and force, there must be substance, and in this substance alone the seed of that fertile source of appearances must be sought. This sounds very well, but if people are asked to explain what they mean by substance, they find it by no means easy to answer without reasoning in a circle. How can we immediately infer from the action the permanence of the agent, which nevertheless is an essential and peculiar characteristic of substance, as Fano main on? After what we have explained before, however, the answer to this question is not so difficult, though it would be impossible according to the ordinary way of proceeding merely analytically with our concepts. Action itself implies the relation of the subject of the causality to the effect, as any effect consists in that which happens, that is, in the changeable that signifies time in terms of succession. The ultimate subject of the changeable is the permanent, as the substratum of all that changes, that is, substance. For according to the principle of causality, actions are always the first ground of all change of appearances, and cannot exist, therefore, in a subject that itself changes, because in that case other actions and another subject would be required to determine that change. Action, therefore, is a sufficient empirical criterion to prove substantiality of a subject degree. Nor do I first of all need to establish its permanence by means of comparing perceptions. Besides, such proof by means of comparison would hardly be possible in the completeness that is required by the magnitude and strict universality of the concept, that the first subject of the causality of all arising and perishing cannot itself, in the field of appearances, arise and perish, is a safe inference, which in the end points to empirical necessity and permanence in existence, that is, to the concept of a substance as appearance. When something happens, the mere arising, without any regard to what arises, is in itself already a matter for inquiry. The transition from the not being of a state to the state, even though it contained no quality whatever in appearance, must be 250, 251a 205, 206, 224 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements itself be investigated. This arising, as we have shown in the first analogy, does not concern substance, because substance does not arise, but its state. Arising is therefore mere alteration, and not an origin out of nothing. If such an origin is looked upon as the effect of a foreign cause, it is called creation. This can never be admitted as an event among appearances, because its very possibility would destroy the unity of experience. If, however, we consider all things not as phenomena but as things in themselves and as objects merely of the understanding, then despite their being substances they can be considered as dependent, with regard to their existence, on a foreign cause. Our words would then assume a quite different meaning, and no longer be applicable to appearances, as possible objects of experience. How anything can be altered at all, that is, how it is possible that upon one state at a given time an opposite state may follow at another time, of this we do not a priori have the slightest conception. For this conception we need a knowledge of actual forces, which can only be given empirically, for instance, a knowledge of motive forces, or, which is the same, a knowledge of certain successive appearances, as motions, which indicate the presence of such forces. What can still be considered a priori, according to the law of causality and the conditions of time, are the form of every alteration, the condition under which alone, as an arising of another state, it can take place, its content, that is, the state which is altered, being what it may, and therefore the succession itself of the states, that which has happened. Copyright. When a substance passes from one state, A, into another, B, the point in time of the latter is different from the point in time of the former state, and follows it. Again, that second state, as A reality, in the appearance, differs from the first in which that reality did not exist, as B differs from zero, that is, even if the it should be remarked that I am not speaking here of the alteration of certain relations in general, but of the alteration of a state. Therefore, if a body moves in a uniform way, it does not alter its state of motion, but it does so if its motion increases or decreases. B252, 253a 207. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 225. State B differed from the state only in magnitude. The alteration is an arising of BA, which in the previous state was not existent, and in relation to which that state equals A. The question therefore arises how a thing can pass from A state equals A to another equals B. Between two instants there is always time, and between two states at these two instants there is always a difference which must have a certain magnitude, because all parts of appearances are always themselves magnitudes. Every transition therefore from one state to another takes place in a time between two instants, the first of which determines the state from which a thing leaves, the second that at which it arrives. Both instants, therefore, are the temporal limits of an alteration, and so limits of the intermediate state between two states, and belong as such to the whole alteration. Now, every alteration has a cause which demonstrates its causality during the whole time in which the alteration takes place. The cause, therefore, does not produce the alteration suddenly, at once, or in one instant, but during a time, so that, as the time grows from the initial instant A to its completion in B, the magnitude of the reality, BA, is also produced through all the smaller degrees between the first degree and the last. All alteration is thus only possible through a continuous action of the causality which, insofar as it is uniform, is called a moment. Alteration does not consist of such moments, but is produced by them as their effect. This is the law of continuity of all alteration, the ground of which is this, that neither time nor appearance in time consists of parts which are the smallest possible, and that nevertheless, the state of a thing being altered passes through all these parts, as elements, to its second state. No difference of the real in the appearance, and no difference in the magnitude of times, is the smallest, and thus the new state of reality grows from the first state, in which this reality did not exist, through all the infinite degrees of this reality, the differences of which from one another are all smaller than that between 0 and A. It does not concern us at present of what utility this principle may be in the investigation of nature, but how such a principle, B254a 208, 209, 226 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, which seems to expand our knowledge of nature so much, can be possible completely too priori, requires a careful investigation. Although we can see that it is real and true, and might thus imagine that the question of how the principle was possible is unnecessary. For so many claim with unfounded presumption to expand our knowledge by pure reason, that we must accept it as a general principle to be distrustful throughout, and never to believe or assume anything of this kind without documents able of supplying a thorough deduction, however clear the dogmatic proof of it may appear. All addition to our empirical knowledge and every advance of perception, whatever the objects may be, whether appearances, or pure intuitions, is nothing but an expansion of the determination of inner sense, that is, a progress in time. This progress in time determines everything, and is in itself determined by nothing else, that is, the parts of this progress are given only in time and through the synthesis of time, but not time before the synthesis asterisk. For this reason every transition in our perception to something that follows in time is a determination of time through the production of this perception, and as time is always and in all its parts a magnitude, such transition is the production of a perception as a magnitude, through all degrees, none of them being the smallest, from 0 up to its determinate degree. This shows how it is possible to know a priori law of all durations, as far as their form is concerned. For we only anticipate our own apprehension, the formal condition of which, as it dwells in us, before all given appearance, must certainly be capable of being known a priori. In the same manner, therefore, in which time contains the sensible a priori condition of the possibility of a continuous progress of that which exists to that which follows, the understanding, by means of the unity of apperception, is the a priori condition of the possibility of a continuous determination, through the series of causes and effects, of the position of all appearances in this time, the causes producing inevitably the existence of the effects, and thus rendering the empirical. B 255, 256 80, 211. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 227. Knowledge of the relations of time valid for every time, university or Sally, and therefore objectively valid. C. Third analogy. Principle of simultaneity according to the law of interaction or community. All substances, insofar as they can be perceived as simultaneous in space, are in thoroughgoing interaction. Proof. Things are simultaneous when in empirical intuition the perceptions can follow upon one another reciprocally, which, as was shown in the second principle, cannot occur in the temporal succession of appearances. Thus I can observe first the moon and afterwards the earth, or, conversely, first the earth and afterwards the moon, and because the perceptions of these objects can follow one another reciprocally I say that the objects are simultaneous. Now simultaneity is the existence of the manifold in the same time. Time itself, however, cannot be perceived, so that we might learn from the fact that things are placed in the same time that their perceptions can follow one another reciprocally. The synthesis of imagination in apprehension, therefore, would give us each of these perceptions as present in the subject when the other is absent, and vice versa. It would never tell us that the objects are simultaneous, that is, that if the one is there, the other is also there in the same time, and this by necessity so that the perceptions may follow one another reciprocally. Hence we require a concept of the understanding of the reciprocal sequence of determinations of things existing at the same time but outside one another, in order to be able to say that the reciprocal sequence of the perceptions is founded in the object, and thus to represent their simultaneity as objective. The relation of substances. B 257. 228 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. However, of which the first has determinations the ground of which is contained in the other, is the relation of influence, and if the latter reciprocally contains the ground of the determinations in the former, then the relation is that of community or interaction. Hence the simultaneity of substances in space cannot be known in experience save under the presupposition of interaction among them, and this is therefore also the condition of the possibility of the things themselves as objects of experience. Things are simultaneous insofar as they exist at one and the same time. But how can we know that they exist at one and the same time? Only if the order in the synthesis of apprehension of this manifold is indifferent, that is, if may first advance from A through B, C, D to E, or contrariwise from E to A. For, if the synthesis were successive in time, in the order beginning with A and ending with E, it would be impossible to begin the apprehension with the perception of E and to go backwards to A, because A belongs to past time and can therefore no longer be an object of apprehension. If we supposed it possible that in a number of substances, as appearances, each were perfectly isolated, so that none influenced another or received influences from another, then their simultaneity could not be an object of possible perception, nor could the existence of the one by any process of empirical synthesis lead us onto the existence of another. For if we imagine that the substances would be separated by a perfectly empty space, then the perception proceeding in time from the one to the other would no doubt determine the existence of this other substance by means of a subsequent perception, but would never be able to distinguish whether that appearance followed objectively upon the first or was simultaneous with it. There must therefore be something besides their mere existence, by which A determines for B its position in time, and B for A, because only thus can these two substances be represented empirically as existing simultaneously. Nothing, however, determines the position of anything else in time except that which is its cause or the cause of its determinations. Therefore every B 258, 259 is 2. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 229. Substance, since it can be an effect only with regard to its determinations, must contain within itself the causality of certain determinations in the other substance, and, at the same time, the effects of the causality of that other substance, that is, substances, must stand, immediately or mediately, in dynamical community, if their simultaneity is to be known in any possible experience. Now, with regard to the objects of experience, everything without which the experience of these objects would itself be impossible is necessary. Hence it is necessary for all substances in the appearance, insofar as they are simultaneous, to stand in thoroughgoing community of interaction with one another. The word community may be used in two senses, meaning either communio or conversium registered. We use it here in the latter sense, as a dynamical community without which even the local community, communio spati, could never be known empirically. We can easily perceive in our experience that only continu us influences in all positions in space can lead our senses from one object to another, that the light which plays between our eyes and the celestial bodies produces immediate community between us and them, and so proves their simultaneity, that we cannot empirically alter any places, and perceive such an alteration, unless matter itself renders the perception of our own position possible, and that only by means of its reciprocal influence can matter establish its simultaneity, and thus, though only mediately, the coexistence of objects even down to the most distant ones. Without this community every perception of appearance in space would be separated from the others, and the chain of empirical representations, that is, experience, would have to begin anew with every new object, without the previous experience being in the least connected with it, or standing to it, in a relation of time. I do not want to say anything here to disprove empty space. Empty space may exist wherever perception cannot reach, and hence where there is no empirical Ledge of simultaneity. But, in that case, space is no object for any possible experience. The following remarks may elucidate this. In our mind all. B260, 261a 213, 214. 230 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Appearances, as being contained in a possible experience, must share a community, communio, of apperception, and insofar as the objects are to be represented as connected in simultaneous existence, they must reciprocally determine their position in one time, and thereby constitute a whole. If this subjective community is to rest on an objective ground, or is to refer to appearances as substances, then the perception of the one as ground must render possible the perception of the other, and vice versa. So that the succession which always exists in perceptions, as apprehensions, may not be attributed to the objects, but the objects should be represented as existing simultaneously. This is a reciprocal influence, that is, a real community, consortium, of substances, without which the empirical relation of simultaneity would not occur in experience. Through this consortium, appearances, as being apart from each other and yet connected, constitute a compositum reali, and such composites become possible in many ways. The three dynamical relations, therefore, from which all others arise, are inherence, consequence, and composition. Plus asterisk asterisk. These are the three analogies of experience. They are nothing but principles for determining the existence of appearances in time, according to all its three modes, namely, the relation to time itself, as a magnitude of existence, that is, duration. The relation in time as in a series, successively, and finally also, the relation in time, as a sum total of all existence, that is, as simultaneous. This unity in the determination of time is altogether dynamical, that is, time is not looked upon as that in which experience immediately determines for every existence its position, for this would be impossible, because absolute time is not an object of perception by which appearances could be held together. Rather, the rule of the understanding, through which alone the existence of appearances can receive synthetic unity in relations of time determines for each of them its position in time, and therefore does so a priori and as valid for all and every time. B2Z 62 Azers. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 231. By nature, in the empirical sense of the word, we mean the coherence of appearances in their existence according to necessary rules, that is, according to laws. There are certain laws, and they are a priori, which make nature possible in the first place. Empirical laws can exist and be discovered only through experience, and indeed in consequence of those original laws, through which experience itself becomes possible in the first place. Our analogies, therefore, present the unity of nature in the coherence of all appearances under certain exponents, which express nothing but the relation of time, insofar as time compare. Hence all existence, to the unity of apperception, a unity that can only occur in synthesis according to rules. Together, therefore, the analogies simply say that all appearances lie, and must lie, in one nature, for without such a prior unity no unity of experience, and therefore no determination of objects in experience, would be possible. With regard to the mode of proof by which we have arrived at these transcendental laws of nature, and with regard to its peculiar character, a remark must be made which will become important as a rule for any other attempt to prove a priori propositions that are intellectual and at the same time synthetic. All our labor would have been in vain if we had attempted to prove these analogies dogmatically, that is, from concepts to prove, namely, that all that exists is found only in that which is permanent, that every event presupposes something in a previous state upon which it follows by rule, and lastly, that in a simultaneous manifold the states in relation to one another are simultaneous according to a rule, stand in community. For we may analyze concepts as much as we like, by means of the mere concepts of things we shall never get from one object and its existence to the existence of another, or to its mode of existence. What else, then, remained? There remained the possibility of experience as a knowledge in which all objects must in the end be capable of being given to us, if their representation is to have objective reality for us. In this third, the essential form of which consists in the synthetic unity of apperception of all appearances. B263, 264a 216, 217. 232 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. We discovered the a priori conditions of a thoroughgoing and necessary determination of time of all existence in appearance, without which even the empirical determination of time would be impossible. We thus found rules of the synthetic a priori unity, by means of which we can anticipate experience. It was because people were ignorant of this method, and imagined that they could give dogmatic proof of synthetic propositions which the empirical use of the understanding recommends as its principles, that so many, and always unsuccessful, attempts have been made to prove the principle of sufficient reason. The other two analogies have not even been thought of, though everybody followed them unconsciously, asterisk, for what was lacking was the guiding thread of categories by which alone any gap in the understanding, both with regard to concepts and principles, can be discovered and pointed out. 4. The postulates of empirical thought in general. 1. That which agrees with the formal conditions of experience, in intuition and in concepts, is possible. 2. That which is connected with the material conditions of experience, with sensation, is actual. 3. That the connection of which with the actual is determined in accordance with universal conditions of experiences, exists as necessary. Asterisk, the unity of the cosmic whole, in which all appearances are to be connected, is evidently a mere consequence of the quietly adopted principle of the community of all substances that are simultaneous. For if they were isolated, they would not, as parts, form a whole, and if their connection, the interaction of the manifold, were not already necessary by virtue of their simultaneity, it would be impossible to use the latter, which is a merely ideal relation, to infer the former, which is a real relation. We have shown, however, that community is really the ground of the possibility of an empirical knowledge of coexistence, and that actually we can only infer back to that community from this empirical knowledge, as its condition. B265, 266a 218. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 233. Explanation. The categories of modality have the peculiarity that, in determining an object, they do not in the least expand the concept to which they are attached as predicates, they only express the relation of the object to our faculty of knowledge. Even when the concept of a thing is quite complete, I can still ask with reference to this object whether it is merely possible or also actual, and, if actual, whether it is also necessary. No new determinations are thereby thought in the object itself. The question is only how the object, with all its determinations, relates to the understanding and its empirical use, to the empirical power of judgment and to reason, in its application to experience. The principles of modality are, precisely therefore, nothing but explanations of the concepts of possibility, actuality, and necessity. In their empirical use, at the same time they restrict all categories to their merely empirical use, and do not admit or allow their transcendental use. For if these categories are not to have a merely logical significance, expressing analytically the form of thought, but are to refer to things and their possibility, actuality, or necessity, then they must concern possible experience and its synthetic unity, in which alone objects of knowledge can be given. The postulate of the possibility of things demands that their concept should agree with the formal conditions of an experience. In general, this, the objective form of experience in general, contains all the synthesis that is required for a knowledge of objects. A concept is to be considered as empty, and as referring to no object, if the synthesis that it contains does not belong to experience, either as a synthesis derived from it, in which case it is called an empirical concept, or as a synthesis on which, as an a priori condition, all experience in general, in its form, rests, in which case it is a pure concept but a concept yet belonging to experience, because its object can be found only in experience. For whence could we derive the character of the possibility of an object which is thought through a synthetic a priori concept? B267 AZ 19, 220. 234 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Except from the synthesis which constitutes the form of all empirical knowledge of objects, it is no doubt a necessary logical condition that such a concept must contain no contradiction. But this is by no means sufficient to establish the objective reality of a concept, that is, the possibility of such an object as is thought through the concept. Thus in the concept of a figure enclosed by two straight lines there is no contradiction, because the concepts of two straight lines and their meeting contain no negation of the figure. The impossibility depends not on the concept itself, but on its construction in space, that is, on the conditions of space and its determinations, and it is these that have objective reality, that is, they apply to possible things, because they contain a priori the form of experience in general. And now we shall try to explain the manifold usefulness and influence of this postulate of possibility. If I represent to myself a thing that is permanent, while everything which changes belongs merely to its state, then I can never know from such a concept alone that a thing of that kind is possible. Or, if I represent to myself something so constituted that when it is posited something else must at all times and inevitably follow upon it, this may no doubt be thought without contradiction, but we have as yet no means of judging whether such a property, as causality, is to be met within any possible thing. Lastly, I can very well represent to myself different things, substances, so constituted that the state of the one produces a consequence in the state of the other, and this reciprocally, but whether such a relation can belong to any things cannot be learned from these concepts which contain a merely arbitrary synthesis. The objective reality of these concepts is only known when we see that they express a priori the relations of perceptions in every experience, and this objective reality, that is, their transcendental truth, though known independently of all experience, is nevertheless not known independently of all relation to the form of an experience in general, and to that synthetic unity in which alone objects can be known empirically. But if we should think of framing new concepts of substances, B268, 269 A221, 222. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 235. Forces and interactions, out of the material supplied to us by our perceptions, without borrowing from experience the example of their connection, then we should entangle ourselves in mere figments of our mind, the possibility of which could not be tested by any criteria, because in forming them we were not guided by experience, nor had we taken these concepts from it. Such imaginary concepts, as opposed to the categories, cannot receive the character of their possibility a priori, as conditions on which all experience depends, but only a posteriori, as concepts given by experience itself, and so their possibility can either not be known at all, or must be known a posteriori and empirically. Thus, for instance, a substance supposed to be present as permanent in space, and yet not filling it, like that intermediate thing between matter and thinking beings which some have tried to introduce, or a special faculty of our mind, by which we can intuit, not only infer, the future in advance, or lastly, another faculty by which we can enter into a community of thought with other human beings, however distant they may be. All these are concepts the possibility of which has nothing to rest on, because it is not founded on experience and its known laws. Without these, that possibility is and can only be an arbitrary combination of thoughts which, though it contains nothing contradictory in itself, has no claim to objective reality, or to the possibility of such an object as is thought by them. With regard to reality, it seems obvious that we cannot think it in co and series 2 without the aid of experience, for reality only concerns sensation, as a matter of experience, and not the form of relation, with which we could at most play in fancies. I here pass by everything the possibility of which can only be learned from its actuality and experience, and I mean to consider only the possibility of things through a priori concepts. Of these things I continue to maintain that they can never result from such concepts by themselves, but only when these concepts are viewed as formal and objective conditions of an experience in general. It might indeed seem as if the possibility of a triangle could be B270, 271 A223. 236 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Known from its concept by itself, being independent of experience. For to the concept we can give an object entirely a priori. That is, we can construct it. But as this is only the form of an object, it would always only remain a product of the imagination. The possibility of its object would remain doubtful because more is wanted to establish it, namely, that such a figure should be thought under all those conditions on which all objects of experience rest. That which connects with this concept the representation of the possibility of such a thing is solely the fact that space is a formal a priori condition of outer experiences, and that the formative synthesis by which we construct a triangle in imagination is exactly the same as that synthesis which we exercise in the apprehension of an appearance in order to make an empirical concept of it. And thus the possibility of continuous magnitudes, nay, of magnitudes in general, the concepts of which are always synthetic, can never be clear from the concepts themselves, but only from these concepts as formal conditions of the determination of objects in experience in general. And where, indeed, should we look for objects corresponding to concepts, except in experience, through which alone objects are given to us? We are able to know and characterize the possibility of things without any previous experience, but can do so merely with reference to those formal conditions under which anything at all is determined as an object in experience, and therefore we can do so entirely a priori, but nevertheless only in reference to experience and within its limits. The postulate concerning our knowledge of the actuality of things requires perception, and therefore sensation of which we are conscious. It does not, indeed, require immediate perception of the object itself, the existence of which is to be known, yet it does require a connection between it and some actual perception, according to the analogies of experience, which expound all real connections in an experience in general. In the mere concept of a thing no sign of its existence can ever be discovered. For although the concept be ever so complete, so that nothing should be wanting in it to enable us to think the B2Z72A224 225. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 237. Thing with all its own determinations, existence has nothing to do with all this. Existence has to do only with the question whether such a thing be given to us, such that its perception can even precede its concept. A concept preceding the perception signifies its mere possibility, while perception, which supplies the material for the concept, is the sole mark of actuality. It is possible, however, to know its existence even before the perception of a thing, and therefore comparatively a priori, provided it be bound up with some perceptions, in accordance with the principles of their empirical connection, the analogies. For in that case the existence of a thing is bound up at least with our perceptions in a possible experience, and, guided by our analogies, we can start from our actual perception and arrive at the thing found in the series of possible perceptions. Thus we know the existence of a magnetic matter pervading all bodies from the perception of the attracted iron filings, even though our organs are so constituted as to render an immediate perception of that matter possible. According to the laws of sensibility and the context of our perceptions, we should in an experience arrive at an immediate empirical intuition of that magnetic matter, if only our senses were more acute, for their obtuseness does not concern the form of possible experience in general. Wherever, therefore, perception and its attachments reach according to empirical laws, there also reaches our knowledge of the existence of things. But if we do not begin with experience, or do not proceed according to the laws of the empirical connection of appearances, we are only making a vain display in wanting to guess and explore the existence of anything. An important protest, however, against these rules for proving existence immediately is brought forward by idealism, and this is the proper place for its refutation. B273 274A226. 238 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Refutation of idealism. Idealism, I mean material idealism, is the theory which declares the existence of objects in space outside us as either merely doubtful and not demonstrable, or as false and impossible. The former is the problematic idealism of Descartes, who declares only one empirical assertion to be indubitable, namely, that of I am. The latter is the dogmatic idealism of Berkeley, who declares space and all things to which it belongs as an inseparable condition, as something that is in itself impossible, and declares, therefore, the things in space as mere products of the imagination. Dogmatic idealism is inevitable if we look upon space as a property that belongs to things in themselves, for in that case, space, and all of which it is a condition, is a non-entity. The ground on which that idealism rests has already been removed by us in the transcendental aesthetic. Problematic idealism, which asserts nothing about this, but only pleads our inability to prove any existence except our own by means of immediate experience, is reasonable and is in accordance with a sound philosophical mode of thought, namely, it allows no decisive judgment before a sufficient proof has been found. The required proof will have to demonstrate that we have not only imagination but also experience of external things, and this it seems can hardly be done in any other way except by proving that even our inner experience, which Descartes considers as undoubted, is possible only on the supposition of outer experience. Theorem. The mere, but empirically determined, consciousness of my own existence proves the existence of objects in space outside myself. B275. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 239. Proof. I am conscious of my own existence as determined in time, and all determination of time presupposes something permanent in perception. This permanent, however, cannot be something within me, because my existence in time can be determined only through this permanent percent the perception of this permanent. Therefore, is possible only through a thing outside me, and not through the mere representation of a thing outside me, and the determination of my existence in time is, consequently, possible only through the existence of actual things, which I perceive outside me. Now, as the consciousness in time is necessarily connected with the consciousness of the possibility of this determination of time, it is also necessarily connected with the existence of things outside me, as condition of the determination of time. In other words, the consciousness of my own existence is, at the same time, an immediate consciousness of the existence of other things outside me. Note 1. It will have been observed that in the foregoing proof, the trick played by idealism has been turned against it, and, with greater justice, idealism assumed that the only immediate experience is the inner experience, and that from it we can know more than infer external things. However, we so infer only in an untrustworthy manner, as happens whenever from given effects we infer determinate causes, for it is also quite possible that the cause of the representations which are ascribed by us it may be wrongly to external things lies within ourselves. We, however, have proved that outer experience is actually immediate asterisk, and that only by means of it inner experience, though not the consciousness of our own existence, yet its determination in asterisk the immediate consciousness of the existence of external things is not simply assumed in the preceding theorem, but proved, whether we can understand the possibility of this consciousness or not. The question with regard to that possibility would be whether we have only an inner sense, and no outer sense, but merely an outer imagination. It is clear, however, that, even in order to imagine something, that is, to present it to sense and intuition, as outer, we must have B276 277, footnote, B277 240 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Time becomes possible. No doubt, the representation I am, which expresses the consciousness that can accompany all thought, is that which immediately includes the existence of a subject, but it does not yet include a knowledge of it, and is, therefore not empirical knowledge, that is, experience of it. For such an experience we require, besides the thought of something existing, also intuition, and in this case inner intuition in respect to which, that is, to time, the subject must be determined. For that purpose external objects are indispensable, so that inner Experience is itself possible only mediately, and only through outer experience. Note 2. This view is fully confirmed by all empirical use of our faculty of knowledge in the determination of time. Not only are we unable to perceive any determination of time, except through a change in outer relations, motion, with reference to what is permanent in space, for instance, the motion of the sun, with respect to terrestrial objects, but we really have nothing permanent on which, as intuition, we could found the concept of a substance, except merely matter. And even its permanence is not derived from outer experience, but is presupposed a priori, as a necessary condition of all determination of time, and therefore also as the determination of inner sense with respect to our own existence, through the existence of external things. The consciousness of myself in the representation I is not an intuition, but a merely intellectual representation of the self-activity of a thinking subject. Hence this I is not the slightest predicate of intuition which, as permanent, might serve as the correlate for the determination of time in inner sense, such as, for instance, impenetrability is in our empirical intuition of matter. Note 3. From the fact that the existence of external objects is required for the possibility of a determinate consciousness of an outer sense, and must thus distinguish immediately the mere receptivity of an outer intuition from that spontaneity which characterizes every act of imagination. For merely to imagine an outer sense would really be to annul the faculty of intuition which is to be determined through the imagination. B278. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 241. Ourselves, it does not follow that every intuitive representation of external things involves, at the same time, their existence, for such a representation may well be the mere effect of the faculty of imagination, as in dreams as well as in madness, but it can be such an effect merely through the reproduction of former outer perceptions, which, as we have shown, is possible only through the actuality of external objects. What we wanted to prove here was only that inner experience in general is possible only through outer experience in general. Whether this or that supposed experience be purely imaginary must be settled according to its own particular determinations, and by a comparison with the criteria of all actual experience. Asterisk plus asterisk. With reference to the third postulate we find that it refers to the material necessity in existence, and not to the merely formal and logical necessity in the connection of concepts, as it is impossible that the existence of objects of the senses should ever be known entirely a priori, though it may be known comparatively a priori, namely, relative to another already given existence, and as even in that case we can only arrive at such an existence as must somewhere be contained in the context registered of the experience of which the given perception forms a part. It follows that the necessity of existence can never be known from concepts, but always only from the connection with what is actually perceived, and according to general rules of experience. Now, there is no existence that can be known as necessary under the condition of other given appearances, except the existence of effects from given causes according to the laws of causality. It is not therefore the existence of things, substances, but the existence of their state, of which alone we can know the necessity, and we can only know this from other states, which are given in perception, and according to the empirical laws of causality. Hence it follows that the criterion of necessity can only be found in the law of possible experience, namely, that everything that happens is determined a priori by its cause in appearance. We therefore, B2Z79, 288 227, 242 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, know the necessity only of those effects in nature of which the causes are given to us, and the character of necessity in existence never goes beyond the field of possible experience, and even there, it does not apply to the existence of things as substances, because such substances can never be looked upon as empirical effects, or as something that happens and arises. Necessity, therefore, concerns only the relations of appearances according to the dynamical law of causality, and the possibility founded upon it of inferring a priori from a given existence, a cause, another existence, that of an effect. Thus the principle, that everything which happens is hypothetically necessary, subjects all alteration in the world to a law, that is, to a rule of necessary existence, without which there would not even occur such a thing as nature. Hence the proposition, nothing happens by blind chance, in mundo non dater cases, comma degree is an a priori law of nature, and so is likewise the other, no necessity in nature is blind, but is always a conditional and therefore an intelligible necessity, non dater. Fatum, dot. Degree both these are laws by which the play of alterations is rendered subject to a nature of things, as appearances, or, what is the same, to that unity of the understanding in which alone they can belong to one experience, that is, to the synthetic unity of appearances. Both are dynamical principles. The former is really a consequence of the principle of causality, which is among the analogies of experience. The latter is one of the principles of modality, which adds to causal determination the concept of necessity, which itself is subject to a rule of the understanding. The principle of continuity rendered every break in the series of appearances, alterations, impossible, in mundo non dater saltus, and likewise any gap between two appearances in the sum total of our empirical intuitions in space, non dater hiatus, dot. Asterisk. For thus we may express the proposition, that nothing can enter into experience that would prove a vacuum, or that would even so much as admit a vacuum as a part of empirical synthesis. For the void, which one may conceive as lying outside the field of possible experience, that is, outside the world, can never come before the tribunal of the understanding, which has to decide. B281A 228 229. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 243. Only on such questions as concern the use to be made of given appearances for empirical knowledge. That void is in reality a problem for ideal reason, which goes beyond the sphere of a possible experience and wants to judge of that which surrounds and limits experience, and it will therefore have to be considered in our transcendental dialectic. With regard to the four propositions, in mundo non dater hiatus, non dater saltus, non dater cases, non dater fatum, it would be easy to represent each of them, as well as all principles of a transcendental origin, according to the order of the categories, and thus to assign to every one of them its proper position. But, after what has been said before, the versed and expert reader will find it easy to do this himself, and to discover the guiding method for it. They all simply agree in this, that they admit nothing in our empirical synthesis that would in any way run counter or do damage to the understanding, and the continuous coherence of all appearances, that is, to the unity of its concepts. For it is in the understanding alone that the unity of experience, in which all perceptions must have their position, becomes possible. Whether the field of possibility be larger than the field which contains everything which is actual, and whether this again be larger than the field of what is necessary. These are curious questions, the solution of which is synthetic, and yet they are to be brought before the tribunal of reason alone. For they are tantamount to the question whether all things as appearances belong to the sum total and context of a single experience, of which every given perception forms a part that hence cannot be connected with any other appearances, or whether my perceptions can ever belong to more than one possible experience. Hence, in its general connection, the understanding does nothing but give a priori to experience in general, a rule, according to the subjective and formal conditions of sensibility and apperception, which alone render experience possible. Other forms of intuition, different from space and time, and other forms of the understanding, different from the discursive form of thought or conceptual knowledge, even if they were possible, we could not. B282, 283, A230. 244 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Render in any way conceivable or comprehensible to ourselves. And even if we could, they would never belong to experience, as the only field of knowledge in which objects are given to us. Whether there be therefore other perceptions but those that belong to our whole possible experience, whether there be in fact a completely new field of matter, can never be decided by the understanding, which is only concerned with the synthesis of what is given. Moreover, the poverty of the usual inferences by which we construct a large empire of possibility, of which all that is actual, the objects of experience, forms but a small segment, is all too apparent. When we say that all that is actual is possible, we arrive, according to the logical rules of conversion, at the merely particular proposition that something possible is actual, and thus seem to imply that much is possible that is not actual. Nay, it seems as if we might extend the number of the possible beyond that of the actual, simply on the grounds that something must still be added to the possible to make it actual. But this addition to the possible I cannot recognize, because what would thus be added to the possible would be impossible. It is only to my understanding that something can be added beyond the agreement with the formal conditions of experience, and what can be added is the connection with some perception. And what ever is connected with perception, according to empirical laws, is actual, though it may not be perceived immediately. But that, in thoroughgoing connection with what is given to us in experience, there should be possible another series of appearances, and therefore more than one all-embracing experience, cannot be inferred from what is given, and it can still less be inferred if nothing is given to us, because nothing can be thought without some material. What is possible only under conditions which themselves are merely possible, is not possible in all respects. But such possibility in all respects is in question when we ask whether the possibility of things can extend further than experience can reach. I have only touched on these questions in order to leave no gap in what are commonly supposed to be the concepts of the B284, 285 AZ31, 232. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 245. Understanding. But absolute possibility, that which is valid in all respects, is no mere concept of the understanding, and can never be used empirically. It belongs to reason alone, which goes beyond all possible empirical use of the understanding. We have, therefore, only made these few critical remarks, leaving the matter itself in obscurity for the present and until we have an occasion for further treatment. And here, as I am about to conclude this fourth section and at the same time the system of all principles of the pure understanding, I think I ought to explain why I call the principles of modality postulates. I do not take this term in the sense which has been given to it by some modern philosophical writers, and which is opposed to the sense in which mathematicians take it, namely, that to postulate should mean to treat a proposition as immediately certain without proof or justification. For if we were to admit with regard to synthetic propositions, however evident they may be, that they should meet with unreserved approval without a deduction and merely on their own authority, all critique of the understanding would be at an end. And as there is no lack of bold assertions that common belief, which is no credential, does not refuse to accept, our understanding would be open to every fancy, it could not refuse its approval to claims which demand admission, though illegitimately, in the same confident tone as actual axioms. If, therefore, an a priori determination is to be synthetically added to the concept of a thing, it will be indispensable that, if not a proof, then at least a deduction of the legitimacy of such an assertion should be forthcoming. The principles of modality, however, are not objectively synthetic, because the predicates of possibility, actuality, and necessity do not in the least enlarge the concept of which they are affirmed, for they still add something to the representation of the object. But as they are, nevertheless, always synthetic, they are so only subjectively, i.e., they add to the concept of a thing, the teal, of which otherwise they say nothing, the peculiar faculty of knowledge from which it springs and in which it has its seed. B286 A233, 234. 246 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Thus if in the understanding the concept is merely connected with the formal conditions of experience, then its object is called possible. If it is connected with perception, sensation, as the matter of the senses, and through it determined by the understanding, then the object is called actual, while, if it is determined through the connection of perceptions according to concepts, then the object is called necessary. The principles of modality, therefore, predicate nothing of a concept except the action of the faculty of knowledge by which it is produced. In mathematics, a postulate means a practical proposition containing nothing but the synthesis by which we first give an object to ourselves and produce its concept, as when, for instance, we are to draw with a given line a circle on a plane from a given point. Such a proposition cannot be proved, because the procedure required for it is the very procedure by which we first produce the concept of such a figure. We may therefore with the same right postulate the principles of modality, because they never expand the concept of things asterisk in general, but only indicate the manner in which the concept was connected with our faculty of knowledge. General note on the system of the principles. It is very remarkable that we cannot understand the possibility of anything from the category alone, but must always have an intuition in order to exhibit by it the objective reality of the pure concept of the understanding. Let us take, for instance, the categories of relation. It is impossible to understand, from mere asterisk no doubt through the actuality of a thing I certainly posit more than the possibility of it, but not in the thing, for the thing can never contain more in its actuality than what is contained in its complete possibility. While its possibility is only the positing of a thing in reference to the understanding, in its empirical use, actuality is, at the same time, a connection of it with perception. B287, 288 A235, footnote, A235. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 247. Concepts alone. 1. How something can exist only as subject, and not as a mere determination of other things, that is, how it can be a substance, or 2. How, because something is, something else must be, that is, how something can ever be a cause, or 3. When there are several things, how because one of them is there, something follows for the rest, and vice versa, and how there should occur, in this way, a certain community of substances. The same applies to the other categories, as, for instance, how a thing could be one, that is, a magnitude, with many others. As long as there is no intuition, we do not know whether through the categories we think an object, indeed, whether any object can at all belong to them. And thus we see that the categories by themselves are not knowledge, but mere forms of thought, by which given intuitions are turned into knowledge. It likewise follows from this that no synthetic proposition can be made out of mere categories, as, for instance, if it is said that in everything existing there is substance, that is, something that can exist only as subject and not as a mere predicate, or that everything is a quantum, etc. Here we have really nothing whatever which would enable us to go beyond a given concept, and to connect with it another. Hence no one has ever succeeded in proving a synthetic proposition merely by pure concepts of the understanding, as, for instance, the proposition that everything which exists contingently has a cause. All that could be proved was that, without such a relation to a cause we could not comprehend the existence of what is contingent, that is, that we could not know a priori through the understanding the existence of such a thing. But from this it does not follow in the least that the same relation to a cause is also the condition of the possibility of things themselves. If the reader will go back to our proof of the principle of causality, he will perceive that we could prove it only of objects of possible experience, by saying that everything which happens, every event, presupposes a cause. We could prove it only as the principle of the possibility of experience, that is, of the knowledge of an object given in empirical intuition, but not by means of mere concepts. It is perfectly true that this proposition that B 289, 248 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, everything contingent must have a cause is nevertheless clear to everybody from mere concepts. But it should be observed that in this case the concept of the contingent no longer contains the category of modality, as something the non-existence of which can be thought, but that of relation, as something which can only exist as the consequence of something else. It thus becomes in reality an identical proposition to say that what can exist only as a consequence has its cause. And thus, when we have to give examples of contingent existence, we have always recourse to alterations, and not merely to the possibility of the thought of the opposite. Alteration, however, is an event which, as such, is possible only through a cause, the non-existence of which is therefore in itself possible. And we thus recognize contingency from the fact that something can only exist as the effect of a cause, and if therefore a thing is assumed to be contingent, it becomes a merely analytic proposition to say that it has a cause. It is still more remarkable, however, that in order to understand the possibility of things according to the categories, and thus to establish the objective reality of the latter, we require not merely intuitions but always outer intuitions. Thus, if we take, for instance, the pure concepts of relation, we find, 1, in order to give something permanent in intuition, as corresponding to the concept of substance, and thus to show the objective reality of that concept, we require an intuition in space, an intuition of matter, because space alone is determined as permanent, while it is easy enough to think the non-existence of matter, but the ancients did not infer from this its contingency. Not even the change of existence and non-existence of any given state of a thing, which constitutes all alteration, can prove the contingency of that state, as if from the actuality of its opposite. The resting of a body, for instance, following on its motion, does not yet prove the contingency of that motion just because the former is the opposite of the latter. The opposite here is opposed to the other, not really here, but only logically. In order to prove the contingency of the motion of a body, we should have to prove that, instead of the motion at the preceding point of time, it would have been possible for the body to have been at rest then, not that it is at rest afterwards, for in this case both opposites are quite consistent with each other. BCG 0, 291. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 249. Time, and therefore everything that exists in inner sense, is in a constant flow. 2. In order to exhibit alteration as the intuition corresponding to the concept of causality, we must use motion as alteration in space, for our example. Indeed, only thus can we gain an intuition of alterations the possibility of which no pure understanding can ever comprehend. Alteration is a combination of contradictorily opposed determinations in the existence of one and the same thing. Now, how it is possible that from a given state another state, opposed to it, should arise in the same thing, no reason can conceive without an example, nay, reason cannot render it comprehensible to itself without an intuition. Even this intuition, however, is that of the motion of a point in space, the presence of which in different places, as a sequence of opposite determinations, gives us, for the first time, an intuition of alteration. For in order that we may subsequently make even inner alterations thinkable, we must make time, as the form of inner sense, figuratively comprehensible to ourselves by means of a line, and the inner alteration by means of the drawing of that line, by means of motion. In other words, we must make the successive existence of ourselves in different states comprehensible by means of outer intuition. The real reason for this lies in the fact that all alteration presupposes something permanent in intuition, in order that it may itself be perceived as alteration, while no permanent intuition is to be found in inner sense. 3. And lastly, the category of community cannot, as far as its possibility is concerned, be comprehended by mere reason at all, and the objective reality of that concept, therefore, cannot possibly be understood without intuition, that is, without outer intuition in space. For how should we think the possibility that, when several substances exist, from the existence of one substance something could reciprocally follow, as an effect, for the existence of the others, and that, therefore, because there is something in the former, something must also be in the latter, which could not be understood from the existence of the latter alone? For this is necessary to establish community, though it is utterly incomprehensible among things each of which completely isolates itself. B292, 293. 250 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Through its subsistence. Leibniz, therefore, when he attributed community to the substances of the world, as thought by the understanding alone, required a deity for the mediation, for as he justly perceived, such community would have been inconceivable as springing from the existence of such substances alone. We, on the contrary, can render the possibility of such a community of substances as appearances perfectly understandable to ourselves if we represent substances in space, that is, in outer intuition. For space contains, a priori already, formal outer relations as conditions of the possibility of the real relations of action and reaction, that is, of community. It is easy to show, in the same manner, that the possibility of things as magnitudes, and therefore the objective reality of the category of magnitude, can also only be exhibited in outer intuition, and, by means of it alone, be afterwards applied to inner sense. But, in order to avoid prolixity, I must leave it to the reflection of the reader to find the examples of this. The whole of these remarks is of great importance, not only as confirming our previous refutation of idealism, but even more, in order to show us, when we come to treat of self-knowledge, by mere inner consciousness and of the determination of our own nature without the help of outer empirical intuitions, the limits of the possibility of such knowledge. The final conclusion of the whole of this section is therefore this: all principles of the pure understanding are nothing more than a priori principles of the possibility of experience, and to this possibility alone do all a priori synthetic propositions relate. Nay, their possibility itself rests entirely on this relation. B294. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 251. Transcendental Doctrine of the Power of Judgment, or Analytic of Principles. Chapter 3. Of the ground of the distinction of all objects in general into phenomena and noumena. We have now not only traversed the whole domain of the pure understanding, and carefully examined each part of it, but we have also measured its extent and assigned to everything in it its proper position. This domain, however, is an island and enclosed by nature itself within limits that can never be altered. It is the country of truth, a very charming name, but surrounded by a wide and stormy ocean, the true home of illusion, where many a fog bank and fast melting ice floe tempts us to believe in new lands, while constantly deceiving the adventurous mariner with vain hopes, and involving him in adventures which he can never abandon and yet can never bring to an end. Before we venture on this sea, in order to explore its length and breadth, and to find out whether it has anything to offer, it will be useful to glance once more at the map of that country which we are about to leave, and to ask ourselves, firstly, whether we might not be content with what it contains, nay, whether we must not be content with it, supposing that there is no solid ground anywhere else on which we could settle, secondly, by what title we possess even that domain, and may consider ourselves safe against all hostile claims. Although we have sufficiently answered these questions in the course of the analytic, a summary recapitulation of its solutions may help to strengthen our conviction by uniting all its moments in one point. We have seen that the understanding possesses everything which it draws from itself, without borrowing it from experience, for no other purpose but for use in experience. The principles of the pure understanding, whether constitutive a priori, as the mathematical, or simply regulative, as the dynamical principles. B295, 296a 236. 252 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, contain nothing but, as it were, the pure schema of possible experience. For experience derives its unity solely from the synthetic unity which the understanding imparts originally and by itself to the synthesis of imagination with reference to apperception and appearances, as data of a possible knowledge, must a priori already relate and conform to that synthetic unity. But although these rules of the understanding are not only true a priori but are the very source of all truth, that is, of the agreement of our knowledge with objects, inasmuch as they contain the ground of the possibility of experience as the sum total of all knowledge in which objects can be given to us, nevertheless we do not seem to be content with hearing only what is true, but want to know a great deal more. If, therefore, this critical investigation does not teach us any more than what, even without such subtle research, we should have practiced by ourselves in the merely empirical use of the understanding, then it would seem as if the advantages derived from it were hardly worth our labor and expense. One might reply that nothing would be more prejudicial to the expansion of our knowledge than that curiosity which, before entering upon any researches, wishes to know in advance the advantages likely to accrue from them, though we are quite unable as yet to form the least conception of such advantages, even if they were placed before our eyes. There is, however, one advantage in this transcendental investigation which can be rendered intelligible, nay, even attractive to the most troublesome and reluctant apprentice, namely, this, that the understanding, when confined merely to its empirical use and unconcerned about the sources of its own knowledge, may no doubt fare very well in other respects, but one thing it cannot achieve, namely, it can never determine for itself the limits of its use and know what is inside or outside its own sphere. It is for this purpose that such profound investigations as we have instituted are required. If the understanding cannot decide whether certain questions lie within its horizon or not, then it can never feel certain with regard to its claims and possessions, but must be prepared for many humiliating corrections, when B297a 237, 238. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 253. Constantly transgressing, as it certainly will, the limits of its own domain, and losing itself in follies and fancies, that the understanding cannot make any but an empirical, and never a transcendental, use of all its a priori principles. Indeed, of all its concepts, is a proposition that, if thoroughly understood, leads to most important consequences. What we call the transcendental use of a concept in any proposition is its being referred to things in general and in themselves, but in its empirical use it is referred merely to appearances, that is, to objects of a possible experience. That the latter use alone is admissible will be clear from the following considerations. What is required for every concept is, firstly, the logical form of a concept, of a thought, in general, and, secondly, the possibility of giving to it an object to which it refers. Without the latter, the concept has no sense, and is entirely empty, though it may still contain the logical function by which a concept can be formed out of any data. The only way in which an object can be given to a concept is in intuition, and although a pure intuition is possible a priori and before the object, yet even this pure intuition can receive its object, and with it its objective validity, only through empirical intuition, of which pure intuition is itself nothing but the form. All concepts, therefore, and with them all principles, however possible they may be a priori, refer nevertheless to empirical intuitions, that is, to data of a possible experience. Without this, they can claim no objective validity, but are a mere play, whether of the imagination or of the understanding, with their respective representations. Let us take the concepts of mathematics as an example, and take them, firstly, with regard to their pure intuitions. Although such principles as space has three dimensions, between 2 points there can be only one straight line, as well as the representation of the object with which this science is concerned, are produced in the mind a priori, yet they would mean nothing if we were not able at all times to show their meaning in appearances, empirical objects. It is for this reason that we require that an abstract concept be made sensible. That is, that its corresponding object be shown in intuition. B298, 299, A239, 240. 254 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Because otherwise the concept, as people say, is without sense. That is, without meaning. Mathematics fulfills this requirement by the construction of the figure, which is an appearance present to the senses, although constructed a priori. In the same science, the concept of magnitude finds its support and sense in number, and finds number in turn in fingers, the beads of the abacus, or in strokes and points which can be presented to our eyes. The concept itself was produced a priori, together with the synthetic principles or formulas which can be derived from such concepts. But their use and their reference to objects can nowhere be found, except in experience, the formal possibility of which those concepts contain a priori. That this is the case with all categories and with all the principles drawn from them, becomes evident from the fact that we could not define any one of them really, that is, make comprehensible the possibility of its object, registered without at once having recourse to the conditions of sensibility and so to the form of appearances, to these appearances, as their only object. These categories must therefore be restricted. For if we take away these conditions, then all meaning, that is, any reference to an object, is gone, and there is no example we could use to make it understandable to ourselves just what kind of a thing could be meant by such concepts. No one can explain the concept of magnitude in general, except, it may be, by saying that it is the determination of an object by which we may know how many times a unit is posited in it. But this how many times is based on successive repetition, that is, on time, and on the synthesis of the homogeneous in time. Reality, again, can be explained in contrast to a negation only if we think of a time as the sum total of all being, that is, either filled or empty. Were I to leave out permanence, which means existence at all times, nothing would remain in my concept of substance but the logical representation of a subject, a representation which I think I can realize by imagining something which can exist only as a subject, that is, only without being a predicate of anything. But in this case we should not only be B300, 301, A241, 243, endnote, A242. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 255. Ignorant of all conditions under which this logical distinction could belong to anything, but we should be unable to make any use of it or draw any inference from it. For no object whatever is thus determined for the use of the concept of substance, and so no one can tell whether such a concept has any meaning at all. Of the concept of cause, if I leave out time, in which some thing follows on something else by rule, I should find no more in the pure category than that it is something which enables us to infer the existence of something else. And so not only would it be impossible, through this explanation, to distinguish cause and effect from each other, but the concept of cause would possess no determination as to how it can be applied to any object, because in order to make such an inference certain conditions are required of which we know nothing. The so-called principle that everything contingent has a cause comes before us, no doubt, with great solemnity and self-assumed dignity. But if asked what you understand by contingent, and you answer something the non-existence of which is possible, I should like to know how you can recognize this possibility of non-existence. If you do not in the series of appearances represent to yourselves some kind of succession and, in this succession, an existence that follows upon non-existence, or vice versa, and consequently a change. To say that the non-existence of a thing is not self-contradictory is but a lame appeal to a merely logical condition, which, though it is necessary for the concept, yet is by no means sufficient for the real possibility of the thing. I can perfectly well remove in thought any existing substance without contradicting myself, but I can by no means infer from this the objective contingency of the substance in its existence, that is, the possibility of its non-existence in itself. As regards the concept of community, it is easy to see that as the pure categories of substance and causality admit of no explanation that would determine their object, neither could such an explanation apply to reciprocal causality in the relation of substances to one another, Siam. Asterisk as for possibility, existence, and necessity, no one has yet been able to explain them, except by a manifest tautology, as B302A244. 256 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Long as their definition was to be exclusively drawn from the pure understanding, to substitute the logical possibility of the concept, where the concept does not contradict itself, for the transcendental possibility of things, where an object corresponds to a concept, is a quibble such as could only deceive and satisfy the inexperienced asterisk. From this it follows incontestably that the pure concepts of the understanding never admit of a transcendental, but always only of an empirical use, and that the principles of the pure understanding can only be referred, with regard to the general conditions of a possible experience, to objects of the senses, and never to things in general, never without regard to the manner in which we may intuit them. The transcendental analytic has therefore yielded this important result, namely, that the understanding can a priori never do more than anticipate the form of a possible experience in general, and as nothing that is not appearance can be an object of experience, it follows that the understanding can never go beyond the limits of sensibility within which alone objects are given to us. Its principles are merely rules for the exhibition of appearances, and the proud name of ontology, which presumes to supply, in a systematic form, different kinds of synthetic a priori knowledge of things in themselves. For instance, the principle of causality must be replaced by the more modest name of a mere analytic of the pure understanding. Thought is the act of referring a given intuition to an object. If the mode of such intuition is not given, then the object is merely transcendental, and the concept of the understanding only admits of a transcendental use, namely, to produce the unity of the thought of a manifold in general, through a pure category. Asterisk in one word, none of these concepts admit of being authenticated, nor can their real possibility be established, if all sensible intuition, the only intuition which we possess, is removed, and there remains then only a logical possibility, that is, the fact that a concept, a thought, is possible. This, however, does not concern us here, but only whether the concept refers to an object and does therefore signify anything. B303, 304, A247, footnote, B303, endnote, A245, 246. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 257. Therefore, in which abstraction is made from every condition of sensible intuition, the only intuition that is possible for us, no object is determined. A pure category expresses only the thought of an object in general according to different modes. Now, if we want to use a concept, we also require a function of the power of judgment, by which an object is subsumed under the concept. And hence we require at least the formal condition under which something can be given an intuition. If this condition of the power of judgment, schema, is wanting, then all subsumption becomes impossible, for in that case nothing is given that could be summed under the concept. The merely transcendental use of categories, therefore, is in fact no use at all, and has no determinate, or even, with regard to its form, determinable object. Hence it follows that the pure category is also unfit for any synthetic for priori principle, and that the principles of the pure understanding are only of empirical but never of transcendental use, but that there can be no synthetic a priori principles at all beyond the field of possible experience. It might therefore be advisable to express ourselves as follows. The pure categories, without formal conditions of sensibility, have only a transcendental meaning, but do not admit of a transcendental use. For such use is in itself impossible, because the categories lack all the conditions of being used in judgments. That is, the formal conditions of the subsumption of any supposed object under these concepts. As, therefore, they, as merely pure categories, are not meant to be used empirically, and cannot be used transcendentally, they admit, if separated from sensibility, of no use at all, that is, they cannot be applied to any supposed object. They are, rather, nothing but the pure form both of the use of the understanding with respect to objects in general and of thought, without ever enabling us to think or determine any object through them alone. Asterisk. We are met here by an illusion that is difficult to avoid. The categories are not, as regards their origin, grounded in sensibility, like the forms of intuition, space, and time, and they seem, therefore, to admit of an application extending beyond the objects of B305, A248, endnote, A249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 258 transcendental doctrine of elements, the senses. But, on the other side, they are nothing but forms of thought, containing only the logical faculty of uniting a priori in one consciousness the manifold that is given in intuition. And the categories would therefore, if we take away from them the only intuition possible for us, have still less meaning than those pure sensible forms. Through these forms an object is at least given, while a peculiar mode of our understanding of combining the manifold signifies nothing at all unless the intuition in which the manifold can alone be given is added. Nevertheless, it seems to be implied in our very concept that if we call certain objects as appearances, beings of sense, phenomena, by distinguishing the mode in which we intuit them from the nature of those objects in themselves, then we may either take the same objects in that latter capacity, although we do not so intuit them, or take other possible things, which are not objects of our senses at all but are thought as objects merely through the understanding, and contrast them with the beings of sense, calling them beings of the understanding, noumena. The question then arises, whether our pure concepts of the understanding might not possess some meaning with regard to these beings of the understanding and constitute a mode of knowing them. At the very outset, however, we meet with an ambiguity which may cause great misapprehension. The understanding, by calling an object in one aspect merely a phenomenon, forms for itself, apart from this aspect, another representation of an object in itself, and imagines itself able to form concepts of such an object. As, then, the understanding yields no other concepts but the categories, it supposes that the object in the latter meaning can at least be thought through those pure concepts of the understanding, and it is thus induced to take the entirely indeterminate concept of a being of the understanding, as a something in general, outside our sensibility, to be a determinate concept of a being, which we might know to a certain extent through the understanding. If by noumenon we mean a thing insofar as it is not an object of our sensible intuition, and make abstraction from our mode. B306, 307. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 259. Of intuition, it may be called a noumenon in a negative sense of the term. If, however, by noumenon we mean an object of a non-sensible intuition, and admit thereby a special mode of intuition, namely, the intellectual mode which, however, is not our own, nor one of which we can understand even the possibility, then this would be the noumenon in a positive sense of the term. The doctrine of sensibility is at the same time the doctrine of noumena in the negative sense of the term, that is, the doctrine of things which the understanding must think without reference to our mode of intuition, and therefore not merely as appearances, but as things in themselves. But the understanding, at the same time as thus separating them, knows that it must not, in this new aspect, apply its categories to them. For these categories have meaning only with reference to the unity of intuitions in space and time, and can therefore a priori determine this unity only on account of the mere ideality of space and time, by means of general concepts of combination. Where this unity of time cannot be found, as in the case of the noumenon, there the whole use, indeed, the whole meaning of the categories comes to an end, because even the possibility of things that should correspond to the categories would then be incomprehensible. On this point, I need only refer the reader to what I have said at the very beginning of the general note to the previous chapter registered. The possibility of a thing can never be proved merely from the fact that its concept is not self-contradictory, but only by being supported by an intuition corresponding to it. If, therefore, we attempted to apply the categories to objects which are not considered as appearances, we should have to assume an intuition other than the sensible one, and thus the object would become a noumenon in the positive sense. As, however, such an intuition, namely, an intellectual one, is entirely beyond our faculty of knowledge, the use of the categories can likewise never reach beyond the boundary of the objects of experience. Beings of the understanding correspond no doubt to the beings of sense, and there may indeed be beings of the understanding to which are B308, 309, 260 transcendental doctrine of elements. Sensible faculty of intuition has no reference at all, but our concepts of the understanding, being mere forms of thought for our sensible intuition, do not reach thus far. And so what is called a noumenon by us must be understood in general only in a negative sense. If all thought, through categories, is taken away from empirical knowledge, no knowledge of any object remains. For nothing at All is thought through mere intuition, and the mere fact that there is within me an affection of my sensibility establishes in no way any relation of such a representation to any object. If, on the other hand, all intuition is taken away, there always remains the form of thought, that is, the mode of determining an object. For the manifold of a possible intuition, in this sense the categories may be said to extend further than sensible intuition, because they think objects in general without any regard to the special mode of sensibility in which they may be given, but they do not thus determine a larger sphere of objects, for we cannot assume that such objects can be given without presupposing the possibility of some other kind of intuition besides the sensible one. And this we are in no way justified to do. I call a concept problematic if it contains no contradiction, and if, as limiting other concepts, it is connected with other kinds of knowledge, while its objective reality cannot be known in any way. Now the concept of a noumenon, that is, of a thing which can never be thought as an object of the senses, but only as a thing in itself, solely through pure understanding, is in no way contradictory, for we cannot maintain that sensibility is the only possible kind of intuition. The concept of a noumenon is also necessary to prevent sensible intuition from extending to things in themselves, that is, in order to limit the objective validity of sensible knowledge. For all the rest to which sensible intuition does not extend is called noumenon, for the very purpose of showing that sensible knowledge cannot extend its domain over everything that can be thought by the understanding. But, after all, we cannot understand the possibility of such noumena, and the domain beyond the sphere of appearances is, to us, empty. B310A 254, 255. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 261. That is, we have an understanding which problematically extends beyond this sphere, but we have no intuition, indeed, not even the concept of a possible intuition, through which objects could be given to us outside the field of sensibility, and through which our understanding could be used assertorically beyond sensibility. The concept of a noumenon is, therefore, only a limiting concept, and intended to keep the claims of sensibility within proper bounds, and is therefore only of negative use. But it is not a mere arbitrary fiction, rather, it is closely connected with the limitation of sensibility, though incapable of positing anything positive outside the sphere of sensibility. A division of objects into phenomena and noumena, and of the world into a world of sense and a world of the understanding, is therefore quite inadmissible in a positive sense registered, although concepts may very well be divided into sensible and intellectual, for no objects can be determined for these intellectual concepts, nor can they be asserted as objectively valid. If we abandon the senses, how are we to make it conceivable that our categories, which would be the only remaining concepts for noumena, have any meaning at all, considering that in order to refer them to some object something more must be given than a mere unity of thought, namely, a possible intuition, to which the categories can be applied? With all this, the concept of a noumenon, if taken only problematically, remains not only admissible but, as a concept to limit the sphere of sensibility, indispensable. In this case, however, the noumenon is not a special, namely, intelligible object for our understanding, but an understanding to which it could belong is itself a problem, for if we ask how it could know its object, not discursively through categories, but intuitively in a nonsensible intuition of such an understanding, we cannot represent to ourselves even the bare possibility. Our understanding thus acquires a kind of negative extension, that is, it is not limited by sensibility, but, on the contrary, it limits sensibility by calling things in themselves, not considered as appearances, noumena. In doing so, it immediately proceeds to prescribe limits to itself. It admits that it cannot know these noumena by means B3XR1 312A256 262 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements of the categories, but can only think them under the name of an unknown something. In the writings of modern philosophers, however, I meet with a totally different use of the terms of mundus sensibilis and intelligibilis asterisk, deviating altogether from the meaning assigned to these terms by the ancients. In this use all difficulty seems to disappear. But the fact is that there remains nothing but a mere playing with words. In accordance with this use, some people have been pleased to call the sum total of appearances, insofar as it is intuited, the world of sense, but insofar as the connection of appearances is thought according to general laws of the understanding, they call it the world of the understanding. Theoretical astronomy, which teaches merely the observation of the starry heavens, would represent the former world, the latter, namely, a purely intelligible world, on the contrary, would be represented by contemplative astronomy, taught according to the Copernican system, or, it may be, according to Newton's laws of gravitation. But this twisting of words is a mere sophistical excuse to avoid a troublesome question by changing its meaning according to one's own convenience. Understanding and reason can indeed be applied to appearances, but it is very questionable whether they can be applied at all to an object which is not appearance but noumenon, and it is in this meaning that the object is taken when it is represented as in itself merely intelligible, that is, as given only to the understanding and not to the senses. The question, therefore, is whether, besides the empirical use of the understanding, even in the Newtonian view of the constitution of the world, a transcendental use of it is possible that has to do with the noumenon as an object, and this question we have answered negatively. Asterisk, we must not, in place of the expression mundus intelligibilis, speak of an intellectual world, as is often done in German exposition. For only knowledge can be intellectual or sensory. That, however, which can only be an object of the one or the other mode of intuition, that is, the objects themselves, must, however harsh it may sound, be called intelligible or sensible. B313A257. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 263. When we therefore say that the senses represent objects to us as they appear, and the understanding as they are, the latter is not to be taken in a transcendental, but in a purely empirical meaning, namely, as to how they, as objects of experience, must be represented in the thoroughgoing coherence of appearances, and not according to what they may be, as objects of the pure understanding, apart from their relation to possible experience, and therefore to senses in general. This will always remain unknown to us, nay, we shall never know whether such a transcendental and exceptional knowledge is possible at all, at least, as a knowledge that is subject to our ordinary categories. With us, understanding and sensibility can determine objects only in combination. If we separate them, we have intuitions without concepts, or concepts without intuitions. In both cases represent tations which we cannot refer to any determinate object. If, after all these arguments, anybody should still hesitate to Abandon the merely transcendental use of the categories, let him try an experiment with them in a synthetic proposition. An analytic proposition does not in the least advance the understanding. And as in such a proposition the understanding is only concerned with what is already thought in the concept, it does not ask whether the concept in itself has any reference to objects, or whether it signifies only the unity of thought in general, complete abstraction being made from the manner in which an object may be given. The understanding, in fact, is satisfied if it knows what is contained in the concept. It is indifferent as to what the concept may apply to. But let him try the experiment with any synthetic and so-called transcendental principle, as for instance, everything that exists as a substance or as a determination adhering to it, or everything contingent exists as an effect of some other thing, namely, its cause, etc. Now I ask, whence can the understanding take these synthetic propositions, since the concepts are to apply, not to some possible experience, but to things in themselves, noumena? Where is that third something to be found? That is always required for a synthetic proposition in order thus to connect concepts which have no logical, analytic, relation. B314, 315a 258, 259. 264 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. With one another? It will be impossible to prove such a proposition, nay even to justify the possibility of any such pure assertion, without appealing to the empirical use of the understanding and thus renouncing entirely the pure and nonsensible judgment. Thus the concept of pure and merely intelligible objects is completely lacking in all principles of its application. For we cannot think of any way in which such intelligible objects could be given, and the problematic thought, which leaves a place open for them, serves only, like empty space, to limit the sphere of empirical principles, without containing or indicating any other object of knowledge beyond that sphere. Appendix of the amphibole of the concepts of reflection. Owing to the confusion of the empirical with the transcendental use of the understanding, reflection, reflectio, is not concerned with objects themselves, in order to obtain concepts from them directly, but is a state of the mind in which we first set ourselves to discover the subjective conditions under which we can arrive at concepts. It is the consciousness of the relation of given representations to the various sources of our knowledge, and by way of such consciousness alone the relation of these representations to one another can be rightly determined. Before saying any more about our representations, the first question is this: to which faculty of knowledge do they all belong? Is it the understanding or the senses by which they are connected and compared? Many a judgment is accepted from mere habit, or made from inclination, and as no reflection precedes or even follows it critically, the judgment is supposed to have had its origin in the understanding. Not all judgments require an investigation, that is, a careful attention with regard to the grounds of their truth. For if they are immediately certain, as for instance, that between 2 points there can be only one straight line, then no closer marks of their truth than they. B316, 317a 260, 261. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 265. Themselves could be discovered. But all judgments, indeed all comparisons, require reflection, that is, a discrimination of the faculty of knowledge to which any given concepts belong. The act by which I place the comparison of representations in general side by side with the faculty of knowledge in which that comparison is made, and by which I distinguish whether these representations are compared with one another as belonging to the pure understanding or to sensible intuition, I call transcendental reflection. The relation in which the two concepts may stand to each other in one state of the mind is that of identity and difference, of agreement and opposition, of the inner and outer, and, finally, of the determinable and the determination, matter and form. The correct determination of this relation depends on the answer to the question, in which faculty of knowledge they belong to each other subjectively, sensibility or understanding. For the proper distinction of the two is of great importance with regard to the manner in which the relation must be thought. Before making any objective judgments, we compare the concepts to find in them identity of many representations under one concept, with a view to universal judgments, or difference, for producing particular judgments, or agreement and opposition which turn into affirmative and negative judgments, respectively, etc. For this reason it might seem that we ought to call these concepts concepts of comparison, conceptus comparationis. But since, when the contents of concepts and not their logical form must be considered, that is, whether the things themselves are identical or different, in agreement or in opposition, etc., all things can have a twofold relation to our faculty of knowledge, namely, either to sensibility or to the understanding, and since the manner in which they belong to one another depends on the position in which they belong, it follows that transcendental reflection, that is, the relating of given representations to one or the other class of knowledge, can alone determine their relation to one another. Whether the things are identical or different, in agreement or in opposition, etc., cannot. B318a 262. 266 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Be established at once from the concepts themselves by means of a mere comparison, comparatio, but first of all by a proper discrimination, by means of a transcendental reflection, reflectio, of that class of knowledge to which they belong. It might therefore be said that logical reflection is a mere comparison, because it abstracts from the faculty of knowledge to which any given representations belong, and treats them, insofar as they are all found in the mind, as homogeneous. However, transcendental reflection, which deals with the objects themselves, supplies the possibility of an objective comparison of representations among themselves, and it is therefore very different from logical reflection, because the faculty of knowledge to which they belong is not the same. This transcendental reflection is a duty from which no one who wishes to form a priori judgments about things can escape. We shall now take it in hand, and may thus hope to throw not just a little light on how to determine the real business of the understanding, one identity and difference, when an object is presented to us several times, but each time with the same inner determinations. Qualitas et quantitas, registered it is, as long as it is considered as an object of the pure understanding, always one and the same object, and is only one thing, not many, numeric identitas, but if the object is appearance, then a comparison of the concepts is of no consequence, and though everything may be identical with regard to the concepts, yet the difference of place of these appearances at the same time is a sufficient ground for admitting the numerical difference of the object, of the senses. Thus, though there may be no inner difference whatever, either in quality or quantity, between two drops of water, yet the fact that they may be seen at the same time in different places is sufficient to establish their numerical difference. Leibniz took appearances to be things in themselves, and so to be intelligibilia, that is, objects of the pure understanding, though, on account of the confused nature of their representations, he assigned to them the name of phenomena, and from this point of view his principle of the indiscernible, principium identitas indiscernibilium, registered could not be contested. B 319, 328 263, 264. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 267. As, however, appearances are objects of sensibility, and as the use of the understanding with regard to them is not pure but only empirical, so their plurality and numerical difference are indicated by space itself, as the condition of outer appearances. For one part of space, though it may be perfectly similar and equal to another, is still outside it, and is for this very reason a part of space different from the first which, added to it, makes a larger space, and this applies to all things which exist at the same time in different positions of space, however similar or equal they may be in other respects. To agreement and opposition. When reality is represented only by the pure understanding, realitas noumenon, then no opposition can be conceived between realities, that is, no relation, such that, when combined in one subject, they should annihilate the consequences of each other, just as 3 to 3 equals 0. The real in appearance, realitas phenomenon, on the contrary, may very well be in opposition, and when such realities are combined in one subject, one can annihilate completely or in part the consequence of the other, as in the case of two forces moving in the same straight line, each attracting or impelling a point in opposite directions, or in the case of pleasure counterbalancing a certain amount of pain. 3. The inner and the outer. In an object of the pure understanding, only that is inner which has no relation whatever, as regards its existence, to anything different from itself. The inner relations, on the contrary, of a substantia phenomenon trademark in space are nothing but relations, and the substance itself is a sum total of mere relations. We only know substance in space through the forces that are active in a space, by either drawing others to it, attraction, or by preventing others from penetrating into it, repulsion and impenetrability. Other properties constituting the concept of a substance that appears in space, and which we call matter, are unknown to us. As an object of the pure understanding, on the contrary, every substance must have inner determinations and forces bearing on its inner reality. But what other inner accidents can I think of, except those which my own inner B 321 A 265, 266, 268 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements sense presents to me, namely, something which is either itself a thinking or analogous to it. Hence Leibniz regarded all substances, because he conceived them as noumena, and even the component parts of matter, after having in his thought removed from them everything implying outer relation, and therefore also composition, as simple subjects endowed with powers of representation in a word, as monads. For matter and form. These are two concepts which are treated as the foundation of all other reflection, so inseparably are they connected with every use of the understanding. The former denotes the determinable in general, the latter its determination. Both in a purely transcendental meaning of these terms, all differences in that which is given and the mode in which it is determined being abstracted from. Logicians formerly called the universal the matter, and the specific difference the form. In every judgment the given concepts may be called the logical matter. For a judgment, and their relation, by means of the copula. The form of a judgment. In every being, its component parts, essentialia, are the matter, the mode in which they are connected in it is the essential form. With respect to things in general, unlimited reality was regarded as a matter of all possibility, and the limitation thereof, negation, as that form by which one thing is distinguished from another according to transcendental concepts. The understanding demands first that something should be given, at least in concept, in order to be able afterwards to determine it in a certain manner. In the concept of the pure understanding, therefore, matter comes before form, and Leibniz in consequence first assumed things, monads, and within them a power of representation, in order afterwards to found thereon their outer relation and the community of their states, namely, of their representations. In this way space and time, the former through the relation of substances, the latter through the connection of their determinations among themselves were possible as grounds and consequences. And so it would be indeed, if the pure understanding could be referred immediately to objects, and if space and time were determinations of things in B 322, 323 A 267. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 269. Themselves. But if they are only sensible intuitions, in which we determine all objects merely as appearances, then it follows that the form of intuition, as a subjective quality of sensibility, comes before all matter, sensations, that hence space and time precede all appearances and all data of experience, and that this form of intuition in fact renders all experience first of all possible. As an intellectualist philosopher, Leibniz could not tolerate that the form should come before things themselves and determine their possibility. A perfectly just criticism once he assumed that we intuit things as they are, though only in a confused representation. But since sensible intuition is a special subjective condition which lies a priori at the foundation of all perception, and the form of it is original, therefore the form is given by itself. And matter, or the things themselves which appear, is far from providing the true foundation, as we would have to judge if we followed mere concepts. On the contrary, the very possibility of matter presupposes a formal intuition, space and time, as given. Note on the amphibole of the concepts of reflection. I beg to be allowed to call the position which we assign to a concept, either in sensibility or in the pure understanding, its transcendental place. Thus the determination of this position, which belongs to every concept according to the difference of the use we make of it, and the directions, according to rules, for determining that place for all concepts would be called the transcendental topic. This doctrine, by always distinguishing to which faculty of knowledge each concept truly belongs, would thoroughly protect us against the surreptitious claims of the pure understanding and the delusions arising therefrom. Every concept, or every heading under which many items of knowledge belong, may be called a logical place. Upon this is based the logical topic of Aristotle, of which orators and schoolmasters could make use in order to find, under certain headings of thought, what would best suit the matter at hand, and thus, B 324, 325 A 268, 269, 270 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. To be able, with a certain appearance of thoroughness, to be pseudo-rational or to prattle on verbosely. The transcendental topic, on the contrary, contains no more than the above-mentioned four headings of all comparison and distinction. They differ from the categories because they do not serve to present the object according to what constitutes its concept, magnitude, reality, but present in all its manifoldness. Only the comparison of representations which precedes the concept of things. This comparison, however, requires first a reflection, that is, a determination of the place to which the representations of things to be compared belong, namely, whether they are thought by the pure understanding or given in appearance by sensibility. Concepts can be logically compared without our asking any questions as to where their objects belong, that is, as to whether they belong as noumena to the understanding, or as phenomena to sensibility. But if with these concepts we wish to proceed to the objects, a transcendental reflection is necessary first of all in order to determine for which faculty of knowledge they are to be objects, whether for the pure understanding or for sensibility. Without this reflection our use of these concepts would be very uncertain, and alleged synthetic principles would spring up, which critical reason cannot acknowledge and which are simply founded on a transcendental amphiboly, that is, on our founding of an object of the pure understanding with an appearance. For want of such a transcendental topic, and deceived by the amphiboly of the concepts of reflection, the celebrated Leibniz erected an intellectual system of the world, or at least he believed that he knew the inner nature of things by comparing all objects only with the understanding and with the abstract formal concepts of his thought. Our table of concepts of reflection gives us the unexpected advantage of being able to exhibit clearly the distinctive features of this peculiar way of thinking which rested on a simple misunderstanding. He compared all things with one another only by means of concepts, and naturally found no other. B326A270. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 271. Differences among them but those by which the understanding distinguishes its pure concepts from one another. The conditions of sensible intuition, which carry with them their own differences, are not considered by him as original, for sensibility was for him only a confused mode of representation, and not a separate source of representations. According to him, appearance was the representation of the thing in itself, though different, in its logical form, from knowledge through the understanding, because the appearance, with its usual absence of analysis, brings a certain admixture of collateral representations into the concept of the thing which the understanding is able to separate from it. In a word, Leibniz intellectualized appearances, just as Locke, according to his system of Muggany, if I may use such an expression, sensualized all concepts of the understanding, that is, presented them as nothing but empirical or abstracted concepts of reflection, instead of seeking in the understanding and in sensibility two totally different sources of representations which can, however, supply objectively valid judgments about things only in conjunction with one another. Each of these great men accepted but one of the two, namely, they accepted only the one which in their opinion referred immediately to things in themselves, while the other source did nothing but confuse or order the representations of the first. Leibniz, accordingly, compared the objects of the senses, taken as things in general, with one another only in the understanding. He did this, firstly, insofar as they are judged by the understanding to be either identical or different, as he considered only their concepts and not their position in intuition in which alone objects can be given, and took no account of the transcendental place of these concepts, whether the object is to be counted among appearances or among things in themselves. It could not happen otherwise than that he should extend his principle of indiscernibles, which is only valid for concepts of things in general, also to objects of the senses, mundus phenomenon, asterisk, and imagined that he was thus adding a considerable expansion to our knowledge of nature. No doubt, if I know a drop of water as a thing. B327, 328A271, 272. 272 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. In itself and in all its inner determinations, then I cannot allow that one drop is different from the other if the whole concept of the drop is identical with the drop. But if the drop of water is appearance in space, then it has its place not merely in the understanding, among concepts, but in sensible outer intuition, in space. And in this case the physical place is quite indifferent to the inner determinations of things, so that a place equals B can receive a thing which is perfectly similar or equal to another in A underscore place equals just as well as if it were internally ever so different. Difference of place by itself and without any further conditions renders the plurality and distinction of objects as appearances not only possible, but also necessary. The above so-called law, therefore, is no law of nature. It is only an analytic rule, or the comparison of things through mere concepts. Secondly, the principle that realities, as mere assertions, never logically oppose one another is a perfectly true proposition with regard to the relation of concepts, but it has no meaning whatever either as regards nature or as regards anything in itself, of which we can have no concept. The real opposition takes place when AB equals 0, that is, wherever one reality is combined with another in the same subject and one cancels out the effect of the other. This is constantly brought before our eyes in nature by all impediments and reactions which, as depending on forces, must be called realitates phenomena. General mechanics can even give us the empirical condition of this opposition in a priori rule, by attending to the opposition of directions, a condition of which the transcendental concept of reality knows nothing. Although Herr von Leibniz himself did not announce this proposition with all the pomp of a new principle, he yet made use of it for new assertions, and his followers expressly inserted it in their system of the Leibniz-Wolfian philosophy. According to this principle all evils, for example, are nothing but the consequences of the limitations of created beings, that is, they are negations, because these alone can be in opposition with reality, which is perfectly true in the mere concept of a thing in general, but not in things as appearances. In like manner, the B329A273 Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 273 followers of Leibniz consider it not only possible but even natural to unite all reality, without fear of opposition, in one being. For the only opposition they know is that of contradiction, by which the concept of a thing is itself removed, while they ignore that of reciprocal action and reaction, when one real cause removes the effect of another in opposition which we can only represent to ourselves when the conditions are given in sensibility. Thirdly, the Leibnizian monadology has no other foundation than the fact that this philosopher represented the distinction of the inner and the outer merely in relation to the understanding. Substances must have something inner, which is free from all outer relations, and therefore also from composition. The simple, therefore, is the foundation of what is inner in things in themselves. That which is inner in the state of substances, however, cannot consist in place, shape, contact, or motion, all these determinations being outer relations, and we cannot, therefore, ascribe to substances any other inner state but that through which we ourselves internally determine our sense, namely, the state of representations. In such a way the monads were completed, they were to form the basic substance of the whole universe, but their active force consists only in representations, whereby they are, strictly speaking, efficacious merely within themselves. For this reason its principle of the possible community of substances among one another could only be pre-established harmony, and not a physical influence. For, as everything is actively occupied only internally, that is, with its own representations, the state of representations in one substance could not be an effective connection with that of another. Rather, there had to be a third cause, exercising its influence on all substances and making their states correspond to one another, not indeed by an occasional assistance given in each particular case, system assistenti, but through the unity of the idea of a cause valid for all substances, in which idea they must one and all receive their existence and permanence, and therefore also their reciprocal correspondence among one another according to general laws. B 330, 331a 274, 275. 274 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Fourthly, Leibniz' celebrated doctrine of space and time, in which he intellectualized these forms of sensibility, arose entirely from the same delusion of transcendental reflection. If by means of mere understanding I want to represent the outer relations of things, I can do this only by means of the concept of their reciprocal action, and if I want to connect one state with another state of the same thing, this is possible only in the order of grounds and consequences. Thus it happened that Leibniz conceived space as a certain order in the community of substances, and time as the dynamical sequence of their states. That which space and time seem to possess as proper to themselves and independent of things, he ascribed to the confusion of these concepts, which led to the fact that what is a mere form of dynamical relations was mistaken for a particular self-subsistent intuition, antecedent to the things themselves. Thus space and time became for him the intelligible form of the connection of things, substances and their states, in themselves, and things were intelligible substances, substantia numina. Nevertheless he tried to make these concepts valid for appearances, because he would not concede to sensibility any independent kind of intuition of its own, but ascribed all, even the empirical, representation of objects to the understanding, leaving to the senses nothing but the contemptible task of confusing and mutilating the representations of the understanding. But even if we could say something synthetically through the pure understanding about things in themselves, which however is simply impossible, then this could still never be referred to appearances, because these do not represent things in themselves. In such a case, therefore, we should have to compare our concepts, in a transcendental reflection, only under the conditions of sensibility, and thus space and time would never be determinations of things in themselves but of appearances. What things may be in themselves we do not know, nor need we care to know, because, after all, a thing can never come before me otherwise than as an appearance. The remaining concepts of reflection have to be treated in the B 332, 333a 276, 277. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 275. Same manner. Matter is substantia phenomenon. Asterisk what may belong to it internally I seek in all parts of space occupied by it, and in all effects produced by it, all of which, however, can only ever be appearances of outer senses. I have, therefore, nothing that is absolutely, but only something that is comparatively internal, and this consists itself of outer relations. That which, according to the pure understanding, should be the absolutely internal of matter is a mere phantom, for matter is never an object of the pure understanding, while the transcendental object, which may be the ground of the appearance that we call matter, is a mere something of which we could not even understand what it is, even though somebody should tell us. We cannot understand anything except that which carries with it an intuition something corresponding to our words. If the complaint that we have no insight whatever into the inner of things means that we do not comprehend by means of the pure understanding what the things which appear to us may be in themselves, then it seems totally unjust and unreasonable, for it wants that we should be able to know and therefore to intuit things without senses, that is, that we should possess a faculty of knowledge totally different from the human one, not only in degree but even in kind and in its intuition, in fact, that we should not be human, but be beings, of whom we ourselves could not say whether they are even possible, much less what they would be like. Observation and analysis of appearances enter into the inner realm of nature, and no one can say how far this may go in time. Those transcendental questions, however, which go beyond nature would, nevertheless, remain unanswerable, even if the whole of nature were revealed to us. For it is not given to us to observe even our own mind with any intuition but that of our inner sense. In it lies the mystery of the origin of our sensibility. The relation of sensibility to an object, and the transcendental ground of that unity, are no doubt far too deeply hidden for us, who can know even ourselves only by means of inner sense, that is, as appearance, and we shall never be able to use the same imperfect instrument of our investigation in order to find anything but appearances over and over. B 334a 278. 276 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Again, eager as we are to seek the nonsensible cause of these appearances, what renders this critique of conclusions drawn by means of mere acts of reflection extremely useful is that it shows distinctly the nullity of all conclusions with regard to objects compared with one another solely in the understanding, and that it confirms at the same time what we have so strongly insisted on, namely, that appearances, though they cannot be included as things in themselves among the objects of the pure understanding, are nevertheless the only objects in relation to which our knowledge can possess objective reality, that is, where intuition corresponds to concepts. If we reflect merely logically, we only compare concepts among themselves in our understanding, trying to find out whether both have exactly the same contents, whether they contradict each other or not, whether something is contained in a concept or is added to it, and which of the two is given and which may only be a mode of thinking a given one. But if I apply these concepts to an object in general, in the transcendental sense, without determining whether it is an object of sensible or intellectual intuition, then certain limitations appear at once, warning us not to go outside this concept, which upset all empirical use of these concepts, and which thus prove that the representation of an object as a thing in general is not only insufficient, but, when taken without sensible determination, and independently of any empirical conditions, self-contradictory. They prove, therefore, that it is necessary either to abstract from any and every object, as we do in logic, or, if we admit an object, to think it under the conditions of sensible intuition. And so they prove that the intelligible would require a quite peculiar intuition which we do not possess, and that, without it, the intelligible would be nothing for us, while, on the contrary, appearances could never be things in themselves. For if I think to myself merely things in general, the difference of outer relations cannot, it is true, constitute a difference of the things themselves, but rather presupposes it, and, if the concept of one thing does not differ at all internally. 1b 335, 336 a 279, 280. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 277. From that of another, then I am only positing one and the same thing in different relations. Furthermore, by adding a mere affirmation, reality, to another, the positive in it is indeed augmented, and nothing is removed or cancelled out, so that we see that the real in things in general can never be in opposition with itself, etc. Asterisk plus asterisk. A certain misunderstanding of these concepts of reflection has, as we have shown, exercised so great an influence on the use of the understanding as to mislead even one of the most acute philosophers to the adoption of a supposed system of intellectual knowledge, which undertakes to determine its objects without the intervention of the senses. For this reason, the exposition of the cause that deceives us in the amphibole of these concepts, as the origin of false principles, is of great utility in determining and securing the true limits of the understanding. It is no doubt true that what generally belongs to or contradicts a concept also belongs to or contradicts every particular which is contained under it, dictum de omni et nihilo, but it would be wrong to change this logical principle so as to make it say, whatever is not contained in a general concept is also not contained in the particular concept standing under it, for these are particular concepts for the very reason that they contain more than is thought in the general concept. Nevertheless, the whole intellectual system of Leibniz is built upon this latter principle, and so his system and this principle collapse at the same time, together with all ambiguity in the use of the understanding that had its origin in it. Leibniz's principle of indiscernibles is really based on the presupposition that if a certain distinction is not to be found in the concept of a thing in general, then it could also not be met with in the things themselves, and that therefore all things that are not already distinguished from one another in their concepts, as to quality or quantity, are perfectly the same, numero idem, dot asterisk. And because in the mere concept of any one thing we abstract, B337 A281, 278 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, from some necessary conditions of its intuition, it is rashly concluded that what one has here abstracted from cannot really be found anywhere at all, and nothing is allowed to a thing, except that which is contained in its concept. The concept of a cubic foot of space, wherever and however many times I may think it, is in itself perfectly the same. But two cubic feet are nevertheless distinguished in space, by their places alone, numero diversa, and these places are conditions of the intuition in which the object of our concept is given, and which, though they do not belong to the concept, belong nevertheless to the whole of sensibility. In a similar manner, there is no conflict in the concept of a thing unless something negative is combined with something affirmative, and merely affirmative concepts, if combined, cannot neutralize one another. But in sensible intuition, where we have to deal with reality, for instance, motion, we find conditions, opposite directions, from which we were abstracting in the concept of motion in general, and which render possible an opposition, not, however, a logical one, and from mere positives produce a 0 equals 0, and it would be wrong to say that all reality must be in perfect agreement, because there is no opposition between its concepts asterisk according to mere concepts, the inner is the substratum of all relational or outer determinations. If, therefore, I abstract from all conditions of intuition, and confine myself solely to the concept of a thing in general, then I can abstract from all outer relations, and yet there must remain the concept of something which signifies no relation, but only inner determination. From this it might seem to follow that there exists in everything, substance, some thing which is absolutely internal, preceding all outer determi. Asterisk if one wished to use here the usual subterfuge that realitates noumena at least cannot oppose one another, it would be necessary to produce an example of such pure and sense-free reality as to enable us to see whether it represents something or nothing at all. No example, however, can be produced, except from experience, which never offers us anything but phenomena, so that this proposition means really nothing but that a concept which only contains affirmation contains nothing negative, a proposition that we have never doubted. 1b 338, 339 a282, 283, footnote, b339 a283. Transcendental logic, transcendental analytic 279. Nations inasmuch as it first renders them possible. Hence it might also seem that the substratum, as no longer containing any outer relations, must therefore be simple, for corporeal things are always only relations, at least of their parts external to one another. And as we know of no entirely inner determinations beyond those given through our inner sense, it seems that this substratum is not only simple, but likewise, according to the analogy of our inner sense, determined through representations, so that all things would be really monads, or simple beings, endowed with representations. All this would be perfectly true, were it not that beyond the concept of a thing in general some thing more is required for the conditions under which alone objects of outer intuition can be given to us, conditions from which the pure concept abstracts. But we see, on the contrary, that a permanent appearance in space, impenetrable extension, can contain only relations without anything that is absolutely internal, and yet be the first substratum of all outer perception. It is true that by mere concepts we cannot think something outer without something inner, because concepts of relation presuppose things which are absolutely given and are impossible without them. But as in intuition something is contained which does not lie at all in the mere concept of a thing in general, and as it is this which supplies the substratum that could never be known through mere concepts, namely, a space which, with all that is contained in it, consists of nothing but formal or, it may be, also, real relations. I am not allowed to say that, because no thing can be represented through mere concepts without something absolutely inner, there could not be in the things themselves that are contained under these concepts, and in their intuition, anything outer without a foundation of something absolutely internal. For if we abstract from all conditions of intuition, then, no doubt nothing remains in the mere concept but the inner in general, with its own internal relations, through which alone the outer is possible. This necessity, however, which is grounded solely on abstraction, does not apply to things insofar as they are given in intuition with determinations that express mere B340, 341 A284, 285. 280 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Relations, without having for their foundation anything inner. And this for the simple reason that such things are merely appearances, and not things in themselves. Whatever we may know of matter is nothing but relations, what we call inner determinations, are but comparatively internal, but there are among these relations some which are independent and permanent, and through which a determinate object is given to us. The fact that, when abstracting from these relations, have nothing left to think, does not remove the concept of a thing as appearance, nor the concept of an object in abstracto. But it does remove any possibility of an object determinable through mere concepts, that is, of a noumenon. It is no doubt startling to hear that a thing should consist entirely of relations, but such a thing as we speak of is mere appearance and can never be thought through pure categories. This thing itself consists in the mere relation of some thing in general to our senses. In the same manner, it is impossible for us to represent the relations of things in abstracto, as long as we deal with mere concepts, in any other way than that one concept should be the cause of determinations in the other, for this is the very concept our understanding has with regard to relations. But as in this case we make abstraction from all intuition, we lose a whole manner in which the manifold components can determine the place for one another, that is, the form of sensibility, space, though in truth it precedes all empirical causality. If by merely intelligible objects we understand those things that are thought through pure categories, without any schema of sensibility, then such objects are simply impossible. The condition of the objective use of all concepts of our understanding is simply the kind of sensible intuition that we have, through which objects are given to us, and if we abstract from this intuition, those concepts have no relation whatever to any object. Indeed, even if we admitted a kind of intuition different from the sensible one, our functions of thought would have no meaning with regard to it. If, on the contrary, we only mean objects of a non-sensible intuition, to which our categories do not apply, and B342A286, Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 281, of which we can have no knowledge whatever, neither intuition nor concept, then there is no reason why noumena, in this merely negative meaning, should not be admitted. For in this case we mean nothing more than this, that our kind of intuition does not embrace all things, but only objects of our senses, that, consequently, its objective validity is limited, and room is left for some other kind of intuition, and so also for things as objects of it. But in that case the concept of a noumenon is problematic. That is, it is then the representation of a thing of which we can neither say that it is possible nor that it is impossible. For we know of no other kind of intuition but our sensible one, or of any kind of concept but of our categories, yet neither of them is applicable to any extrasensible object. We cannot, therefore, extend in a positive way the field of the objects of our thought beyond the conditions of our sensibility, or assume that besides appearances there exist also objects of pure thought, that is, noumena, simply because these objects do not possess any positive meaning that could be pointed out. For we must admit that the categories by themselves are not yet sufficient for a knowledge of things in themselves, and that without the data of sensibility, they would be nothing but subjective forms of unity of the understanding, and be without an object. We do not say that thought is in itself a product of the senses and therefore limited by them. But it does not follow that therefore thought, without the aid of sensibility, has its own pure use, since it would then be without an object. Nor would it be right to call the noumenon such an object of the pure understanding, for the noumenon signifies the problematic concept of an object for an intuition and an understanding totally different from our own, of an object. Therefore, that is itself a problem. Hence the concept of the noumenon is not the concept of an object, but only a problem, inseparable from the limitation of our sensibility, as to whether there may not be objects entirely independent of the intuition of this sensibility. This is a question that can only be answered in an uncertain way, by saying that since sensible intuition does not embrace all things without distinction, there remains a place. B343, 344A 287, 288. 282 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Open for other and different objects, which therefore cannot be absolutely denied, but they also cannot be asserted as objects of our understanding, because there is no determinate concept for them, our categories being unfit for that purpose. The understanding, accordingly, limits sensibility, but without expanding thereby its own sphere. By warning sensibility that it must never claim to apply to things in themselves, but only to appearances, it forms the thought of an object in itself, but only as a transcendental object. This object is the cause of appearance, therefore not itself appearance, and cannot be thought as magnitude, or as reality, or as substance, etc., because these concepts require sensible forms in which to determine an object. Of this object, therefore, it must always remain unknown whether it is to be found only within us, or also without us, and whether, if sensibility were removed, it would vanish or remain. If we wish to call this object noumenon, because the representation of it is not sensible, then we are at liberty to do so. But as we cannot apply to it any of the concepts of our understanding, such a representation remains empty for us, serving no purpose other than that of indicating the limits of our sensible knowledge, and of leaving at the same time an open space which we can fill neither through possible experience nor through the pure understanding. The critique of this pure understanding does not, therefore, allow us to create a new sphere of objects beyond those which can come before it as appearances, or to stray into intelligible worlds, or even into the concept of such. The mistake which leads to this in the most plausible manner, and which, though excusable, can never be justified, consists in making the use of the understanding, contrary to its very intention, transcendental. And thus objects, that is, possible intuitions, are made to conform to concepts, not concepts to possible intuitions, as that on which alone their objective validity can rest. The cause of this mistake, in turn, is that apperception, and with it thought, precede every possible determinate arrangement of representations. Consequently, we think something in general, and determine it on the B345A289. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Analytic 283. One hand sensibly, and yet distinguish the universal object represented in abstracto from this particular mode of sensible intuition. Thus there remains to us a mode of determining the object merely through thought, and although this mode of determining is a mere logical form without any content, yet it seems to us to be a mode in which the object exists in itself. Noumenon, without regard to the intuition which is restricted to our senses. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Before leaving this transcendental analytic, we have to add something which, though in itself of no particular importance, may yet seem to be requisite for the completeness of the system. The highest concept from which all transcendental philosophy usually begins is the division into the possible and the impossible. But, as all division presupposes a divided concept, a higher concept is required, and this is the concept of an object in general. taken as problematic, it being left undecided whether it be some thing or nothing. As the categories are the only concepts which refer to objects in general, the distinction whether an object is something or nothing must proceed according to the order and direction of the categories. One opposed to the concepts of all, many and one, there is the concept which cancels everything, that is, none, and thus the object of a concept to which no intuition can be found to correspond is equals nothing, that is, it is a concept without an object, as are the noumena, which cannot be counted among the possibilities, though they are not therefore claimed to be impossible either. And rationes, degree or, as certain fundamental forces, which have newly been thought, and thought indeed without contradiction, are nonetheless thought independently of any example from experience, and must not, therefore, be counted among the possibilities. To reality is something, negation is nothing, namely, it is the concept of the absence of an object, such as shadow or cold, nihil. Privativum. Degree. B346, 347 ASCO, 291. 284 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. 3. The mere form of intuition, without substance, is in itself no object, but is the merely formal condition of an object, as appearance, such as pure space and pure time, and imagine are. These, though they are something, as forms of intuition, are not themselves objects which are intuited. 4. The object of a concept which contradicts itself is nothing. Because the concept is nothing, it is the impossible, such as a two-sided rectilinear figure, nihil negativum. Trademark. A table showing this division of the concept of nothing, the corresponding division of the concept of something follows automatically, would therefore have to be arranged as follows. Nothing. As I. Empty concept without an object. And rationes. 2-3. Empty object empty intuition. Of a concept, without an object. Nihil privativum. And imaginarium. 4. Empty object without a concept. Nihil negativum. We see that the ens rationes, number 1, is distinguished from the angel negativum, number 4, in that the former cannot be counted among the possibilities, being the result of mere fancy, although not self-contradictory, while the latter is opposed to possibility in that the concept cancels itself. Both, however, are empty concepts. The nihil privativum, number 2, and the ens imaginarium, no. 3, are, on the contrary, empty data for concepts. It would be impossible to represent to ourselves darkness, unless light had been given to the senses, or space, unless extended beings had been perceived. Negation as well as the mere form of intuition are, without something real, no objects. B348, 349a292. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 285. Transcendental Logic. Second Division. Transcendental Dialectic. Introduction. I. Of Transcendental Illusion. We have already called dialectic in general a logic of illusion. This does not mean that it is a doctrine of probability, for probability is a truth, known however through insufficient grounds, the knowledge of which is therefore deficient, but not deceptive, and hence is not to be separated from the analytic part of logic. Still less can appearance and illusion be taken as identical. For truth or illusion are not in the objects insofar as they are intuited, but in the judgments made about them insofar as they are thought. It is therefore quite right to say that the senses do not err, not because they always judge rightly, but because they do not judge at all. Truth and error, therefore, and consequently also illusion is that which leads us to error, are only to be found in our judgments, that is, in the relation of an object to our understanding. No error exists in any knowledge which completely accords with the laws of our understanding. Nor can there be an error in a representation of the senses, because it contains no judgment whatever. No force of nature can of itself deviate from its own laws. Thus neither the understanding, by itself, without the influence of another cause, nor the senses, by themselves would err. The understanding would not err, because as long as it acts according to its own laws the effect, the judgment, must necessarily agree with these laws, and the formal test of all truth consists in this agreement with the laws of the understanding. The senses cannot err because there is in them no judgment at all, whether true or false. Now as we have no other sources of knowledge but these two, it follows that B358-293, 294, 286 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Error can only arise through the unperceived influence of the sensibility on the understanding. Through this influence it happens that subjective grounds of judgment become mixed up with the objective ones and cause them to deviate from their destination asterisk just as a body in motion would, if left to itself, always follow a straight line in the same direction, but is sent into a curvilinear motion if another force acting in another direction influences it at the same time. In order to distinguish the specific action of the understanding from that other force which is mixed up with it, it will be necessary to look upon an erroneous judgment as the diagonal between two forces which determine the judgment in two different directions, enclosing, as it were, an angle, and to resolve this composite action into the simple ones of the understanding and of sensibility. In the case of pure a priori judgments this must be done by transcendental reflection, whereby, as we have already shown, every representation is assigned its position in the faculty of knowledge corresponding to it, and whereby the influence of sensibility upon the understanding is therefore likewise distinguished. It is not at present our business to treat of empirical, for instance, optical illusion, which occurs in the empirical use of otherwise correct rules of the understanding, and through which, owing to the influence of imagination, our power of judgment is misled. We have to deal here with nothing but the transcendental illusion, which exerts its influence on principles never even intended to be used in experience, an experience which would otherwise at least have given us a touchstone of their correctness. On the contrary, transcendental illusion, in spite of all the warnings of criticism, carries us far beyond the empirical use of the categories, and deludes us with the mere dream of an extension of pure understanding. All principles the application of which is entirely confined within the limits of possible experience we sensibility, if subordinated to the understanding, as the object upon which it exercises its function, is the source of real knowledge, but the same sensibility, if it influences the action of the understanding itself and leads it on to make a judgment, is the ground of error. B351, 352a295, 296. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 287. Shall call immanent principles, those, on the contrary, which tend to transgress these limits, transcendent principles. I do not mean by these latter the transcendental use or abuse of the categories, which is a mere error of the power of the judgment when it is not sufficiently subdued by criticism, and so is not sufficiently attentive to the limits of the sphere within which alone our pure understanding is allowed full play. Rather, I mean actual principles which call upon us to break down all those barriers, and to claim a perfectly new territory which does not recognize any demarcation at all. Thus transcendental and transcendent do not mean the same. The principles of the pure understanding that we explained before are meant to be only of empirical, and not of transcendental use, that is, of a use extending beyond the limits of experience. A principle, on the contrary, which removes these limits, nay, insists that we transgress them, is called transcendent. If our critique succeeds in laying bare the illusion in these alleged principles, then the other principles of a merely empirical use may, in opposition to the former, be called immanent principles of the pure understanding. Logical illusion, which consists in a mere imitation of the form of reason, the illusion of fallacious inferences, arises entirely from want of attention to logical rules. It disappears at once when our attention is roused with respect to the case before us. Transcendental illusion, on the contrary, does not cease even after it has been uncovered and its worthlessness clearly revealed by transcendental criticism. For instance, the illusion inherent in the proposition, the world must have a beginning in time. The cause of this is that there exists in our reason, considered subjectively as a faculty of human knowledge, fundamental rules and maxims of its use, which have the appearance of objective principles. And this leads us to regard the subjective necessity of a certain connection of our concepts for the benefit of the understanding as an objective necessity in the determination of things in themselves. This illusion is as impossible to avoid as it is to prevent the sea from appearing to us higher at a horizon than at the shore, because we see the horizon through higher rays of 1b 353, 354a 297, NE ins ed 1f, 288 transcendental doctrine of elements. Light, or, better yet, to prevent the moon from appearing, even to an astronomer, larger at its rising, although he is not deceived by this illusion. Transcendental dialectic must, therefore, be content to uncover the illusion of transcendental judgments and at the same time guard against its deceptions. But it will never succeed in removing this transcendental illusion, like the logical illusion, and in putting an end to it altogether. For here we have to deal with a natural and inevitable illusion, which itself rests on subjective principles and imputes them to us as objective ones, while logical dialectic, in removing fallacious inferences, has to deal merely with a mistake in the compliance with principles, or with an artificial illusion produced by imitating such inferences. There exists, therefore, a natural and unavoidable dialectic of pure reason, not one in which a mere bungler might get entangled for want of knowledge, or one which a sophist might artificially devise to confuse rational people, but one that is adherent to and inseparable from human reason, and which, even after this deception has been exposed, will never cease to play tricks on our reason, and continually precipitate it into momentary aberrations such as require to be removed again and again. 2. Of pure reason as the seat of transcendental illusion. A. Of reason in general. All our knowledge begins with the senses, proceeds thence to the understanding, and ends with reason. There is nothing higher in us than reason for working on the material of intuition and bringing it under the highest unity of thought. As it here becomes necessary to give an explanation of this supreme faculty of knowledge, I begin to feel considerable misgivings. There is of reason, as there is of the understanding, a purely formal, that is, logical. 1b 355a 298, 299. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 289. Use, in which reason abstracts from all contents of knowledge. But there is also a real use, insofar as reason itself contains the origin of certain concepts and principles which it has not borrowed either from the senses or from the understanding. The former faculty has long since been defined by logicians as the faculty of making mediate inferences, as distinct from immediate ones, consequentia immediati. But this definition does not help us to understand the latter, which itself produces concepts. As this brings us face to face with the division of reason into a logical and a transcendental faculty, we must look for a higher concept for the source of knowledge, which would include both concepts under itself. However, following the analogy of the concepts of the understanding, we may expect that the logical concept will give us the key to the transcendental concept, and that the table of the functions of the former will at once give us the genealogical tree of the concepts of reason. In the first part of our transcendental logic we explained the understanding is our faculty of rules, and we now distinguish reason from understanding by calling it the faculty of principles. The term principle is ambiguous, and commonly signifies only a kind of knowledge that may be used as a principle, although in itself and according to its origin it is no principle at all. Every universal proposition, even though it may have been derived from experience, by induction, may serve as a major premise in a syllogism, but it is not on that account a principle. Mathematical axioms, for instance, that between 2 points there can be only one straight line, constitute even universal a priori knowledge, and may therefore, relative to the cases which can be subsumed under them, rightly be called principles. Nevertheless, it would be wrong to say that we know this property of a straight line, in general and in itself, from principles, for it is known only in pure intuition. I shall therefore call knowledge from principles that knowledge alone wherein we know a particular in the universal through concepts. Thus every syllogism is a form of deducing knowledge. B 356, 357a 300. 290 equals transcendental doctrine of elements. From a principle. For the major premise always gives a concept, which enables us to know, according to a principle, everything that is subsumed under the condition of this concept. As every universal knowledge may serve as a major premise in such a syllogism, and as the understanding supplies such universal propositions a priori, these propositions may, no doubt, be called principles with respect to their possible use. But, if we consider these principles of the pure understanding in themselves according to their origin, we find that they are anything rather than knowledge from concepts. They would not even be possible a priori unless we relied on pure intuition, in mathematics, or on conditions of a possible experience in general. That everything which happens as a cause can by no means be inferred from the concept of that which happens. On the contrary, the principle shows in what manner alone we can first obtain a determinate empirical concept of that which happens. It is impossible, therefore, for the understanding to supply us with synthetic knowledge from concepts, and it is really that kind of knowledge which I call principles absolutely, while all universal propositions in general may be called comparative principles. It is an old wish which at some future time, however distant, may be realized, namely, that instead of the endless variety of civil laws, their principles might be discovered, for therein alone lies the secret of simplifying, as they say, legislation. Such laws, however, are only limitations of our freedom under conditions, by which it completely harmonizes with itself, and so they refer to something which is entirely our own work, and of which we ourselves can, through these concepts, be the cause. But that objects in themselves, and the nature of things, should be subject to principles and be determined according to mere concepts is, if not impossible, at all events extremely nonsensical. But be that as it may, for on this point we still have all the work of investigation to do, so much at least is clear, that knowledge from principles, in themselves, is something totally different from mere knowledge of the understanding. Knowledge of the under. B358A3 Zor, 302. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 291. Standing, in the form of a principle, can no doubt precede other knowledge, but in itself, insofar as it is synthetic, it is not based on mere thought, nor does it contain a universal according to concepts. If the understanding is a faculty for producing unity of AP, is according to rules, then reason is a faculty for producing unity of the rules of the understanding under principles. Reason, therefore, at first never looks directly to experience, nor to any object, but to the understanding in order to impart to its manifold kinds of knowledge in a priori unity through concepts. A unity which may be called the unity of reason and which is very different from the unity which can be produced by the understanding. This is the universal concept of the faculty of reason, insofar as it was possible to make it understandable without the help of illustrations, which are to be given later. B. Of the logical use of reason. A distinction is commonly made between what is immediately known and what is only inferred. That in a figure bounded by 3 straight lines there are 3 angles is known immediately. But that these angles together are equal to 2 right angles is only inferred. As we are constantly obliged to make inferences, we grow so accustomed to it that in the end we no longer notice this distinction, and often, as in the case of the so-called deception of the senses, mistake what we have only inferred for something perceived immediately. In every syllogism there is first one fundamental proposition, one other, namely the conclusion, which is drawn from it, and lastly, the inference, consequence, according to which the truth of the latter is inevitably connected with the truth of the former. If the inferred judgment is already so contained in the first judgment that it can be derived from it, without the mediation of a third representation, then the B359, 368, 303, 292 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Inference is called immediate, consequentia immediata, one should prefer to call it an inference of the understanding. But if, besides the fundamental proposition, another judgment is required to bring out the conclusion, then the inference is called an inference of reason or syllogism. In the proposition, all human beings are mortal, the following propositions are contained: some human beings are mortal, or some mortals are human beings, or nothing that is immortal is a human being, and these are, therefore, immediate conclusions from the first. The proposition, on the contrary, all scholars are mortal, is not contained in the fundamental judgment, because the concept of scholars does not occur in it, and can only be inferred from it by means of an intermediate judgment. In every syllogism I first think a rule, minor, by means of the understanding. I then subsume some specific knowledge under the condition of the rule, minor, by means of the power of judgment. And I finally determine my knowledge through the predicate of the rule, conclusio, that is, a priori through reason. It is therefore the relation, represented by the major premise as the rule, between knowledge and its condition, that constitutes the different kinds of syllogism. Syllogisms are therefore threefold, like all judgments, insofar as they differ from one another, in the manner in which they express the relation of a given knowledge in the understanding, namely, they are either categorical, hypothetical or disjunctive. If, as often happens, the conclusion is put forward as a judge meant in order to see whether it does not follow from judgments already given, through which a quite different object is thought dash. Then I try to find in the understanding the assertion of this conclusion, in order to see whether it does not occur in it under certain conditions according to a universal rule. If I find such a condition, and if the object of the conclusion can be subsumed under the given condition, then that conclusion is inferred from the rule which is also valid for other objects of knowledge. Thus, we see that reason, in forming inferences, tries to reduce the great manifold of knowledge of the understanding to the smallest. B36 RA 304, 305. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 293. Number of principles, universal conditions, and thereby to produce in it the highest unity. C. Of the pure use of reason. The question to which we have at present to give an answer, though only a preliminary one, is this: can we isolate reason? And does it then by itself still constitute an independent source of concepts and judgments which spring from it alone and through which it has reference to objects, or is it then merely a subordinate faculty for imparting a certain form to a given knowledge, namely, a logical form, whereby the understandings, items of knowledge are only subordinated to one another, and lower rules subordinated to higher ones, those, the condition of, which includes in its sphere the condition of the lower, insofar as this can be done by comparing them. Manifoldness of rules and unity of principles is indeed a requirement of reason, for the purpose of bringing the understanding into thoroughgoing coherence with itself, just as the understanding brings the fold of intuition under concepts and thus brings intuition into connection. Such a principle, however, prescribes no law to objects, nor does it contain the ground for the possibility of knowing and determining them as objects at all. It is merely a subjective law for the management of the possessions of our understanding, having the purpose to reduce its universally used concepts, by means of comparing them, to their smallest possible number, but this does not give us a right to demand from the objects themselves such a uniformity as might minister to the comfort and the expansion of our understanding, or to ascribe to that maxim any objective validity. In a word, the question is, does reason in itself, that is, pure reason, contain a priori synthetic principles and rules, and what may these principles consist in? The formal and logical procedure of reason in syllogisms gives B362, 363A 306, 294 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements, a sufficient guidance as to the ground on which the transcendental principle of synthetic knowledge through pure reason is likely to rest. Firstly, a syllogism, as a function of reason, does not concern itself with intuitions in order to bring them under rules, as the understanding does with its categories, but concerns itself with concepts and judgments. Although pure reason does concern itself with objects, it has no immediate relation to them and their intuition, but only to the understanding and its judgments. These At first turn to the senses and their intuition, so as to determine their object. Unity of reason, therefore, is not the unity of a possible experience but is essentially different from it, as the unity of the understanding. The principle that everything which happens as a cause is not a principle known or prescribed by reason. It makes the unity of experience possible, and borrows nothing from reason, without this relation to possible experience and so from mere concepts, could never have imposed such a synthetic unity. Secondly, reason, in its logical use, seeks the universal condition of its judgment, the conclusion, and the syllogism produced by reason is itself nothing but a judgment made by means of subsuming its condition under a universal rule, the major premise. But as this rule is again subject to the same attempt of reason, and as thus the condition of the condition must, as long as possible, be sought, by means of a prosyllogism, it is easy to see that the principle peculiar to reason in general, in its logical use, is, to find, for the conditioned knowledge of the understanding, the unconditioned whereby the unity of that knowledge is completed. This logical maxim, however, cannot become a principle of pure reason, unless we assume that, if the condition is given, then the whole series of conditions subordinated to one another, a series which consequently is itself unconditioned, is likewise given, that is contained in the object and its connection. Such a principle of pure reason, however, is evidently synthetic. For the condition does no doubt refer analytically to some B364A307, 308. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 2195. Condition, but not to the unconditioned. From this principle, several other synthetic propositions must also arise, of which the pure understanding knows nothing, for it has to deal only with objects of a possible experience, the knowledge and synthesis of which are always conditioned. But the unconditioned, if it is really to be granted, is especially to be considered with regard to all the determinations that distinguish it from whatever is conditioned, and must thereby supply material for many synthetic a priori propositions. The principles resulting from the supreme principle of pure reason will, however, be transcendent with regard to all appearances, that is to say, it will be impossible ever to make any adequate empirical use of such a principle. It will thus become completely different from all principles of the understanding, the use of which is entirely imminent, inasmuch as they are directed only to the possibility of experience. The task that is now before us in the transcendental dialectic is this, to discover the objective correctness, or otherwise the falsehood, of the principle that the series of conditions, in the synthesis of appearances, or in that of the thinking of things in general, extends up to the unconditioned, and what consequences result therefrom for the empirical use of the understanding, to find out whether there really is such an objectively valid principle of reason, or merely, in place of it, a logical precept which requires us, by ascending to ever higher conditions, to approach their completeness and thus to bring to our knowledge the highest unity of reason that is possible to us, to find out, I say, whether, by some misconception, a mere tendency of reason has been mistaken for a transcendental principle of pure reason, postulating, without sufficient reflection, unlimited completeness in the series of conditions in the objects themselves, and to find out, in that case, what kind of misconceptions and illusions may also have crept into syllogisms, the major premise of which has been taken from pure reason, and is perhaps a petition rather than a postulate, and ascends from experience to its conditions. This, then, is our task in the transcendental dialectic, and it has to be developed from sources. B365, 366A309. 296 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Deeply hidden in human reason. We shall divide this dialectic into two parts, the first of which will treat of the transcendent concepts of pure reason, the second of transcendent and dialectical syllogisms. Transcendental Dialectic. Book I. Of the concepts of pure reason. Whatever may be the case with respect to the possibility of concepts of pure reason, it is certain that they are not simply obtained by reflection, but by inference. Concepts of the understanding are thought a priori, antecedently to experience and for the purpose of it, but they contain nothing but the unity of reflection upon appearances, insofar as these appearances are to belong necessarily to a possible empirical consciousness. It is through them alone that knowledge and determination of an object become possible. Concepts of the understanding are what first supplies material for inferences, and they are not preceded by any a priori concepts of objects from which they could themselves be inferred. Their objective reality, on the contrary, is founded on the fact that, since they constitute the intellectual form of all experience, their application must always allow of being shown in experience. But the very title, concept of reason, already indicates that it does not allow of being confined within experience, because it concerns a kind of knowledge of which any empirical knowledge, perhaps even the whole of possible experience or of its empirical synthesis, is only a part, and although an actual experience can never fully attain to that knowledge, yet every actual experience belongs to it. Concepts of reason serve for comprehending, concepts of the understanding serve for understanding, namely, for septions. If concepts of reason contain the unconditioned, they concern something to which all experience is subject, but which itself can never be an object of experience, something to which B367A310, 311. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 297. Reason leads in its inferences from experience, and by which it estimates and gauges the degree of its own empirical use, but which never is itself a member of the empirical synthesis. If, nonetheless, such concepts possess objective validity, they may be called conceptus ratiocinati, concepts correctly inferred. If, however, they have no such validity, then they have only been surreptitiously obtained by a kind of illusory inference, and may be called conceptus ratiocinants, sophistical concepts. Degree. But as this matter can only be fully treated in the chapter on the dialectical inferences of pure reason, we shall say no more about it now. Meanwhile, just as we gave the name of categories to the pure concepts of the understanding, we shall only give a new name to the concepts of pure reason, and call them transcendental ideas. A name that has now to be explained and justified. Transcendental Dialectic. Book I. Section I. Of ideas in general. In spite of the great wealth of our languages, a thoughtful mind is often at a loss for an expression that would exactly fit his concept, and for want of which he cannot make himself really intelligible to others or even to himself. To coin new words is to arrogate to oneself legislative power in matters of language, which is rarely successful. So, before taking so desperate a step, it is always advisable to look in a dead and learned language to see whether it might not contain such a concept and its appropriate expression, even if it should happen that the original meaning of the word had become somewhat uncertain through Carelessness on the part of its authors, yet it is better to acknowledge the meaning that principally belonged to it, even if it should remain doubtful whether it was originally used with exactly that meaning in mind, than to spoil our labor by making ourselves unintelligible. B368, 369a 312. 298 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Whenever, therefore, there exists only one single word for a certain concept, which, in its established meaning, exactly fits this concept, and when it is of great consequence to keep that concept distinct from other related concepts, then we should not use it lavishly, nor use it as a synonym in the place of others only, for the sake of variety, but should carefully preserve its own particular meaning, for otherwise it may easily happen that the expression ceases to attract special attention, and gets lost in a crowd of other words of very different meaning, so that the thought, which that expression alone could have preserved, is lost with it. From the way in which Plato uses the term idea, it is easy to see that he meant by it something which not only was never borrowed from the senses, but which even far surpasses the concepts of the understanding, with which Aristotle occupied himself, inasmuch as nothing is ever met with in experience that is congruent with it. For Plato the ideas are archetypes of things themselves, not merely, like the categories, keys to possible experiences. In his opinion they flowed from the highest reason, and from its source have come to be shared by human reason. Human reason, however, no longer exists in its original state, but has to laboriously recall the old and now very obscured ideas, which it does by a process of recollection, called philosophy. I shall not enter here on any literary discussions in order to deter mind the exact meaning which the sublime philosopher himself connected with this expression. I shall only remark that it is by no means unusual, in ordinary conversations as well as in written works, that by carefully comparing the thoughts uttered by an author on his own subject matter, we succeed in understanding him better than he understood himself, because he did not sufficiently determine his concept, and thus not only spoke, but sometimes even thought, in opposition to his own intentions. Plato knew very well that our faculty of knowledge was filled with a much higher craving than merely to spell out appearances, according to synthetic unity, and thus to be able to read them as experience. He knew that our reason, if left to itself, tries to B370, 371a 313, 314. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 299. Soar up towards knowledge with which no object that experience may give can ever be congruent, but which nevertheless is real, and is by no means a mere figment of the mind. Plato discovered his ideas principally in what is practical asterisk that is, in what rests on freedom, which in turn belongs to a class of knowledge that is a product peculiar to reason. Whoever would derive the concept of virtue from experience and change, as many have actually done, what at best can serve as an example for an imperfect illustration into a model of a source of knowledge, would indeed transform virtue into an equivocal phantom which changes according to time and circumstance, and is utterly useless. As a rule, everybody can surely perceive that if a person is held up to us as a model of virtue, we have always in our own mind the true original with which we compare this alleged model, and estimate it accordingly. The true original is the idea of virtue, in regard to which all possible objects of experience may serve as examples, that is, proofs of the feasibility, to a certain degree, of that which is required by the concept of reason, but never as archetypes. That no person can ever act up to what is contained in the pure idea of virtue does not in the least prove the chimerical nature of this concept, for any judgment about moral worth or its opposite is still only possible by means of this idea. This idea, therefore, forms the necessary foundation for any approach to moral perfection, however far the impediments inherent in human nature, the degree of which it is difficult to determine, may keep us removed from it. Plato's Republic has become proverbial as a striking example of imaginary perfection, such as could exist only in the mind of. It is true, however, that he extended his concept of ideas to speculative knowledge also, provided that it was pure and given entirely a priori. He extended it even to mathematics, although mathematics can have its object nowhere but in possible experience. In this I cannot follow him, nor in the mystical deduction of his ideas, nor in the exaggerations which led him, as it were, to hypostatize them. Although the exalted language he used when treating of this subject may well admit of a milder interpretation, and one that would be more in accordance with the nature of things. 1b 372a 315, 316. 300 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. An idle thinker, and Brucker thinks it ridiculous that Plato could have said that no prince could ever govern well unless he participate in the ideas. We should do better, however, to pursue this thought and endeavor, where that excellent philosopher leaves us without his guidance, to place it in a clearer light by our own efforts, rather than to throw it aside as useless on the miserable and dangerous pretext of its impracticability. A constitution, founded on the greatest human freedom according to laws which ensure that the freedom of each can exist side by side with the freedom of others, without any regard to the greatest happiness, because that will surely follow by itself, is at least a necessary idea, on which not only the first plan of the constitution of a state, but also all laws must be based. For at the beginning we must abstract from existing impediments, which may owe their origin not so much to human nature itself as to the actual neglect of true ideas in the making of laws. For nothing can be more mischievous and more unworthy of a philosopher than the vulgar appeal to what is called adverse experience. Such experience would never have existed at all if at the proper time institutions had been framed according to those ideas, and not according to crude concepts which, because they were derived merely from experience, have marred all good intentions. The more legislation and government are in harmony with that idea, the rarer, no doubt, punishments would become, and it is therefore quite reasonable to say, as Plato did, that in a perfect state no punishments at all would be required. And although this perfect state may never be realized, the idea is quite correct which sets up this maximum as an archetype in order to bring the legal constitutions of mankind closer and closer to the greatest possible perfection. For what the highest degree at which mankind must stop may be, and how wide the chasm may be that necessarily remains between the idea and its realization, is something that no one can or ought to determine, because it is this very freedom that may be able to go beyond any limits hitherto assigned to it. It is not only, however, where human reason asserts its genuine causality and where ideas become operative causes, with regard. B373, 3741a 317. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 301. To actions and their objects, that is to say, in the moral sphere, but also in nature itself, that Plato rightly discerns clear proofs of its origin from ideas. A plant, an animal, the regular arrangement of the cosmos, most likely therefore the whole order of nature, show clearly that they are possible only according to ideas. And they show that although no single creature, under the individual conditions of its existence, is congruent with the idea of what is most perfect of its kind, as little as any human being is congruent with the idea of humanity, which, for all that, he carries in his soul as the archetype of all his actions, yet in the highest understanding those ideas are individual, unchangeable, thoroughly determined, and are in fact the original causes of things, and it can only be said of the whole of things combined in the universe that it is perfectly adequate to the idea. If we take away Plato's exaggerated expression, then the philosopher's spiritual effort of ascending from the merely reproductive observation of what is physical in the order of the world to an architectonic connection of this order according to ends, that is, according to ideas, becomes an enterprise that deserves respect and imitation. But with regard to the principles of morality, legislation and religion, where the ideas make experience itself of the good, possible in the first place, though they can never be fully expressed in experience, such efforts are of very eminent merit. Only those fail to recognize this merit who attempt to judge it according to empirical rules, the very validity of which, as principles, has been cancelled out by the ideas. For with regard to nature, it is indeed experience which supplies us with the rule, and is the source of truth. With regard to moral laws, however, experience is, alas, but the mother of illusion, and it is altogether reprehensible either to derive or to try to limit the laws of what we ought to do from what is done. Instead of all these observations, the full execution of which indeed constitutes the peculiar dignity of philosophy, we have to occupy ourselves at present with a less resplendent though not less meritorious task, namely, that of leveling and strengthening the foundation of those majestic moral edifices. For this, 1b 375, 376a 318, 319, 302 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Foundation is at present undermined by all sorts of mole tracks, which are the work of our reason vainly but confidently searching for buried treasures, and which render that building insecure. It is now our duty to acquire an accurate knowledge of the transcendental use of pure reason, its principles and ideas, in order that we may correctly determine and estimate the influence and value of pure reason. But before I leave this preliminary introduction, I beg those who really care for philosophy, which means more than is commonly supposed, if they are convinced by what I have said and have yet to say, to take the term idea in its original meaning, under their special protection, so that it should no longer be lost among other expressions by which all sorts of representations are loosely designated, to the great detriment of science. There is no lack of names adequate to express each kind of representation, without our having to encroach upon the property of another kind. I shall here give a serial list of them. The genus is representation in general, representatio. Under it stands representation with consciousness, or septia. A perception referring solely to the subject as a modification of its state, is sensation, sensatio, while an objective sensation is knowledge, cognitio. Knowledge is either an intuition or a concept, intuitus vel conceptus. The former refers immediately to an object and is singular, the latter refers immediately to the object, that is, by means of a characteristic mark that several things can have in common. A concept is either an empirical or a pure concept, and the pure concept, insofar as it has its origin solely in the understanding, not in the pure image of sensibility, is called notion. A concept formed of notions and transcending the possibility of experience is an idea, or a concept of reason. To anyone who has once become accustomed to these distinctions, it must be extremely irksome to hear the representation of the color red be called an idea. It is not even rightly to be called a notion, concept of the understanding. B377a 320. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 303. Transcendental Dialectic. Book I. Section 2. Of Transcendental Ideas. We had an instance in our Transcendental Analytic of how the mere logical form of our knowledge could contain the origin of pure a priori concepts which represent objects antecedently to all experience, or rather, indicate the synthetic unity by which alone an empirical knowledge of objects becomes possible. The form of judgments, changed into a concept of the synthesis of intuitions, gave us the categories that govern all use of the understanding in experience. We may expect, therefore, that the form of the syllogisms of reason, when applied to the synthetic unity of intuitions according to the categories, will contain the origin of special a priori concepts, to be called pure concepts of reason or transcendental ideas, which ought to determine, according to principles, the use of the understanding within the whole realm of experience. The function of reason in its inferences, or syllogisms, consists in the universality of knowledge according to concepts, and the syllogism itself is in reality a judgment determined a priori in the whole range of its condition. The proposition, case is more tall, might be taken from experience, by means of the understanding alone. But what we want is a concept, here the concept of human being, containing the condition under which the predicate, that is, assertion in general, of this judgment is given, and after I have subsumed the predicate under this condition taken in its whole range, all human beings are mortal, I proceed, in accordance with this, to determine the knowledge of my object. Case is mortal. What we are doing, then, in the conclusion of a syllogism is to restrict the predicate to a certain object, after we have thought it first in the major premise in its whole range under a certain condition. This complete magnitude of its range in reference to B378, 379a 321, 322, 304 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Such a condition is called universality, universalitas, and to this corresponds, in the synthesis of intuitions, the allness, siver, sitas, or totality of conditions. The transcendental concept of reason is, therefore, none but the concept of the totality of conditions of a given conditioned. As, therefore, the unconditioned alone renders the totality of conditions possible, and as, conversely, the totality of conditions must always itself be unconditioned, it follows that a pure concept of reason in general can be explained as the concept of the unconditioned, insofar as this concept contains a basis for the synthesis of the conditioned. We will find as many pure concepts of reason as there are kinds of relations, which the understanding represents to itself, by means of the categories, and we will have to look for an unconditioned, firstly, of the categorical synthesis in a subject, secondly, of the hypothetical synthesis of the members of a series, thirdly, of the disjunctive synthesis of the parts of a system. There are exactly as many kinds of syllogisms, each of which advances by means of prosyllogisms to the unconditioned. The first advances to the subject which itself is no longer a predicate, the second to the presupposition which presupposes nothing else, and the third to an aggregate of the members of a division. which require nothing else in order to complete the division of the concept. Hence, the pure concepts of reason of totality in the synthesis of conditions are necessary and grounded in the nature of human reason, at least as tasks, in order to expand the unity of the understanding up to the unconditioned, if that is possible. Even though these transcendental concepts may otherwise be without any proper use in CO and Series 2 and thus have no benefit beyond setting the understanding in a direction wherein its use, being expanded as far as possible, is at the same time brought into thoroughgoing harmony with itself. Whilst speaking here of the totality of conditions and of the unconditioned, as the common title of all the concepts of reason, we again meet with a term which we cannot do without, but which, by long abuse, has become so equivocal that we cannot employ it with safety. The term absolute is one of those few words. B388 323 324. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 305. Which, in their original meaning, were adapted to a concept for which there is no other word of the same language that fits it. Exactly, and the loss of this word, or what is the same, the looseness in its use, entails also the loss of the concept itself. And, since, moreover, it is the loss of a concept with which reason is constantly occupied, we cannot dispense with it without serious damage to all transcendental investigations. At present the term absolute is frequently used simply in order to indicate that some thing applies to a thing considered in itself, and thus applies to it internally. In this sense absolutely possible would mean that which is possible in itself, in turn, which in fact is the least that could be said of an object. The term is sometimes used also to indicate that something, for instance, absolute sovereignty, is valid in any relation, that is, without limitation. In this sense, absolutely possible would mean that which is possible in all respects, in any relation, and this is again the most that can be said of the possibility of a thing. It is true that these two meanings sometimes coincide, because something that is in turn ally impossible is impossible also in any relation, and therefore, absolutely. But in most cases they are infinitely far apart, and I am by no means justified in inferring that because something is possible in itself, it is possible also in any relation, that is, absolutely. Nay, with regard to absolute necessity I shall be able to show later that it by no means always depends on inner necessity, and that the two cannot therefore be considered synonymous. No doubt, if the opposite of a thing is internally impossible, then this opposite is also impossible in every respect, and the thing itself is therefore absolutely necessary. But I cannot infer, conversely, that the opposite of what is absolutely necessary is internally impossible, that is, that the absolute necessity of things is the same as an inner necessity. For in certain cases the expression of inner necessity is an entirely empty expression with which we cannot connect the least concept, whereas the concept of the necessity of a thing in any relation, with regard to every thing possible, implies very special determinations. As, therefore, the loss of a concept which is of great importance in speculative. B381, 382 A 325. 306 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Philosophy can never be a matter of indifference to philosophers. I hope they will also not be indifferent to the determination and careful preservation of the term to which that concept adheres. I shall therefore use the term absolute in this wider meaning, in opposition to that which is valid only comparatively or in particular respects, for the latter is restricted to conditions, while the absolute is free from any restrictions whatsoever. Now, the transcendental concept of reason always aims at the absolute totality in the synthesis of conditions, and does not end until it has reached that which is unconditioned absolutely, that is, in any relation. For pure reason leaves everything to the understanding, which initially refers to the objects of intuition, or rather their synthesis in imagination. It is only the absolute totality in the use of the concepts of the understanding that reason reserves for itself, while trying to carry the synthetic unity which is thought in the category up to the absolutely unconditioned. With regard to appearances we may therefore call the latter unity the unity of reason, and the former unity, which is expressed by the category, their unity of understanding. Hence reason refers only to the use of the understanding, but not insofar as the latter contains the basis of possible experience. For the absolute totality of conditions is not a concept that can be used in experience, because no experience is unconditioned, but in order to prescribe to it a direction towards a certain unity, a unity of which the understanding knows nothing, and which is meant to comprehend all acts of the understanding, with regard to any object, into an absolute whole. On this account the objective use of the pure concepts of reason is always transcendent, while that of the pure concepts of the understanding is always immanent, because it is restricted to possible experience alone. By idea I understand a necessary concept of reason to which the senses can supply no congruent object. The concepts of reason, therefore, of which we have been speaking, are transcendental ideas. They are concepts of pure reason insofar as they consider all empirical knowledge as determined by an absolute totality of B383, 384 A 326, 327. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 307. Conditions. They are not mere fancies, but are imposed by the very nature of reason itself, and therefore refer by necessity to the whole use of the understanding. They are, lastly, transcendent, and overstep the limits of all experience. No object can ever be given an experience that would be adequate to the transcendental idea. If we speak of an idea, we say a great deal with respect to the object, as the object of the pure understanding, but for this very reason say very little with respect to the subject, that is, with respect to its actuality under empirical conditions, for an idea, being the concept of a maximum, can never be congruently given in CO and Series 2, as the latter is really the whole aim in the merely speculative use of reason, and as approaching a concept which is yet never reached in practice is the same as missing it altogether. People say of such a concept that it is only an idea. Thus one might say that the absolute whole of all appearances is only an idea, for as we can never sketch such a whole in an image, it remains a problem without a solution. In the practical use of the understanding, on the contrary, where we are only concerned with carrying something out according to rules, the idea of practical reason can always be actually given CO and Series 2, although only in part. Nay, it is the indispensable condition of all practical use of reason. Carrying out this idea is always limited and deficient, but takes place under limits that cannot be determined, and therefore under the influence of the concept of an absolute completeness. Thus the practical idea is always truly fruitful, and is with regard to actual actions indispensable and necessary. In the practical idea pure reason even has a causality of actually bringing about what is contained in its concept. Hence, we cannot say of wisdom contemptuously, as it were that it is only an idea. On the contrary, for the very reason that it contains the idea of the necessary unity of all possible ends. It must, as an original and at least limiting condition, serve as a rule for everything practical. Although we must say of all transcendental concepts of reason that they are only ideas, they are not therefore to be considered as superfluous and useless. For although we cannot determine B385 A328 329 308 transcendental doctrine of elements, any object through them, they may nevertheless fundamentally, even if unobserved, serve the understanding as a canon for its extended and consistent use. Although through such a use the understanding does not know any object better than it would, according to its own concepts, it is guided better and led further by it in this knowledge, not to mention the fact that these transcendental concepts of reason may perhaps render possible a transition from concepts of nature to practical concepts, and thus impart to the moral ideas themselves a certain strength and connection with the speculative knowledge of reason. More light will be thrown on all this in the sequel. For our present purposes we are obliged to set aside a consideration of these practical ideas, and to treat of reason only in its speculative use, and within this in a still more limited way, namely, only in its transcendental use. Here we must follow the same road which we took before in the deduction of the categories, that is, we must consider the logical form of all rational knowledge and see whether perhaps, through this logical form, reason may not likewise become a source of concepts which enable us to regard objects in themselves as determined synthety a priori with respect to one or another function of reason. Reason, if considered as a faculty of a certain logical form of knowledge, is the faculty of inferring, that is, of judging mediately, by subsuming the condition of a possible judgment under the condition of a given judgment. The given judgment is the universal rule, major premise, minor. Subsuming the condition of another possible judgment under the condition of the rule is the minor premise. The actual judgment, which contains the assertion of the rule in the subsumed case, is the conclusion. Conclusio. We know that the rule asserts something universally under a certain condition. The condition of the rule is then found to take place in a given case. Hence, that which was universally valid under that condition is considered as valid also in this given case, which carries with it this condition. It is easy to see, therefore, that reason arrives at knowledge by means of acts of the understanding which constitute a series of conditions. If I B386 387 A330 Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 309 arrive at the proposition that all bodies are alterable only by starting from a more remote knowledge, which does not yet contain the concept of body, but only the condition of such a concept, namely, everything composite is alterable, and I then proceed to a less remote knowledge, which stands under the condition of the former knowledge, namely, bodies are composite, and, lastly, I advance to a third proposition which next the more remote knowledge, alterable, with the knowledge before me, therefore bodies are alterable, then I see that I have passed through a series of conditions, premises, before I arrived at a knowledge, a conclusion. Every series the exponent of which is given, as that of a categorical or a hypothetical judgment, can be continued, so that the same act of reason leads to ratiocinatio polysyllogistica, a series of inferences which, either on the side of the conditions, per prosyllogismos, or of the conditioned, per episyllogismos, degree may be continued indefinitely. It is soon perceived, however, that the chain or series of syllogisms, that is, of inferred knowledge on the side of the grounds or conditions of a given knowledge, in other words, the ascending series of syllogisms must stand in a very different relation to the faculty of reason from that of the descending series, that is, of the progress of reason on the side of the conditioned by means of episyllogisms. For, as in the former case the knowledge, conclusio, is given only as conditioned, it is impossible to arrive at it by means of reason in any other way except by presupposing, at least that all the members of the series on the side of the conditions are given totality in the series of premises, because it is only on this presupposition that the judgment before us is possible a priori, whereas on the side of the conditioned, or of the conclusions, we only think a series in the process of becoming, not one presupposed as complete or given, that is, we think only a potential progress. Hence, if our knowledge is considered as conditioned, then reason is constrained to look upon the series of conditions in the ascending line as complete and given in its totality. But if the same knowledge is looked upon simultaneously as a condition of other kinds of knowledge, which constitute B388, 389 A331, 332, 310 transcendental doctrine of elements, among themselves a series of conclusions in a descending line, then reason can be quite indifferent as to how far that progress may go apart posteriori, or whether a totality of the series is possible at all, for reason does not require such a series for the conclusion at hand, because this conclusion is already sufficiently determined and secured by its grounds apart priori. Whether the series of premises on the side of the conditions has a first member, as the supreme condition, or whether it has no such member and is therefore without limits apart priori, it must at all events contain a totality of conditions, even though we should never succeed in comprehending this totality, and the entire series must be unconditionally true if the conditioned, which is considered as a conclusion resulting from it, is to be accepted as true. This is a demand of reason, which proclaims its knowledge as determined a priori and necessary, either in itself and in this case it requires no grounds or, if it is derivative, as a member in a series of grounds that is itself unconditionally true. Transcendental Dialectic. Book I. Section 3. System of Transcendental Ideas. We are not at present concerned with logical dialectic, which abstracts from all content of knowledge and lays bare solely the illusions in the form of syllogisms, but with the transcendental dialectic, which is supposed to contain, entirely a priori, the origin of certain kinds of knowledge arising from pure reason, and of certain inferred concepts, the object of which can never be given empirically and which therefore lie entirely outside the domain of the faculty of the pure understanding. We gathered from the natural relation which must exist between the transcendental and the logical use of our knowledge, in inferences as well as in judgments, that there must be three kinds of dialectical inference, and no more, referring to the three kinds of inference. B398 333. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 311. By which reason may from principles arrive at knowledge, and we gathered that in all of these it is the task of reason to ascend from the conditioned synthesis, to which the understanding is always restricted, to the unconditioned synthesis, which the understanding can never reach. The universal in all relations that our representations can have is 1. Their relation to the subject, 2. Their relation to objects, either as appearances or as objects of thought in general. If we combine this subdivision with the above division, we see that all relation of representations, of which we can form either a concept or an idea is threefold: 1. The relation to the subject; 2. The relation to the manifold of the object in appearance; 3. The relation to all things in general. All pure concepts in general aim at a synthetic unity of representations, while concepts of pure reason, transcendental ideas, aim at unconditioned synthetic unity of all conditions in general. All transcendental ideas, therefore, can be arranged in three classes, the first containing the absolute, unconditioned, unity of the thinking subject, the second the absolute unity of the series of conditions of appearance, the third the absolute unity of the condition of all objects of thought in general. The thinking subject is the object of psychology, the sum total of all appearances; the world is the object of cosmology, and the thing which contains the supreme condition of the possibility of all that can be thought, the being of all beings, is the object of theology. Thus it is pure reason which supplies the idea of a transcendental science of the soul, psychology rationalis, of a transcendental science of the world, cosmology rationalis, and, lastly, of a transcendental knowledge of God, theology transcendentalis. Even the mere sketch of any one of these three sciences does not come from the understanding, even if combined with the highest logical use of reason, that is, with all conceivable inferences, leading from one object of the understanding, ap. appearance, to all others, and unto the most remote members of the empirical synthesis. Even such a sketch is solely a pure and genuine product, or rather problem, of pure reason. 1b 391, 392a 334, 335. 312 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Which modes of pure concepts of reason come under these three headings of all transcendental ideas will be fully explained in the following chapter. They follow the thread of the categories. For pure reason never refers directly to objects, but only to the concepts of objects framed by the understanding. Nor can it be rendered clear, except hereafter in a detailed explanation, how reason, merely by the synthetic use of the same function which it employs for the categorical syllogism, is necessarily led onto the concept of the absolute unity of the thinking subject; how the logical procedure of reason in hypothetical syllogisms must necessarily lead to the idea of the absolutely unconditioned in a series of given conditions; and how, finally, the mere form of the disjunctive syllogism must necessarily produce the highest concept of reason, that of a being of all beings, a thought, which, at first sight, seems extremely paradoxical. No objective deduction, like that given of the categories, is possible of these transcendental ideas, for as they are only ideas, they have no relation to any object that could be given congruently with them. What we were able to undertake, however, was a subjective derivation of them from the nature of reason, and this has been given in the present chapter. We can easily see that pure reason has no other aim but the absolute totality of synthesis on the side of the conditions, whether of inherence, dependence, or concurrence, and that it is not concerned with the absolute completeness on the side of the conditioned. It is only the former which is required by pure reason for presupposing the entire series of conditions and for thus presenting it a priori to the understanding. However, once we have a given condition completely and unconditionally, no concept of reason is required any longer to continue the series, for the understanding by itself takes every step downward from the condition to the conditioned. The transcendental ideas, therefore, serve only for ascending in the series of conditions up to the unconditioned, that is, to the principles. With regard to descending to the conditioned, there is no doubt a very extensive logical use which our reason makes of the laws of the under. B393, 394a 336, 337. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 313. Standing, but no transcendental use whatsoever, and if we form an idea of the absolute totality of such a synthesis, of the progress, as, for instance, of the entire series of all future alterations in the world, then this is only a creation of thought, and rationes, asterisk, which may be thought if we like, but is not presupposed necessarily by reason. For the possibility of the conditioned indeed presupposes the totality of its conditions, but not of its consequences. Such a concept, therefore, is not one of the transcendental ideas, with which alone we have to deal here. Finally, we can also perceive that there is among the transcendental ideas themselves a certain coherence and unity, and that, by means of these ideas pure reason brings all its knowledge into one system. There is in the progress from our knowledge of ourselves, the soul, to a knowledge of the world, and by means of this to a knowledge of the original being, something so natural that it looks like the logical progress of reason from premises to a conclusion star. Whether there exists here a real though hidden relationship, such as we saw before between the logical and transcendental procedures, is also one of the questions the answer to which can only be given in the progress of these investigations. We have, for the moment, achieved what we wish to achieve. For in treating of the transcendental concepts of reason, the asterisk for the actual purpose of carrying out its investigations, metaphysics has only got three ideas, namely, God, freedom and immortality, such that the second concept, when combined with the first, leads to the third as a necessary conclusion. Everything else treated by the science is only a means of establishing these ideas and their reality. Metaphysics does not require these ideas for the sake of natural science, but in order to go beyond nature. Insight into them would make theology, morality and, by the combination of both, religion, and therefore, the highest ends of our existence, dependent merely on the speculative faculty of reason and on nothing else. In a systematic representation of those ideas the above order would, as the synthetic order, be the most appropriate, but in their elaboration, which must necessarily come first, the analytic order, which inverts the synthetic order, is better adapted to the purpose of carrying out our great plan, as enabling us to start from what is immediately given to us in experience, advancing from the science of the soul, psychology, and proceeding thence to the science of the world, cosmology, and lastly, to the knowledge of God, theology. B395, 396a 338. 314 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Systems of other philosophers generally mix them up with other concepts, without distinguishing them even from the concepts of the understanding, but we were able to move them away from so equivocal a position, to determine their origin and, thereby at the same time their number, to which no further ones can be added, and to present them in a systematic coherence, whereby a special field is marked out and enclosed for pure reason. Transcendental Dialectic. Book 2. Of the Dialectical Inferences. Of pure reason. One may say that the object of a mere transcendental idea is something of which we have no concept, although the idea is produced in reason with necessity according to the original laws of reason. Nor is any concept of the understanding, that is, any concept which could be shown and rendered intuitive in the able experience possible for an object that should be adequate to the demands of reason. It would be better, however, and less liable to misunderstandings, to say that we can have no knowledge of an object corresponding to an idea, but only a problematic concept of it. At least the transcendental, subjective, reality of the pure concepts of reason depends on our having been led to such ideas by a necessary syllogism. There will be syllogisms, therefore, which have no empirical premises, and by means of which we infer from something which we know something else of which we have no concept, and to which, constrained by an inevitable illusion, we nevertheless attribute objective reality. As regards their result, such syllogisms are to be called sophistical rather than rational, although, as regards their origin, they may claim the latter name because they are not purely fictitious or accidental, but products of the very nature of reason. They are sophistries. B397 A339. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 315. Not of human beings but of pure reason itself, and even the wisest of human beings cannot escape them. All he can do, with great effort, is guard against error, but he will never be able to rid himself completely of the illusion that constantly torments and mocks him. Of these dialectical syllogisms there are therefore only three kinds, just as many as the ideas to which their conclusions lead. In the syllogism of the first class, I infer from the transcendental concept of the subject, which contains nothing manifold, the absolute unity of the subject itself, of which, however, I have no concept in this way. This dialectical inference I shall call the transcendental paralogism. The second class of sophistical syllogisms aims at the transcendental concept of an absolute totality in the series of conditions of any given appearance, and here infer from the fact that my concept of the unconditioned synthetic unity of the series on one side is always self-contradictory the correctness of the opposite unity, of which nevertheless I have no concept either. The state of reason in these dialectical inferences I shall call the antinomy of pure reason. Lastly, according to the third class of sophistic syllogisms, beginning with the totality of conditions for thinking objects in general insofar as they can be given to me, I infer the absolute synthetic unity of all conditions of the possibility of things in general, that is to say, from things which I do not know according to their mere transcendental concept, I infer a being of all beings, which I know still less through a transcendental concept, and of the unconditioned necessity of which I can form no concept whatever. This dialectical syllogism I shall call the ideal of pure reason. B398 A340. 316 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Transcendental Dialectic. Book 2. Chapter I. Of the paralogisms of pure reason. The logical paralogism consists in the falsity of a syllogism with respect to its form, be its content whatever it may. But a transcendental paralogism has a transcendental ground for inferring wrongly with respect to form. Such a fallacious inference, therefore, will have its ground in the very nature of human reason, and will produce an illusion which is inevitable, though not insoluble. We now come to a concept which was not inserted in our general list of transcendental concepts, and yet must be added to them, without however changing that table in the least, or proving it to be deficient. This is the concept, or, if the term is preferred, the judgment, I think. It is easily seen, however, that this concept is the vehicle of all concepts in general, and therefore, also of transcendental concepts, and that it is therefore always included among them, and so is itself also transcendental, but that it has no claim to a special title, inasmuch as it serves only to introduce all thought as belonging to consciousness. However free that concept may be from all that is empirical, impressions of the senses, it serves nevertheless to distinguish two kinds of objects within the nature of our faculty of representation. I, as thinking, am an object of inner sense, and am called soul, that which is an object of the outer senses is called body. The term I, as a thinking being, means the object of psychology, which may be called the rational science of the soul, assuming that we want to know nothing about the soul except what, independently of all experience, which determines me more specifically and in Con Series 2, can be inferred from the concept I, insofar as it is present in all thought. Now the rational science of the soul is really such an undertaking, for if the smallest empirical element of my thought, or B399, 400 A341, 342, transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 317, some particular perception of my inner state, were mixed up with the sources from which that science derives its knowledge, then it would be an empirical and no longer a rational science of the soul. There is, therefore, an alleged science, founded on the single proposition, I think, the ground or absence of ground of which may well be examined here, according to the nature of the transcendental philosophy. It should not be objected that in this proposition, which expresses the perception of oneself, I have an inner experience, and that therefore the rational science of the soul, which is founded on it, can never be quite pure, but rests, to a certain extent, on an empirical principle. For this inner perception is nothing more than the mere apperception, I think, which makes even all transcendental concepts possible, because in them we really say, I think substance, I think cause, etc. This inner experience in general and its possibility, or perception in general and its relation to other perceptions, without any particular distinction or determination of them being given empirically, cannot be regarded as empirical knowledge. It must, on the contrary, be regarded as knowledge of the empirical in general, and belongs therefore to the investigation of the possibility of any experience, which investigation is certainly transcendental. The smallest object of perception, for instance, even just pleasure and displeasure, if added to the general representation of self-consciousness, would at once change rational into empirical psychology. I think is, therefore, the sole text of rational psychology, out of which it must develop all its wisdom. It is easily seen that this thought, if it is to be referred to an object, myself, cannot contain any but transcendental predicates of this object, for the smallest empirical predicate would spoil the rational purity of the science, and its independence of all experience. We shall therefore follow the guidance of the categories, with only this difference, that since it is a thing that is given first here, namely, I as a thinking being, we must begin with the category of substance, by which a thing in itself is represented, registered and then proceed backwards, though without changing the order of the 402 A343, 344, 318 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. Categories among one another, as given before in our table. The topic of the rational science of the soul, from which whatever else that science may contain has to be derived, is therefore the following. I. The soul is substance. 2-3. As regards its quality, it is as regards the different times. Simple in which it exists, it is numerically identical, that is, unity, not plurality. 4. It is in relation to possible objects in space asterisk. All concepts of pure psychology arise from these elements, simply by way of combination, and without admission of any other principle. This substance, taken merely as object of inner sense, gives us the concept of immateriality, and as simple stance, that of incorruptibility, its identity as intellectual stance gives us personality, and all these three together. Spirituality, the relation of the substance to objects in space, gives us commerce with bodies, and so it represents the thinking substance as the principle of life in matter, that is, as soul, anurna, and as the ground of animality, and animality again, as restricted by spirituality, gives us the concept of immortality. Asterisk the reader, who may not guess at once the psychological purport of these transcendental and abstract terms, or understand why the latter attribute of the soul belongs to the category of existence, will find a full explanation and justification of them in the sequel. Moreover, I have to apologize for the many Latin expressions which, contrary to good taste, have crept in instead of their native equivalents, not only here, but throughout the whole of the work. My only excuse is that I thought it better to sacrifice some elegance of language, rather than to make the student's work even harder through the least degree of obscurity. B403A345, footnote, B403A345. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 319. To these concepts refer 4 paralogisms of a transcendental psychology, which is falsely supposed to be a science of pure reason concerning the nature of our thinking being. We can, however, use as the foundation of such a science nothing but the simple and by itself perfectly empty representation, of which we cannot even say that it is a concept, but only that it is a mere consciousness that accompanies all concepts. Through this I, or he, or it, the thing, which thinks, nothing is represented beyond a transcendental subject of thoughts equals X. This subject is known only through the thoughts that are its predicates, and apart from them we can never have the slightest concept of it. Therefore we revolve around it in a perpetual circle, since before we can form any judgment about it we must already use its representation. And this inconvenience is really inevitable, because consciousness in itself is not so much a representation, distinguishing a particular object, but really a form of representation in general, insofar as this representation is to be called knowledge. Of such representation alone can I say that I think something through it. It must, however, seem strange from the very beginning, that the condition under which I think at all, and which therefore is merely a property of my own subject, should at the same time be valid for everything that thinks, and that, upon a proposition which seems to be empirical, we should venture to found an apodictic and universal judgment, namely, that everything that thinks is such as the voice of myself. Consciousness declares it to be within me. The reason for this, however, is that we are constrained to attribute a priori to things all the properties which form the conditions under which alone we think them. Now it is impossible for me to form the least representation of a thinking being through any outer experience, but can do so only through self-consciousness. Such objects, therefore, are nothing but a transference of my own consciousness to other things, which thus alone can be represented as thinking beings. The proposition, I think, however, is used in this process only problematically. It is not used insofar as it may be 404, 405A 346, 347, 320 transcendental doctrine of elements contain the perception of an existence, the Cartesian cogito, ergo sum, but, with regard to its mere possibility, it is used in order to see what properties may flow from such a simple proposition to its subject, whether such a subject exists or not. If our knowledge of thinking beings in general, insofar as it comes from pure reason, were founded on more than the cogito, and if we made use at the same time of our observations as regards the play of our thoughts and the natural laws of the thinking self to be drawn from them, then we should have before us an empirical psychology that would form a kind of physiology of inner sense, and it would perhaps explain the appearances of inner sense, but would never help us to reveal such properties as do not belong at all to possible experience, as, for instance, the properties of the simple, or to teach us apodictically anything touching on the nature of thinking beings in general. It would not therefore be a rational psychology. B406. Transcendental logic, transcendental dialectic 321. As the proposition, I think, taken problematically, contains the form of any judgment of the understanding in general, and accompanies all categories as their vehicle, it must be clear that the inferences from it can only contain a transcendental use of the understanding. Such use excludes all admixture of experience, and, hence, after what has been shown above, with respect to its achievements we cannot entertain any favorable anticipations. We shall therefore follow it, with a critical eye, through all the predicaments of pure psychology, but we shall, for the sake of brevity, let their examination proceed in an uninterrupted continuity. As the proposition, I think, taken problematically, contains the form of any judgment of the understanding in general, and accompanies all categories as their vehicle, it must be clear that the inferences from it can only contain a transcendental use of the understanding. Such use excludes all admixture of experience, and hence, after what has been shown above, with respect to its achievements we cannot entertain any favorable anticipations. We shall therefore follow it, with a critical eye, through all the predicaments of pure psychology. Degree. The first paralogism of substantiality. That, the representation of which is the absolute subject of our judgments, and cannot be used, therefore, as determination of another thing, is substance. I, as a thinking being, am the absolute subject of all my possible judgments, and this representation of myself cannot be used as predicate of any other thing. Therefore I, as thinking being, soul, am substance. A 348. 322 Transcendental Doctrine of Elements. The following general remark may at the very outset make us more attentive to this kind of syllogism. I do not know any object by merely thinking, but only by determining a given intuition. With respect to that unity of consciousness in which all thought consists, therefore, I do not know myself by being conscious of myself as thinking, but I know myself when I am conscious of the intuition of myself as determined with respect to the function of thought. All modes of self-consciousness in thought in general are, therefore, by themselves not yet concepts of the understanding of objects, categories, but mere logical functions. That criticism of the first paralogism of pure psychology. We have shown in the analytical part of the transcendental logic that pure categories, and among them that of substance, have in themselves no objective meaning, unless they rest on an intuition. to the manifold of which they can be applied as functions of synthetic unity. Without this they are merely functions of a judge, meant and are without content. I can say of everything in general, that it is substance, insofar as I distinguish it from what are mere predicates and determinations of things. Now in all our thought, the I is the subject in which thoughts are inherent only as determinations, and this I cannot be used as the determination of any other thing. Thus everybody is constrained to look upon himself as the substance, and upon thought as only the accidents of his being, and determinations of his state. But what use are we to make of such a concept of a substance? That I, as a thinking being, continue by myself, and do not naturally either arise or perish, is no legitimate inference from it, and yet this inference would be the only advantage that could be gained from the concept of the substantial idea of myself as thinking subject, and, apart from this, I could do very well without it. B407A349. Transcendental Logic, Transcendental Dialectic 323. Do not give thought an object to be known, and therefore also do not give myself as an object to be known. The object is not a consciousness of the determining, but only that of the determinable self, that is, of my inner intuition, insofar as its manifold can be combined in accordance with the universal condition of the unity of apperception in thought. 1. In all judgments I am always the determining subject of the relation which constitutes the judgment. That I, who think, can always be considered in thought as a subject, and as some thing not simply adhering to thought like a predicate, is an. So far from being able to infer these properties from the pure category of a substance, we must, on the contrary, lay at the foundation the permanence of an object given in our experience, if we wish to apply to it the empirically usable concept of a substance. In the above proposition, however, we have not laid already experience at the foundation, but have merely formed an inference from the concept of the reference which all thought pass to the I, as the common subject in which it infers. Nor should we, whatever we did, succeed by any sure observation in establishing such permanence. For although the I exists in all thoughts, not the slightest intuition is connected with this representation by which it would be distinguished from other objects of intuition. We may very well perceive, therefore, that this representation occurs again and again in all thought, but not that it is a constant and enduring intuition in which thoughts, as changeable, come and go. Hence it follows that the first syllogism of transcendental psychology imposes upon us a merely supposed new insight, by representing the constant logical subject of thought as the knowledge of the real subject in which thought adheres. Of this subject, however, we have not and cannot have the least knowledge, because consciousness is that which alone changes all representations into thoughts, and hence solely in it, as the transcendental